Quest 301 Pups. A month later, they returned to Orario. Are you ready? Cirrus glanced back. Ready as we can, Artemis said. Their stares are gonna be even more intense now, AI said. Well, let's get this over with, Cirrus said as they rode into Orario. They returned by carriage through the eastern gate. The guards let him through, as they and everyone else in the city knew he was. Quickly, everyone looked at Cirrus, as in his arm was his daughter with white fox ears. Had to give her a fauna extremely early, but it needed to be done to make the magic tool work. Cirrus thought. At least it's sealed. The fox ears on Callisto were fake. They were part of a much more complex magic tool that ran on both Cirrus and Artemis to keep the ears working and for Callisto's sacred energy from exposing her heritage. Da. Da. Callisto said, reaching out for him. Yes, yes, I am Dad. Cirrus held out his finger, and she grabbed it as much as she could. Strong grip. Art, are we sure you sealed her, Fauna? I am sure, Artemis said with her eyes closed in the back with AI next to her. She just likes you that much. You aren't mad she likes me more. Of course, Cirrus. I can finally get some sleep. Besides, I will always be her. Artemis whispers. Mother. They returned to their familia home and were greeted by everyone. Lady Artemis. Captain. Vice Captain. They all quickly surrounded them and gathered around Artemis and AI, who were carrying their children. Rethusa, come with me, Cirrus said. They go a bit away from the crowd to talk. As you know, Callisto is, you know. So did you and the rest of Familia ensure the tower is safe? It is. What of the magic tool? The necklace. It serves as the base to hide her origins from the gods and to make those white fox ears. That necklace is to never leave her neck. I will inform the others. Good. I made extras just in case anything happens. That day and night, the whole of the entertainment district celebrated. Food and drinks went around as everyone had fun. Up on the top levels of the Moonlight Tower, Rethusa and the others made the babies their room. Ha! Sitting down, exhausted, was Cirrus. A daughter who loves me. Here I thought a child of Artemis would come to hate men. In the crib, Hekushika slept, while in Cirrus's arms, Callisto slept. Honestly. He looked at Callisto. Why are you so attached to me? Whoosh. Vesta appeared by his side. Maybe the love Artemis has for you is passed down to the child. I would doubt that, but considering she is a demigod, I wouldn't doubt if that was the case, Hecton said, appearing from his shadow. Yes, and the idea that Callisto is Nox is long gone. I doubt Nox would wish to be breastfed by Lady Artemis. Fafnir said it as well, from the shadow of the wall. Cirrus tapped Callisto's chubby cheeks. Vesta, do the rules for reincarnation apply to spirits? The same as everyone else. Except because of your contract with her, she will find her way to you like a pigeon would their home. Vesta explained. Ha! How many times would we have this conversation? Vesta, why do you think Callisto is Nox's reincarnation? Circe checked several times, and her soul isn't pure white. You even checked yourself. Feelings and thought are separate issues. Even if I cleared her of her identity, I firmly believe she is Nox. After all, as you said, a child of Artemis wasn't born with a dislike of men. I mean, has it not been more than 16 or so years since she found love? Despite Nyx's words to Vesta and her own words that Callisto was not Nox, she still says they are the same, adding that it was her feeling over logic. We should stop this discussion. No more guesses, all right. It could be Nox, or it could be half of Elpis. There can be several reasons. I don't want to keep raising my hopes. Cirrus said, making a wry expression. Very well, Sir/Master/Cirrus. Now. Hecton. Fafnir. You both will ensure nothing happens to Hekushika and Callisto. And make sure she always has her necklace on. Of course, sir. Said Hecton. That was given. Yeah, master. We would have done it even without your orders. Said Fafnir. Thank you. Vesta, how is the room? You mean Nox's room? It is fine, but the dust has really collected. I'll be sure to go in and clean it. That is fine. When she does return, she will have to clean up the dust and the mess that is her room. Honestly, there is still some tea in her cups and half-eaten slices of cake in her fridge. Not to mention all of her musical sheets are scattered everywhere haphazardly. For a spirit of her beauty and pedigree, I would expect her room to have been in better conditions. Yet, she was a rather messy. I know you let her do her own thing, Cirrus. But you didn't scold her enough. Vesta said, looking at him with some disappointment. Well, if you saw that, then you would know she gave me those puppy dog eyes she learned from AI. She was cute, But, never mind. It's not like I can't close off my sense of smell. Do you like the view? Vesta took a moment to think about it. I do. She picked a room that is showered in moonlight overlooking the western section of the city. Yeah, the part with the least amount of light pollution to see the stars. We should let you get some sleep, Cirrus. Artemis and AI are having a fun time. I'm glad they are. Cirrus gets comfortable in his rocking chair. Master, do you truly not wish to sing any more? Hecton asked. I am sure. The next time I will ever sing is with Nox. Right, Master? Fafnir said. That is right, Fuff. Good night, you three. He rests his head on his hand and goes to sleep. Good night. They all said. Hecton and Fafnir returned to the shadows, and Vesta disappeared in a wisp of fire. The next day. Scribble scribble scribble, Cirrus was back to work. Rethusa, do you have the documents? Cirrus looked over to his side, where AI sat while helping Cirrus with the paperwork of the familia. Second pile. She said, scribbling and stamping paper after paper at a nearly identical rate as Cirrus. Cirrus got it and the papers, resuming his usual working pace. Oh, by the way, Cirrus, the Loki and Freya familia sent us a letter. Regarding what? Don't know. They requested to speak with you about it. Seeing as they didn't tell Circe, it makes him think about what they could possibly wish to ask. All right. I'll go and speak with them. Rethusa, you can go and do whatever. Cirrus gets up and stretches as he walks to the door. How very kind of you. I think I'll go and spend time with my boyfriend. You have a boyfriend? Cirrus raised an eyebrow as he reached for the doorknob. I do. Why? Is that surprising? Rethusa shot him a glare. Anyway. Enjoy your time. Cirrus opened the door and left. He first went to the Freya familia, given how close they were. Thank you for coming, Heavenly Crown. Said Hadine, speaking with Cirrus in the front yard. Not at all, so what was the letter about? Well, considering the whole familia has already agreed to the plan, given the spirit situation. Lady Freya was the one who suggested this, so after some very intense discussions, we propose the Artemis and Freya familia work with one another on expeditions to try and uproot these threats. Well. That is surprising. Has expeditions with Circe changed your familia's mind? Circe is a valuable person for our expeditions. I and the rest of the familia enjoyed her presence as much as we as a familia could. Then I will bring it up with the familia. Is there anything else you want to talk about or? That is all. I apologize for making you come all this way, but we much prefer to speak with you as you are the captain and with you being a father now. By the way, I would like to say congratulations. Hadine gave a nod. It's fine, and thanks. I'll let you know, and then we can progress this conversation between us and our goddesses. They nod, and Cirrus leaves for the Loki familia. Along the way to the Loki familia, Cirrus came across a new couple. Oh. Cirrus stared at Ace and Belle by a potato snack stand. Well, I heard you two were an item, but I guess I had to see it to believe it, Cirrus said as Belle had a bag of potato snacks while Ace is buying another. Oh. Hello Cirrus. Belle said, a bit flustered. What do you mean by? Ace said, grabbing and wrapping her fingers with Belle's. We are on a date, Ace said, a bit flustered as well, but she kept her composure as best as she can. No. Loki shouted, rushing at the two. I won't let my Ace tan be taken. She leaped towards Belle, but Ace pulled him in up close to her. Loki flew past where Belle was and was about to crash onto the ground, but Cirrus gently grabbed her head and spun. He spun, with Loki in his hand, back up onto her feet. Swish. Tap tap. HOH. Loki was surprised by how quick and smooth Cirrus was in grabbing her and gently putting her down. I didn't even feel like my head was grabbed. She even began to touch and feel Cirrus' arms and hands. Oh, the perfect amount of firmness. Yeah, I kinda trained myself to catch as gently as I can. Cirrus removed his hand from the trigger goddess head. Is it for your kids? Ace said, with Belle still close to her. Ace, your snacks. Belle broke away from her to show her the squished potato snack. Ah. No big deal. Then took a squished one and ate it whole. Still good. Well, since I have you, Lady Loki. Cirrus turned to Loki. What was the request you wanted to talk about? Well, with some talking within the familia, we came down with the decision to ask the Artemis familia to collaborate with my familia on expeditions. Well, seems we have some things to discuss then. Is that a yes? Loki said, smiling. Yes, and no. I just came from a meeting with Hadine, and the Freya familia asked the same as you. Okay? Really? Did you accept their offer? It's on hold while we can discuss the details of the arrangement. I guess with your familia involved, the discussion will be longer, but I am sure we can satisfy both parties. Ooh. Ace said, smiling a bit. Then you will be coming with us. Ace was excited to be working with Cirrus again. The last time they worked together was back during the fight with the dragon Erebus managed to spawn in the dungeon. Seems like it. Well, Ace and Belle, make sure you come around to see the kids. I would like to have more sleep. Can I come and see them? Loki said. Maybe when you are able to let go of Ace. Cirrus patted her shoulder as he walked away. I am sure when my daughter grows up and finds someone, I will feel your pain. But until then, just let Ace live her life. Loki takes a deep breath and slumps her shoulders in defeat. Ha. Fine. She then slightly opened her eyes and glared at Belle. White Rabbit. If you make my child cry, I will ensure you will live to regret it. Belle nods in agreement. I would hope so. I do not wish to make her cry. Belle said sternly. The air around Belle was not that of a timid child but one closer to a confident man. Ace, Cirrus, and Loki could see the sincerity behind Belle's eyes, and they liked it. Loki chuckles a bit. Well, at least Hestia helps nurture a fine man I can trust Ace with. Loki then turned to Cirrus. So you do anything? I know a good bar around here to kill time. I can go for a drink, but I am not gonna let you get piss drunk. Ah. Loki led the way. Don't be such a party pooper. I am sure you can drink Gareth and me under the table. You even drank Lance and Poseidon. Cirrus followed Loki. Well, it was my immunity and the health of my liver. Cirrus turned his head and winked at the two. Belle is his own person. His love life is none of my business. Especially with Freya involved. Cirrus does not know Belle has already progressed well with Ace, Hestia, and even Seer/Freya. So. Belle looked to Ace. I heard there are some special potato snacks in the northeast section. Let's go. Ace said, taking Belle's hand. They resumed their date to try potato snacks around the city. Volume 4 Quest 302 Visits. 1 week later, many came to see the children of Artemis, Ai, and Cirrus. The first was, of course, the Hestia familia. Hello, Artemis. Hestia said, coming in with beams of sunshine. Ah, Hestia, you came. Behind her were the rest of the familia. Hello, Lady Artemis, Belle said politely. Hello, Lady Artemis. Said the rest, but a few people. Are these your new familia, Hestia? Artemis said, looking at the 3 new members. I am P. Primo. Said a young blonde elf. It is an honor to meet such a goddess like yourself. She was nervous to have met a goddess of such renown as Artemis. It is nice to meet you, Lady Artemis. Said a noble-looking woman with black hair. I am Karen Morris. It is an honor to be in your home. The next one to come up was a man with long blonde hair and purple eyes. I am Enoch. Ooh. It is a wonderful pleasure to meet one of such esteem as you, Lady Artemis. He said it with jubilation. My. Your new members are something. I'm proud you got new members after so long. Why yet? After Mikoto left to return to take Hemikazuchi, it was rough for a bit, but we got new blood. Now, where are the kids? They're asleep, Hestia. Ai and Cirrus are in charge of it while I run the familia. Ah. I wanna see the kids. Hestia said dejected. Do not worry, they should be up a bit, unless they... Artemis quickly looked up, as if something had happened. Did something happen, Lady Artemis? Asked Belle. Well, the kids are up again. Hestia, you don't mind if you can help them, right? As much as I would like to help, I have an important meeting. Of course. Leave it to us. They would deeply regret this decision. Thank you. Also, Artemis leans in and whispers into Hestia's ear. You know not to remove the necklace, right? No problem. Hestia whispered back. Baby room, 6 hours later in the dead of night. Zzz the children were sleeping. Ugh. Finally. Said Hestia slouched against the wall, exhausted. I think I prefer the dungeon, or Hephaestus's training. Said Welf. As one would expect from your children, sir, and Lady Zephyr, Enoch said, with his face on the ground. Ugh. Sora, is it like this every day? Lily asked with a dazed look. Hey? Did you saw thing? Cirrus spoke with his words slurred together. Lady Kyajano. Haruheim said, slowly getting up. NP Oplum. She said so as well. Both Cirrus and Ai's brains were fried from staying up and trying to get them to sleep. The moment they put them in the crib, they would instantly cry, and they would continue to do that until they were rocked to sleep. Haha. Belle said exhausted. These two really want to be spoiled by their parents, hey. You can say that again, Belle, Hestia said. I don't know what you mean, Malian said, watching over the two. They are rather cute and worth the time and energy. How are you still up? Asked Hestia. I am an artist. I have stayed up many nights trying to get my paintings done just the way I see them. Also, Lady Hira's training was very thorough for several kinds of situations. What could possibly have prepared you for a pair of crying babies? I'd ask her the same thing, but then she had many of the familiar work in an orphanage. Long story short, we grew more patience. 3 days later, Eupheme and Hephaestus came. Ah! Eupheme! Lady Hephaestus! Said AI, waving at them. You're here. AI. Eupheme came up to her. Lady Hephaestus asked me if. Ahem. Hephaestus cleared her throat loudly. I wanted to come and see the little ones. Oh sure. Sure. Come, I'll show you. They followed AI up the tower and to the kids' rooms. When they got there, they could see Cirrus and Artemis sleeping shoulder to shoulder with the kids in their arms. Aw, isn't that adorable, AI said. Seems they are dead tired, Hephaestus said as she looked at Callisto in Artemis's arms. Tell me, AI, why does Callisto have fake ears? She looked to see AI not flinch one bit. Even Eupheme was beginning to sweat. As expected from a god of your skill. She has fake ears because she is not my child. She is Artemis's biological child. Hephaestus shook from her words. Was this why Artemis wanted me to come visit? Yes. It's a shame you were busy, but I hope you can keep this between us. Of course, but... How? How did she I understand. Hephaestus smiles from ear to ear. You don't mind if I take a look at Cirrus's magic tool, right? Not at all here. AI takes out a spare necklace. A spare in case of emergencies. How very prepared he is. Hephaestus then examines the necklace. Her eyes trace the magic tool, and she has a wide smile throughout. How exquisite. Another fine and genius work from Cirrus. I could see all the work, pain, frustration, and love he put into it to make these intricate and complex myriads of hieroglyphs. You don't mind if I take this, right? Not at all. Are you going to improve it? Improve it? Not at all. It's already perfectly doing its job. I am merely polishing up the ears a bit more. That will be very much appreciated. We will send you the... I don't want money, this one is on the house. We can't let this secret get out. If they learn she is a genuine demigod, I can already see all the male gods making their moves. And I can already see pillars of light shooting towards the heavens, AI said. Leaving behind only a single arrow. Phew. That is what I am hoping to avoid. I'll be back in a day or two. She quickly took her leave. I have spare time. Do you want to get a little snack? Asked Eupheme. Of course. We better go before. Wah! Cried Hey Kushika. Wah! Hey! Cirrus and Artemis woke up. Oh no! Hephaestus returned 2 days later, as she said. Thank you, Lady Hephaestus. Said Cirrus, with Callisto in his arm, sleeping. Not at all. Just want this one. She tapped her cheeks. Safe and free from the gods trying to, well, you know. I know. Hephaestus hands him the polished necklace. Ooh. I can see the small added details. He unfurled Callisto's blanket a bit and quickly switched the necklaces. In that very brief moment, Hephaestus could feel an energy similar to her father's when he activates White Knight. She really is her child. Yet. My heart nearly stopped when she told me. I would be too if I was in her shoes. So. Elpis. Yet. Elpis. If you wonder if I can do more insane stuff, it kind of blended with one of my skills. Truth be told, Cirrus, I didn't think Elpis would have this power. I am sure you know very well to keep Callisto from the gods' eyes, but you as well. If a goddess knows you can give them a child, well, they won't remain civil. I will keep that in mind, but I have Artemis to defend me on that front. Phew. Very true. Had it not been for her, I would have tried my hand. Haha. You're joking, right? Haha. No. She had a very calm yet happy expression. What you can do is something that will literally make any goddess kneel before you requesting a child. There will be no end to their attempts. It'll make an Amazoness's obsession over a strong man look like a child wanting a new toy. I knew the result would be bad, but having more than 2 sources really solidifies it for me and the extent I am willing to go to protect my daughter. Had. Just what I expected from Artemis Orion. I thought you knew I don't like to be called that. 5 days later, some of the Loki familia came over. Hello, Lady Artemis. Ace said with Dione, and Leffy Ya. Ah, you girls. Have you come to see the kids? Artemis said, relaxing at the archery range. Yup. Said Dione with a bright smile. We were a bit busy helping with the Xeno with the Gnosis and some other stuff for Circe. Well FSH. 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 Thunk. 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 All three arrows hit one another through the target. Rethusa, could you show them to the kids? Of course. Here, take my arrows. I'm going off today. Rethusa took them to the kids' room. So, have many people come to visit the babies? Asked Leffy Ya. Quite a good few people. The Hestia familia came, Lady Hephaestus and Eupheme came as well. When they entered the room, they could see Ai and Cirrus sleeping with one eye open while rocking their children in their arms. Hold on a second. She takes a step and snaps her fingers. Snap. Snap. Immediately, their eyes shot wide open. Oh, more visitors. Said Cirrus. Rethusa, we told you that's in case something comes up, Ai said. Well, something did. Hello. Leffy Ya said, a bit shy. We came to see the babies, Ai. Dione said it with stars in her eyes. Well, come over. I'll let you hold Kushika. Ai spoke slowly, getting up. And one of you can hold Callisto. I'm thinking, maybe you, Ace. Cirrus said. Me. She said, a bit surprised. Yeah, out of the four of you, you seem closer to me, so maybe she won't cry. He slowly got up and walked up to her, handing her Callisto. Hold her head. Oh, she said, with Callisto in her arms and holding her head carefully. Do I just, hold her? Yeah, and don't drop her, Cirrus said while taking a seat in the rocking chair. Yes, just hold their head. It's a bit too heavy for them still, Ai said, having handed Kushika to Dione. Oof. She said this, sitting down across from Cirrus. Now if you excuse us, we're going to sleep, right? Now. Zzz. Zzz. The moment they closed their eyes, they instantly went to sleep. Wow. Dione said, looking at them and waving her hand across their faces. They're out cold. He. Dione said, rocking Kushika. Aren't you the cutest little thing? I just wanna nibble your little ears. I bet if the captain and I have a kid, they'll be just as cute as you. Kushika looked at her. They could see her in her own little world. Ace, how are you? Goo. Ba. Callisto said, grabbing Ace's hair. They could see the warmest of smiles on her face. You have your father's eyes. She said, looking into her emerald eyes. Da. Da. She said cheerfully. Seems she's trying to say, Dad, said Leffy Ya. Ah, Dione said. Who's a little daddy's girl? You are. Yes, you are. Dione said. Ah. Ba. Leffy Ya could already see the stark difference between the two siblings. One was more reserved and quiet, while the other was more energetic and cheerful. It's like Dione and Dione. Leffy Ya thought. But. I wonder when Philvis will have her body back. 2 days later, Ryuho came with a few others. Hello, Lady Artemis. Ryuho bowed a bit to greet Artemis. Meow. Hello, Lady Artemis. Said Anya. Hello, Lady Artemis. Said Lunoir, Chloe, Seer, and Mia. This is a surprise. I didn't think you would come, Mia. Artemis said, surprised. Haha. Well, curiosity got the best of me. Not every day you can see the city's strongest adventurers have kids. You also don't have to worry about Chloe, Seer said, tapping Chloe's shoulder. Isn't that right? Why yes. Chloe said a bit scared from the warnings from Ryuhu and Seer yesterday and today to ensure she wouldn't try anything. Well, it's fortunate that today is my day off, so I can show you to them. They followed Artemis to the elevator, which was replaced with a bigger one to fit more people. Artemis placed her hand next to the buttons and pressed the 34th floor out of 35. As they went up, the workers of the Hostess of Fertility saw that the tower was rather empty. Where are all of your children, meow? Anya asked Artemis. In the second tower, they are training or resting. Arriving and going to the baby room, they entered to see Cirrus on the floor, stretched out, with Callisto playing with his hair and Kushika playing with some wooden letter blocks. Artemis and the others look around to find that Ai wasn't in the room. Artemis walks over to see Cirrus sleeping with an eye open. She knelt and held his hand. She then pressed a spot between his thumb and index finger. Gah! He blinks, and his eyes shoot wide open. Cirrus, where is Ai? It's both of you and her turn to watch the kids. Ugh! Cirrus tries to get up, but Callisto holds on tightly. While Ryu and the others spoke, Seer's eyes widened. Their souls. The radiance of the children's souls, particularly Callisto's, astounded Freya. My. Of course, Freya, who had seen Hakushika while he was still in the womb, knew AI had a single child. Given how special Callisto's soul was, she was sure there was no way she would have missed it. A flicker of silver, and she looked keenly at Callisto's soul. Look at this cute little guy, Mia said, holding Hakushika up in the air. This was a first for Freya. She put some effort into seeing more details about Callisto's soul. Aren't you a cute one? Lunwar said, tickling Callisto. The more detail she saw, the more she could see the qualities Sirius's soul has, but none like AI, but more like Artemis. Do you want to hold her, Ryu? Sirius said, combing his hair. Oh, I'm not sure. Ryu said a bit nervous. Seer, why don't you? A soul's color is very much inherited from its parents, the same way blood types are. Then, of course, after Olympia, Sirius's soul gained a more radical change in appearance, resembling that of a radiant azure flame that emits the night sky, stars, and all. This was reflected in Callisto's soul. It has a radiant azure and even a nugget of pure white, but no red. Just silver. It has a similar appearance to Artemis' radiant silver soul. I rarely look at another god's soul. Their divinity says more about them than the color and brilliance of the soul, unlike with mortals. Freya pondered as she gazed at Callisto's soul. Seer. Ryuu's voice rang in her ear. Oh. Sorry. I was a bit in my mind. You don't mind if I use the restroom, do you? Seer said, making a small smile. I'll show you, Sirius said, walking past Seer. Da. Callisto reaches out to Sirius. OOP. Lunwar held her tightly. Isn't she a little thing, hey? Ha. Mia laughed boisterously. You're going to have a hard time, Hakushika. Mia said, holding Hakushika up high. Your sister is a real daddy's girl already. Leaving the room, Sirius showed Seer/Freya to the restroom. They could hear Callisto's wails of crying as they walked away. So, Freya. Sirius glanced at her. I know you have questions. Freya made a light smile. Sirius, I see you as a trustworthy friend. Her eyes flickered again. So, can you tell me the truth? I know that child is not AI's. Of any child I have seen in my time in Gakkai, Callisto far outshines you and any other child. Well, for one, she is my daughter. I can tell. So who was it that was responsible for that silver? You seem to have a person in mind. Sirius. Seer/Freya stopped walking and looked at him keenly. Seer. Sirius turned and looked at Freya's silver eyes. They both look intently into one another's eyes. The realization slowly dawns on Freya, settling in as if someone threw a boulder into a peaceful lake. It's hers. Her eyes widen, and she shakes a bit. It's Artemis. Yes. I will not lie to you, Freya. You know full well the gravity of this. Freya's mind raced and raced. My. She leaned against the guardrail while rubbing her forehead. This certainly is something. Freya had mixed feelings of regret and envy. She hated those feelings, they were gnawing at the love she had for Belle. Freya. Sirius walks over and puts his hand on her shoulder. Can I trust you to help keep her safe? Freya looks to meet Sirius' gaze. They held great worry over his daughter, a worry that can easily grow into fear. Freya knows what will happen to Callisto. Sirius could handle it, but not her, given her age. A feeling of empathy resonated in Freya's heart, washing over her feelings of regret and envy. She will not let the child face the same problem she had, she deserves to live a normal life. Freya's expression returned to a stern and confident look. Yes. Both as a favor for your daughter and as a friend, Sirius. But you will fully honor what I want from the dealings with Dionysus' child. I know. I will honor it, Freya. They returned to the room. Volume 4 Quest 303 Getting Back to Business. The next day, Lefia came to the home to meet with Sirius about the situation with Philvis's body. So, are you going to help her soon? Lefia asked in Sirius' office. Yes. It has been put off long enough. Dionysus has been working on it, right? Sirius said, going over documents. He has done so with diligence, but he needs your help to progress further. I see. All right, tell him I'll come by later today. Much like what Sirius had said, he went back to help Philvis get her body back. He spent 3 months helping when he wasn't taking care of the kids. Hum. Sirius was humming a nice tune. You are in a good mood, Philvis said. Ah well, my kids said their first words. He said, beaming rays of sunshine. What did she say? Dionysus said, mixing some fluids. Well, Hey Kushika said his name. Well, the first part anyway. And Callisto said, Dad. I'm not surprised, Luffy Ya said, helping around. She is really attached to you. I'm positive she would be learning to walk just to follow you. Alright well, when that time comes, I would be coming here a bit late. Cirrus was both looking forward to and not looking forward to those days when she could walk. Now that he understood what it was like to have a child, he couldn't let Dionysus fail his only one. But after a total of 4 months, they had finished what they set out to do. Ooh. So this is the end? Hey. Luffy Ya said, looking at a floating cloned body of Philvis in a tube. The body looked identical to Philvis before she was turned. There were also some other things about which Luffy Ya was not informed, including Philvis please. Yup. After 24 failed attempts, this one here. Cirrus taps the glass. Is the best one so far. We ran it through all the tests, and the body has every feature a person has, Dionysus said. A cut will heal over time. If it's too hot, the body will sweat, too cold, it'll shiver. Stayed too long on the water, and the skin will prune. Everything. We ran it through every possible thing, and it is perfected. Yet, we even have to ask Aranos if Lord Dionysus could use his arcanum for a bit to accelerate the growth of the body to ensure nothing goes wrong. It's really odd seeing an elf turn old before our eyes. But at last, we have done it. A perfected homunculus. He raised his hands in celebration. He walked over to a table. Knock on wood. Knock knock. Lord Dionysus? Mr. Zephyr, where is Philvis? Luffy Ya asked, looking around. Right here. Luffy Ya turned to see Philvis naked, with various patterns and ink on her body. Why are you naked? Luffy Ya quickly turned her gaze away. It is for the ritual. Isn't that right, Lady Freya? Philvis said, turning her head. Coming up next to Philvis was Freya, with ink on her fingers. Yes. It will help with the soul. She looked at the tube and smiled. It's wonderful to have even made this. Cirrus, Dionysus, you will hold your end of the bargain, yes. Of course, Freya, Dionysus said. It might take a while, probably years, but it will be done, Cirrus said, getting into position. I assure you of that, Freya, you will get your reward. Phew. Thank you both so very much. And to you as well, Philvis, for being the one to bring about this moment. Now lay on the ground. I will make the magic foundation and formation. Aranos. If I may. Permission granted. They could see a rainbow color emanating from Freya. It slowly turned silver, then black was mixed in. Had it not been for the special room Cirrus and Dionysus built, the gods would not have known that a deity was using their arcanum. Her silver eyes glowed brightly as a magic circle formed in the room around Philvis and the body. Are you ready, child of wine? Freya said, gazing at her intently. I am, she said, lying down on the cold ground. Very good. Thousand Elf, I suggest stepping away. This is going to be very intense. Luffy Ya does that, and she watched from the sidelines. Luffy Ya watched it all go down. Cirrus gives the body the spark of sentience, Freya said. On it. Sing. He placed his hands on a spherical device that powered up the device in the center, and more lights began to fill the laboratory. Then a bolt of electricity struck Philvis' clone body. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. We have a heartbeat. Shouted Dionysus. Child, brace yourself, Freya said as she waved and weaved her arms. The magic circle and foundation began to spin and change. Eventually, even the patterns on Philvis' body glowed. Gr. Philvis's body shook. Gah. Philvis could feel her soul being ripped out. Philvis. Luffy Ya shouted. She is fine, child, Freya said. Grit those teeth. Pain is worth regaining your pride. Freya kept going, and after about a minute or so of torturous pain, Freya walked up to Philvis, who was convulsing. Just one last feeling of pain, child. Freya reeled back her arm as the gloves turned to ash from her power. She then thrusts her hand into Philvis. Ha! Shunk! It was a foreign and new pain. Ah! The pain was more than enough to faint, but her body was strong. She could feel Freya grabbing hold of her soul, her gentle yet tight grip. She then pulled. Gasp! It was as if she pulled the air from her lungs and veins. The warmth quickly left her head and spread from her toes to the center of her body, leaving her cold. She no longer felt pain, it evaporated as Freya slowly pulled from her body a purple and white amorphous substance. That's her soul. Luffy Ya said, surprised. Yes. It doesn't have a shape now that its vessel is removed. She holds it with both hands and walks to the tube. Now, child of wine, who was stripped of her agency, regain it and walk a new path. She shouts as she puts the soul into the tube and carefully puts it into Philvis' new body. One last jolt. Sing. A current goes through Philvis' new body, and her eyes shoot open. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Bubble. She was gasping for air. Don't worry. Dionysus shouted as he pressed a button and pulled a lever. The special fluid he made sank below as the tube began to drain itself into the ground. Huff. 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 Philvis breathes heavily, trying to get her breath back. She could feel her body begin to feel more alive and warm. Her heart was pumping, the air in her lungs was taking in the oxygen, her brain was firing off neurons. She was alive. She clenched her fists and roared. I am alive again. She was smiling from ear to ear. Philvis. Luffy Ya quickly rushed to her. Luffy Ya. They both hold one another dearly. Are you fine? Anything wrong? Luffy Ya said, worried, checking to see if she was healthy. I am fine, I think. No, wait, your eye? One of your eyes is green. Yes, they are what I wanted. What do you mean? She means she wishes to honor the god who knelt and bowed his head to give her back that which was forcibly taken, Cirrus said, taking notes. So, any weird feelings? Anything off? Dionysus said, observing her. Nothing off with your soul. Freya said, returning to normal. I am fine. My body and soul are all. She tried to get up, but she was weak in the knees. I can't pick myself up. Ah, I guess you will need some physical therapy. Your muscles aren't as developed yet. Cirrus said. Well, now that this is done. Cirrus, when do you think you will fulfill our promise? Freya said. A while. Besides, you still haven't progressed enough for us to even work on it. That is true. Very well. I'll get you the material, eventually. Gross. Both Cirrus and Dionysus said. Could I get some clothes? Philvis said. Here. Cirrus holds out his hand. Theka panoplia, Serenian. The armor had some changes to it. For one, the horns were much like those of a somber deer, and the attire had more gold trims to it. Thank you. Luffy Ya, could you help me? Of course. The two get up and head to the other room. Well, today has been a long day, Cirrus said, stretching. I'll be going. Freya, we will get to work on the possibility of a child being made in a few months. I am sure you would rather spend your time with your otter, and Dionysus wished to help Philvis get back on her feet. That's fine by me. I as well, said Dionysus. Know that our research has been fruitful. Yes, you made a healthy clone, but what I want is... I mixed some of my vessel's blood in with her. Yeah, she is kinda like me, but even less of a god. She is like what? Cirrus looked to Dionysus. She is about 5 to 10% god. I am surprised she doesn't have any genetic defects. Well, so long as she is regularly checked, she should live a healthy life. Tell me, Cirrus. Freya glanced at him. Do you think it was as much of a success as it was due to your exploit with the divine flame? That could also be a factor. My magic has gotten, sing. A quick split-second formation of his magic circle, and in his hand a ball of white electricity formed, crackling. More unique. Ooh, Freya smiles ear to ear. Then my faith is rightfully placed. Fate has brought about this fortune. Hearing her, Cirrus felt a bit manipulated. Fate. God damn it. Volume 4 Quest 303.5 Forest Lilies. Soon after, Luffy Ya helped Philvis to the other room. Phew, thank you for helping me. I didn't think walking would be this hard. Philvis said, sweating and in a much better mood. How is the body? Are you sure nothing is? I am sure, Luffy Ya. This body. She moved her arm a bit. Weak as it may be, I am happy with it. I feel comfortable in my own skin again. Even if your eyes are different. You want to know more about why I chose this, right? Yeah. Luffy Ya didn't know how to go about this. She was flustered. She didn't know how to go about this. I asked Cirrus when the cloning was first brought up. He said it would be far more difficult, but nevertheless, he and Lord Dionysus worked hard to get me these eyes to match Lord Dionysus's eyes. I would have asked for both, but Cirrus suggested something that I like to be a bit closer to you. See closer? You wanted to be closer to me. Yes, an eye to match Lord Dionysus, and my red eye to complement you. She said it flat out. And with this new body and lease on life, I will do what makes me happy. And that is... Philvis looked at her and, with all of her strength or what little she had, pulled Luffy Ya in and kissed her. Luffy Ya was surprised, and Philvis pulling her in caused Luffy Ya to be on top of her. Huff. 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 They both breathed heavily. Their warm breaths on one another's faces. Sorry. But I wanted to express myself to you. Luffy Ya didn't know what to feel. She felt a strong conflict between Philvis and Ace. Her face was turning blush red. Do you not feel the same? No, just. I don't. Luffy Ya. Philvis slowly touches her face. I love you. I just couldn't express it with that tainted body. I waited, and I didn't want to wait anymore. Luffy Ya's mind raced. Philvis isn't waiting anymore to show her love, but what about herself? She has pined over Ace ever since she entered the Loki Familia. She went over all of her times with Ace, and she wanted her praise, her attention, her admiration, her love. Was that what she wanted? Bell Cranel. He was the first boy that Ace has ever taken an interest in, especially after Olympia. She noticed Ace has been trying to get closer to Bell. The same could be said for Bell. She doesn't even have pride that she is stronger than him. She has nothing over to be better than him, especially when they finally became a couple. She didn't want to admit it, but Belle was the one who stole her first crush and succeeded before she could even take that first step. It stung Luffy Ya and hurt far more than any attack. Tap. Tap. Tears dripped on Philvis. Luffy Ya. She gently wiped the tears away. I am sorry It's not you, she said softly. I'm just. Philvis could see the torrent of emotions on her face. Help me up. We can talk about this. Sorry but. Luffy Ya helps her up. I think I need some time to think. Luffy Ya left the room and made a beeline for the exit. She couldn't hear what Cirrus and Dionysus were saying. She just left as quickly as she could to get fresh air. Huff. 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 Luffy Ya was breathing heavily by the entrance. Thousand Elf. She looked to see Otter, waiting for his goddess to return. Oh Otter sir. Has something happened? And no. I needed some air, that's all. Lady Freya is fine. She then took her leave, walking briskly. Otter watched as she left. She went into an alleyway and leaned against the wall. Phew, she breathed out, calming herself. What to do? She started to get lost in her thoughts. She remembered that kiss and that moment. Her heart was beating even now. She replayed it over and over in her mind. The feeling of her lips against hers, the tone of her voice as she confessed. I don't know how to feel or should feel. I'm scared and confused. It's like I'm in a haze where I can't even see my own hands. So this is where you ran off to. Luffy Ya turned to see Freya, with Otter right behind her. Lady Freya. Hello, Thousand Elf. Her eyes flickered sliver. Mind telling me, what got you so flustered? Freya brought her to a private room where it was just the two of them. She told her what had happened. I see. She confessed her love and kissed you. Freya said, resting her head on her arm. Why yes. Luffy Ya said, red in the face. It's so hard not to look her in her eyes. I can feel my head getting more lightheaded. Luffy Ya's eyes were darting around, trying to find a safe place to let her eyes rest, but she found it impossible. Tell me, Thousand Elf, do you have anyone else in your heart? I said do hold on a second. Otter. Otter entered the room. My lady. Sulfur. Otter reached behind his back and took out a bottle of yellow powder. Thank you. That is all. He then left. What is that? Sulfur. Helps with not getting enamored. She opened the bottle, and a horrible stench filled the room. Ugh. It smells horrible. I know, so breathe through your mouth. Phew phew. Better. Yes. Luffy Ya felt her head get more focused now. Good, so tell me, do you have anyone else in your heart? Come on. Tell her. She is a love goddess. If anyone can help you, it's her. Yes. Is it the Sword Princess? How do you know that? She said even more red. It was just written on your face. It's similar to Loki's, but yours runs deeper and purer. A bit confused and unsure, with some anxiety and fear of rejection mixed in. Am I right? Why yes. She nailed me dead on. She isn't a love goddess for nothing. How very sad she has taken an interest in the White Rabbit. Luffy Ya flinched a bit. What do you know about? A good amount of it. Just a few days ago, they had a little date. They went around eating Sword Princess's favorite food, those potato snacks. Luffy Ya felt her heart was stabbed, and Freya's words were only twisting and plunging it deeper in. So they are really. I am afraid so. Oh. Lefia heard about it from Loki, but she refused to believe it, rejecting the idea of her first love being taken. I also know that the waitress from the hostess of fertility is also with him, Seer. That hole stopped, and a fit of anger filled her. So he is cheat. It seems Ace is fine with it. Apparently, she and White Rabbit were influenced by Cirrus. Even his goddess, Hestia, is in it. There were even some more girls around him wanting a piece of him. Lefia felt burning jealousy and anger. He has Ace, and he still isn't satisfied? I should go in. Now tell me, Freya said with a sterner tone of voice. Do you love Ace? Huh? Do you love Ace, elf? Yes. I do. She said it proudly. I will never have another. What is her favorite color? Hey. What is Ace's favorite color? It's. When is her birthday? It's. Favorite animal? You Favorite drink? Favorite spot in the city? Tell me again. Do you love Ace? She even doubted her own feelings. Her anger and jealousy quickly sank into the hole in her heart because of her lack of knowledge of the one she loves so dearly. Or is it infatuation? She felt her blood run cold. Love, or infatuation? Which one is it, elf? Love or infatuation? I don't. You know, don't you? I can see it in your face. Her world was crumbling around her with every word that left Freya's lips, breaking more and more. It felt like this was the end. Don't make such a look. Now that you know what your feelings are, you can move on. Move on. Yes. Move on from this pursuit of love that wouldn't have worked out from your self-induced fantasy. Why you don't know that? Ace could. But she doesn't. She does not see you in that light. Trust me, elf. The quicker you understand your love, the faster you can get to find your true love. But she is. You don't even know her favorite color or even her birthday. You would say you love her when you know next to nothing about her. It would be one thing if you just met her, but you have been in the same familia for few years now. She was right. She barely knew anything about Ace. The most intimate thing she knew about her was that she had spirit blood running through her, but what else was there? So much time together and yet nothing to show. My love is, just a mere infatuation. But I love her. She is my idol. My hero. Freya could only look at her with a neutral expression. She wasn't surprised by this at all. If you see her as your idol and as your hero, then you are not seeing her for who she is. You put her on a pedestal as one would a god. Neither she nor I are perfect. Lefia only dug herself deeper. Lady Freya. Why? Why are you doing this? Simple. I felt bad for you. A child so young has love problems so early in their lives. I couldn't sit by and let you waste your life chasing after a self-made image. Do you have experience in this? Of course. My whole life in Gakkai. I chased after my Audra. My love. I traveled to the edges of the continent. Across deserts and seas. Battlefield and small, peaceful villages. In all that time, not once was I ever rejected by a mortal. Only one has ever done that, rejected my love. Who was it? You just saw him in the lab helping that child who professed her love. See Cirrus? He rejected you. Yup. He was the one who asked me if my love was genuine or simply just infatuation. Those simple words greatly helped center my life. I learned what I was missing, and from it, I learned how I could satiate this never-ending need for pleasure. So. You found your Audra. I did. But that is between you and me. Another flicker of silver could be seen briefly in her eyes. Why yes. Good. Now I should be. Wait. What should I do? I don't. Give her a shot. It's called dating for a reason, elf. Give her a chance. I am sure you won't regret it. Freya took her leave. She left the bottle of sulfur behind. Try, hey. Volume 4 Quest 30423 Years of Persistence. Moonlight Tower's third tower, training area. Clang. Stab. Malayan stabs her sword into the ground. Huff. 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 Malayan kneels in exhaustion. They covered her body with several cuts and bruises. This makes the 10th try, Malayan, Ai said, sheathing her blade. Ugh. I will come again tomorrow. She slowly picks herself up. Coming up to her was Bree. Here you go. She hands her a full restore potion that restores her mana, stamina, and health. Phew, thank you. I thank you for the battle, Ai, Lady Artemis. You did better this time. Tell Hestia we have tea in 3 days. Artemis shouted, waving goodbye with the bow Cirrus made for her. I will inform her. Malayan left their training facility. Since about 2 months ago, Malayan has been trying to beat AI and Artemis. Ha! Another failed attempt. She stops in their garden and looks at the top of the tower. Cirrus. Ha! Would be nice if I can. You rang. Malayan jumped a bit as she quickly turned to see Cirrus. See Cirrus. You are here early. Malayan was embarrassed that Cirrus had overheard her. Yet, my work got cleared up. Well, not familiar work, but personal stuff. So, you, won the fight against AI and Art. No. Your wives are certainly tough. But Lady Artemis said I got better. Ah, that's good. So how's everything been? Both Cirrus and Malayan know how little they have in common. That could be remedied by spending some time together, but the fact stands that Malayan knew his mother personally, which kinda makes it a bit harder. Everything has gone well. Belle, Ace, and Seer have been doing well. But I believe Haruheim wishes to join in, as well as the Amazoness of the Loki Familia, Tiona. Ah, the book lover. Well, that's Belle's business. Jesus fucking Christ, Belle is fucking pulling. Very. As the advisor and temporary vice-captain of the Hestia Familia, until Lily is more experienced, I have been teaching Belle how to carry himself. Both for appearances and to train him should, or when Hera ever meets him. Very good idea. Hera would eat him alive. Cirrus, would it be possible if you could walk me home? I kinda have the kids so. I understand. Next time. She nods. See you again, Cirrus. Walking back, Malayan wanted to punch herself. Why did I say that? It was going so well. Next time. Next time I will do better. She went home and painted the stress away in abstract art. Malayan would spend a month. Clang. Huff. 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 Try again next time. After month. Clang. Huff. 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 Next time. After months of trying to beat AI and Artemis. Clack. Huff. Huff. Grr. Better. You managed to graze me. AI said. Well, see you again in 2 months. Is it that time already? Artemis asked AI. Yeah, it's time for our expedition with the Loki Familia. Eventually, those months turned into a year. Cirrus looked from the side as Malayan put in a good try. Huff. Huff. Damn it. You are getting even better, AI said, wiping some sweat from her brow. Thank you. She slowly got up with fewer injuries. I will come next week. They watched as Malayan leaves the facility. She is getting close, Artemis said. Yeah, she is getting better at dodging my drawing strike. By this point, it was routine for Malayan would come, fight, and lose. Not that she was weak, not at all, but having to face AI and Artemis, whose aim was greater than her own. Then there was the fact that she can't shoot at her back. But more primarily, the reason she kept losing is simply because she is not a close-quarters fighter. AI, however, has more than enough experience dodging Artemis's arrows from various distances and angles. In short, Malayan was at a massive disadvantage. That was before she would polish and improve her swordsmanship against AI. Soon, Malayan said, walking through the garden after another loss. More polish. Sharper. More thud. She looked at her leg to see a small, white-haired child with fox ears. Helroati. Callisto said, looking up at Malayan, smiling. Ah, little Callisto. She picked her up. It is hello, auntie. Hello auntie. She said it clearly. Very sharp. Much like your father. Hee. She smiles happily at the compliment. You like that, don't you? Where is your brother? Or father? Why? That way, Callisto. She pointed to where her brother and father were and walked there. Ha! Clack! Haku shouted, swinging a small branch. Keep trying, Cirrus said with his finger out. Thud. Thud. He swung his little arms, hitting Cirrus's finger. Cirrus was smiling ear to ear as Hakushika was trying to imitate his mother. Dad! Callisto shouted. Oh, that's where you went. Malayan, thanks for getting her. Not at all. She hands her over to him. It surprised me that she left your eyes. She usually is always attached to you. Callisto hugs Cirrus tightly. Cirrus hugs her back before putting her down. Yeah, I didn't even think she would. Haku, do you wanna greet your... Hello, Auntie Malayan, Hakushika said politely while looking up at her. Callisto walks and stands next to Hakushika. Hey Kushika. He's just a handful of days older than his sister, but he is smart. He is like a blueprint of what Callisto would develop. At least in intelligence. She is still a demigod. Your pronunciation always impresses me, Haku. Are you playing with your father? I want to be like mom and dad. He said proudly. Well, I am sure you will. I'll see you next week, Cirrus. I will. Thud. Heek. Heek. Dad. Baku pushed me. Callisto cried out on the ground. I did not. And you know it's Haku. Quiet mispronouncing words. Haku said, stepping away from Callisto. Cirrus patted Haku's head. I know you didn't. Cirrus looked at his daughter. Callisto, I know you fell on your own, don't try to get your brother in trouble just so I can hold you. Artemis told me what you did the last time you tried this. Her face turns red, and her cheeks puff up. He pushed me. He pushed me. He pushed me. He pushed me. She cried out, throwing a tantrum on the ground, tossing, turning, and shouting with amazing pronunciation of her words. C.A. Malayan. Cirrus nods, ignoring Callisto. Later. She bows and takes her leave. Alright, let's try again, Haku. Ignore you, sister. He pushed me. He pushed me. He pushed me. But she's so loud. Haku looked at his sister as she thrashed around on the ground. She'll tire herself out eventually, Cirrus said assuredly. When Malayan returned to the Hestia Familia home, she resumed vigorously training herself in swordsmanship. Huff. 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 Failed again, hey. Hestia said. Yes. But it is only a matter of time before I could match AI and then beat her. Of course, eventually, Malayan's persistence paid off. With each month, she got better than the last, and since she started, it took her 3 years to finally do it. Huff. Huff. Clang. Malayan stabs her blade into the ground to hold herself up. Damn it. Draw. Malayan was covered in slashes and bruises, and she had a few arrows in her. Ugh. That is gonna leave a mark tomorrow. AI said, wiping the sweat from her head as she had several cuts all over her body. I am, still impressed that you overcame the gap between levels. Of course, AI said, slowly walking towards her. I have fought with Cirrus over 1,000 times. It would be weird if I couldn't cut you. Yes, the sparring these two did might as well be called a raging storm. Said Artemis, high up in the training area. This makes the 223rd time you challenged us for a place by Cirrus's side, and today, Malayan, AI said, holding out her hand. You have won. What do you mean? It was a draw. We know, but it is up to us whether you win or lose. Besides, you just needed to get our approval, and you did more than enough to show how serious you are about this. I mean, no one has even gone for another round besides you. And you did it 223 times. Well, I have faced the black beasts, so I am not so easy to back down. Except, of course, that one. A dark memory quickly came and left. But now for the hardest part. Are you ready for the date? I am. As I said before, I have faced the black beasts. A little rejection isn't enough to scare me. I have seen his strength and his compassion to spare the goddess of Belcranal simply because of Althea's request. He lost a friend I could see ran deeper than what I could ever hope to get. I wish to be by his side and make sure he doesn't lose another friend like her again. AI looked at Artemis and they both nodded. Then we give you our full approval, Artemis said. Oh wow. Malayan's eyes widen. Really? She stands up with excitement in her heart. Yes. You should be proud, Malayan. AI said. So what do you plan on? A dungeon date. Malayan said proudly. I have long come down to that decision. Malayan took time to reach this conclusion. Any other way was too short to ensure she reciprocated her feelings. A dungeon date is a long process. It can take days or even weeks to end. It also allows the two of them to be close to one another. A good choice, Artemis said. I'll go and tell. Lady Artemis, AI, I have a single request, Malayan said firmly. I wish to tell him when I am ready. AI and Artemis looked at one another and nodded. That's fine. Take as much time as you need. AI said. Thank you. Malayan bows. I will return in a week's time. See you then. Malayan then took her leave, walking with a pep in her step. Volume 4 Quest 304.1 Dungeon Date, A Chance. The first place she went was not the Hestia Familia home but to the hostess of fertility. Why did you call me out here? Ryu asked as both she and Malayan are in the back of the pub. Ryu Lion. As I see you as a sort of rival for Cirrus affections. You okay? Did you call me here to remind me? You have told me that on different occasions. Ryuo was a bit flustered by her. No, I came here to inform you that I got approval. What? Why you got approval? Yes. Just today. Ryuo didn't really know what to do or feel. I wish you well. I have faith that you will have the courage to make your move. I hope me telling you will light a fire in you. Lady Malayan, do you not need to get serious affections? Ryuo gained some composure. That is true. But I assure you, I will succeed. She turns and walks away. Ha! Ryuo bends down and covers her face. So Seer/Freya said, overhearing the conversation. Are you finally gonna try and go for Cirrus? I will see on Malayan's result. And if she succeeds. I don't wanna think about it. Well, I told you to go and get Lady Artemis and AI's approval. I know, but both of them are very busy. Don't give me excuses, Ryuo. Seer/Freya said sternly. You could go and. Oi! Lunwar shouted. Get back to work, or else Mia is going to come and get you. Ryuo gets up and quickly gets past Seer. Hey! Don't run away from this conversation. Malayan then returned to the Hestia Familia home. Lady Hestia. Malayan said, springing from the door. Oh wah! Hestia jumped up in surprise. Malayan. I have succeeded. Congratulations. Hestia said coming up to her happy. We should celebrate. I would love to, but I need to prepare my gear. Your gear? I thought you were already wearing it. This. She looked at her clothes. No. This is just my travel clothes. They are light and durable, and given my level, I do not need armor until the deep floors. How far are you planning on going? The 62nd floor. Okay? Why you can't be serious? Only the Artemis, Loki, and Freya made that far. There is plenty of time for us to learn of one another. Now I will be off to place my orders and gather money. She then took off again. 1 week after Malayan gained Artemis and AI's blessing and preparation, Malayan stood before Cirrus. Scribble. 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 I love you, Malayan said to Cirrus while he was in his office working. Scribble. 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 I know this, you have confessed your love several times to me, Malayan, Cirrus said while looking at and signing documents. Scribble. 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 I know that very well, but this is different. Scribble. 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 Oh? How so? Scribble. 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 I have gained their blessings. Scribble clack. His pen drops in the dead quiet room. He slowly looks up to find her smiling ear to ear, something very rare in the time he has known her. Fafnir, go ask AI and Art if it's true. His shadow shifted before quickly traveling through the shadows out of the room. Do you not believe me? Malayan raised an eyebrow. Would you? That is fair. I have failed several times before, but if one were to punch a wall long enough, it would eventually break. I won't argue with you that you would statistically eventually win against them, just. I didn't think it would be after 2 years. You forgot a couple of months to add up to 3 years. Master. Said Fafnir, emerging from the shadows. They said yes. Well then. I don't really know what to say. I do. My love, I propose we go on a dungeon date. A dungeon date? Why did you choose that? What better way to learn one another more better than in battle, where our truths are laid bare with our weapons? Fine. I'll give you that much after fighting to get their blessings. He stands up. I assume you've already got everything ready. I do. Shall we meet at Babel? That's fine by me. Malayan returned to the Hestia Familia home. So are you all ready? Asked Hestia. Yes. I will do what I can to find a place in his heart. Then good luck. You have my blessing. Hestia gives her a thumbs up. Said Belle. Good luck, Malayan. Armor and weapons are all ready. Welf asked. They are. You did a fine job maintaining them. Malayan nodded. You have the route all planned out. Lily said. I do. I still remember the old routes I used to take, which are still trackable, albeit mostly on the 19th to 24th floors. They said it was all burnt down. Ah, the guild reported that Evilus burned it down. Well, thank you, Lady Hestia. I shall make sure I get a place in his heart. But are you gonna convert or? Hestia spoke a bit shyly. Not immediately. Malayan looked to Belle and Lily. You two still need a bit more to stand on your own with the other more established familias. Malayan got ready and left the home. Volume 4 Quest 304.2 Dungeon Date, Getting to Know One Another. Waiting at Babel, Malayan arrived with attire similar to what she wore 15 years ago. It seems you came well packed, said Malayan, looking at Cirrus with Artemis by his side. But are you going to bring me your daughter? Latched onto his leg was Callisto. I wanna go too. She shouted, getting many people's attention. Sorry, but she is really attached to her father, said Artemis, bending down. Let go, sweetie. Artemis had to use a bit of her strength to pull her from Cirrus's leg. And nice armor. No. Callisto reached out to grab Cirrus. I wanna go too. Thank you. Malayan nodded. It is similar to the gear I wore during my expeditions. The fabric is far better than my time. Yet, time sure does wonders for improving clothing. She checks her clothes once more, admiring how well it fits and feels. Callisto, Cirrus said in a stern voice with an even sterner gaze. Keep this up, and I'll play with your brother more than you when I get back. Her eyes widen. She puffed up her cheeks in anger. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. He gently tapped her nose with an earnest smile. You think you can wait? Okay. Take care, Cirrus. Artemis then looked over at Malayan. And good luck to you, Malayan. Thank you, Artemis. They waved their goodbyes and went into the dungeon. First floor. So, how far do you want to go down? Asked Cirrus. The 62nd floor. That far? Yes, by then I am sure is enough. Okay then, so let me ask you. What do you think of me so far? We have known each other for almost 3 years, so you know well enough of how I fight. Malayan thinks about this. He uses flashy moves that hide his true intention to weaken the opponent, but that's only for human enemies. For the monster, he is always extremely efficient in how he attacks, with no excess of movements or hesitations. He simply slays those before him as quickly as he can. You are a very astute, efficient, and tricky person. From what I have learned of you, I assume you must have fought extremely strong foes to create a style that relies on you chipping away at them without them even knowing it while minimizing your energy to eventually beat them out. You are also rather reckless in how you approach things, but knowing you, they are more like calculated risks to get the job done. Cirrus didn't quite know what to say. He never really gave much thought to how he fought. He simply just fought using what he learned and applying it in different ways to catch his foes off guard and win. Malayan's words made it sound like something grander. I see. Well, can I ask you something? My ears are free. This was a question that lingered in his mind for ages, ever since Malayan first confessed. Do you not find it weird that you want to be with the son of your captain? Or former captain? I also have her face, albeit it has changed as I grew up, but it is still the face one could see her and hear. She stopped walking to think. Did she really not give it any thought? Somewhat. I won't lie and say I had no problem at first, but as I got to speak and interact with you, I could see the differences. Like your cheekbones, your chin is a bit sharper, and your eyebrows are slightly thicker. I could go on, but I believe I proved my point. Okay, and what about the age difference between us? To an elf, it is not that much of an issue considering our long lifespan. She walked forward again. Yet, I assume the elves have some age dynamic preferences. Now that I'm thinking about it, what constitutes an adult by 11 standards? 25, Malayan said flat out. Until then, they can be considered as a teen. Adults are 25 to 200 once, then they are an elder. So yes, I can see there would be an age dynamic preference in looking for a mate in the age group of 17 to 100. From what I have seen, humans do not have a set preference for the ages of elves, but do for other races. Well, to a human, our natural lifespan is 120 in perfect conditions with no variables but drops drastically to either 60 to 86 or so years. That is, of course, when I'm not taking in the fauna into the equation, which extends that drastically. I see, with such a short-lived race, it would make sense to not have a set preference in a mate. Yup, plus our standards are different. Like I'm sure some humans prefer strong people like the Amazonas. That, and elves, also age like fine wine. No matter how old they get, they still look beautiful. So do you find me attractive, given that I have known your mother since she was 12? Cirrus and Malayan stopped walking. He looks at her up and down. Well, you are very attractive, plus the age thing kinda means shit to me. I mean, I married a goddess who is, you know, older than both you and me. I did not consider that. Lady Artemis is a goddess, so my age of 117 looks like a child's. You're 117. Cirrus said, surprised. Did you think I was older? Her tone was a bit more aggressive. Well, So how did you come to Orario? They resumed walking. Malayan didn't pursue it any further. When I was 29, I decided to leave home and explore the world. Given that I am a high dark elf and just like dark elves in general, our kind is around as rare as the Renards due to our ancestors fighting off the monsters. Mostly due part to our race's higher affinity for combat. Not to say all other elves aren't as good, but the dark elves are more inclined to physical forms of combat rather than magical. So I can guess it wasn't easy to get away, hey. No, I planned my escape long before when I was 20. I see. So, and not to sound offensive or anything, and I am sorry in advance if I am, but... Are you related to Hogni Ragnar of the Freya familia? He is the only other dark elf I know of. We are distantly related, but our blood ties are as thin as bats and birds. I see, so did you join any other familia or just Hera? I, of course, joined the Odin familia as they were the closest familia to my home forest. Oh, that's interesting. How was it being part of that familia? Boring. I stayed only for 2 months before leaving after my family kept pestering me. After I left the Lionish forest, I simply traveled around doing odd jobs here and there for a couple of years. I would eventually hear of Orario and travel to it. Then, you would meet my mom and Hera. Well, more or less, I was walking when Hera and Freya came up to me. Oh? That must have been very tough. Not exactly. They asked if I wished to join their familia, to which I said that I will choose on whatever side the coin lands on. You picked based on Avalis. Yes, as that would be the fairest way to pick between two gods. This. I am learning a lot about you. So then you met my mom? No. That would be a few decades later. Do you have any stories of your odd jobs? I once wrestled a large boar and made it into a village's workhorse for plowing the fields. That's pretty cool. Did you do any odd jobs? Not any that I am willing to share. That is fine. Oh, no, wait, yet, in Yamato, I was once asked to investigate a clan dispute, and it ended up with like the clan heads, their children, and a few servants sleeping around and selling each other off for more power, but none of them had the opportunity due to the other's interference. That is an odd job for you. Well, I never had a job that required me to, like, catch a cat actually, I wrestled some pigs. Cirrus was a bit happy about that. One summer, when I was teaching a class during the early start of the city's construction, a student asked if I ever wrestled a pig. Real fun. Everyone had a go at it. Phew. You sound happy about wrestling with a pig. Well, it was pretty fun getting all muddy. Felt like a kid, you know. There is something about playing in the mud that brings out the child in oneself. They talked more about personal stuff. Alright, favorite color? Asked Cirrus. White. Before, it was black, but... That dragon ruined the color for me. That must have sucked. That is putting it mildly, but yes. I was, broken for a lot of years. I had to sleep with a light source for a few years. How bad was it? For the other members, I mean. Broken, Cirrus. They were all worse off than the disheartened palams that you see in the alleyways. Hera sealed most of their foulness so they couldn't cause harm, but... They, like her, drank themselves to numb the pain and trauma. Guess that explains her house when I first met her. So what is your favorite color? Well, it changed, but it's blue and white. Birthday? April 2nd. Yours? May 15th. Season? Fall and spring, you. Winter and spring. Volume 4 Quest 304.3 Dungeon Date, Bonds. A day later on the 20th floor. Cirrus, do you not wish to learn more of your mother? Asked Malign as both she and he were casually cutting down monsters. I am hesitant. A part of me wishes to learn more about her, but another wants nothing to do with her. All that I know about her is stuff I heard from other people. If you wish, I can tell you more of Nephili. Some things only those who were close to her would know and see. Cirrus thought on it long and hard. Very well. What was she like? She was very headstrong, clumsy, and very sweet. That was how she was when I met her. You know, I met her one day as the familia were on our way to the dungeon, and this bright-eyed girl came out and landed flat on her face. Malign made the sweetest of smiles, remembering a fond memory. Ah yes, I then knelt and gave her my hand. She then asked to join the familia, and I warned her not to. Sadly and fortunately, Hera found potential in her. From then on Hera would slowly have her within her hands, molding her to her liking. Yet, I'm sure with those swirling pools of madness in her red eyes, she would raise her as she sees fit. Very. But had it not been for her stubbornness and need to prove herself to the familia, she would sneak out late at night and enter the dungeon. She had made it to the 13th floor in only 2 months. Guess she was rather talented, hey? I am afraid not enough. From what she told Hera, she heard some people needed help, and when she went, well, it was evil us. What happened? Cirrus said solemnly. A bloodbath. Nephili didn't really remember that scene, but it was the turning point for her. She felt guilt, anger, powerless, and weak. So she sought to resolve that. She knelt before Hera right there and then within the familia's home foyer and asked her to make her into someone who does not know fear. Then, she was gone. Yes, Malayan said painfully. She slowly turned into another Hera. She was strong, ferocious, noble, cold, prideful, and tyrannical. That sweet girl was lost from both the world and her goddess, especially her goddess. She tried to gain her approval and validation. To whatever was against her, she would meet it with a cruel swing of her sledgehammer. I had my guesses that Nephili's parents were not present in her life, a common occurrence in Orario and in all facets of societies around the world. Cirrus could look at the look on her face. It was one of deep regret and dejection. Did she mention anything about her parents? No, I afraid she was tight-lipped about it. Cirrus took a deep breath. It felt as if he would learn nothing beyond his mother. The orphans of Orario. I know a bit of that. When I left to meet Belle, I left AI with Hera. I was a bit scared of what Hera would say to her. And did your fears come true? Partially. Thankfully, I came back early enough to stop any more of her influence. But what? But I think Hera knew what she was doing. After I talked with AI, our relationship deepened because of her, so I don't know. Hera is a hard person to try and read. Very, even Freya herself can't get a read on her, which leads to Hera always winning against Freya during their little games. I know Freya isn't too fond of her, but was that the reason? Yes, I was there as her bodyguard enough times to know Freya lost so much to Hera it actually made her far more humbled. What? Cirrus knew Freya as a fairly calm and composed goddess with pride and confidence befitting of her. Knowing that she was more confident it scared Cirrus a bit about what she could have done if Hera didn't humbled her. I can see why you are surprised and maybe a bit scared. The Freya from back then was truly a reckless individual. A real nectar-coated blade. Yet, now she is still a bit like that, but she certainly is more methodical in how she does things. But back to my mom. Right. So she became like the human equivalent of Hera, everyone feared and hated her, even some of the familia, except for Belle's mother, Meteria. But one day she took on a quest outside the city, we didn't know where she was going, but she went alone, and after a month we grew worried, and then after another, Hera sent some of her familia to go and find her. Then a few months later, she returned. Yes. Malayan stopped walking, as did Cirrus. On a rainy day, she returned with a look we had never seen on her before, one of sorrow and pain, and now knowing you, a state of bereavement. She said nothing and simply ignored everyone, even Hera, and went to her room. We could hear the sounds of her crying, and then, after 2 days, she emerged from her room. She was like a different person, her eyes held a fierceness and determination that overshadowed her previous self. Hera asked what she was doing those months, and she simply never gave her an answer. From then on, she grew more reckless and power-hungry. She would train the familia to such a level of harshness that Hera had to intervene by how brutal it was. But it did not stop there, she would dive into the dungeon for months on end, diving as deep as she could, fighting hordes and hordes of monsters on her own, and after 4 years, she had reached it, level 9. I remember, that was when I found out who she was. Can I ask you why you didn't go and confront her? At the time, I had no love for her. She abandoned me at an orphanage. But after I asked Fels what it means to be part of a powerful familia, they said it was a constant gaze like that of a predator seeking the right time to kill the prey, waiting for anything to give it an advantage. I understood fairly early on why she left me that day and why I couldn't go to her. The city was dangerous, and I didn't want myself nor her to be in danger. I had planned on meeting her when I was old enough to be an adventurer, but, well, that day never came. I had to advance my plan seeing how, after 2 of the strongest familias were no more, a power vacuum would soon come and the dark era would grow in intensity. That is a shame. Do you still hold resentment towards her? No, but neither do I hold affection for her. She is simply a bittersweet memory to me now. If it makes you feel any better, after she had reached level 9, she would search the city and look out the front of the familia home, watching carefully. She would even sleep with one eye open by the window. Before, it was odd, but now, in retrospect, I think she was hoping you would have come to find her. She would see you coming up to the familia home, and she would rush to you without a second thought. Malayan could see a look in Cirrus's eyes and face. She could see him imagining what it would have been like if he had thrown caution to the wind and gone to her. He took a deep breath and kept walking. That's good to know. He walked on ahead, not letting Malayan see him, but she could see small wet spots on the ground and him rubbing his eyes. A while later, Cirrus had another question. Malayan. Cirrus kept walking. Do you know why my mom's eyes swirl like Hera's? Ah, that. Do you also possess those eyes? I do. They always come out when I get very angry. So you inherited her Dini eyes, huh? I am surprised Hira never told you. Or any god for that matter, they are pretty rare qualities. So what, they have some power or something? None of the sort. From what Zeus told me, they are known as Dini eyes, and they came into being because of Hira. How so? Cirrus stopped to look at Malayan. Malayan stopped as well, she looked into Cirrus's emerald eye. So to begin, Dini eyes are linked to Palam history. More specifically, the Order of Fianna. Oh? That's a surprise. Do I got some Palam blood in me? Maybe somewhere down your lineage, given that the Order of Fianna helped install a new monarch to rule. The queen saw the might those with blood-red eyes possess. They were primarily a trait found within Palams, so after Fianna's order did their part in helping humanity, the queen of the kingdom had ordered research into the eyes. Okay, so I am assuming they found those with blood-red eyes and just bred them. Yes. Zeus called it eugenics. They found that those with blood-red eyes, when there was nothing to inhibit them, they would seek out blood and violence and were aptly renamed berserker eyes. They continue to breed them to serve as weapons while slowly cutting out the mindless drive to kill. Then the gods came, and the researchers met Hira. Hira was amused by the eyes and so helped them along, and after a few generations, they got all the users of those eyes to retain their sanity. They were named Avenging Eyes. Hira would always dote on and raise the finest warrior with these eyes to be her captain, and over a few more generations, those eyes slowly began to change to match the goddess's own eyes. Ironically, those eyes slowly began to lose their redness and change to the person's natural eye color. Well, that is, unexpected. Cirrus was surprised his eyes had such history. So is there a family out there that continues to make them? No. Zeus stated that eventually, the bloodline ended in a war with the Cronus Familia. He said that war was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing in the form of helping accelerate the world's technology, and a curse as it was the first time human life was lost on such a large scale by their own kind. I see. Interesting. A lot of what she said is lost to time. Records were burned or lost, the gods of that time either forgot them over the passage of time or were sent back to heaven. Keep going, this is rather interesting. Is it? I was never fond of history. Too boring and complicated. But if you like, I will continue. As I was saying, after the war, the bloodline and any research into those eyes were lost. This greatly affected Hira. Zeus noted that this was the angriest he had ever seen Hira. For 10 years, her eyes were swirling. My god! Those poor people! Yes. Malayan and Cirrus took a moment to sympathize with those who experienced that. So a few centuries later, she met my mom. Cirrus said. Yes. Nephili never spoke about her early years, but seeing as you and her possess what Hira named the Dini eyes, it seems a bloodline still existed and continued to refine the eyes. The side effects were fully rooted, and now it just makes it easier to lose themselves to their own temper. Of course, meeting you, it seems that if one works on themselves, even that is suppressed. Ah. I guess that explains it a bit. I guess? But are you sure the temper is the only thing? It is the only thing I have noticed. I am sure Hira molded Nephili to have a sharper, more controlled temper, but I guess that is in the past. Yet, I didn't know this eye of mine had such a history. I am a bit more worried about my kids, though. I am sure with your parentage they will turn out fine, Malayan assured him. Come on. She walked up to him and patted his shoulder. Let's continue, Cirrus. She gives him a slight smile before walking past him. Hat. He lightly smiled. Alright. Volume 4 Quest 304.4 Dungeon Date, Trust. After leaving the 48th floor, there was a smoldering floor that was like being in a volcano. The ground, ceiling, and walls were a burning red, with distorted rocks littering them from the 44th to the 48th. They finally arrived on the 49th floor. Phew, they let out a deep breath at the heat. Sweat dripped down them from going through waves of flame rocks and foam wars. These floors always make me sweat, Malayan said as the sweat glistened off her body. Yeah, this place really makes one want to be lazy. Cirrus tried not to look at Malayan given her attire, but it has been a couple of days since he was on this dungeon date with her. After their talk on the 20th floor and the nights together and fighting side by side, they significantly got closer to one another. Well, there it is, the monster Rex, the Baler. Said Malayan. They look out to the 49th floor, known as Moitra, the home of the monster Rex, Baler. The floor itself was a huge sand-covered room with no sign of life anywhere, and the environment was reddish-brown. It's as evil-looking as ever, Cirrus said, looking at the monster, a hairless minotaur with red skin and large bat-like wings. In its hands were 2 nature weapons, 2 rough-looking long swords. I have heard you slew this beast on your own long ago, Cirrus. She said, looking at him. Yet, my stats were too low to try and level up from it. It put up a good fight, but my stats and magic overwhelmed it. I see, let me try and fight it. Sure. This is giving me the same vibes as when me and AI came down here when we were right upon the battlefield. Rider of the White Stead, Katokti_SI_. Malion's bow was covered in white light as she fired an arrow right into the Baler's left shoulder, piercing through it in its wing. The Baler roared. I am off. She bent her knees with an arrow ready to fire. Voyager of the Twilight. Rock V. She charged headfirst into battle. Cirrus watched as she fought the Baler on her own. The way she fought and how she moved across the sand and from the Baler's weapon made Cirrus solidify his type in women. Fuck, I love tough girls. Malion quickly rushed it while firing off arrow after arrow. FSH. 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 Thud. 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 4 arrows strike the Baler's right knee, causing it to kneel on it. Ruhuhu. It roared in pain as the arrow dug even deeper into its kneeling. Malion tossed her bow high into the air and drew her sword. Shing. Enchanted. 8-armed giant, may you lust cast you with thunderous might. Own, Alfhildr, I offer his blood to the goddess. Starcad Fable. While she chanted, the Baler swung with all of its might at Malion, with its left arm holding a rough sword-looking weapon. Malion stopped, sidestepped with her dark-covered sword, and sliced through the nature weapon before kicking off again. Swish. Thud. She then quickly sliced through the shine of the Baler, causing it to fall onto its front side. Thud. She then sheathed her sword while jumping above the Baler, catching her bow. Landing on the Baler's back, she notched an arrow as far as she could. Thud. Stretch. Phew, she breathed out before firing one after the other. Thud. 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 Crack. She fired 3 arrows, each one hitting the other deeper to reach and hit the Baler's magic stone. Poof. The Baler turned to dust, leaving behind its magic stone and some other drops. After the fight, Phew, Malion takes a deep breath to calm her heart. Tap. 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 She turns to see Cirrus next to her with his hand out. That was pretty good. Cirrus said with a bright smile. Ah, Malion was a bit taken by it. It was a truly heartwarming smile that was filled only with kindness. You're gonna take my hand or you're gonna keep staring. She realized she was staring, so she quickly grabbed his hand and got back up. I am sorry, but do not be offended, I was just taken by your smile. It reminds me of Nephili's early years in the Familia. Well, that's a bit sad. I thought by now I had outgrown the similarities. He gently touches his face. I am sorry if it bothers you. Don't be. He places his hand on her shoulder. I like to think I know you well enough to know you didn't mean it in a harmful way. Let's get going. I wanna make camp. He walked on ahead. Right. 50th floor. Crackle. Crackle. The two sit by the campfire. The crystals on the ceiling and the floor illuminate a light blue to show it was nighttime. Cirrus, Malion said. Yet. How do you feel about the 59th to 61st floor? From the reports given by the guild, your familia, along with the Loki and Freya familia, reached the 71st floor. Well, the maps the Hera and Zeus familia made were kinda worthless for the 59th to 61st floors. The floors being terraformed made the maps obsolete, along with the maps from the 62nd to 71st floors. We spent a significant amount of time mapping and cataloging everything. That explains why you only just reached the 71st floor, given your strength. Yet, each floor gets significantly bigger than the last. Just the 71st floor alone is about 29 orarios in length and width. We explored a bit of the 72nd floor, but by then our supplies were running low to make it back. That is certainly an issue. I am afraid it will only grow from there. Yet, but I will keep going further and further. I was informed of the spirits that lay below us. It shocked me that they were a thing. Maybe Makia has awakened. What did you say? Cirrus raised an eyebrow. Makia has awakened. Did you not know? Hey. It seems they also removed any trace of her from those floors. Explain. Last I heard of this Makia was from Ace, getting information from another spirit. Then you know she and Ace are of the same race, a Nephilim. That's as much as I know. But is there more to her aside from just going poof? First, let me preference that I do not know everything. What I am about to tell you is what I heard and know, with some speculations. I understand. Cirrus nods. Then listen closely. When on our expedition with the Zeus familia, we made it to the 71st floor but were stopped by a wall of ice. On the wall, it read, those who shall seek the depths of the abyss shall need to find the key to Makia's slumber, a fellow child who was born a mistake. 3 kings I gave birth to, 3 kings who searched land, sea and air for the one who understood Makia's tragedy. The king of the sky found the one who would open the way. They are hidden in the abyss. Those words rung in my ears for years, being repeated by the Hera and Zeus familia till they were engraved in our minds and we could say them by heart. Could you not break or melt it? We tried to no avail. We were not gonna just solve some question or riddle, but that was the only option we had. Hera and Zeus gave us the bare essentials of who Makia was or what they were. So, from the engraving, we set out to look for another Nephilim. We zealously combed through each and every floor. And you didn't find Ace? No, I was wondering since you and her are close, if you would know where she was. Don't know. She, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and Loki are pretty tight-lipped about it. There were 3 others, Noir, Dane, and Bara, a human, dwarf, and Amazonas, respectfully. Them. They were rather talented level 4s. If only they had the talent to break past their level. But that is a shame. We went to complete the 3 great quests to see if they could do anything but failed in the end, only for that dead end to open up because of some spirits group. You do have an idea of who they are, right? They refer to the one who gave them another lease on life as quote her. Other than a guess that her is Makia, it's all up to theories and speculations that only the gods know. You never tried to get it out of Artemis. I did. Several times, but she has that under lock and key. Cirrus tried several ways to try and get her to spill the secret of the dungeon, both in bed and out, all to no avail. That secret was one Artemis, and in turn, every god will keep it until the day they return to heaven. Anyway. That is everything. That's all. Yes. Years of expeditions for that small amount. It's a bit funny in the grand scheme of things. She said, smiling lightly. How so? Well, it seems that the great Hera and Zeus familia who remained at the top of the world for over a millennium, were not the ones to conquer the dungeon, nor were they the ones to complete the last quest. We were just not the ones fated to reach that ultimate truth. Cirrus closed his eyes and pondered. Is something wrong, Cirrus? Malayan noticed the look on his face. Did I say something wrong? No, it's just that wait. Do I make a face that was like my mom? Malayan's eyes darted. Why and maybe. Crackle. The wood from the fire cracked. Malayan. Cirrus said so solemnly. Do you believe in fate? Not particularly, no. But there are things that one can only chalk up to a miracle as if the world has plans we call fate. Not the answer you wanted. A little. Not a fan of fate, are you? Cirrus stares into the fire. No. Fate is fucking bullshit. I am a firm, steadfast believer that we make our paths. He reaches out to the fire. That we choose what we do not because it was fate. He reached into the flame and grabbed a burning wooden log. But because we choose what path we take, be it painful or not, they are our choices. Malayan stared at Cirrus' hands, burning slowly. Even if his fingers and hands turn black from soot, his skin is fine. His high level afforded him this, along with the effects of having Fafnir. Yet despite him being fine, Malayan could see a struggle within Cirrus. Gnawing. Cirrus, can you tell me what you're struggling with? I don't think you will understand. Cirrus gently puts the log back. I have told you of my struggles after the Black Dragon. I assure you that I am, out of everyone you know, the best equipped to tackle any mental or emotional problems that you have. Crackle. The wood from the fire breaks again. Promise me you will not say or tell another soul about this. Not even if it is detrimental to myself, got it? The expression on his face was one she saw far too many times. Yes. I promise you on all that I hold in great honor and respect. Malayan said begrudgingly. Phew, Cirrus takes a deep breath and speaks. I was given a fate by the gods. I do not know where it ends, but that is not my issue. A fate by the gods. Malayan grimaces. Go on. She waits with bated breath. Callisto. They gave her a fate, a route she was forced to take because of a part of her that was not hers to control. That is my problem. That is something. But is that not great? She will live a life that is not her own. Cirrus shouted, standing up. A tinge of a spiral could be seen in his emerald eye. I do not give a fuck about my fate. That ship has long sailed away. The second I accepted I was a hero, I was fucked. He started to walk closer to Malayan, his eyes slowly beginning to swirl. The topic of his kids brought a rise in his emotions. Doesn't matter if it was for Artemis or AI or whatever fucking reason I was fucked. Crackle. He steps over the fire, which illuminates his anger in a red burning hue. I said repeatedly I did not wish to be a hero. He steps out of the fire, standing over Malayan as she looks up at him. I do not want to be called Orion. I do not want to keep fucking fighting. Cirrus. Malayan said, looking into his eyes. Cirrus had a lot on his plate that he bottled up. But he has noticed the stress and worry over Callisto and future kids that quickly build up in him. Then that thought itself made him worry even more, as if he were having these bursts not because he wanted to release but because he needed to for something else. He knows he shouldn't think about it. But it mauls at him, gnawing and infecting even the smallest of things. But these feelings will stick to him firmly, like the strings of fate that are like shackles to Cirrus. I'm tired. He says it softly as a single tear rolls down his face. His emerald eye returns to normal. I don't want to have responsibility. Not having to worry about spirits or my future. Fuyakuza, Yamato, Chiong, or Orario. The fear that one day Callisto will be known to the world. I just wanna go far away like those months in Belle's village and live a simple life. Malayan stands up. Then why don't you? You can do that. No one can stop you. Hat. Cirrus cracks a smile as more tears start to come down. It is fate that I stand before you. Fate gave credence to my birth, which led to me making choices that now shackle me with guilt, and my only way to get atonement was to accept my punishment for my labors from Auranos and devote myself to slaying the black dragon and handling anything that threatens the world. That is why I did not bring Hestia to Olympia. It was not from just some altruistic intentions, it was just my job. You do not mean that, Cirrus. Yes, I fucking do. No, you do not. She gently wipes the tears from his cheek. That is your anger speaking. I have looked into your past, Cirrus. You what? I have looked into your past, and I am sorry for doing such a thing. She takes a few steps back and bows 90 degrees. I only did it to understand you better. Was it Anansi? I asked Bell if he knew any information brokers, and told me of the god. I had him be the middleman for the information he delivered in a book he called Western Cloud. The name is a filler when he comes up with one, but in the book, he details your beginnings in the swordsmithing city of Zolingen to the events of Olympia. That god. Cirrus turns away, looking at the fire as it slowly darkens. Straightening her back, Malayan could see how wide Cirrus' back was. Highlighted by the dying embers. You have a good heart, Cirrus. You have proven that the past does not define you, but that the scars, physical or mental, one bears are a reminder to always be better than the day before. Though they will never heal fully, they are a reminder that we have lived. To make mistakes and looking upon them with remorse shows that you have grown and matured. Even if the gods have forcibly given you a fate, it is what you do with that knowledge and that experience that makes the future you want. My future is already defined. I can. When has life ever gone the way anyone wanted? Hera once said that no god or thing was ever so almighty. Everyone and everything will eventually fall into entropy. What makes fate so different? I'm tired, Malayan. She came up to him and hugged him tightly. Then rest. There is plenty of time to rest and sleep. You do not need to fight every day. You have those who love you to pick up the sword for you. What you said today will not leave this moment until I draw my last breath. Thank you. TSS. The campfire snuffed out, and it left the two alone in silence. Volume 4 Quest 304.5 Dungeon Date, Change in Heart. After their little shared moment, they went to sleep. The next day, as they were getting ready, Cirrus spoke up. Thank you again for listening to me last night. I'm sorry if I caused you some distress or anything. I am fine. Your outburst was understandable. What father wouldn't want to give their child the best? Yet. Thank you again. I have to ask, do you wish for me to handle the majority of the monsters or? I can keep going. Just let out my dream. You dream of no longer fighting. Yes. I dream of retiring and living far away from the public eye. The best I can hope for is my home in Yamato. Then I will ensure you make it to retirement age, which by your level and age you will be able to do in your hundreds. They built a sense of trust between the two. They got their stuff and stood before the entrance to the 52nd floor. To think that just you and I can arrive here without so many first-class adventures, said Malayan, walking down the stairs. I have gone down to these floors several times before on my own. Are you exaggerating? You didn't ask Hecton to help. Nah. I went in solo, well as solo as I can be with Nox sticking to me and Hecton watching my back. In any case, I asked them not to help me. And how far did you reach? 58th floor. By that point, the 59th floor was still frozen. I do not believe you. By the 37th floor, you would be facing endless hordes of monsters that can easily. That problem doesn't apply to me as I am not weighted by other people. Along with my armor magic, weapons, and supplies I have stored in my shadow, I simply made a beeline to the 58th floor, cutting down any monster that stood in my way, and just never stopped running. That is unbelievably stupid. And this is coming from someone who has seen the Zeus Familia's parties on the 18th floor. It can't be that bad, right? One of Zeus's children, Percy, was a great monster slayer who got piss drunk, mind you, he was a level 7, on a dare. He blindfolded himself and went to the 37th floor's Colosseum and fought for 2 days, dazed and dehydrated off his mind, while his familia laughed as he fought with one hand on his pants so they wouldn't fall off. Wow, that is stupid. Also, I don't see how what I did to be that stupid. You went into the dungeon with no party members. Percy still had some of his familia to help him out if the need arose. Well, that recklessness helped me greatly. Why do you think I am a level 9? Or how AI is a level 7 who can fight a level 8 like you? Malayan looked at him dead in the eyes and sighed. You and AI are truly meant for one another. Hey, have you ever heard the term high risk, high reward? I have, but risking your lives for a marginal boost in status using suicidal tactics is Malayan remembered Belle's skill. Do you oh? Malayan quickly covered her mouth. I know Belle has a skill that lets him grow quickly. I knew this long ago from Royman forcibly taking the level up records from his advisor. I asked Royman to give the familia tough quests appropriate for their levels with respect to Belle. Then do you have a skill like his? Well, I don't know the full scope of his skill. All I know is that it allows him to grow far faster, and it makes him immune to a goddess's charm. It does. Malayan was surprised it could even do that. Then does your skill also work similarly to Belle's? To stop a god's charm? No. Mine doesn't do that, but it does have other features that allow me to use these suicidal tactics and live to eat its fruits. If Belle were a bit like me, he would use these tactics as well. I do not doubt that if given, say, 3 or 5 years, he could easily catch up to me and give me a run for my money. After all, Belle, as you can tell, is not suited to be an adventurer but a hero. Is he? He is far too kind to be a hero like those of legend. Yes. Belle is not the same kind of hero as Epimetheus or even me. No, he is a hero whose kindness, selfishness, and bravery will define him as a hero. Which is why I have faith he will surpass me as a son with their father. Had. Malayan chuckled. Do you see Belle as a son, Cirrus? Metaphorically, of course. But personally, I see our relationship as that of brothers. Separated at birth and lived lives separate from one another's existence. Meeting later in life as acquaintances, life took us on different paths, leaving only a thin thread we call a bond that connects us. Never to grow, remain static. It sounds like you wish to get closer to him. Do you want a little brother that much? It's a nice thought. But as I said, life took us on different paths. Maybe in another world, we would be as thick as thieves. Alas, that is possibly unlikely to happen. Anyway, my favorite part of the dungeon is right down here. Cirrus walks forward, ahead of Malayan. Malayan walked behind him as he pushed forward from the melancholy of the discussion. Your favorite part? Malayan didn't press forward on it. I didn't think one could like a part of the dungeon that wasn't a safe floor. Well, for me, it's my favorite. Do you want to see it? Very well, I am curious. They went down to the 52nd floor, and already Malayan could feel and hear the Valgong dragons firing their breath attacks at her and Cirrus. A step back. Cirrus gently makes her take a step back. Whoosh. 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 Several beams of flame shot through the floor. This always managed to throw me off, said Malayan. It's like being watched from every angle. Cirrus walks to the edge and holds his hand down. Sing, dot. From his magic circle, thunder shot down, disintegrating the monster's magic stone and all. All right, you're ready. He made a smirk. You're not actually going to jump, are you? Well, I can fly, so, So I ask again, you ready? He said it with a childlike smile as he held out his hand. Malayan looked at the hand, and a faint blush appeared on her as she held his hand. Ready. She said it with a warm smile across her face. As they took their steps, they fell first into the dragon's urn. Whoosh. 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 With her fingers entwined with Cirrus's, she felt a sense of joy, which further brought her happiness. Several Valgong dragons would fly at them from other areas and roar while shooting their breath attacks. Flap. Roar. Whoosh. Flap. Roar. Whoosh. Flap. Flap. Roar. Whoosh. Roar. Whoosh. Flap. Flap. Roar. Whoosh. They would separate to slay them. Shing. Creak. FSH. Poof. Quickly return hand in hand as they fall. I didn't think I could feel this happy, thought Malayan. As they got closer to the ground, Cirrus swung her up. Malayan was confused until they reached the ground. Crash. Malayan could feel Cirrus carrying her in his arms. Well, aren't you smooth? Malayan said, smiling. So. Cirrus smirks. How was my favorite part? Malayan had gone and taken the liberty of kissing him on the cheeks. I hope you don't mind. She said it with a slight smile and a blushed face. I would have taken your lips, but I didn't wish to get ahead of myself. And not at all. Cirrus tried to compose himself. Did you not enjoy it? I am sure my lips were, as Hera pointed out, as pillowy. No, they were fine, just that. Well, these last few days have maybe made me rethink how I see you. Malayan could see a slight blush on his face. Her heart lit up. She was close to succeeding. Cirrus. She reached out her arms and held his face. Malayan went ahead and went in for the kill, a kiss on the lips. Shall we finish this date off and return to the safe floor? She said it with such a smile that it lit a fire in Cirrus. Cirrus was a sucker for aggressive girls, added to the fact they have been the only people they have seen in days and the built-up stress they both accumulated along the dungeon date. Yes. Volume 4 Quest 304.6 Dungeon Date, Success. After returning from the 59th floor, they cut their intended destination short and went back up to the 50th floor. Cirrus and Malayan had a very passionate night together. Hum. Malayan was walking with a stride, clear skin, and a good mood. Cirrus was walking with no stress and a refreshed mind and body. Guess 3 kids are down. Cirrus thought to himself. Cirrus, I can see how you gained a goddess such as Lady Artemis' affections. She makes a sly glance at him. You know I didn't get them through sex, right? You didn't? Amazing. I was sure only the famed virgin goddess, Artemis would have tasted such a delicious fruit that she could not help but take another bite. She said, genuinely amazed. I found another charming point in you, Cirrus, that I wish to see. Hey, I am very happy you are nothing like Zeus' Familia's playboys. Were they really that bad that you disliked them, even to this day? Not exactly. There were a lot who disliked Zeus's behavior and frequently informed Hera of his actions. Ah. I see. But they were very persistent men, I have to say. Did you, sleep with any of them? No, they annoyed me too much. Did you get a bit jealous that another has bedded me? Cirrus thinks about it for a few seconds. A little, yes. But I am not gonna call the kettle black. Was your first with another beside AI? No, AI was my first. You. Malayan thinks long and hard about the answer. It was many years ago when I was traveling after leaving the Odin Familia. I remember him as a wandering bard. He was a very kind and playful man who could always make a crowd smile. He inspired me to get into the arts. He got a name. PYG. It was a short and easy name. So, what happened to him? Don't know. We went our separate ways. I wish him well wherever he is in the world, that he too has found love. I wish I could sing so you could compare between us to see who was the better singer. Hera and Aphrodite told me of your musical talent. Why do you not sing? I only really got into singing because of Nox. Ah. She nods. I understand. Then I look forward to the day I can hear you sing. Also, I know you are thinking it, but you were better. Yes. They returned to the surface far quicker than they went down it. Once they made it to the surface, it was already night. I will see you in a few days. There is something I am working on. I will go and tell AI and Artemis. Both of them smiled and nodded before heading off in different directions, returning to their homes. Hearth Manor. So how did it go? Hestia said, having waited for Malayan to return for days. Malayan smiled at the goddess who encouraged her. It was a success. Hestia smiled ear to ear. Ooh. Amazing. So when is the wedding? They arrived in Malayan's room at the far back of the manor. Malayan entered, with Hestia following close behind. We have not discussed it yet, but there is something I need to do first. She went to the covered-up canvas and removed the furl. I need to finish this now that I have inspiration. Hestia looked at her canvas to find it missing some key features to make it not look disturbing. Are you gonna fill in the... That I am. I remember it as clear as day. She began to mix and stir her paint. I do not need to sleep. No, I must do this while my heart is aflame. She got a paintbrush and began to finish her work. Brush. 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 Moonlight Tower. Cirrus flew up to the top of his room so as not to wake anyone up. So. Did she win you over? Asked AI, noticing Cirrus smelled like his usual self, that being the smell of a clean, crisp smell ahead of a springtime rain from using his lighting to clean any odor off him. She didn't go to Milestora and get some incense from Aphrodite, did she? No, to that, and yes, she won me over. He said, taking his boots off and lying back on his bed. What did she do? Artemis said, sitting next to him. She unintentionally helped me with some personal things I didn't know I had. She talked about my mom and some other stuff. AI and Artemis noticed the slight change in his demeanor. AI lay down next to him and held him close, as did Artemis. And how was it? AI said. It was nice. I learned more about her, but that did leave a bit of a hole in my heart that I won't be able to fill. Do you want to talk about it? Artemis asked. A bit. She said when she reached level 9, she would walk around the town and look out the window to the front of the Familia home. Hoping I would walk up. They could see a smidge of pain on his face. They held him tighter. You don't need to say any more if you don't want to. Can you just hug me for a bit? Of course. They both said. After lying in silence for a while, it was shortly broken. Slam. Dad. Callisto shouted, slamming the door open. Ugh. Cirrus quickly muttered. I need to make the door heavier. Or put on a special lock like with the elevator, Artemis said. Callisto quickly ran to the bed, climbing onto it. Humph. She gets onto the bed and gets in between Cirrus and Artemis. Why did you sneak in? She said, a bit peeved. I didn't want to wake you up, sweetie. Can I sleep here tonight? Callisto says, imitating AI's puppy dog eyes. Ha. Cirrus looked at AI and Artemis. They both nodded. All right. Her face immediately lit up. 2 days later, on the first floor of the Moonlight Tower. Several Familia members were looking at Malayan and AI. Hello. Malayan said with a large covered-up canvas behind her and paint speckled on her. Where is Cirrus? She said, looking around. Malayan, what's that? AI asked. And he is currently doing some paperwork for the days he went with you to the dungeon. Ah, my apologies. I have been awake since our return working on this. She put the wrapped-up canvas before herself. Again, what is that? It is a gift for Cirrus. It's very personal. AI looks at it and then at Malayan. I hope it's not what I think it is. If you think it is a nude portrait, you are sadly wrong about it. A grin formed on her face. It is something far better. Working in his office, Cirrus was once again signing piles of paperwork. I can slay armies of monsters, jump buildings with a single leap, lift a warship from the sea, and run across a whole desert, but the paperwork will always fuck me. He says to himself, reading and signing documents. Slam. The door of his office slams open. Callisto, what did I say about? Hello beloved. Malayan said. I bring you a present. Ah, Malayan. He drops his pen. I was wondering when you'd pop up. I hope to Artemis you can spare me from this paper, hell. He gets up and walks around his desk. I am not sure about that, but I made you this. She puts the wrapped-up canvas on a chair. My time with you helped me finish this piece of art I had been working on since I joined the Hestia Familia. Oh. Cirrus looked on keenly. Go on. She unwrapped the canvas in a single pull. As it becomes visible, Cirrus's eyes widen. This. He walks to it. A smile forms from ear to ear. She could see tears pricking his eyes. I love it. Painted on a large canvas was a family portrait of Cirrus and his mother, Nephili. Malayan was able to paint him with his mother. They both had warm and earnest smile. The hardest part of it was her smile, Malayan said, walking next to Cirrus. It's nice, isn't it? Very. Cirrus really didn't know he wanted this. This was a gift that struck him near and dear to his heart. It was on par with when he married AI and Artemis or when they gave birth to his children. I'll leave you alone. I didn't really get much sleep. You can sleep here. Cirrus turns to her. You are family now. He gave her a warm smile. Malayan couldn't get over his smile. It was truly infectious. Thank you, Cirrus. She nods her head and leaves. Cirrus looks at the painting and smiles at it once more. Sorry, I didn't run to you back then. Mom. Looking at it made him tear up. Cirrus stared at it. Looking at every detail and line. He practically engraves this painting into his memory. Creak. AI entered the room. So what did she? AI could see Cirrus crying while looking at the painting. She walked to see what he was looking at, and she understood. She walked beside Cirrus and looked at her mother-in-law. AI has heard of Nephili, of course. She met Hera and had an idea of how Nephili would appear. Yet seeing mother and son together, they could see the striking resemblance that was even more apparent than with Hera. Her brown hair falls in gentle waves around her face, framing her emerald green eyes, which seemed to glow with a light of their own. It emphasized her beauty through the feeling the painting gives off, the feeling of a mother happy to be with her son. So. Cirrus broke the silence. What do you think of my mom? I think she's very beautiful. You even have her smile. Thank you. Hey, Dad. Do you know where Mom is? Hey Kushika walks into the room to see his parents looking at a painting. What are you looking at? Haku. Would you like to see your grandma? Ai said. Haku walks closer to see his father, tears staining his face. He walked up to him and turned to look at the painting. Oh. Haku saw his grandmother for the first time. This is grandma. Yes, Sirius said. She died 17 years ago. I should also tell you that her goddess, Hera, looks just like her. Except for blonde hair, red eyes and a prideful personality, Ai added. If you ever meet her. Very likely we will, Sirius added. Then let me, your father, or other mothers handle her. Okay, did Anta just bring it? Haku looked to his father. She did, Sirius said. It was a gift. So. Callisto hasn't seen it, right? He looked back at the painting. You wanna hide it? She took my strawberries and swapped our foods, so I only got the peas. He shouted looking back at his father. Okay, I'll hide it for a few days. But you know she is gonna fight you until you spill the beans. Why would she do that? Because she is gonna come running to me, and I am going to send her your way. I suggest you start to find some good hiding places, Haku, Ai said. You know how well your sister is at hide and seek. Gasp. I need to hide. He quickly runs off. When do you think you will break it to him that he's getting another mom? Ai asked. Don't know. Do you know where Artemis and Callisto are at? Archery range behind the third tower. I will be back to finish my work. Hecton, if you will. As Sirius walks away, Hecton's hands emerge from the shadows, carefully pulling the painting into the shadows for safekeeping. You should tell Haku a location in case he needs to throw Kali off, Ai said, following him. He's a smart kid. I'm sure he'll figure it out. Later on, late at night. The back of the hostess of fertility. So, you succeeded. Ryu said, wearing some light clothing. I did. Are you here to gloat? Ryu said, a bit pensive. No, I am simply here to tell you that when you are ready, I will give you my blessing. Malayan said it seriously. Why you will? Ryu said surprised. Yes. When you feel that you are ready, I will give you my blessing. Until then, do not feel the rush things, but also do not simply sit and wait. My suggestion? Since you also leave with him when he goes on expeditions, his expeditions suggest small gestures. Though his heart for you is set elsewhere. You can always start to build your way there. Thank you. Ryu lightly smiles. I wish you well, Malayan. I wish you well, as well. Now I must be going. I have a letter to send for the marriage planning. Who are you sending it to? Ryu asked. Lady Hera. Malayan made a disgruntled expression. Oh. I thought you didn't like her much? Besides Olympia, you have never brought her up beside to complain. Your assessment is correct. I am merely doing this because I am sure when news of Sirius and I getting married breaks, she will come to Orario herself and shout my ears off. So this is just saving myself and the city her anger by having to deal with her elsewhere in a far better and joyful mood. Isn't that better? You would think, but she is a frustrating goddess regardless of mood. Anyway. Farewell, I hope you and your snooping friend by the door can make it. Ryu turned to see Seer slowly poking her head out. Seer. Hello, she said shyly. Truth be told, Seer/Freya has stayed at the pub's open rooms for its employees just for when Malayan returns to speak with Ryu since Malayan and Sirius returned from the dungeon. Seer, Malayan said. I would like to apologize in advance, but Belle will not be invited. Both Seer and Ryu said. How come? Seer said, coming out of hiding. It is nothing personal, but, well, I simply do not wish for him and Hera to meet, is all. This piqued Freya's interest, as did Ryu, a bit. Is it the same reason why you kept him and her from one another in Olympia? Ryu said. Yes. I am not one to say this, and I won't. You will have to ask Belle about that. Once again. Farewell. Malayan takes her leave. Once Malayan was gone, Seer went up to Ryu. So, when? When I am ready. Why are you so stubborn? You are at Sundara. I am going back to sleep. Freya wishes she could just use her charm, but by this point she knows Ryu needs to take that step on her own, as annoying as it makes her. That was one reason, the other was that they would be able to easily tell if Ryu was under charm. Why are elves so damn prideful? Ryu stands alone for a minute. Thinking. She places her hand on her chest to feel her heartbeat. How deep within the dungeon can you possibly be? I don't think my feelings will last till you are reclaimed. Elise, Kaguya, Lyra. Those three stuck out the most since she checked what weapons Nice took were those threes. I should go see Lady Astria. I am sure I can level up from the last expedition. Volume 4 Quest 304.7 Dungeon Date, 3rd. 2 months later in the Opera Country, Milestora. The country's capital, La Fenice, was built similarly to Venice, with various beautiful architecture from several other cultures of East and West. Come on Haku! Callisto shouted, wearing a nice blue and white dress. Currently, Callisto is pulling Hakushika from his room. No. I don't wanna go. I don't understand why Dad is marrying her just because she gave him a painting. Haku shouted, holding onto the doorframe to his room tightly and wearing a black suit. He is lucky he was born with only fox ears. Haku was not 100% on his father's marrying another woman. To him, it felt as if he didn't fully love his mother, or even Artemis. It made him see his father in a less pleasant light. Let go or else I'm gonna call Mom. Go ahead. I told them we'll be there and that they should go on ahead. Nuh-uh. You liar. Kur. Haku held on tightly. Hey Kushika, if you mess up your clothes, so help me, I will put you through these nice walls. Aphrodite shouted while getting ready in her room. Gods damn it. Why did I get drunk yesterday? I'm not going. Haku shouted. Haku, you're going. You are not staying in my home while your father is getting married. Yet. So let go and let's go, Haku. Callisto shouted, still pulling him. Becklin. Sandro. If one of you or anyone is here, get him before Callisto either rips his arms off our doorframe or the doorframe is ripped. Aphrodite shouted. This is why I am never having little kids join my familia, she said under her breath. They are at the church already, Aphrodite. Here is cold, angry voice rang through Aphrodite's Greek and Rocco-styled home. Hira, you're here? I thought you were at the church. Aphrodite shouted. Callisto turned her head to see Hera in a red dress with a black shawl over it. She stood right behind her, gazing down with a sharp glare. She was as beautiful as she was intimidating, and the kids, from the amount of time they knew her, they did not want to see her express an ounce of her anger. But I came to make sure the son, who has been in a fit for the past 9 days, was at the wedding. Her sharp eyes glanced at Callisto. Callisto, sweetie, go wait by the front door. Her lips curled a bit into a soft yet restrained smile. Gee, got it, Grandma. Callisto quickly scuttled away. Haku stared at Hera as she slowly walked up to him, her eyes burrowing deep in him. Hi Grandma. Haku. Hera did not bend down to Haku's level, no, she stood tall and firm. Do I need to get you, or are you gonna come willingly? She said this as she cracked her fingers by simply stretching them out. Haku's mind raced as fast as it could to try and come up with something that could possibly persuade her, or the very least make her sympathize with. Aren't you the goddess of marriage? Haku said it as bravely as he could. Why are you letting Dad get a third wife? Het. Hera smirks. I like you, Haku. You're just as smart as your father and just as willful as your mother. But you are far too young to understand. I do too. I read a lot of books on it. Knowledge is not the same as experience. You read stories of heroes fighting monsters to save princesses, right? Yet. Then do you know what it is like to ride into battle? To feel the wind in your hair as you ride towards a formidable beast that could kill them with a single move? Do you know the weight of a sword and the strength required to lift and swing it with skill? The mental fortitude to fight and stand alone before unspeakable odds? Have you felt the love of another that wasn't your mother's or father? No. He said it dejectedly. Then come along, no more dilly-dallying. Hera turns and walks away. Before you make up your mind about your father, you should first experience love first and not read about it. Ha! Drat! Haku said, begrudgingly accepting Hera's words. Haku lets go of the doorframe and closes the door. He walks slowly, fixing his clothing and hair, before walking downstairs to see Hera fixing Callisto's dress. There, nice and prim. Hera said. Your father will be sure to see you. Callisto said it smugly with her hands on her hips. You would look better if you took off your necklace, Haku said dismissively. Why would I? Dad gave us both one, but you didn't like it. It wasn't comfortable, okay? I still have it back at home. Now, Hera said, walking up to Haku and fixing his hair and clothes. Aphrodite. She said it a bit sternly. Are you almost ready? I'm coming. Aphrodite came down the stairs in a pink and light blue dress with her hair done up. Is Dia here with Knock? Knock. Hera opens the door to see Dia, the goddess of youth or the prime of life, known to the gods as their cupbearer. She is well known to make the best drinks in heaven to rival Soma and Dionysus. She has green eyes and long black hair that covers one of her eyes. Her clothing was a green and black dress with green flowers decorating her skirt. Her divinity had a slow but vibrant red and green that soothed one when they looked at her. It wasn't her usual attire, but her more fancy clothing. "Hello, Lady Hera," Dia said, elegantly bowing. "I have brought the gondola." She then stood straight up, holding an air of professionalism. "No carriage," Aphrodite said. "The heavenly crown getting married here in this city of all that is art has caused more traffic in the city. My familia is handling the more enthusiastic ones from causing a scene." She smiled calmly. "The gondola is also the fastest way to arrive." "Wait, then, Hera, did you?" Aphrodite. "Take the kids on ahead," Hera said, cutting her off. "How I got here is a little secret." Hera's shadow had a slight shift. Come along." The three of them walked past Dia as she stepped aside. They walked towards some men in fine black and green suits. Hera walked out of the door and shut it closely. Hera walks along and stops with Dia by her side. "Are they still causing trouble?" "I am afraid they are. Ever since the information leaked about the wedding, some unsavory individuals have come to the city." "And what of Al-Qutba and his familia?" "They have been more than helpful in providing assistance. As fellow desert folk, they know how to deal with those from Israfan." "Lovely." Hera glanced across the street to see a woman in dark clothing pull out a Molotov cocktail. "We should get going." Hera looks away as the woman suddenly disappears, leaving only the sound of the Molotov cocktail breaking on the ground. Shatter. In some dark alleyway of La Fenice. "So how many do you get?" Fafnir said, taking some bodies out of the shadow. "I got like 5. "Fuff," Hecton said, seeing the bodies. "You could have just knocked them out." "So 0, then. 9 if I were to have used lethal force." "Why didn't you use it?" "Master gave us the order to deal with them as we see fit. From how I see it, these sore losers trying to attack Lord Haku and Lady Kali have lost their right to life." "I understand that, Fuff, but what are you gonna do with the bodies? You can't keep them stored in Sir's shadow." "I was gonna go out to the cities and burn their bodies unless you have a better idea. My thoughts were to just dump them into the various canals that spread through the city like arteries, but burning is fine." "Oh. I have a great idea. Do you remember those shows about drug cartels in Master's memories?" "I do." "Oh. Are you going to?" "Yup. But we don't have barbed wire. You think chains will work?" "If you can heat them, I can make them into barbed wires." While they were doing their thing, Hera, Aphrodite, Hekushika, Callisto and Dia were making their way to the church where the wedding was being held. "If only all of Orario was this scenic," Callisto said, resting her head on the side of the gondola. "It is an old city," Hera said. "Despite it being the center of the world, if no one is moving it or making a business out of it, the buildings won't change. Or they don't have the money or care to renovate those old buildings," Haku said. "Dad would always go around and fix up buildings around the entertainment district." "I would imagine so," Aphrodite said. "From what I heard, the entertainment district went through a change like with Fuyakuza. Speaking of Fuyakuza, have you two gone there yet?" "No, Mom wanted us to go there, but they have been busy." "Then Grandma and Grandpa couldn't come because they are also busy with family stuff. Dad said we should be good to go in a couple of months." Callisto said it enthusiastically. "It's probably gonna be pushed back." "Why do you always doubt Dad?" "Because it happens all the time." While the two bickered, Hera glanced at Callisto. To think she is Artemis' child. Hera could see the similar features she had with Artemis. Had it not been for the fake fox ears and white hair, one could start to see the features, but the magic tool that is her necklace makes one look over some of her features. She even acts like she did when she first came into existence. "Hat." Hera smiles lightly. "Why are you smiling, Hera?" Aphrodite said. "Nothing much. Just remember the times when my familia would bicker over petty things like these two." After a while of going through the canals, they made it to the church, St. Marco's Basilica. Chatter. 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 The front of the church was filled to the brim with people wanting to get in. "Whoa!" Haku and Kali said, looking at the crowd. "Lady Hera, we will." "Keep close," Hera said, walking towards the crowd. She takes a deep breath and shouts. "Step aside." Her voice quickly quieted everyone as they turned to look at her. "Step aside, or force will be used." Her eyes sharpened, and everyone immediately stepped aside to make a path. They walked on through, with many people looking at Hekushika and Callisto. "Tch," Haku said. "These staring is uncomfortable." "Then walk a bit more faster," Aphrodite said. "I'll draw their attention." She put on a big smile and combed one of her forelocks. Sorry for her little outburst. Aphrodite used a bit of her charm. "Let's celebrate this joyous occasion." Hooray! The crowd erupted into cheers. Just as Aphrodite said, the two quickly speed up towards the front entrance to see their parents. See, I told you I could smell her coming. Ai said, dressed in a purple kimono that matched her eyes. You did not. With all the strong scents in the air, you heard her before you even caught her scent. Artemis said in a light blue dress that matches her hair. Mom! They both shouted, running up to them. Haku, said Ai. Kali, Artemis said. Did Haku put up trouble? He did. He said he didn't want to come. Callisto said, selling him out. Shut up. Stop talking. Haku said, lightly pushing her. Don't push me. She pushed back with more force. They both began to push one another with more force each time. Come along, Haku. Artemis picks him up. And you, Kali. Ai picked her up. Let's go see your new mom. But I wanna see Dad. Callisto said it bluntly. Wait, then am I? That is right, you little fox, Hera said, walking between Ai and Artemis. Your father asked me to go get you. Ruin this wedding, and I'll be sure to wring your cute little head off. She smirked while walking away to her seat in the church. Let's go, Haku, Artemis said, walking away. Can we switch? Callisto shouted as Ai went in the opposite direction. As Artemis walked closer to the groom's room, Haku was getting more nervous, scared of what his father would say. They arrive at the room. Artemis knocks on the door. Knock. Knock. Cirrus, Haku is here. Come in, Cirrus said behind the door. Artemis opened the door and entered the room. Ooh. Haku looked at his father, dressed so magnificently in his wedding attire. Cirrus was wearing the same clothing he wore during his wedding with Ai and Artemis. It needed a bit of tailoring, but it fit him perfectly. He was sitting in the middle of the room with his eyes closed, as if he were meditating. He slowly opens his eyes and looks at his son. Haku. He said. Artemis puts Haku down. I will go and check on Malayan. Artemis closed the door and left, leaving the father and son alone. Haku slowly walked up to his father. You look very nice. Haku, tell me what you're feeling? I know you have been dragging your feet about me marrying Malayan. Well, I just think you don't like mom as much as you used to. I love them all. Love is a complicated thing. I am sure you know your Uncle Bel's situation. The only way that will happen is if those involved have a genuine love for one another. I guess so, Dad, but, still. Isn't Mom or Bao Mom enough for you? Bao Mom is how he and Kali differentiate between calling Artemis and Ai, Mom, Ai is Fox Mom. This naming convention will change as it was Callisto's idea and naming. They are, but I would rather not phrase it like that. It implies that they are things that belong to me. They are people who make their own decisions. Malayan has their approval and acceptance, as well as my own. Well, what about me? I should. You are 2 years old, Haku, Cirrus said sternly. I know you feel what I am doing is unfair, but all the people involved are fine with this arrangement. It will also not affect you in any way or form. All that will happen is that you will have another sibling. But I what? Haku was shocked. Another? Yet, you're gonna be the older brother of one more. Hopefully they aren't like your sister, ugh, the doors. He muttered softly to himself. Then, she is. Yet. Cirrus nods. Anyway. I hope you will keep an open mind about Malayan, alright? That is all I can ask of you, can you do that for me? Yes. Dad, I can do that. Thank you. Could you go and see Malayan? She also wishes to speak with you. Alright, I will. Slam. Callisto slammed the door open. God fucking. Cirrus murmured to himself as once again Callisto slammed the door. Dad. Callisto said this with stars in her eyes, looking at Cirrus. She quickly ran up to him and hugged him. You are so pretty. Better get going, it's almost time, Cirrus says, patting Callisto's head. Haku left for the opposite side of the church. Knock. Knock. Malayan. Come in. Haku opened the door and entered to see Malayan looking at herself in the mirror. Ooh. This was also the most beautiful he had seen Malayan. Her wedding dress was given to her by Hera. Malayan herself had no problem with her letting her pick. She knew Hera would nitpick anything she chose, but Malayan knew Hera would pick the very best wedding dress for her to wear. She has that much confidence in her former goddess. Haku. She turned to meet him. Has your father told you already? About Kali being an older sister. Yes. She gently put her hand on her abdomen. I do not want you to see me as a mother or think that you have to love me. You already have 2 mothers, but I hope you can treat this child as you would, Callisto. Well. Malayan remembers how Callisto acted. Hopefully this child behaves themselves. Dad and Hira talked to me about this. I will, try to get along with you marrying my dad. Like how before when you were fighting my moms. Why do you think we were fighting? I was trying to get their approval. Oh. It clicked for him how much she loved his father to have been trying and fighting both AI and Artemis. You look surprised. Well, I thought you just fought my moms just because, you know. There is always a motive behind an action, Haku. And what if there isn't? Then they are insane. It's really not that hard. Haku nods his head at the simplicity of it. Haku, are there questions you wish to ask me? Think of this as an easy way to have a basis for understanding me. Okay, I wanted to ask if you loved my dad, but fighting my mom is proof enough, so, do you have any names for my sibling? Phew. Malayan smiled. I have 2 names your father and I settled on. If they are a girl, they will be Gudrun, and if they are a boy, they will be Oberon. I wanted the name Brynhild, but your father was opposed to it, plus there is someone else who has that name within the Odin familia, so. Odin? Was that one of the familia you joined? Ah yes, my first, many years ago. I wonder if the Brynhild I knew is still around, regardless, they are far away. Oh, I thought you would see them as a family or something. Not really. I have long cut my ties with my actual family, and the Odin familia is more of a stepping stone. There is only one reason I would go back, and that is to take some wood from my forest's sacred tree, Yggdrasil. What happened? A disagreement. One I will firmly stand behind. What was it? They had planned on having me remain in the forest and have me reign as a queen bearing children. Just popping out children like I was some farmland. That is the right reaction. I planned my escape over the course of 6 years and joined the Odin familia. Then you. Knock. Knock. The door opened and Hira came in. It's time, Malayan, your moment is here. Ah well, you better be going. She stands up. Oh, and Callisto doesn't know, so do not tell her. You know how she is. I got it. He nods and leaves. Haku walks into the main hall and sees an assortment of people from lands far and wide. Down the aisle were his father and his best men, 4 of them, Ibik, Jane, Asfi, and Otter. On the other side were the bridesmaids, Lily, Mikoto, and Hestia. Between the two was the priest, a young-looking man with a head the shape of a pineapple and a tuft of green hair on top to really solidify the pineapple look. Haku didn't need to look hard to find his seat, he could see AI's ears sticking out. He walks down to the first row to find them sitting down. Callisto was, of course, being held tightly by AI so she wouldn't grab onto Cirrus. So how was your talk? Artemis asked. It was okay. He took the seat next to her. Callisto said while AI held her mouth. So. AI said. What do you say? I'll keep an open mind, she isn't that bad, anyway. That's good, thank you, sweetie. A few minutes later, the ceremony began. Clatter. 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 It was a normal procession. Malayan came down the aisle with Hira in place of her father. They made it down, and the process went on as usual. Cirrus and Malayan said their vows and their best man and bridesmaid handed them their rings. Like AI and Artemis rings, Malayan's was of emerald and topaz to match her and Cirrus' eyes. Ultimately, nothing happened, at least nothing in the light. Cirrus and Malayan married, and soon after they walked out of the church, the whole city erupted into celebration as if it were a festival. Mom, can we go back? The crowd is so loud, Haku said covering his ears, looking at Artemis. Of course. She turned to AI. What about you? Do you wish to celebrate a bit? Of course. Calli, are you going to sit still and not chase after your dad? Yes. Callisto lied as naturally as she breathed. Here you go, Art. AI handed Callisto over to Artemis. Mom, let me go, I promise. Callisto said, being held tightly by Artemis. Calli, you know you shouldn't lie, I can always tell. That was, in fact, a lie. Both Haku and Callisto had the ability to lie to gods, the same as their father, as a result of Nyx giving him a piece of her veil. So Cirrus instilled in them that lying would be of no use against Artemis or any other god. Callisto puffed her cheeks. Let's go, Haku. Artemis walked towards a carriage. Calli, I'll make your favorite when we get back. Really? As Haku walked to the carriage, in the corner of his eye, he saw the shadows move slightly. What's wrong, Haku? Did you change your mind? No, I just think I saw the shadow under the carriage move. I'm sure it was your imagination. Let's hurry before this traffic becomes longer. And so time passed, and it was the same as usual. Volume 4 Quest 305 Family Days. It has been a few months since Malayan won and then later married Cirrus. After the short honeymoon, it was back to business as usual. Third Tower Training Facility. Ha! Clack! You are improving Haku, said AI with a smile, training Hakushika. One more time, Mom. Hakushika said, catching his breath. His light brown hair was drenched in sweat and dirt. His eyes are a shimmering indigo that is full of passion as he practices with his mother. Sure. Sure. Say, is your little sister with Dad again? Yeah, he said, going over and picking up the wooden sword. Here I come. He shouted while charging at AI. Cirrus's office. Scribble. Scribble. Cirrus quickly reads and signs the paperwork. Mom, what's this say? Said Callisto on her dad's shoulder, with the thick book on his head. She turned to her mother, her white hair fluttered from the open window while her fox ears moved with them. This says phenomenon, said Artemis, coming over from her desk and helping Cirrus with the work. Dad, when can you read me this book? In 20 minutes. Why not let Mom read it for you in the meantime? He said, poring over his papers. Promise. Of course. He raises his pinky. She wrapped her small pinky around his. Now let's go and find a nice place to read, all right. Artemis said, picking Callisto up. Dad. Dad. When is Art Mom coming back? Soon. Artemis responded. Her home forest is far away. What was it? She went to get the wood from her forest's sacred tree, Cirrus answered. She said she would not be staying long and would be just grabbing a branch and leaving. A special gift for your younger sibling, Artemis said. Like mine. Callisto took out her necklace and showed it off proudly around her neck. Yes, just like yours, my little moonbeam. Artemis snuggles her. He. Callisto laughed as Artemis took her up to a quiet room in the tower. As they are walking to the library, they come across a locked door. Mom, what's behind that door? Callisto said, pointing at it. Artemis stops and glances at Nox's room. It's a special room only Dad can go in, alright, so don't go in, okay, sweetie. Okay, but it's locked. I know how you are, Callisto. Do not try and break in. I would never. You broke into the cafeteria's pantry to get more cookies just 3 days ago. What is for lunch? She changed the topic, her eyes darted, avoiding Artemis' eyes. Phew. Well, we should be having chicken gyros. Artemis resumes walking. Callisto looked at the door until it was out of sight. They went to the second tower, which was composed of the cafeteria from halfway down and the library the rest of the way up. 20 minutes later, Cirrus came into the library. I'm done. Cirrus said entering. Cirrus could see Callisto sitting on Artemis' lap as they read. Callisto looked up and a shined expression filled her. Dad. Callisto ran up to him with stars in her emerald eyes as he picked her up. Artemis walked towards him. She really does like you, doting on her, Artemis said, a bit saddened. Now I'm sure she loved you just as much, isn't that right, Calli? He said, walking towards Artemis. Yup. She hugged her from Cirrus's arms tightly. Ah. I love you too. She reciprocated the hug. Shall we get AI and Haku? It's almost time for dinner. Yeah, I am sure Haku has worked up an appetite. They go down the tower to the cafeteria. They passed by several other familia members. She waved to them as they walked by, and they did the same. Hello Lady Artemis, Captain, Callisto. One said. Good day to you Malilia. Artemis and Cirrus said. Hi and bye. Callisto waved. When they reached the midway point of the third tower, Artemis got in front of Cirrus. I'll order the food. You go and get them, all right? Artemis said. Got it. Cirrus and Callisto said. Try not to take too long. Artemis splits off from them walking down the tower. Cirrus begins to walk towards the bridge that connects the towers at its midway point. Can we take the easy way? Callisto said on his shoulders. Sure. He said, grabbing her and holding her tightly in his arms. He walks a bit ahead onto the bridge to show the daily hustle and bustle of the entertainment district. He jumps onto the edge and then hops off. Whoosh. Whoosh. Wee. She said, delighted with the air through her hair. Whoosh. Whoosh. OP. Your necklace almost flew away. Cirrus said, making sure the necklace stayed around her neck. Wee. She didn't hear him, as she enjoyed the experience. Approaching the ground, Cirrus chanted. Thika Panoplia, Ethon. An armor more closely resembling that of an actual eagle with brown feathers that fade off into a pinkish blue. The armor instantly equipped itself, and Cirrus stopped his descent with a single flap and landed without any noise. Silence. His armor fades as he walks to the third tower, all the while putting Callisto back on his shoulders. Can we do it again? She said excitedly with stars in her eyes. Some other time. Phew. She sulked. Arriving at the training grounds, they could easily spot them as AI's white hair could be seen from anywhere within the area. Callisto began to wave. Mom! Haku! She shouted. Hey! Kali bonk! Haku got hit on the head. Hey, sweetie! Haku does not get distracted when in a fight. AI said as she bent down. That didn't hurt too much, did it? And no. He said, trying to hold back his tears but failing. Now. She picked him up and soothed his head. Is that better? Maybe. He said, sulking. Cheer up, Cirrus said, walking up to them. You'll do better next time. He nods. Since Cirrus married Malayan, Haku has grown to accept Malayan as part of the family. Let's get going to dinner. AI said, picking Haku up onto her shoulders. Cirrus, is Artemis coming down the tower? She is. Dad. Callisto has her arms up. I want to be on your shoulders. Cirrus picks her up onto his shoulders. Then let's get going before Artemis starts to get impatient. Said AI as she began to walk away with Haku on her shoulders. While they went back out, Callisto turned to Haku. I'm taller. She gloats. So I'm taller than you. Mom, can you bring me up? Alright, stand on my shoulders. Haku, with AI's help, stands on her shoulders. Now I'm taller. Callisto holds onto Cirrus's hair and stands up. No, I am. Watch your head, Cirrus said, holding her legs. Watch my what bonk. Thud. She smacked her head on the elevator's entrance, falling back onto Cirrus' back. Ah! My head. She said rubbing her head while Cirrus holds her legs. Ha ha ha. Cirrus and Haku chuckled. Pfft. AI stopped herself from laughing. It's not funny. Dad, don't laugh. Callisto shouted, rubbing her head. It's pretty funny, Cirrus said, getting in the elevator. Later that night. Sleeping in a shared room with her older brother, Callisto opens her eyes. She gets up and looks out the window and then at the empty glass of water by her bed. Thirsty. She gets out of her bed and grabs her cup of water and leaves. She slowly and carefully makes her way down the stairs. As she walks down to get a cup of water, she hears some clicking. Click. 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 She turned to see that the door to the locked room, where she had always seen it locked, was now open. Curiosity got the best of her as she slowly approached the door. The door opened slightly as if to entice her into coming in. She entered the room slowly to find several musical instruments and books littered about. The full moon illuminated it. Ooh, pretty. She looked around, taking in the sights, when something bold caught her eye. She walked forward towards the bed with a window to its side to find a black handle with a red cloth that had hieroglyphs. The black handle had a radiant and vibrant fire-red gem in it. Covering it was a simple bed sheet, as if someone had tucked in the weapon. Walking up to it, she removed the cover to find a one-handed greatsword with a beautiful white sheath that has stars on it and a silver lining. It was so white that the moon's light bounced off it and filled the room even more with it. Okay. So bright. She covered her eyes. Callisto placed her hands on it, and the sheath slowly unsheathed itself from the blade. The black luster of the blade drank in the moonlight. Callisto then placed her hand on the blade, which now showed an icy blue gem in it. A voice grew stronger in her mind. They were so faint she couldn't make them out to anyone or anything. She then got into a trance, and her hair glowed and her eyes shone like topaz. Then soon, the voice resonated in her mind. Run, quickly. The guards are coming. A warm yet robotic voice echoed in her head, snapping her out of the trance. I need to go. She quickly ran away and closed the door behind her. Whoosh. From the red gem, Vesta appeared out of the flame. Ha! At least Cirrus made those automatic locks for this room. Snap! The locks on the door are put back, and she resheathes the blade and puts the blanket back over. This is going to take a while to get you back, Nox. Maybe it will work better if her fauna was unsealed? I need to make sure it works even without her fauna being unsealed. Rushing back up to her room, the topaz in her eye fades away, as does the white glow in her hair. Ah, my water! She says to herself. Kyajao no hei kushika. LV1, sealed. Strength, I0 endurance, I0. Dexterity I0 agility, I0. Magic I0. Basiliscus veil. Growth is increased in proportion of courage. When under the darkness or night sky you are harder to see and detect. Callisto Zephyr. LV1, sealed. Strength, I0 endurance, I0. Dexterity I0 agility, I0. Magic I5. Agroterra velos, aim, fire. Super short chant. Sacred magic. Thekos techno. Growth and increased when under the sky or in darkness. Blood of the Celestial. Volume 4 Quest 306 Exploration. Early morning, Moonlight Tower. Yawn. Waking up, Hey Kushika gets up. He looks across the room to an empty, messy bed. Kalai is gone. I bet she's getting dad to dote on her again. He looked to his door as a set of footsteps reached his ears. Slam. Haku. It's time to get up, said AI, bursting through the door. I'm already up, Mom, he said, sluggish. AI has done it enough times that Haku knows when she is gonna wake him up. Then get changed and head to get breakfast in the cafeteria. Your sister is already up and about. I know, Mom. After changing and brushing his teeth, he goes to the second tower. He walks past other members of the familia. Morning, Haku. Morning. Morning to you too. He responded. Why are there so few males in this familia? When he arrives at the cafeteria, he finds Callisto on Cirrus' lap, eating with Artemis next to him. A tinge of jealousy rose in him. A part of him wished he were as close to his father as his sister was. Come on, said AI with 2 plates of food. Your dad has been waiting for you to get here. As he turned to look at his father, he could see his silver eye on him, and a smile grew across his face before he moved his head to say, come on over. The sense of jealousy lessened as he walked over and sat next to him. Hey Haku. Callisto greeted him. Morning, Haku. Then his father greeted him. Cirrus placed his hand on Haku's head, messing up his hair and fox ears. Eat up before your mother finishes, Cirrus said. He could see AI eating food rather quickly. Today Haku wanted to do something different. Dad, could I explore the district today? He looked Haku in his eyes. He could feel his father's gaze descend to his core before rummaging through his coat and handing him a bag. Here, make sure you stay in the district, and don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. Cirrus hands him a bag of valis for him to spend. His eyes glittered like stars. Really? Yeah, so eat up. And eat up he did, but he didn't notice that Cirrus's shadow moved into his. Moonlight Tower's entrance. You have your bag with stuff, right? Said AI. I do. I have everything checked and double-checked, Mom. Well, alright, just be back for dinner, alright, or else I'll hunt you down again, and you wouldn't want that, would you? Gulp. Haku once stood out a bit later than usual, walking around Orario, and AI tracked him down, giving him a stern talking to. And no. Then off you go, she said, waving. Don't worry, kid, said a 12-year-old Bree. You'll do just fine. Haku looked up at the stone wall to see Bree. Kid? You're like 10 years older than me. You're not even a teenager. You know what else is not a teenager? You, if you don't hurry and get going. I'm leaving not because you said so but because I wanted to go, he said walking away. Bree, a level 2 of the Familia. Given the name of Watcher from the gods based on her observational skills. Someone, even Dad and Mom, have high faith in her observation and memory. Haku glanced back to see Bree's gaze on him. He starts off, heading to the western section of the district run by Quetzalcoatl. Wow! The area was filled with lush, vibrant colors and children playing around. So much is going on. It fascinated Haku every time he comes by. Clatter! 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 When looking out at night, he would always see the bright, warm lights of the west area in contrast to the dim, soft lights of the east. Clatter! Clatter! He looked around the area, smelling delicious food from stalls and hearing the laughter of men, women, and children filling the streets. Clatter! While walking down a street, he saw some kids with red or blue-colored faces playing with a black and white ball with 12 pentagons and 20 hexagons designed on it. Pass the ball! Shouted a child. I'm open! I'm open! Shouted another. Haku walked up to them and spoke up a bit. Hey! Can I join in? He said to them. They turned and smiled. Of course. You're on the red team. One kid tossed him a small can that had red paint. He puts some on his face to match his team, and he plays with them. Haku enjoyed the game with the other kids. Shoot it! You're not gonna get past me. Unlike them, he doesn't go to school, not because of his age but because he doesn't necessarily need it given his intellect. Goal. He has already read most of the books in the Artemis Familia's possession. Up top at the Moonlight Tower, Artemis was watching from high up. Phew, you are having fun, it was a good idea to seal your fauna to make the game fair. She reached for her earring on her right side and pressed the pearl. I know you want to cheer him on, so hold yourself. From afar, Artemis could see Ai watching Haku play around. Gah! But he's smiling so much. He has Sirius's smile too. I know, but restrain yourself, or else he won't trust us all right. Fine, but I am taking pictures. I know you are Ai. An hour later, the game ended in a tie. Alright, see you later. Bye bye. Come around again. You're pretty good. They waved goodbye, as it was time for them to go. That was fun. He said, rubbing off the red face paint. Grumble. I guess it's time for lunch. He walked to one of the street vendors. Hey, they kid. Where are your parents? Can I get 2 corns? Do you have money? I do. 2 corns coming right up. You want it with hot sauce or lime? Which one tastes better? How about I make 1 corn with hot sauce and the other with lime so you can try them yourself? Fine. After giving him the corn and finding a bench to eat, he found it rather tasty. Next time, I should try them together. And also, he looked to find himself rather messy. Some napkins or something. He cleaned himself off and continued walking around. The south is usually filled with homes, and I can't go to the east for. The north is filled with medical stuff, so, guess I could try to. He heard some familiar sounding voices. 1 pomegranate carrot spicy potato snack, please. Is that a new flavor, Ace? It is. I have looked hard for this, Belle. Haku turned to see a 19-year-old Ace and a 17-year-old Belle together. Their appearance has more or less stayed the same. Ace grew just a few more inches and she came into her own with a more lively demeanor. Belle's appearance was a bit more noticeable, he was a bit more built, lean like a marathon runner crossed with a gymnast. His hair was a bit similar to Sirius with one side swept back to give him a more charming look. Uncle Belle? Auntie Ace? He said. Oh. They turned to see Haku. Haku, what are you doing here? Belle said. I'm exploring. What are you doing? Haku tilts his head a bit. Helping Ace find some rare potato snack flavors. The rest of my familia are on other jobs in the dungeon. I thought their captain of the rescues type familia, the Hestia familia would be with them. With their familia's growth, the Hestia familia was strong enough to travel to the 50th floor on their own with some struggle. It was Belle's own decision that steered the familia towards this new type of familia. They would upon request from both other smaller familia or guild, to look for or save people from the dungeon. It garnered them a very positive reputation among Orario and its citizens. Is Malayan still away in her home forest? Ace asked taking a bit of her snack. She is. Haku nodded. She should have gotten there by now, by her estimation. And do you miss her? Asked Ace, as she stuffs her face some more. Somewhat. She was teaching me how to paint and shoot an arrow before she left. Oh, speaking of, Uncle Belle, you're also like Dad, aren't you? You have 5 girls hanging off you, huh? Is it hard to juggle so many feelings and emotions? Haha, Belle made a stiff expression. You'll understand when you're older, Haku, or maybe not. Belle has gotten with Ace, Hestia, Seer/Freya, Haruheim, and Tiona. Probably not. It looks like a lot of trouble. Well, maybe one day you'll find love as well. Yeah, I keep hearing. Here, Ace said, handing him a potato snack. You shouldn't be thinking about these things. You should be out having fun. Haku takes the snack. Thank you, Auntie Ace. See ya. As he leaves, Ace and Belle can see a shift in his shadow. It seems we don't have to look after him. Said Belle. Let's go find more potato snacks. Ace then took Belle's arm. Let's go. I don't want to let this day off go to waste. After walking around for a bit, Haku found himself in the northern section of the district. Damn it, I'm lost. He looked around to try and find the main road, but after a bit of searching, he was lost. Mom is gonna hunt me down. Are you lost? He turned to see an elf with long black hair and heterochromia. One eye was red and the other green. For some reason, he felt she reminded him of his sister despite how more similar she is to his father with her mismatched eyes. Next to her was a handsome god with golden hair and eyes as green as his father's, dressed in a purple suit. My name is Dionysus. What is your name? Hey Kushika. Oh? You're his child, hey? Well, Philvis, could you help him find his way back? Can you take me to the main road? He interrupts him. Oh? Do you not wish to go back home? I do, but I want to go on my own. And Mom would scold me if you took me back. Ha ha ha. Yes, that is very worrisome, Philvis. Dionysus tells my ache I will be a bit late for the checkup. That's fine. Phylvis grabbed Haku and carried him like a bag under her arms. Whoa. She has such a slim body, but she's so strong. She must be at least level 3. Hey, can I ask what level you are? Haku asked. Are you a level 3 or around there? I am a level 3, did you guess based on my strength? I did. It feels similar to other people in my familia when I spar with them a bit. And do you win? Almost. He said a bit excitedly. Well, when you reach my level shall we have a spar as well? I am sure you would put up a good fight. She makes a light smile. Deal. Phylvis quickly takes him to the main road. Here you go. Don't go getting lost again. She said, dropping him off. I won't. Thank you. He said, giving a slight bow. So long as you understand, I must be going now. She quickly left back up towards Mayaka's clinic. She was nice, but why did the edges of her hair have gold? He looked to the sky to find the sun setting. Damn it, I need to go home. He hurried back home. Volume 4 Quest 307 A nice meal. Early morning at the Moonlight Tower. Callisto wakes up with her eyes wide open. Stretching her limbs before going to wash her teeth and changing clothes. She slowly opens the door so as not to wake up her brother. Callisto went up the tower and snuck into her parents' room. Creak. They got locks like in Nox's room, but due to one attempt by Callisto to get in, she climbed in through their balcony, so Cirrus removed it to avoid that from happening again. Sneak. She carefully tiptoed her way to the bed. Sneak. 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 She got up on the bed and found her father sleeping with Ai and Artemis in each of his arms, close together. Humph. She got under the cover and made her way up to Cirrus's chest, where she rested her head over his heart. Thump thump. Thump thump. She closed her eyes and fell asleep to the sound of it. When she next woke up, she opened her eyes to find that she was in Artemis's embrace. She got up to see her father getting dressed. Dad. Oh, you're up, Cirrus said, looking back while putting on a button-up shirt. Sleep a bit longer. I still have paperwork to finish up. She looked out the open window to see that the sun was barely rising. She looked back at her father to see him walking up to her. Sleep, Moonbeam, so you can grow up big and strong. He said while stroking her hair. MMM. She slowly went back to sleep. Cirrus slowly got her closer to Artemis and tucked her in. She woke up again to find herself in her mother's arms in the library. Oh, you're up, sweetie, said Artemis. She rubbed her eyes. Where is Dad? He is in his office finishing some more paperwork, he should be finished by this afternoon. I even have some food for you to eat since you slept through breakfast. Callisto looked to her side to see some bread bits small, marble-sized bread. Thanks, Mom. She said, taking some. What book is this? She said this with food in her mouth. Don't talk with your mouth full. You could choke. Agok. What did I say would happen? Artemis patted her back. The two would read books with one another. The pace at which Callisto was reading was steadily getting faster. I wonder how long it will be before Callisto finishes every book in this library. The Artemis Familia Library was a vast and expansive one, with many books ranging from a wide scope of topics. Examples include anthropology, epistemology, epidemiology, and even religious texts and stories. It also has books on the arts, mathematics, writing, and history. Oh, Haku read this one before. Callisto noticed the first letter of his name on the last page's corner. That boy is a fast reader, Artemis said, closing the zoology book. I'm a fast reader too. I just like to run around more. Callisto very much reminds Artemis of her youth or the god's equivalent of childhood in heaven. She reminded her of the time when she would run and explore various regions of heaven, meeting people and hunting divine creatures the gods created. In short, Callisto is as much a tomboy as Artemis was when she first came into existence. I know. Let's finish at least 2 more books, okay? Then I will test you on your math skills. Yug. She slumps down like a liquid. Can I not? I can do addition and subtraction. And what about division and multiplication? Then geometry, geography, statistics, trigonometry, aerodynamics, and physics. That's just addition and subtraction with extra steps. Callisto. Artemis looks down at Callisto. Callisto looked up to see her overhead. Haku doesn't know them either, Mom. He does. He did it over the summer while you were running around and playing. It was hot and sweaty. I didn't want to stay in here where it was all muggy. Well, if you do as your brother did, you can spend more time with your father, so what will it be? Yug. Dad. Then get to reading. Callisto began to read the book and get faster at reading. She was flipping through each page faster than the next. Flip. Underscore underscore underscore. Flip. Cirrus wasn't kidding. Hecton's influence on Cirrus even made it into the kids. Artemis thought as Callisto focused on studying. After eating and finishing a few books, Artemis let Callisto go about her normal activities. Those activities were always to be with her father. Callisto would always find it odd that Artemis would spend so much time with her. Much like her brother, she has great intelligence, and so she picked up that gods can't have children. She may not be related by blood, but she is my mom. But it is odd how I feel closer to her than with my actual mother. She remembers Haku and Ai, whose personalities are similar to one another, and she to Artemis. I guess it's just personal preference. I am cute. Bonk. Oof. She fell on her bottom. She looked to see that she had inadvertently run into the locked door. Why do I always find my way here? She gets up and goes up the tower. As she walked, she couldn't help but look back at the door again. One day, she goes up to Cirrus's office and opens it to find him going through stacks and stacks of paperwork. It was empty yesterday, but it's like magic how it continues to refill itself. But from how fast Dad is going, he should be finished in an hour or so. She walked to the side to see the concentration in his eyes. He reads through the documents quickly, signs his name on the bottom, and stamps them before they hit the table. Whoa. He suddenly stops and sees Callisto standing there. What time is it? He looks at the clock on the wall. 2:48. Do you want to get on? Yes. She said with her arms out. Cirrus got up, picked her up, and placed her on his shoulder, her favorite spot. She held on tightly as Cirrus returned to work quickly, reading, signing, and stamping. She enjoyed the sight and sound of it. She would rest her head on top of her father as he worked. An hour or so later, Cirrus was finished. Ah! Finally! He said this as he got Callisto off and put her on his lap. My fingers and eyes are exhausted. Dad, can we go somewhere to eat? He closed his eyes, thinking about it when the door opened. How about we go? Said Artemis, entering. Your father is exhausted. Dad. She said, looking up at him. She is right, but I'll be sure to come by after a nap. Promise. Promise. They pinky swore, and Artemis took her. While Cirrus went to take a nap, they went down the tower. Is there anything you would like to have? Cake. Cake, hey? Well, alright, but just a bit alright. Yay. They head to the east main road of Orario hand in hand, arriving at a cafe. Hello. Can I get the usual? Artemis said to the young man. The usual is He was new. Our finest tea and cake. Said an older man. Hello, Irenaus, is this your grandson? He is a bit rough around the edges, but he's getting there. I'll go get you. Who is this cute child? He said, looking at Callisto. Cirrus's daughter. Ah, I see. The white hair and fox ears explain it very well. I'll go get you your order. Pick a place to sit, Artemis said to Callisto. She looked around and found a spot near the windows where some lovely flowers were growing. Artemis followed and sat on the other side of the table. This is a nice place. Calli said. Yes, it's not very well known, but it is a hidden gem. I'm glad you like it so much. Said Irenaus with 2 plates of cake and his grandson with 2 cups of tea. They put it down in front of them. This smells great. Calli said as she got a fork and ate a piece of the slice of cake. You are very welcome. It's always nice to see the smile on a child's face. He said, going back. Irenaus watched as he saw the two eat and enjoy their cake and tea. She reminds me a lot of you. Miss Yoru. He thought as he smiled. After eating, they walked around a bit before. Oh, it seems your father is up. She touched the clam earring. Is he coming to meet us? Yes, we are going to meet up at a pub. A pub? Are we gonna see Auntie Ryuhu? Yes, Ai and your brother went to see Ket's match, so it's just the 3 of us today. Her face lit up. Really? Yup. So let's hurry and get there, alright. Arriving at the pub, they enter and are greeted. Welcome. Said Lunoir. Oh, Lady Artemis, and look at you, Calli. Bigger than the last time I saw you. Isn't that right, Mamma Mia? She sure is. About 4 centimeters bigger. Hee hee. Callisto said, loving the compliments. Hey. Ryuhu. Your niece is here. Lunoir shouted. Coming out from the back cleaning dishes was Ryuhu. Lady Artemis and she looked to see Calli with a bright smile. Callisto. Auntie Lion. She ran up to her, and they shared a hug. Ah, isn't that adorable? Said Seer, walking behind Ryu. You are cute for a 2-year-old. I'm 3 now. You were there at Haku in my birthday party. Oh, that is right. Time flies by. Isn't that right? Seer glanced at Ryu. Ryu. She emphasized her name with some restrained anger. Seer/Freya was still slowly pushing Ryu to hurry and confess. Mamma mia. The usual, please. Lady Artemis, Cirrus is coming, right? He is. She nods. 3 usuals are coming up. Mia said. They take a seat while Ryu goes to get the food. After a bit of waiting, Cirrus enters. Heyo. Sorry if I ran a bit late. Dad. Kalai got down and ran up to him. He picked her up and sat her between him and Artemis. So, did you order already? I did, the food is right here. Said Ryu, putting down the plates. Honey, with venison for Lady Artemis, a lot of Mamma Mia's pasta for Cirrus, and a patty with some pasta on the side for you, Kalai. You forgot one plate. Said Seer, putting down a plate. Mia said you can have your break now. Oh, it would be. It's fine, said Cirrus. I'm sure Kalai here would enjoy your company. It's fine, really, said Artemis. Yeah, I want to eat with you too, Auntie Ryu. Callisto said as she began to stuff her face. Fine. She sat down. It wouldn't hurt to eat for a bit. Throughout the meal, Artemis noticed glances at Cirrus. That is something. Volume 4 Quest 308 The Expedition. Some time later. Moonlight Tower's first tower meeting room. Everything is set, Cirrus. Said AI. We have double-checked everything and gone through everything, we are set to go tomorrow. Said Rethusa. Artemis. Said Cirrus. All of our familia and even the Loki, Hephaestus, and Hestia familia are all good for tomorrow. Then we will begin our expedition to the 72nd floor. What is the progress on the Gnosis? Good, we got reports from their town, Xenia, on the 50th floor that they expanded it past the 19th floor and into the 20th. Said Bree. Then it seems everything is a go, everyone can have the rest of the day off and enjoy themselves, Cirrus said, getting up from his seat. Yes, Captain. They all shouted, taking their leave. Artemis, we will be gone for a while, so if anything. I know, Cirrus. We have been over this on past expeditions. I even asked Circe to help, so no worries. Besides, if anything does happen, you will need Fafnir to quickly rush back. I'm worried they will try to come along. Said AI. Kalai in particular has both of your sneakiness. Then I need to keep her close until you leave. Oh, speaking of when, should Malayan return? She left for her home forest a while ago, didn't she? The Lionish forest, it's supposed to be in the frontier, but she has long left it years ago. Well, she is also a few months pregnant as well, so. AI looked at Cirrus. I told her I would go with her, but she was reluctant on going with the people she trained, and I even have Hecton guarding her. The door opened, and the brother and sister entered. Dad, are you done with your meeting? Said Callisto. Yeah. I want to practice with Mom. Said Haku. Yes, we are, Cirrus said, walking towards them. Haku, would you mind letting your mom spar with me for a bit? Is it to test her? Yes. Then I'm fine if I can watch. Oh, I want to watch it too. Callisto said. That's fine, AI. I'm fine with it. Art, do you mind if you make it harder? Like usual, I see. Down in the training area. Cirrus and AI spar with one another while Artemis fires at them both. Whoosh. Clack. Whoosh. Clack. Clack. Thud. Whoosh. Whoa. They're so fast. Said Callisto with starry eyes. And Mom is so good with the bow. I can't even hear when she fires the arrow. Haku watches as his parents fight it out with such strength and power with only wooden weapons. One day, I will reach such feats. Haku watches with keen eyes, soaking in how they move and fight. Callisto however watched as her father swung, thrusted and in general moved. Ooh. She paid no mind to Artemis nor AI, no, she was more interested in how her father reacts to situations. Ooh. So he makes quick glances while twisting his body, how and why does he do it? Doesn't it hurt to move like no it's centrifugal force? He moves in a flowy kind of way. It makes it hard to pin him down and shoot him or even approach him, he even makes abrupt sudden stops making it even harder. The next day. Alright, you two stay out of trouble, alright Artemis and Auntie Circe will be watching you guys while we are away, AI said. When are you coming back? Asked Callisto. Should be before December, so our trip to Yamato is still up, but no promises alright. said Cirrus, bending down. Listen to your mom and Auntie Circe, all right. All right, she said, looking a bit sad. That's my girl. He messed up her hair before standing up again. Haku, you as well. He patted his head. Fine, just come back, okay. Of course. Bye, sweeties. I said, hugging and kissing them both. I'll miss you a lot, so we will get back as fast as we can, all right. Okay. They said happily. They then leave with the rest of the familia for the dungeon. So any of you kids want to play me in some board games? Circe said to Haku and Callisto. Oh. Oh. Can we play mahjong? Said Callisto. Of course. Artemis, do you want to play as well? Might as well. Later that night, Callisto got up quietly from her parents' bed, where she and her brother were sleeping with Artemis. Security has been really lax since they left. She went down to the locked room, where she found it unlocked. Wonder who unlocked it. She slowly entered it to find a room littered with books, musical sheets, and dust. Needs dusting. She looked at the bed by the window. Under the covers was a magnificent weapon. It immediately caught her eye as it showered under the moonlight. Such a pretty sword. Why doesn't Dad use it? She placed her hand on it, and she entered a trance. Memories began to slowly tinkle, and now that Vesta had worked on them some more. The first thing that she saw was an open field of night flocks and a woman died in the night sky. Mother, please. I do not wish to leave your side, said a woman in pure white. Who is that? Callisto watched from a third-person point of view. My daughter, I have created you to help humanity. I am sorry for this. She then placed her hand on her head, and a white light filled the area before the scenery changed to prairie. May we meet one day, my child, and may you live a life you are proud of. Those were the last words that rang in her ears before going into a lull. Ah, I feel empty. She looked at her hand, and she couldn't form a fist in anger. Mother. Underscore underscore underscore. Underscore underscore. Laying in a prairie, the woman looked up at the clouds. Hey! Said someone. She turned to see a handsome man with golden hair and eyes. Another spirit. She said, looking at him. My name is Gratuito Vento. I felt your arrival. So I thought I'd come and help you out. Vento, was it? Yup. That's my name. He said with a carefree spirit. I thank you for your help, so can you tell me where I can make a contract with someone? Well, I don't know where the nearest human settlement is, but if you travel with the rest of the group, I made the group so we could find some people as safely as we could. Very well, lead the way, Vento. Sure thing. But can I get your name? My name is Candidus Nox, spirit of the goddess of the night. Back to reality and in the present. Ha! Vesta sighed. Let's see how this goes. I followed her instructions. I hope my changing how they spoke won't affect her too much. That old English type way of speaking was hard on the ears. Vesta watched over Callisto as Nox's memories are slowly dripped into her. Frontier, lionish forest's outskirts. Such destruction, Malign said, gazing at a sea of poison that chokes her home forest. Yes, Lady Doc, we are sorry you had to come when we are in this state. Said a dark elf of her home forest. The forest, it's dying. Said Primo Libera, a level 2 elf of the Hestia Familia. We have been doing our best, but the miasma has made it extremely difficult to save the trees and soil. Do you know who is causing this? Said Sophia Flores, a level 3 human of the Hestia Familia. It was something, it corroded everything and made its way to the sacred tree, tossing the Odin Familia out of their town. At first, we were overjoyed that they were kicked out the same way as our ancestors, but then a miasma began to spread and kill everything. Even the Surtur Familia in the south has taken to fending off the poison. Which Familia is stronger? Odin's or Surtur's? Asked Sophia. That would be Odin with a level 4 child by the name of Brynhildr. We should return to Orario, Lady Doc. Said Primo. This could be where that spirit ran off to. Damn it, if not for my current state, we would have easily gone in and taken care of her, but, tell me, did you get the one responsible name? She said it was Wu, and I should mention she drank ether from what we heard from the Odin Familia as they ran away. Are you sure? Highly likely. Damn it. Primo, Sophia, we will go to the Odin Familia's base and confirm that Wu has drunk the ether. Ollie tells the rest of us that we will send for help. Lady Doc, I think the people would. You know where I stand with my parents. Let us go. She went on, with Primo and Sophia close behind her. They rode for an hour to reach the Odin Familia. Halt! Said the guards. Move aside, Malign said. I am here to see Lord Odin. Ha! What business does a dark elf like you have? Keep speaking to me like that, and I will be seeing him with a different business. And that will be what? He said, looking to the other guard. Are both level 2. Amazing, this one is level 2. Malayan gestures to Primo. And this one is level 3. She gestures to Sophia. Gulp. They both began to sweat. And I. She gestures to herself as she smugly smiles. AM level 8. So step aside, or I will throw you into the miasma. They both immediately moved aside. The three of them enter the settlement, going towards the largest building. As they went towards the building, a beautiful woman with emerald hair and pale blue eyes appeared. On her back was an ash-white spear with a gold and silver tip. Several runes were engraved onto the spear. Covering her was mithril armor, also covered in runes. What is your business, dark elf? She said, ready to draw her spear. That hair. Are you Brynhildra's girl? A slog. She raised an eyebrow and slightly lowered her guard. What is your name? I have not been called that since I took on the name and title Brynhildr. I am Malayan Doknita, a former member from years ago. Ah. Lord Odin and my mother spoke of you. Where is Brynhildr? Is she still around? She died a few years back. I am Brynhildr 8th. Have you come to rejoin the familia after so many years after you failed to slay the black dragon? Ha. No, I came because other reasons. Had it not been for the spirit that threw you and the familia out, I would have been long gone. Then why are you still here? Just to gloat. I came to confirm information. Such as, did the spirit drink the ether? I'll save you the trouble, yes. Now leave. Lord Odin has been in a foul mood since it all happened 3 years ago. My, what a horrible 3 years, Malayan said unenthusiastically. But I am sure you are used to his bad temper. He gets one whenever something is up to his specifications, which is always. Are you done? I am. Let us go. Malayan turns her horse. She cut us the time and patience of meeting with him. They left as quickly as they showed up. Ha, Brynhildr breathes out a long sigh. I hope she brings help. Volume 4 Quest 309 Demi-Spirit found. A month later, after traveling as fast as they could to Orario, Malayan returned. Lady Hestia, I have returned with urgent information. Malayan said. Malayan did not convert to the Artemis Familia so quickly. There were still a few things she wished to impart to Belle. The Hestia Familia was also on her way to the Artemis Familia home. Did you? What is it? Hestia said. Wait, where are Belle and the others? Malayan looked around. Don't tell me he has already left for the expedition. They did. Hestia got up and walked to her. Is the information that important? We found Wu. Her eyes widen. Are you sure? Positive, my home forest has poisonous miasma slowly killing it. Gah. What luck. Belle and the others already left for the expedition a month ago. Then shall I go and inform Lady Artemis? Go, I will inform Hermes of this, we will meet up with Artemis. Malayan quickly made her way to the Artemis Familia home. What is the problem? Artemis quickly came down to meet her. A look of concern showed on her face as she approached Malayan. Artemis, we have found Wu. Truly? Yes, Lady Hestia has already gone to inform Lord Hermes. They will be coming here. Get the meeting room ready. She turned to her familia and gave out the order before returning her attention to her fellow CO wife. Malayan, are you tired? A bit. She gives a slight nod. Seems being 5 months now has taken more out of me, how I miss the freedom and clothes to move about. Can you last till the meeting is over? I can, but I would need some help going up. Anything you want? Drink? Food? Salmiak and some orange juice. I'll get you them. Artemis left, leaving Malayan to rest in the meeting room. Resting in the meeting room, a few minutes passed, and Haku and Kalai entered. Ma. Kalai ran up to Malayan. Little Moonbeam, you have grown so much since I left. They both hug one another. How is my little sister? She said, touching her abdomen. They are doing well, but do not get your hopes up if they turn out to be a boy. Haku, do you wish to feel as well? Not really. So, what brought you two here? Is it just to greet me? It was Haku's idea. Callisto said. Haku's face turned red in embarrassment. No, I didn't. It was yours, Kalai. Do not fight. Malayan cut short their little fight before it could escalate. I am happy you both came to meet me. She pats Callisto and Hakushika's heads. Knock. Knock. Lady Doc. Said an elf member of the Artemis Familia. I brought the things you requested. They came in and placed it on the table. The food that Malayan had a craving to eat. Ugh. Haku said. The smell of the salmiak put Haku off. I'm going now. How can you eat that? I am not a fan of it either, but I have a craving for it. Your mother had a craving for pickles, peanut butter, and honey. You. That sounds so nasty. The taste and textures are all weird. I don't know. It sounds pretty good. Callisto said. You two should be going, I will take a quick nap before everyone gets here. Are you that tired? Haku asked. You are usually full of energy. Having a child takes a lot out of me. Maybe later we will resume your art and archery lessons. You can just ask Mom to teach you, Haku. Callisto chimed in. Both Haku and Malayan reclined at the suggestion. What's wrong with Mom's archery lessons? Callisto looked at the two, quickly glancing from one to the other. Mom is, really, brutal in her teachings, Malayan said. I can still feel the cold, sharp pain of her arrows as they lay in me. I still remember the pain in my fingers. They felt like if I tapped the end of a fork, they'd burst like a berry, Haku said. Don't be a baby. It's not that hard. Callisto said proudly. Do not say that so boldly, Malayan said firmly. You will live to regret it. You will. Said the elf member. My friend Meliboea once asked Lady Artemis for a match to see who was the better archer. And? Callisto said. I thought the result was obvious. Lady Artemis is not the goddess of archery for nothing. Now run along you two, Lady Doc needs her rest. The elf leads the kids out while Malayan gets her nap. A while later. Ma. Malayan, everyone is here. Said Artemis, waking Malayan up. Malayan opens and rubs her eyes. Sorry, I was getting a quick nap. Artemis, help her up. Now, as I said. She informs her of what she found, how not only has Wu made her way to the frontier, she has kicked out the Odin familia and has been poisoning the lionish forests for 3 years now. This is certainly a problem. Said Hermes. Any other day I would be laughing my ass off hearing that one-eyed jerk was kicked out of his home. It's karma to do what he did to my ancestors, in driving from the land he calls Asgard. Malayan said. Unfortunately, the poison the spirit drank would be the eater, Loki said with a disgruntled expression. What's that, Loki? Something in your region of heaven? Asked Hestia. It's a poison that old bastard used to get high and, quote, expand his mind in heaven. Hermes, Hestia and Artemis were all shocked. That's impossible! Shouted Hermes. The closest thing we had was ambrosia. Even then, that was quickly regulated. Plus, I would know about it. If that's Ingakai, then, it seems she found a poison strong enough to possibly bring down Cirrus. Said Artemis. But, why is she not come for him yet? Said Asphi. I mean, if she has it, why not come to finish him off? I would assume it is because she isn't strong enough to fully adapt it to her being. Said Circe. A poison like the eater would take a long time to acclimate to, and without a contractor or a reliable source of magic stones, in her case, it will take time. Me and Freya will deal with her. Said Loki. Our strongest may be gone, but we can at least hold her back till our main forces come back. Do you want to go just to laugh at Odin? Said Hestia. Partially, but we know Odin and how to deal with his personality. Is it that bad? Shrimp, he is like Zeus, but instead of the lust towards women, he has a lust for knowledge and an anger equal to it when he doesn't get his way. That sword Cirrus has is proof of that. That damn cursed sword Hera won from him, Malayan said, remembering Gram. Exactly, so we will head out first, Circe. Do you mind coming along as well? Maybe you could make some antidote for the poison. Loki said, putting their hands together to garner sympathy. I will go if this poison is as dangerous as you said. I will take up that challenge, Circe said. Besides, if it is said to make a god high in heaven, then who knows what it can do to a human. Frontier, lionish forest outskirts. Lord Odin, the miasma has spread again. Said a familia member. The dark elves have even moved out of their forest. Please, my lord, we must. Silence. The old, one-eyed god's voice resonated through the hall. His one pale blue eye was filled with frustration and anger. Those damn elves leaving their home. Cowards, the lot of them. They never had the spine to face me. Their own royal had more spine than the lot of them. Even more when she left. Sigurd. Brynhildr. Come. Coming in front of him from the line of warriors in the hall were the captain and vice-captain. Lord Odin. Said Sigurd, a handsome man with pale green eyes and white hair. On his side was a sapphire and emerald blade with runes etched into it. A black and silver armor covers him. What is your command? Said Brynhildr. I want you two to reinforce the barrier and push back the miasma. We are not going to leave, not until we slay that damn spirit. Yes. Lord Odin. Everyone in the hall shouted at the same time. Brynhildr. We will give you the mana potions we have, so do not hold back. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Odin. She said boldly. Volume 4 Quest 310 Dungeon Diving cut short. Floor 63. Same as always. Said Bet. This cold temperature. Keep your wit about you. Said Finn. The monsters adapted to the new environment. Those thunder blasts are freaky. Said Tioni. Tiona, why did you name them that? Well, they blast thunder, I thought it was a pretty good name, all things considered. Tiona said. With less fur, their agility is further increased. The fur that they do have is very thick and dense, as if they were circuits. Said Rithusa. And their sense of smell is also heightened to accommodate their lack of sight and hearing. Well, it's not like we would have any trouble getting through. Said Leffy Ya. They look to see Cirrus, Ai, Ace, and Gareth. Their presence alone is enough to ward any monster away. From the 59th to the 61st floors, everything was transformed into a jungle. The monsters also changed from what Malayan had said were here and what they are now. In the past 3 years, the Artemis Familia has gone down deep within the dungeon several times with both the Loki and Freya Familia, usually taking on familias who are very close with their gods, such as the Hestia and Ganesha Familia, along with smaller ones on the floors they could handle. All in all, with the Artemis Familia spearheading the expeditions, several smaller familia have slowly grown in strength. The time it takes to reach the 70th floor is usually 1 month, as with each floor they go down, it gets bigger. 71st floor. When the expedition finally reached the 71st floor, they found it to be a safe floor with a look similar to the floors before it but with a much warmer temperature than a cool lake. Scouting parties re-examine the floor for any changes. The rest of us will set up camp. Will do. Said Ai. Got it, said Bet. Understood. Said the rest of them. They made parties and then left to finish fully mapping the floor out. All right, let's get to work. Yes, sir. They all shouted. Do you think anything would have changed? Said Finn, coming up next to Cirrus. Unlikely, but even if the chance is low, I won't let that small chance fuck us over. This is the first time I wish Finn still led the expeditions, Riveria said, sitting down on a crate. I didn't think I would be run this ragged. Bahaha. Gareth laughed. If he didn't, you two wouldn't have reached level 7. Now get to it, elf. We have to set up camp. Cirrus, you better be helped as well. Riveria got up and picked up a few crates. I will. Everyone does their part. Later that night. So that is the inventory. Said Raoul. We're also good at potions, said Kale. The weapons are also in good condition. Said Tsubaki. The camp morale is pretty good as well, said Gareth. Then we are good to go for tomorrow. Said Riveria. Seems so, but I would like to go the day after tomorrow to get everyone at their peak health. That's good, said Finn. Anything else? Nothing else aside from some monsters coming down, Ai said. Other than that, we are all good. Then tomorrow we will conquer the 71st floor and move on to the 72nd floor before we stretch our inventory thin, Cirrus said. Everyone go to sleep. We have a mountain to chip away at. They all left back to their own tents. They separated the camp between males and females to avoid any conflict. 2 days later, the 72nd floor. The 72nd floor of the dungeon was part of a cave system. There was also no light source, so everything was shrouded in darkness. I hate these fucking floors of darkness, they are always a pain in the ass to navigate. Said Cirrus. Sing, dot. Lightning danced off Cirrus, turning him into a light source. Several monsters then appeared, trying to end the light source, but... Swish. Thwack. Bam. Sword, arrow, and magic destroyed the monsters that adapted to the darkness. They all had 2 things in common, luminescent eyes that glow in the dark and white pigmentation of their scales and fur. What do you think of calling these floors the blind floors? You can't fuck see in this perpetual darkness. Said Cirrus. A good name is a lot better than the glow-eyed lizards and glow-eyed serpents you decided on. Said Ai. I think they're a fair name for monsters that have their eyes glowing. Said Belle. Yeah. It's pretty on the nose. Said Tiona. We could call them albino monsters. Said Riveria. Their weakness to a light source is very detrimental to the threat they pose, aside from how aggressive they are to stop any light sources that might pose a problem. But they don't have red eyes to call them that, said Leffy Ya. Let the guild decide on a damn name for these creepy-ass monsters. Said Bet. And focus more on the damn mapping. You're right. The more we talk, the more time we waste. They all began to map out the floor in groups, with the strongest carrying the light source. Cirrus. Said Circe, contacting him. They found her. Cirrus stopped moving. Are you sure? Positive, Malayan found her in her home forest. It seems she took a drink that was strong enough to even get gods high in heaven. Are you going to try and make an antidote? You know me so well. Keep safe. We will get back as soon as we can. Understood. Cyrus, sir, said Raoul, noticing Cyrus was standing still for longer than he usually would. Is something the matter? Said Phi. They found the last spirit on the surface. They stood in shock. Then, are we going to head back now? Asked Aki. This could be the only time she could be dealt with. No, I will hurry along the mapping progress. From the sleeves of his shadow came out an emerald and ruby blade with runes and visible cracks filled with mithril. I will be the fire the moths will flock to. I will leave behind a mark showing where I went. Understood. They all said without any hesitation. Cyrus tightly grips his blade and takes a deep breath. Phew. Level 1. The runes glowed partway, and Cyrus's eyes sharpened. With a kick of his foot and a surge of electricity crackling around him and echoing through the cave, he was off. He ran with such speed, cracking the ground with his steps and bringing all the monsters in the area to go after him, leaving no magic stone behind. Volume 4 Quest 311 Surprise. 2 weeks later. Lionish Forest outskirts, the home base of the Odin Familia. My lord. My lord. Came in as a Familia member. What is it? Odin said upon his wooden throne. Gee gods. 2 gods have come. Did you get their slam? The doors to the hall slammed open. Hey. Hey. Long time no see you one-eyed pain in the ass. Said Loki, entering with one of her children. Right behind her were Otter and Freya. Freya walked in with a smug smile. It certainly has been a while, you piece of shit. Freya's words caught everyone but Loki off guard, as this was the first time she had so easily shown her dislike of the one-eyed god. Loki, the flat-chested fool of a god, and Freya, the hopeless whore of heaven, what have you 2 stool gods been doing here in my land? As sparks flew off, the room became tense. I would feel offended if not for you being back so far and so stubbornly deciding to stay behind on your idiot pride, Freya said with a gaze that can cut a mountain, yet it was full of delight as she looked at the god king of Asgard be reduced to such a state. That is none of your fucking concern. His voice boomed through the halls. Seems you built this hall the same way to make your voice echo through it better, you old dick-eyed bastard, Loki said with her eyes opening like a snake finding prey after a long hunt. But unfortunately for you, it is our business that the one who kicked you out and drank the ether was a spirit. I knew that the moment I laid my eye on her putrid form. But how are you going to deal with her? The miasma is enough to even kill that boar of yours, Freya. He said, looking at Otter. That is why we have brought a special person. Walking into the hall in red witch attire. Circe meets Odin's eye. Another spirit, what's your name, girl? Odin could see Circe's soul. It was as radiant as the sun going down over the horizon. Around her soul was a red thread that fades off. I am Circe, spirit of witchcraft, and spirit of the goddess Hecate. I am here to try and see if I can make an antidote to combat the miasma. He looked at her, his eyes widening a bit. Very well, you seem very capable. Thank you. She then quickly left the hall. That spirit, who is her master? Odin looked to the children Freya and Loki brought, but none held the bonds that wrapped around Circe. Tell me, Loki, Freya, is that spirit contracted to any of your children, be it as unlikely as it may be? No, Freya said. Her master is a cut above our children. What say you, boar? He glared at Otter. Is your goddess word true? If they come from her lips, then they are real. He said it calmly. You have raised him well, but you, Loki. Odin looked around her. I do not see any particular strength. They're busy on their expedition to the dungeon. It just so happens that it was my familia's time to go down. What bad fortune, as always. I was hoping my child could crush your strongest, but, oh well. Truly unfortunate. We will be leaving first. I don't want to stay in this gaudy place. Loki takes her leave first. And you, Freya? He said, glancing at her. You better not use your charm on my children. Of course not. Why would I try to take your children when mine are far better? Come Otter, we are leaving as well. Staying here, I fear the stench of sweat and the old man will cling to my skin and clothes. As Freya was going to take her leave, Odin shouted. Tell me, you hopeless romantic. After 100 years of walking through Gakai, have you come any closer to finding your Otter? Freya only turns her head enough to glance at him from the edges of her peripheral. I did, and his brilliance outshines the souls of that silver and black child, and that emerald child. I will see about that. Freya and her familia leave the hall. Sigurd and Brynhildr enter the hall and kneel. Lord Odin, what shall we do? Asked Sigurd XXI, 21st. Nothing, Freya's pet can crush you both as if it were blowing a candle out. Even with Gram too? Yes. Odin stroked his beard. Even you who achieved level 4 cannot hope to try to even cut that mountain. You may have stood a chance with the prototype of your blade. Albeit you would die cutting off a mere finger, less even now, you would be lucky to even graze his skin. Sigurd looks at the blade, and hope and anger flare in him. What of me, Lord Odin? Asked Brynhildr, the captain of the Odin Familia. You are my favorite daughter. It would be a battle that would be fought long and hard, but even with your flames, that boar would still trample you, still thinking it was a play date. Then we do nothing. For now, yes, but keep an eye on that red spirit, Circe. His eye sharpened. She is one not to keep tabs on. Walking through the village, Circe walks to the barrier and examines it. What a shoddy barrier, but... She notices the runes resemble those of Circe's gram. These are interesting. She takes a step out of the barrier and immediately chants. A myriad vapors obscure the light, the stars of the night interrupt their course. Astonished rivers retreat to their source, and even death's god trembles in the dark. But though the earth is shaken to its core, love is not to be commanded in this way and the wintry fields come back to life. Atelio_TOS voyage. A barrier forms around her as she walks into the miasma-filled forest. As she walked, she could feel the miasma whittling away at the barrier, faster and faster as she got closer to the source. Well, that certainly is something. She walks back out and drops her magic. I will need to have it in a very controlled space and be very careful with it. Circe, Freya said, coming up to her. What do you make of this stopgap? It's shoddy. But seeing what the miasma can do, it's shoddy for a reason. She walked to the barrier and saw the runes. The runes are well made, but they are slowly eroding. Do you think you can improve them? Ensure they don't suddenly break. I am afraid these are the best runes one can make. Even if I remake them, they will still end up like the ones placed now. Circe pondered. Anyway. My familia's best healer, Hythe, has gone and set up a tent for you and her. Does she wish to help me make a cure? Yes and no. She doesn't care about this place, but she does respect you as an alchemist. Your potions have made her job significantly easier. She even gets a full night's rest. That's nice. Care to show me where it is? Of course. By the way, how has the work on my special request come along? It's steady. I still find it heretical. Then it's best it never sees the light of day before results can be made. She smirks while walking away. A real deal with the devil she is, Circe muttered under her breath, following her. Volume 4 Quest 312 to the Frontier. 4 days later, the expedition party returned. Finn, I leave matters to you. I need to go and deal with her. Circe said, rushing off. Ace, Riveria, go with him. Said Finn. If it's miasma and the dark high elf forest, he would need some help to clear those out. Understood. They both said. Meet me at the northwestern wall when you are ready, Circe said, heading off to his home. While he rushes home, Vesta speaks to him. Circe. Vesta. Did something happen? No, I just wish to tell you that now that you are back on the surface, I am sure you will meet Odin. Likely, I want to let out my anger at his weapon, Gram. Well, you should try to make a deal of some sort, he knows more about Elpis than I do. Because he has a mighty need for knowledge. That yes and the fact he took in Elpis' power and died. That is how he lost an eye. He also, along with several others of heaven's brightest, looked into it. Like who? Odin, Athena, Sarawati, Brigid, Ganesha, Métis, Nabu, Enki, Anansi, Amwakane, Frigg, Thoth, and Shit. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I could have gone and found them and asked them what they knew. Because they know about me. All of them abandoned the research into Elpis, all but Odin. Even Anansi. Even him. There was only so much one could research without a guinea pig. And that was Odin. Yes, he is the only one who bit the bullet and took Elpis into himself, then he shortly exploded, leaving only Elpis behind. Thus it was given the title the power that can kill the gods. Okay so. What? Does he know the ins and outs of Elpis? Why didn't oh right, he's Odin. Yes, he hoarded the knowledge for himself. Of course, every other god wished to see what he saw, but they didn't wish to take a chance and lose a body part forever without knowing the outcome. So they all sealed it without Odin's knowledge and were given to Hestia, where she used the heavenly flame as its guardian. Okay, so how do you know it can bring out one's zenith? They put Elpis into a rock, and it turned into dot. What the fuck did you say? How did you even make that sound? They then put it into a sacred animal, and well, it began to grow too strong, so they quickly slew it with the help of several other gods. So Odin is your god to learn more. I am not happy about asking him something. No one is. It's a kind of shared feeling. When arriving back first, he went to check on Malayan. Are you all right? He said, entering the room with Artemis and Malayan. Cirrus, you're back far quicker than expected, Malayan said, surprised. And why wouldn't I be all right? The child. I did not go near the miasma, and I already went to get checked. Are you going to her home forest? Asked Artemis. I am. Wu has managed to stay away from prying eyes for long enough. I am sorry you can't come. He said, looking at Malayan. That is fine. I have told some of my people you will be coming eventually. Also, when you are there, see if you can't get a good branch or two from my forest's sacred tree. If it's not already dead, that is. I'll try. Did you tell your parents of your marriage? No, I plan to never tell them. Alright, but him. Cirrus looks around. Art, where are the kids? Hecton and Fafnir are watching them right now. Haku is playing in the district while Kalai is reading in the library, catching up on her studies. It's a shame I have to go so quickly, but I will be done with selling the loot and informing the guild of the progress we made. I'll try to get back as fast as I can. Be careful, alright. Said Malayan. He nods and walks briskly up to the rooftop. Fafnir. His shout rang through the whole home and 2 other towers. In the second tower's library. Dad. Kalai said, turning her head. She got up from her seat and ran towards the main tower. Callisto's shadow shifted and shot through the shadows of the tower's interior, reaching the rooftop. Fafnir appeared from the shadows like a bottle of ink spilling over. Master. She said, kneeling. I'm sure you know of Wu, correct? Yes, Lady Artemis and Lady Malayan have informed me. Shall we go? Yes, but we have 2 other people to bring, Ace and Riveria. The Nephilim and the High Elf. Where? The northwestern wall. As Kalai runs across the bridge to the first tower, she looks up at the tower to see a streak of black go across the sky. Pretty. Oh. I gotta hurry to Dad. She quickly ran ahead. When she reached her parents' room, she slammed open the door. Dad. She shouted with starry eyes. She looks to find only her mother and Malayan. Callisto Zephyr. Artemis shouted. What did I tell you about slamming open the door and knocking? Sorry Mom. But I heard Dad, so I came running. But... She scanned the room again. He isn't here. She said this with a disappointed expression on her face. You just missed him, sweetie. Something came up, and he needed to leave as soon as he came back. Ah. When will he be back? I don't know, but he will be back soon. It's not fair. Nothing in life is. Go back to studying now. I will bring up your favorite. Really? Yes, now run along. Callisto immediately turned and slammed the door behind her, rushing back to the library. Traveling at unbelievable speeds, Fafnir, Ace, and Riveria stood behind Cirrus, holding him tightly with his arms crossed. Swish. So, do you usually travel this fast? Swish. Swish. The wind was being cut with the speed Fafnir was flying, leaving contrails and white streaks cutting into the sky from the points of her 6 wings. I wonder how much ground we are covering? Asked Riveria as she held onto Ace's shoulders. About 3 days' worth by now. Said Ace behind Cirrus's back. Fafnir, you know where to go, correct? Said Cirrus. Yes, Lady Malayan has informed me of the location and direction. It will take about 2 full days of travel at this speed to reach the location. Fafnir said. Then we are going to sleep on your back. Asked Riveria. No, we will not stop for you to sleep. She said. Master, could you use your armor? With it, I can cut the time in half. Very well. Thika Panoplia, Ethon. His magic circle appeared before her, and she flew through it. The armor-clad dragon's body. Now feathers covered her, along with another pair of wings. With another flap of her now 8 wings, she travels at an even greater speed than before. Frontier, Odin Familia's home outskirts. So how goes the antidote? Asked Loki, entering Circe's tent. Hard. Said Circe, mixing and writing the things down. This poison is so damn resilient, it's a pain in the ass to find a way, especially with such limited resources. Even the equipment I have brought is barely enough to make slow progress. So leave. Said Hythe to help Circe in her work. You're walking around here with no protection, Lady Loki. Fine, but it is a sight to see. The red and golden witch is something. She said while leaving. Circe, Hythe said. How long do you think it would take to make an antidote within a reasonable time? Long enough that your grandchild will have grey hairs. Leaving the tent, Loki went to Freya's tent, where she was drinking. Your child is pretty good at being able to keep up with that genius. Loki went and sat down. Albeit she is a spirit, so. She has been working tirelessly to reach her levels of skill to get more rest, Freya said, swirling her glass of wine. Circe is certainly charitable enough to let Hythe learn from her. How unfortunate she has to work even harder to even get rest. Loki gets the open bottle and pours herself a drink. Odin's kids have been skulking around, you know. Yes. She took a sip of her wine. Dull children, even the dullest of yours, still outshines theirs, but the emerald child, she shines like your sword princess. Is that so? Loki then sat back and kicked up her feet. I'll be sure to keep an eye on her. Alan stood guard outside the tent. His gaze was sharp enough that most would go the other way to avoid it, but two people did. A man with a sword similar to Circe and a woman with a gold-tipped spear with runes written on it. Annoying weaklings. Alan thought, annoyed by the two's persistence. They're stronger than the rest of the rabble. If they think they can beat us for their shitty old god. A smile grew on Alan's face. I wonder how far their eagerness goes. I hope they try to do something. I want to bash their annoying face in. Odin's temporary home. And that is the report, sir, said a familia member reporting back on what the Loki and Freya familia were doing. That spirit has been putting in work. Odin scratches his beard. How is the barrier? Are the runes still well maintained? From what we have checked, when she uses her barrier, it eases the burden off the runes, making the area where she goes in and leaves stronger than the rest. Brynhildra's flame damages the runes and area. He gets up from his throne and walks off. Lord Odin. He walks into the room and shortly comes out with a piece of parchment, a quill, and ink. He quickly scribbled and rolled it up. Then he grabbed a candle and dripped the wax onto it to seal it. From his thick feathered cloak, he plucked a single black feather and placed it in the wax as it hardened. Deliver it to her. He walks back to his throne and sits back down. They came up, took the parchment, and left quickly. Volume 4 Quest 313 Outside Orario, the frontier lionish forest's outskirts. One day later, after flying, they reached the forest. So this is the miasma. Circe said, overlooking the forest from a cliff. Even from here, I can smell the death and decay in the wind, it's also heavier than the air, which is interesting to know. So much of the forest is gone. Said Riveria. I feel bad for the elves here. That big tree, said Ace. That is where the source of the miasma is. I can see the density of the poison being more concentrated around that area. Then let's go find the others. Fafnir rest. Yes, master. Her body turns to ink like darkness, returning into his shadow. It's a bit odd to see her do this and not be weirded out, Riveria said. I guess going on expeditions with you has given me a glimpse of your power. Partially. He holds out his hand, and a pinkish blue hawk lands on it. Lead the way, Circe. Arriving at the camp, they could see the Freya and Loki familia together with the eyes of the Odin familia looking at him. Those of the Loki and Freya familia saw Circe as a sort of majestic beast that inspires awe and fear. With Ace and Riveria behind him, it brought some relief and ease of mind to know they were here. For the Odin familia, they only saw a massive, heaven-scraping mountain that inspires only death in all who wish to climb. They didn't even notice Ace and Riveria. Circe had gone back to her tent. Circe enters the main tent, where Freya sat with Otter by her side and Loki with Narvi. Lady Loki, Freya, Circe said, nodding. We came as well, Lady Loki, Riveria said, with Ace next to her. Ooh. My sweet Ace and Mama Riveria are he MMPH. Freya covered her mouth. It's good to know we have you two here, Nine Hells, Sword Princess. Freya smiled and nodded. Loki here wishes to go and show you two off. Maybe later, when the woo is dealt with, Ace said. So. Circe took a few steps forward. How was he? Was he pissed? Circe said with a smile. The gods smiled ear to ear. You betcha he was. Ha 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 ha. Loki was laughing as hard as she could. He was really peeved we came, but I'm sure he will, even more, when he sees you, Freya said with a devilish smile. Ha 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 ha. The human, goddess of mischief, and goddess of beauty all shared a laugh. The hatred they have for the one-eyed god runs deep enough for them all to laugh. Ha. I think I'll go and see him after a nap, Circe said, stretching. We will as well, Riveria said. The ride here took more out of me than I would admit. It has been a long journey, Ace said as well. Circe's tent is the red one, a bit away from everyone else, downwind from a small hill, Otter said. Then I will show you to our tent. Loki said shooting straight up. Narvi, is there a spare tent? Riveria asked. Yes, I'll show you. Narvi said. Circe heads out and heads to a red tent, it took him a minute or two to find it. Once he did, he found Circe working with Hythe. She was also working. So, how is the antidote progressing? Cirrus asked as he went to the empty area of Circe's tent and took out a bed from his shadow. Exceedingly well, Hythe said. But I am sure she has already given you the report. I have, Circe said. Odin was kind enough to give me the ingredients for how he made the eater. And Cirrus said, lying on his bed. And we will be finished in a few hours or so. Right on time for you to go in and deal with Wu so you can test the antidote. How lovely. He closes his eyes. I'm going to nap now. Wake me up if anything happens. All right. A while later, Cirrus wakes up. He gets up, stretching his arms. Welp, time to meet that old bitch. Aggressive, no. Circe replied. By this old bitch, do you mean Lord Odin? Hythe asked. That I am. Cirrus responded. Hythe grinned. I am looking forward to his voice reaching my ears. When you're done, come back here. We are just doing the finishing touches on the antidote. Circe said. Got it, Fafnir, hand me Gram. Cirrus gets back on his feet. From the shadow, Gram, in its sheath, popped out. Cirrus quickly got himself ready and had it on his waist. Get some sleep. A mind not rested won't work at its best, Cirrus said, walking away. Depends. Are you going to make breakfast? Circe turned to him, an eyebrow raised. I will, don't worry. All right, maybe a quick nap. Hythe? What about you? She looked at her work and sighed. After this. Once this is finished, I will sleep. Cirrus nods as he leaves. Ah, it's nighttime. He says this, walking towards the Odin Familia. Walking through the Odin Familia's temporary base, everyone quickly drew their eyes to him and even began to wake others as they saw what was around his waist, the first Gram. Murmur. 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 Cirrus paid it no mind until a handsome man with pale green eyes and white hair appeared in silver and black armor. Around his waist was a sapphire and emerald blade. You there? That blade at your side, hand it over. He said it in an aggressive tone of voice. Ha! Cirrus said, surprised. Who the fuck are you to demand my sword? Piss off! Cirrus continued to walk when the man drew his sapphire and emerald blade. Cirrus saw the runes etched into its spine. I said hand it over. You are unworthy of wielding it. He slowly holds the handle of his weapon. Cirrus doesn't even see him as a threat. More like an angry chihuahua baring its teeth. Move, or I will take your sword from you. Cirrus' eyes looked down at him with a piercing gleam. Trust me. You don't want what I can give. Sigurd's feet were shaking, but that fear was quickly drawn away. You asked for it. He shouted in anger, drawing his sword. Gram. Level 2. The runes glowed brightly. Cirrus could see Sigurd's eyes focus on him. Well? Come on, then. Cirrus said, gesturing for him to come and get him. I'm waiting. Come on, hurry up and get it over with so I can vent my anger at that old god. Rah! He shouted, swinging his sword down on Cirrus. Switing! Cirrus caught the sword with two of his fingers. Sigurd's eyes widen. It seems they don't tell you much about picking on stronger people out here in the boonies, hey. Cirrus then glared at him while slowly drawing Gram. You see, Gram belongs to me. If you want to take it, I suggest taking it off my dead body. He then strikes him with the flat of the blade, knocking him down with his head dazed. Thud. Gah. He sheathed Gram and kept walking. He made sure to walk around Sigurd, whose face is flat on the ground. Many who were watching shuddered at how easily Cirrus dealt with their vice-captain. Cirrus didn't take his sword, finding that taking it would bring him more annoyance than a benefit. He continued to walk towards where he felt divinity. He kicked open the doors to the hall to find an old, one-eyed god with a black feathered cloak sitting on his throne and a beautiful woman with emerald hair kneeling before him. Hey, there you old one-eyed petty-ass god! Cirrus shouted, drawing Gram again. Ha! He flings the sword at such speed that Brynhildr couldn't catch it. Thud! It impales near Odin's head, with his reflection in the sword. The sound of the sword impaling the wooden throne echoed through the hall. Odin looks at Gram and Cirrus as he walks up to them. Lord Odin! Brynhildr shouted with her spear in hand, staring daggers at Cirrus. That face! His face grew angry. That damn Hera! His voice filled the hall and even reached the ears of those outside. Who are you? Why do you have her face? Even if age and testosterone has changed Cirrus' face, one could still vaguely see enough of Hera. My name is Cirrus Zephyr, captain of the Artemis Familia, known by the title of Heavenly Crown. Sing, dot. The sword then rips itself out and returns to Cirrus' side. As well as the son of the Empress and the captain of the Hera Familia. Odin's eyes didn't change as he scrutinized the Heavenly Crown. Oh. So that is how you got your hands on Gram. A smug smile grows on his face. Did you enjoy the curse? I made sure to make it very painful. He had a gleeful almost childlike tone to his voice. About as much as that white-haired, pale green child of yours with a bootleg version of my sword is eating shit. Brynhildr got noticeably angry. Then the hostility is well founded, hee hee bahaha. His laughter boomed through the hall. I wish I could have seen your anguished face. I bet you would, you sore loser. He then sheaths his sword. You there? I assume you are the captain, right? Cirrus looked at Brynhildr. I am. My name is Brynhildr. Captain of the Odin Familia. She prepares herself to impale Cirrus. Ah, your lover is all right. I simply knocked him on the ground after trying to. You bastard. He burst through the hall doors and leaped at Cirrus with his sword drawn. Gram. Full release. Fafnir, Cirrus said, looking at Odin and Brynhildr. I should have used more force. He mumbled. From his shadow, a woman appeared, stopping his sword swing with her ink-like arm. What? Again. Is this what you and this sword can do? Master's swing and blade are far better. Fafnir then pushed him back as her form returned to her regular human form with shades. Who are you? He shouted. Sigurd, quiet, Odin said, glaring at Cirrus. A familiar feeling ran across Cirrus's mind, the same feeling Circe and Freya can give off. You're looking at my soul, hey? What do you think? Cirrus slowly approaches Odin. He has an angry expression on his face. So you are her Odr, I see. No, I'm not. I'm already taken, one of which is my goddess. He holds out his right hand, showing off the ring. I am sure you heard of Artemis, right? A slight smile grows on his face. So you rejected Freya and even have a famed virgin goddess like Artemis, hey? I can see why your soul makes Brynhildr and Sigurd's look like dim candles to your godlike soul, just looking at it makes me want to have you. I'm flattered, but I'm here for woo. That spirit has been running rampant for too long. Yes, that poison spirit. Well, I'm sure you will handle it, but I want to ask you, why is Gram shoddily repaired? It was damaged, and you're lucky Hephaestus and Freya didn't hear you. Bae. How could it possibly get damaged? That's damn near unbreakable. The only thing that could be a divine weapon. His temper simmers down. The primordial fire, you were there, weren't you? He looked closer and even sniffed the air. Elpis, he said under his breath. You have the power no god can wield. He sniffs the air again. Oh no, of course not. You only have half of its unknown power. I was, and it clashed with Ethon. Also unknown? Isn't Elpis the power to bring out one's zenith? Ha! That is what we can gather from it. I and several of the wisest gods saw it to learn what it was capable of. And what? That's how you lost that eye of yours. Yes. He gently touches his eye patch as if the pain remained. Even when I killed myself to be reborn, my eye never returned. Albeit I gained a lot of knowledge from it. Then let me ask you, Odin. Cirrus knew he would have a better chance at getting the knowledge Odin gained, but it was as unlikely as Zeus not going after women, it's nearly impossible, so he would ask for that which holds no value for him but also intrigues him from the question alone. Can Elpis help break me from Anand's strings? Odin's eye widens. You seek to break from Anand's strings? Bahaha. He laughed even more boastfully, hitting the sidearms of his throne in laughter. First you come here, kick open my doors, and throw Gram nearby face. What makes you think I will tell you what you want? How about a deal? Between me and you. What could you possibly offer me? I know more than you, boy. Anything you could give me, I do not want. The only thing worth trading is your cardinal knowledge of the famed Artemis, the virgin goddess you call your wife, even then, I am not interested in such perversions. Cirrus walks up to Odin. Brynhildr gets in his way and points her spear. Cirrus taps his finger on the tip of the spear. Ask your children to leave. I would rather not have to use them as examples. He then pushes the spear back. Brynhild holds her spear tightly, but she is being pushed back. Cirrus' skin was far more durable and stronger than the average, even more so than if he were a level 9. Leave her alone! Sigurd shouted, still being held back by Fafnir. Enough! Odin's voice silenced everyone and stopped them in their tracks. Brynhildr, Sigurd. Leave. But Lord Odin. What if he? Brynhildr. Odin gazed at her. He is a far different beast entirely than Freya's boar. He is something that a young boy wishes they could become, a hero that even Zeus would not have been able to make. So lower your weapons and leave. The two gripped their weapons tightly and looked down in anger and frustration. Tisk. They both said, lowering their weapons and leaving. They soon left the hall, leaving it with only Cirrus and Odin. You're far kinder than what I would have expected. Cirrus wryly smiles. Hat. What did Loki and Freya say? That I was an insane, barbaric whore for knowledge. Well, not those words exactly, but close enough. Fafnir. Fafnir throws out several sound eaters around the hall. Hoh Odin looks at one of the sound eaters, rubbing his chin in amazement. Fascinating. You made a magic tool that eats no snuffs out the sound. Sound eaters sound better than sound killers. Either way, they do the job that I want. Well, you will have to do more than offer me your sound eaters. Then how about some knowledge asterisk? Cirrus said it in English. Odin shook, he was visibly surprised. How do you know that language asterisk? He said it in English. No, the only way you can asterisk. All-Father Odin, the king of the Norse pantheon. Husband to Frigg, father of Thor, Baldur and many more star. Cirrus stands at the base of Odin's throne. I will give you information, no one but those closest to me. Not even my wives know star. Odin tilts his head and taps the arm of his throne. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. All right. I'll bite. You wish to trade me that information for what I know on Elpis asterisk. Throw in your word that what has been learned today will never be spoken again in your name, and we can proceed star. On my word as Odin, I will honor that deal star. Thank you, you know what will happen if you break it, right asterisk. I know. I would have a better chance of getting Loki and Freya to love me than to think of stopping you star. Good, because I assure you I am fully ready to try my spear on you star. You even threaten me so brazenly? Just because you have half of Elpis doesn't give you the balls to kill me, Moksha no, reincarnator star. That was the only thing that made sense to Odin. No. It was the only way that Cirrus would know and speak English to know of the things he did about him. A man can do a lot of things when it involves his kids star. Cirrus slowly began to walk up to Odin. He holds his hand out. Vesta. Whoosh. White Knight formed in his hand. Oh. Odin looks at White Knight with curiosity and a bit of fear as it slowly but quickly dawns on him what it is. You made your point star. Odin was annoyed that he did not recognize the weapon. He had seen all the gods' divine weapons, but the one in his hands was not one of them. If I tell you what I know, you don't need to tell me about how you're a reincarnator. The price for knowledge on Elpis is the name of this fine weapon you have asterisk. Fine, Cirrus said in coin. Shall we speak in coin? I have gotten rusty in my English. He swung White Knight and let it rest on his shoulders as he walked back down to the base of the throne. Oh, and by the way, just as a little extra for threatening you, I am a moksha, an artificial one. Then it would seem you have Anang's string for a reason. Tell me, what is the name of that divine weapon? It is called White Knight. I made it using the heavenly flame. That explains your soul. He looks a bit disgruntled. That is rather boring. Not you making a divine weapon, just that you are literally and metaphorically tied by fate. So can Elpis free me from it? Or at the very least, my children? I cannot give you a confirmed answer, just a suggestion. Your only suggestion, Elpis, is your, no pun intended, last hope to cut from your fate. Anything else? Any special weapon or item? Some MacGuffin? There is none. Elpis, as you know, brings the zenith, or peak, out of anything. That is your key. Then what about my kids, hey? They are a fraction as divine as me. Elpis. Really? Yes. Cirrus Zephyr, take this as humble advice from someone who begrudgingly finds you respectable. You who have the same thirst as I for knowledge, albeit yours, are for a goal. And yours isn't. No, I seek knowledge for the sake of it. He grinned proudly. I know what I am. And so do you. Here is some advice from a god to a hero, do not fight it. Fate is a greedy, gold-digging whore that won't stop until it gets what it wants. No one likes it, but we are still forced to play along the path they made for us. Trust me on that. I have seen a foolish monkey try to fight fate, and all they got was the god's equivalent of solitary confinement. How are you gods fine with being chained down by it? Also, by monkey, do you mean Sun Wukong? Also, another note, you guys have a god jail. We were born with it. Our essence presided over our existence. Also, yes, it was that stone monkey, tch. Crazy bastard, not as crazy as Eris thou. Cirrus was just going to let that slide for what he was seeking. Then do you know where your road ends? Of course. It ends with me being chewed up by a nasty wolf. Am I pissed and dejected if that is how it ends? Nope. I am going to enjoy my life until that moment. I mean, it is just a single moment in an infinity of fun. I say that's worth it in my eye. You're a lot kinder than what I expected. Kakai has worn me down. The same way it did Freya and Loki. Cirrus turns and walks away. White Knight sinks into his shadow. Watching him leave, Odin could see a familiar back. You know. Odin's booming voice rang through the hall. Cirrus turned to meet his gaze. What? You look like Epimetheus with your back turned. Hat. He is my ancestor after all. Thank you for the talk. Fuck you, never threaten me again, or else I will wring your soul when I eventually return to heaven. Try it. Artemis would and will shoot that other eye out. Hell, I'm sure she'll even mount your head, kind of like Mimir. Odin remained expressionless, letting his words not affect him. He does not want to give him any satisfaction. Oh, before you fuck off, tell me, is Gram even working? I doubt you would use a damaged weapon to kill a spirit that drank the ether. What? Do you want to fix it? I doubt that. Besides, do you think my eyes are shit? I know this sword is fully put back together. Freya and Hephaestus did their best putting this heirloom back. Tisk. Then it seems we have nothing else. Fuck off. Tisk. Thud. Cirrus stomped on the floor. Your floor is fucked up, you better get it fixed. Get the fuck out of my lodge. Back at the Loki and Freya camp. So how did it go? Asked Freya, with Otter at her side. The both of them came up to Cirrus. Fun, but it would have been better if I could slap his old, shitty face, Cirrus said. He does have that effect on people, and your heirloom. She said, glancing at it. What did you expect? Of course, that arrogant old one-eyed fuck. Freya spoke with venom in her words. On to other far better topics. Cirrus glanced at Freya. How goes the progress go for my prize? Freya made a smile and was free from any negativity from the previous conversation. Of course, all in due time. Dionysus works diligently on it, given that we are all accomplices. But, do you, Hestia, and Ace make a plan on how it's gonna go down? Yes. It seemed Belle took what you said and picked 18. Are you jealous? Ace is his AI. Not at all. A human's life is so small when compared to that of a goddess. I would also be heartbroken to know he wouldn't have any descendants in this world. Otter. How would you feel about being an uncle? He thinks about it a bit before a small smile grows on his face. I would feel joy. That's lovely. So, Freya, are you gonna marry Belle in a triple marriage kind of ceremony? Oh no, I have something planned for that, Freya said, smirking. I don't like that smirk. It feels like you're planning something with me in it. Wait and see, Cirrus, farewell. She quickly walks away. Otter looks at Cirrus and shrugs. I know about as much as you. He then turned and left, following his goddess. Phew. He said exhausted. I need another nap. Volume 4 Quest 314 Curse you. The next day. Cirrus, wake up, Circe said, kicking Cirrus's leg and waking him up. Is it time? Cirrus groggily says. Yes, the antidote should work. She said, holding an orange bottle. We made some spares in case of emergencies. Well, I guess I'll get going. He stretches while still in bed. You ready? As I ever am. Oh, I told Loki and Freya the conditions on when they can start to pack up, so there is that. And Ace. I am here, Ace said, walking up next to Circe. Riveria is talking with the Dark Elves, and it seems we're all waiting for you to clear it out. Were you just looking at me while I was sleeping? Cirrus gets up. You have a calm, sleeping expression. It's weird coming from you. Ace tilts her head. Is it? You are a close friend. Loki said that we are like birds of a feather. That's a fair assessment, Circe said. But you two are like a brother and sister. In what ways? They both said, wanting Circe to explain herself. Cirrus is like the older brother who moved out when the little sister, Ace, was born. You guys get along fairly well, but you don't really talk a lot with one another, only on occasions. Ace and Cirrus look at one another. Yeah, I see it, Cirrus said. I as well, Ace said. Cirrus, can I call you? I don't want people giving me weird looks. What kind of looks? Anyway. Cirrus wanted this conversation over. Let's get started. Ace, you know the plan we discussed on our way here. Yes, I am ready, big brother. We will discuss this later. Theka Panoplia, Ethon. Under the massive tree, eating the sap from the sacred tree and slowly drinking the ether along with it. Sib. Sib. She could not drink it all down, as it was so potent that it required her to slowly consume it and adapt it to herself. It also just tasted horrible, so the tree sap made it taste better. Huff. 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 She takes a break before sipping slowly. Sib. Wu could see something flying high into the sky off in the distance. She narrowed her eyes to see a large bird flying with a blonde woman. Wu's eyes widen. The only one with blonde hair who would be here would be Arya's daughter, and by extension, Cirrus. Ha 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 ha. She laughed with joy. You're here at last. She quickly rushed inside. Her smile grew wider and wider as she went down into the tree. Cirrus. The smile grew to the point where the muscles bled from how far stretched they were. Wu's appearance drastically changed after 3 years, her hair was now a nauseating purple and green like moss, and her attire was taken from the homes in the village she took. Overall, her appearance turned more towards Lovitar than anything else. She went as far deep into the tree as she could, down into the treasure room. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. She grabbed the bottle of ether she left so as not to accidentally drop it and drank it whole. Her body violently reforms, extending and retracting. It was as if her body was rejecting it in the most visceral way possible, yet she gritted her way through the pain. As it slowly subsided, she now had a bleeding smile of joy. Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laugh echoed through the dark, poisonous nest she made, as her body was now both degenerating and regenerating cyclically. Come. Come. I'll wait for you. Her body then began to sweat a purple and black liquid. High in the air, Cirrus holds Ace by her waist, high above the clouds. You ready? Cirrus said. I am, Ace said, nodding. Then show me how far you have grown, Ace. From his shadow, a wide enough metal sheet drops. Sing. Cirrus lets go of Ace as she lands on the metal sheet, held up by Cirrus magic. Cirrus flies up as Ace draws her sword. Awaken, Tempest. From the jump, a powerful torrent of wind covered Ace. Whoosh. The wind wrapped around her sword, and she swung her sword around as if it were a lasso. Whoosh. 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 The wind went in a circle, gaining more speed and force. Grrrrrr. Ace gritted her teeth as she focused on her output. It's almost there. I know it. I can feel the natural wind gathering. Over the past 3 years, Ace, having witnessed what Cirrus did in Olympia, wanted to do that. But to achieve that, she would need to polish her magic, so whenever it was the Loki Familia's turn for their expedition, Ace would always, without missing a beat, ask Cirrus for lessons. The results were very much to her liking. Whoosh. 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 A massive cyclone formed over the forest. Ace's command of her wind was masterful, but along with Ariel and Ace's essence, her sense of touch extended through the wind, for a more delicate and precise command that Cirrus couldn't achieve. Whoosh. Whoosh. It uprooted several trees, along with the miasma, into the eye of the storm. Even some of the nearby buildings lost bits and pieces of their homes. Gah! The poison started in Ace. Drink, Cirrus said before her with the antidote Cersei and Hythe made. Ace opens it and drinks it. Ugh! It tastes like green peas. She made a displeased face. Hat! Get on my back. I'll finish the rest. Cirrus turns around, and Ace jumps on his back. Fafnir snatches the metal sheet. Cersei, are you over Odin's town? I am. I am setting up the barrier right now. Good. Cirrus flies a bit higher as Cersei uses some of his magic to form the barrier. He holds his hand out. Sing, dot. His magic circle flickered into formation, and a massive and wide blast of electricity burned through the collected miasma. Cray-a-a-a-a-ok. Fafnir disperses the cyclone, Cirrus said, descending. Fafnir shot out at top speed, breaking up the cyclone. Landing back on the ground, Cirrus hands him a mana potion. Here, I'll go on and finish the rest. Thanks. She takes the potion from Cirrus. Are you not affected by the miasma? No, my immunity is just enough to not be affected. He walked towards the town that once belonged to the Odin familia. You can go back, Ace, or stay here, Ace. It won't take long. Ace nodded and left with some hesitation. She wished she could at least speak with Wu. That wish isn't something that would come true. Walking to the barrier, Fafnir returned into his shadow. Cersei opened a small area for Cirrus to enter. Tap. Tap. Having surrounded the whole town with a barrier, the miasma spewing from the base of the tree began to build up slowly. Cirrus kept walking unaffected. Tap. Tap. He looked at the town that Odin made and found it very simple yet impressive. He could see that it was constructed to be very easy to repair and suitable for both summer and winter. The layout of the town also impressed Cirrus. I need to take note of this, damn, Hecton is back with Malayan. Oh, well. He arrived at the Odin Familia home, it looked similar to the home Odin built after Wu kicked or forced them out. Walking through the home, he walks out to the back. He looks up at their tree. According to Malayan, while her people's sacred tree was called Yggdrasil J, the tree before him is called Yggdrasil. The dark elves within the lionish forest used to live here, but the Odin familia came and kicked them out. They took a branch of their sacred tree before they left and named it Yggdrasil J. Despite enduring the poison, Yggdrasil stood as healthy as one could. Fafnir, take a branch or two. Fafnir shot out again quickly and cut off a rather large branch before returning it to Cirrus' shadow. A lovely gift for your wife, master, Fafnir said. Very. I'll reward you. Cirrus takes out the magic tool he used on Thetis, now improved. Do you want to do it? Fafnir grabbed the gloves from Cirrus' sleeves. Thank you, master, I will enjoy that very much. Cirrus walked up to a rotted, thick wooden door with runes on it. He went down into the poisonous roots of the massive tree. He could smell the rot of decay and poison in the stagnant air. I wonder how well she and Lovitar would have gotten along. He descended into the lair, and more and stronger poison began to get to him. Not that it poisoned him, but that the smell was overwhelming him. Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell has she been doing for the last 3 years? Shutting herself in and festering in this shithole. Cirrus, I am heading back, should I tell them to start packing up? Circe asked. Yeah, go on and tell them. He delves deeper and deeper, his resistances have been working to resist the poison so far. After 10 minutes of walking, Cirrus arrives at the bottom, where they're sitting on a pile of poison-drenched gold coins with weapons and armor littered around Wu. Cirrus glared daggers at him. I have longed for this moment. I long toiled in shame. It was one thing to be defeated by the likes of you, but by a bunch of randoms. It was a stain I couldn't forgive even until death. Her appearance was a stark contrast between when he met her and now. She lost that childish pride and became an adult wallowing in sorrow and anger. So you worked to strengthen your poison just for me? I'm very flattered. Cirrus lightly smiled. Wu looked him up and down, and the ends of her mouth stretched back in anger, her eyes narrowed as well. Why aren't you struggling to breathe? She said angrily. It has the poisonous ash of the behemoth. The poison from the tainted spring of life. Increased by every other poison I come across. You know I fought a monster who tried to kill me with several unknown diseases, right? My immunity rank is B. I know you will be hard to kill, so how about this? Hate, the sin within you. By my law I shall draw for your punishment. Bathe in the jar of poison of an exuberant banquet. Go and melt to the marrow of your bones. Sen Shivanko no Kokuhatsu. Her magic circle appeared under her, black water sprang from under her, filling the lair quickly with poisonous liquid. Cirrus quickly chanted. Thika Panoplia. Sing. Under him, his magic armor equipped itself as a fortress of thunder, covering him. The liquid hit the lighting, and steam came out. Cirrus drew Gram. Full release. Crack. As the sword glowed, Cirrus cut through the liquid and thrust his sword into Wu's stomach, just below where her core is. The black liquid quickly stopped and evaporated. Damn it. She then spits at Cirrus, hitting him on the cheek. You fucking monster. I wish you had killed me back then. So I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. Tears were running down her cheek. Cirrus wipes the poison from his cheek with his thumb and looks at it. My, it seems this poison is very strong. His thumb and cheek were numb, with them turning purple, green, and back to normal. His armor was healing his body fast enough to fight off the poison. Too bad you weren't in the dungeon to grow stronger. Well. She has her arms out. Go on. Kill me. Sure, but she will do it. Under him, Fafnir emerged like a soul grasping for salvation. Wu shudders as they gain more of a humanoid appearance. Do you not recognize me? Fafnir fully formed and gently touched just above where Cirrus stabbed Wu. You, who are you? Xianlong. She shudders again. Xuanlong? I thought you were. You were wrong. I have to thank you for feeding me and granting me a name. But since I have yet to find my creator, you will settle for now. W8 thrust. Fafnir thrust her hand, grabbing Wu's core. Gasp. Wu felt Fafnir's hand on her equivalent of a heart. Just like Thetis, red circuits spread through Wu's body. Cirrus retracted Gram. Wu stared at Fafnir and Cirrus, fury washing over her. I curse you. I curse you even upon death. I curse you, Cirrus Zephyr. You will die by the vilest of poisons. Your eyes will bleed and your lungs will fill with pus. I curse you Xianlong. You will have your heart ripped out. Damn, you both. Cirrus. Xianlong. You have ruined me. The circuits covered her fully, they glowed green. Goodbye. Fafnir then ripped her core out without a second's hesitation. Wu looked at her with fury and hatred in her eyes. I curse. She slowly began to turn to ash. You, both. She slid down Fafnir and fell to the ground. Thud. Both of them look at her body to find it is not breaking down as quickly as Thetis. Seems it worked better, Cirrus said. Master here. Fafnir hands him Wu's core. Cirrus looks at the black and purple core of Wu. If or when the body breaks down, burn her. Very well, Master. She nodded. Master, I have to, but what are you going to do with it? Add it to White Knight? No. I think I'll hold on to it for a while and think about what I'm going to do with it. Maybe it'll be Haku's sword? He does want to surpass me, and I think it would fit him pretty well, no. Given her feelings towards you, I would agree, but her magic is. Well, we have time to think. She nods. Oh, Master, should we not take some stuff from this treasury? Cirrus looks at it and finds it still covered in poison. No, I'm good. He then takes out the orange antidote Circe made and drinks half of it. Here, drink this in case you are affected. Thank you, Master. She returned not 20 minutes later. After coming back up, they returned to base to find it already packed up. Cirrus, having already come to finish his business, left first, leaving Loki and Freya at their request. They wanted to mess with Odin a bit more. Volume 4 Quest 315 on the way to family. 1 month later. Clop. 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 Riding in a carriage, Cirrus and his family head towards Yamato. Are we there yet? Asked Haku. No, we are still a bit away, said AI. Dad, are we there yet? Asked Haku again. Zzz. Cirrus was sleeping on schedule. Haku breathes in, ready to yell. Don't do it! Yelled Kali. He's sleeping. She said while on his lap. Now calm down. Said Artemis. We will get there soon, alright. Here's a little snack. Malayan handed it to them. How about you look out the window? I'm sure you have seen little outside of Orario. Fine, Haku said as he looked out the window to see passing trees. It's just trees. Mom, is Fuyakuza nicer than La Fenice? Callisto asked her mothers. Well, it is a lot more, shall we say, similar to Orario but more aesthetically nicer. Artemis said. That is very accurate, AI said. They left for Yamato after the goddess festival. Cirrus, AI, Artemis, Malayan, Heikushika and Callisto left by carriage. A vacation Cirrus made time for so his kids could go to Yamato. Currently, they are on their way to Hongs as a stopping point. For the trip, they asked Astria to take over for them in Orario. Of course, for this to go smoothly, Cirrus paid for the use of Ryuha for 3 months' worth of her services to assist Astria along with Rithusa and the others. While still traveling, the carriage came to a stop. Cirrus opens his eyes at the sudden stop. I'm sorry, there seems to be a broken down wagon blocking the road. Said the carriage driver. Stay there, Cirrus said groggily. He picked Callisto up and handed her to Artemis. Callisto, of course, wished to come as well. Dad, can I come? Stay inside, Kali. He stopped her and got out. Haku and Kali looked to the sides to see what he was gonna do, but Artemis and AI held them. No peeking, alright, said AI. But we wanna see what Dad is gonna do. Shouted Kali. What stopped the carriage? Wait until he is finished, alright, said Artemis. Driver, how is it? He should be done in a SECO, he's done. Ha ha ha. I guess an adventurer is always an adventurer, I guess. Oh, you have some here, sir. He points to his cheek before handing Cirrus a handkerchief. Ha, Cirrus said, getting back into the carriage. They needed a bit of help. The carriage started moving, and as they went along, Kali and Haku could see a bunch of people tied up and beaten up on a broken wagon. Callisto and Heikushika could tell they were bandits based on their clothing. Dad, why didn't you kill them? Haku asked. Yeah, what about if they try to attack other people? Callisto said. They are still people. Cirrus gets back into a comfortable position. They have their own situation that led them to their profession. But I should ask around in Hongs why there are bandits on this road. They probably did it to get rich quick. Haku said. There is no reason to steal. Haku, there is always a reason people steal. They could need money to pay for medicine, food, or some other material needs. You should not see them as second class or subhuman, you should have empathy for them. Do you understand? Yes. Haku chews on his father's words. I do, Dad. Callisto said it enthusiastically. Wait, if I should have empathy for them, why did you beat them up? Haku pointed his finger at his father. Yes, after I told them who I am, and that today was their luckiest day since I am letting them live. But what if they try again? They won't. How do you know? Because I assure you that this will never happen again. Cirrus looked at his son with calm confidence. Haku didn't ask any further. His father's eyes assured him that the problem would be dealt with. They eventually arrived at Hong's gate, where the carriage driver told the guards of the bandits, and when he saw Cirrus, he immediately nodded and let them pass. Oh, wait a second. Cirrus grabbed one guard who was going to get the bandits. Can you ask Lady Chang'e to come to see me? I want to know why there are bandits in the area. Why yes sir. The guard said. Yanzhou. Cover me. I have to deliver a message. Cirrus tapped the carriage twice, and the carriage got a move on. Haku and Kalai saw several more guards rush by them. The siblings began to slowly understand how influential their father was. Whoa! Said Haku and Kalai as they looked to see the city of Hongs, the country's closest port to Yamato and an important city for trade and commerce. The city is so red. Said Kalai, looking at the buildings. We didn't see any red trees on our way here. Haku looked at the buildings as well, seeing so much red. They used specialized paint to make them red, and the stones in the buildings as well, AI said. Really? That's amazing. Said Haku, very amazed. This is a feast for the eyes, Malayan said. There is a lot of cultural influence in the construction, but I feel like it's a bit watered down. This place also serves as a bit of a tourist spot, Artemis said. The capital, Yoshi is also a bit more touristy, but it still has its cultural spots intact. Oh, that sounds like a place to visit. The carriage driver arrived at their destination, a high-end hotel used by well-off merchants. Welcome, Lord Qiajiano. Said several employees of the hotel as they were all in line. At ease. Help take the luggage up to our rooms. I'll go get us a ride to Yamato. Okay. We'll get set up in the rooms. Said AI. Dad, can I come? Dad, can I come along? Said Haku, interrupting Kalai. Sure thing. Kalai, why don't you help Mom and the others with the packing? She made a pouting face. Fine. She said angrily. Sorry sweetie. How about later tonight we all go out, hey? Promise. Of course. Leaving the hotel, Cirrus puts Haku on his shoulders as he's too tall to hold his hand and walk. So how's the view? Amazing. I've never seen so much different stuff. He said, smiling. That's good. Not too hot, are you? A bit. Hey, Cirrus said to a man selling straw hats. How much for one? 25 valis. Cirrus hands him 50, and he gets a straw hat that would fit someone with fox ears like Haku and hands it to him. Keep the change, Cirrus said, walking away. Thank you for the purchase, sir. Said the man. While they walk away, Cirrus glances up at Haku. Does it fit well? Yeah. His smile warmed Cirrus' heart. Make sure to hold on to it. The sea breeze is deceptively strong. Okay. They walk through the city and eventually arrive at the port. Wow. Haku said excitedly as he looked over a bustling port of sailors and fishermen. Hey, Dad, what would you do if I wanted to be a fisherman? That would be fine by me, so long as you love what you're doing. Really? It shocked Haku, he would be fine with it. Of course, if you wish to be a fisherman, then I'll support you. There is a slight silence between them as Haku's heart beats slightly faster. Dad, what did you want to be when you were my age? Cirrus stops walking and stands still. I always wanted to be an astronaut. An astronaut? What's that? It's one who travels into space and the sea of stars. Think of them like sailors, but except for water, it's space. In fact, the name astronaut translates to star sailor. Ooh, why? Because I always loved space, the stars and planets, but most of all the endless possibilities of it, and, well, I prefer it over living on this planet. He remembers his past life. He had disdain for the world. He was overwhelmed by anxiety and fears of the future. Climate change, political strife, economic recessions, inflations. He didn't want to live on the planet anymore. If only math wasn't involved. Why? It was a hard time, much harder than now. I'll tell you when you're older, okay? For now, let's find a ship. Alright. As they walk towards the harbormaster's office, Cirrus lets Haku off his shoulders and tells him to wait by the door. Why can't I come in? Do you want to talk about boring ship stuff? No. Then wait here for a bit, okay? Cirrus enters the office. Haku walked around the building. What can I do to pass the time? Hey. Haku turns to see a dark-skinned boy with dark blue Shaolin monk attire. What? I saw that you were on the Heavenly Crown's shoulders. Are you his son? Yes. Haku looked around. Then I request a duel. He then gets into a fighting stance. Haku smiled. He could see that the one who requested a fight looked trained. Sure thing. Haku was very much like his mother. But let me get something I could use as a sword. Fine then. He reaches behind him and takes out a wooden sword. He tosses it to Haku. Why did you have this on you? Haku looked at the boy. Training. He said it bluntly. Well, no matter. Haku gets into a stance. The boy smiled as well, seeing that Haku was trained as well. The sea breeze passes by, and then they begin. HAAA. Ray. Volume 4 Quest 316 Rival. Huagzu, the high-end hotel Cirrus family is staying at. That's everything. Said Artemis. This room is huge. Said Callisto, running around. It's special. Since your father is very important, they have these rooms when he comes for business or is simply passing by, said AI. Really? Is that why they called him Haku's last name? Wait, why aren't I named Kyajano as well? Because you are my child, Artemis said, picking Kali up. Then do you have a last name, Bao Mom? Kali asked in her arms. Sorry, but gods don't exactly have last names, so I took your father's. That's fine. But then, why is he named that and not Zephyr? Also did you, Mom? She looked to AI. Do you not love me enough, so you handed me off to Bao Mom? She looked back at Artemis. That is because he is the firstborn. Said AI. And he would be inheriting the Kyajano family name. Also, no, I love you very much as my daughter, but I see no problem with Artemis showering you, especially with her love. You should be honored, Malayan said. Many would kill to have Artemis love. So it is an honor, my little moonbeam. Artemis tickled Callisto. Wait. Callisto stops giggling. Inheriting what? She gets a bit angry. Can I get it too? She yelled out in jealousy. Probably if your brother doesn't want it, or maybe if your dad decided he would hand it down to you, AI said. Hand what down? A name. You will see when we get to Fuyakuza, Artemis said, patting her head. Until. Someone knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Hello. It's me, Chang'e. I got word that Cirrus wanted to talk. AI opens the door where the moon goddess entered. It's been a while, Chang'e, said Artemis. It has been a while, and who is this cute child? She said, walking up to Kali. Cirrus's daughter, Callisto Zephyr. That's my name. She said proudly. What a beautiful name. My, she looks a bit like. She looked at Kali and Artemis, then at AI, and found she resembled AI more. The magic tool diverted her gaze to Callisto's fake white hair and fox ears. What brings you here? Asked Malayan. Oh. Did he get another wife? Chang'e then looked at Malayan. My name is Malayan. It is nice to see you, Lady Chang'e. I apologize if I can't stand up. Not at all. So what did Cirrus wish to talk about? On our way here, some bandits tried to rob us, AI said. Ah, yes, well, there were some changes in the military, and some soldiers didn't wish to join the engineering corps, so they went AWOL. So we have been trying to find and arrest them, but, well, it's a hot topic around the capital. Would you want assistance from Fuyakuza? Oh no, that won't be necessary. It's our problem, and we will handle it. Oh, that's right. She turned to Artemis. I came here for a personal request to see if you would take a child with you to Yamato for training and education. They said, surprised. His name is Horetsu. AI's ears immediately perked up. Horetsu? She asked. Yes, he was born to some of my children, and when I saw his eyes, they were filled with fire. So I gave him the name Ho. He is a very talented child. Well, where is he? Did you bring him along? I was looking for him when I was informed of Cirrus's wish to talk. So right now, some of my children are out looking for him. I'm sure he will be fine. After all, you gave him that name for a reason, right? Said Artemis. Oh, very much, yes. He is a very talented martial artist. Do not worry, Lady Chang'e. AI said. I will be sure he gets to Yamato. At that exact moment. Thud. Swish. Thud. Swish. The two young boys exchanged polished strikes with one another. Huff. Huff. Why you're pretty damn tough. Said Haku, bruised. Huff. Huff. You are very skilled. I haven't felt such a good fight since I beat everyone in the dojo. Then they weren't that tough. Haku charges in. Hey. Haku swung his wooden sword, and Retsu swung his fist. Retsu easily overpowered Haku, but he easily read Retsu's movements and deflected him for a strike to the side. Retsu, being the tenacious one, took the hit and slugged Haku in the face. Whoosh! Whoosh! A small, brief blow of wind from their attacks stopped. They looked at one another for a moment before getting back into their stances. They wished to end it with their best attacks. This will be the end, Retsu said. I couldn't agree more. They focused intensely on each other. Around them, a small crowd gathered to watch these two talented kids fight it out. There was even some betting going on. There was a silence between the two, and someone dropped their coin. Ting! Hey! Ray! They came at each other with their fists and swords when. What the fuck are you two doing? Cirrus said. They stopped before they could hit one another, and they both looked to see Cirrus. You dad, we were just playing, sir. Said Retsu. Yeah, playing. The two kids smiled as innocently as they could while hiding their hands and wooden sword behind their backs. Cirrus looked at the crowd, and they all dispersed. Cirrus turned back to the kids. You kid, what's your name? He glanced at Retsu. Our Retsu. Ho Retsu, sir. I'm with the Chang'e familia. Ah, with her, hey. Cirrus bends down. Well, why are you here? I wish to head to Yamato and train. I have heard many from the country head there to get your training, sir. A smile grows on him. He closes his silver eye and rests his head on his hand. Well, how about this? If you can land a hit on me, I'll take you there. I'll even convince your guardians of it. Really? He said with bright eyes. Of course, Haku, why don't you help him out? It'll be a fun way to pass the time. Haku also smiled. Sure thing. Good. Now huddle together. Cirrus gets them side by side. Thika panoplia. A beautiful armor wraps around them. It quickly healed the bruises they gave each other. Whoa! They said, amazed as it faded away. Now, shall we begin the game? Yes. Retsu and Haku shouted as they swung. Jump! Within a blink of an eye, Cirrus, still in his bending position, lands on top of the harbor master's office. Did you think it would be easy? He stands back up. You have until sundown. Cirrus then tosses them a bag of money. Good luck. He says, then jumps away. Say, how strong is your dad? Asked Retsu. Haku walks up and picks up the bag. He could feel the weight of it. Very. A bright smile grows on his face. This is a challenge. A smile grows on Retsu as well, with eyes full of motivation. Yes. Let us beat him. Volume 4 Quest 317 Operation 1 Hit. Walking down the street, Cirrus stops by a street food vendor. Hey, how much for 360 valis, said the old woman. You can keep the change. He hands her 100 valis. Thank you for the generosity. She grabs 3 sticks of meat and hands them to Cirrus. As Cirrus was going to grab the meat sticks, they struck. Hey! Ray! Cirrus took a step back, he quickly grabbed Haku's sword and Retsu's fist, throwing them to the side as if they weighed like paper. Oof! They both fell on their butts. Are you playing with those youngsters? The lady looks at Haku and Retsu before getting back up. Just a little game. He takes a bite of the meat. Oi! Make sure you eat. He said, tossing them the food. They caught the food as he walked away. He's tossed us to the side as if we were nothing. Retsu said, taking a bite. If it were Mom, I would know how to get a lick in, but Dad, he's a whole different beast. Yes. Retsu takes another bite of the food. Your father looks to be full of openings, but that's not the case. We have time to spare. Let's see what his range is. The two boys ate and then moved again. Retsu, who knew these parts, led the way. Second attempt. Cirrus sits on a bench, enjoying the sights. Ah! He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. A nice, lovely day. A few moments pass when they struck again. Haa! Ray! Cirrus grabbed them without looking at them and threw them in front of him. Oof! Isn't it nice, boys? Cirrus crossed his legs, smirking. Ugh! Do you have eyes behind your head? Haku shouted. Nah, I use my ears. You two are rather loud. We were walking on grass. Retsu said. We walked slowly. I have very good ears. Ooh! Ice cream! He got up to the ice cream man. Hey, you two want some? He shouted. They look at one another. I kinda want ice cream. Said Retsu. Yeah, me too. They came up to get some ice cream. Third attempt. Cirrus walks down a road. When he reached the corner, they struck again. Haa! Ray! Hub! Cirrus jumps over them and continues to walk. Not yet. They shouted. They turned sharply and swung at him. Ooh! Moon pies! Cirrus walked forward, avoiding their attack by a hair's width. He walked up to another vendor. How does he keep doing that? Haku shouted. He is very deceptive, Retsu added. Needless to say, they always fail in similar manners. Fourth attempt. While walking down the street, Cirrus came across a cardboard box. He walked up to investigate it. It seems unopened. He looked around. The streets were rather busy, yet why was this cardboard box in the middle of the sidewalk? Clack! Clack! Cirrus looked below him to see a large black ball. What's that? Moku moku. Moku moku. Moku moku. Moku moku. Moku moku. Moku moku. The ball dispersed a massive, thick amount of smoke. From the box, Haku emerged, swinging his wooden sword. All the while, Retsu jumped down from above with a stomp. Whoosh! Thud! Whoosh! They lightly blew the smoke away as it slowly dissipated to find Cirrus gone. Damn it, he escaped. Haku said. Yes, he has, do you have that potion? I think I stomped too hard. Retsu said, feeling a sharp pain in his foot. Here you go. He hands up a potion and Retsu pours it on his foot. That feels better. Retsu looked around. Where could he have him? He looked to his side to see something that caught his eye. What is? Hey! They both look at a standing cardboard box with a pause idol poster. Dad, are you inside it? Haku asked with his wooden sword ready. No, Fafnir said, replicating Cirrus' voice using her unique biology. Come on out, we know you are in there. No, this dad is not in here. We can hear you. Naha. Dad, come out. We don't want to ruin this, what is this art style? It is very vibrant and unique. Her eyes remind me of a cat by how large they are, Retsu said. What are you guys doing? Cirrus said behind them. We are trying to. They both turned to see Cirrus eating some steamed buns. Kept you waiting, hey? Yeah, I just popped over and got some steamed buns. They ran out of chicken, so they had pork. Who were you guys talking to? They look back at the poster and take a step back as if it would explode. They kept trying till sunset when they realized they had made it to the hotel. That was fun. Did you enjoy the sights, Haku? Cirrus said, glancing at a dead-tired Haku and Retsu. Be break. They both said, falling to the ground. Cirrus looks at the sun as it sets. Now that our little match is over. He picks them both up onto his shoulders. Whoa! You can rest here, I'll go and... Retsu! Shouted Chang'e. Lady Chang'e! He said, a bit startled by her shouting. As the goddess ran up to Cirrus, he put Retsu down. AI came as well. So this is Horetsu, hey? AI said, looking at him. He has his eyes, That is my name, Mrs. Kyajano. He said politely. Retsu knew who AI was, as she was also a very famed person within Chiang for her swordsmanship. I can see he has potential very well. Cirrus was taking him with us for training and education. Ah really? Retsu said, surprised. Then what we were doing was a waste of time. Said Haku. What was? Asked AI. Dad made up a game where we had to hit him once and he'll take Retsu to Yamato. Phew. Cirrus, that's a rather cruel game. You know only me, along with art's support, could get hits in. I never said it was fair, but they tried their best to win. Anyway, I'm going to get ready. I assume you got dinner reservations? Yes, and what of the next ship to Yamato? 2 days from now seems a storm is coming tomorrow. If he wasn't a seasoned sailor, I would have laughed it off, but, oh well. Cirrus went off with Haku still on his shoulder. While AI talks with Chang'e and Retsu, Cirrus heads back up. When he arrives at the room he could see Artemis, Malayan and Kalai dressed up. Dad, hurry and get ready! Shouted Kalai. I know. Are the clothes ready? They're on the bed for both of you. Said Artemis. All right, a quick bath and we'll be ready. Wait, I'm coming too. Haku said. You're sweaty too. Besides, you're my son. It's not weird, or is it? He raised an eyebrow and thinks about it. It's kinda weird, Haku said. Nonsense, Malayan said. How is it any different from those summer days when you could barely walk and your father held you in the pool? Besides, it's a nice way to bond with one another, Artemis said. Wait. Kalai began to try to undress. I wanna go gawk. Artemis got her collar. Oh, no you don't missy. You are already bathed and changed. Malayan, let's go. Artemis picked her up and held her tightly. No. Dad, I wanna come too. They leave the room. Anyway, let's go. It'll also save us time. Cirrus said, taking his clothes off. A while later in the tub. Cirrus said, relaxing in the warm water. Haku was across from Cirrus. He has so many scars. Haku looks at his father's scars, riddles with small and large scars across his body. He wonders what kind of things did he experience and face to get so many? Dad, where did you get that big scar? He points to the scar on his left side. This. He looks at it. I got this when I was 8. I fought against someone far stronger than me and this is the result. How lucky he was a bit too prideful in his chances of winning. I'll tell you the rest when you're older. It's not something one of your age should hear from their father. Was it something bad? Cirrus remained silent for a few seconds, thinking of an answer. That will be up to you to decide when you are older and you have experience. Oh okay. Talking to Cirrus was spotty as best from what Haku could surmise, given that his father was more hard to read than his mother. It's given that Cirrus is less expressive than Ai, yet when he does it is always with warmth. Maybe I should talk to him about space. Or maybe Fuyakuza. Dad, what is Fuyakuza like? It's a lovely place that your mother was born. It was a small village, but over the years, it grew into a metropolis on par with Orario. Were you also born there? No, I was born in the west of Orario, hence my last name your godparent gave me. Aunt/Uncle Fels gave you the last name Zephyr. That, oh no, that was your godfather. And who is that? When you're older. Another roadblock. Okay. What about your parents? I never met my father as far as I know. He's long gone. My mom, on the other hand, well, she left me at an orphanage. Lucky for me, that's when my true parent came and picked me up. Auntie/Uncle Fels, right? Yes, and your grandma, Lenoa. They both raised me. So, did you never try to learn anything about who your dad is or where he is? Hey Kushika, my name has spread far and wide. Even my mother's name and title were known far and wide, albeit it's sketchy, depending on how far the people in question live. Should I go to a random city and say my name so they would know who I am? For 12 years, not one person had come saying they're my father, so as far as I know, they are most likely dead or something. Oh. Haku felt a bit sad at the fact even his father doesn't fully know and assumed he must be dead. He knows his father's life wasn't easy, but he couldn't think about a life without a mother and father. He felt a small bit of joy knowing that he had someone to call dad and even 3 people he can call mom. I'm happy you're around, Dad. Even if it's partially because of work. I'm happy as well. He made a sweet smile. He reached for his hand and messed with Haku's hair. But I would be happier if I can spend more time with my kids. Lucky for me was on vacation for the new year. Haku's face brimmed with happiness. Really? Of course. Cirrus looks out the window and sees the moon. Ah fuck. We need to get ready for dinner. Kalai is going to be mad. Quick, start scrubbing. They quickly washed up and dried themselves off. As they get dressed, Haku saw that his father was putting on cologne. Pchit. Pchit. He sprayed some on his wrist. The smell was faint, yet pleasant. It wasn't the scent he recognized as his father. Usually, he always had a rather distinct sharp, strong, metallic scent that stood out anyway but the smithing district in the east section of Orario. There, his scent hid amongst all the other metallic and smoky scents in the area. He watched his father gently rub the cologne on his neck. Dad, couldn't you just spray the cologne on your clothes? No, you spray a little on your wrists and rub it gently on your neck, so it isn't so overwhelming. But if you do smell bad, spray some in the air and walk through the cloud. Never spray it on your shirt like some unstylish person. Ah, okay. Do you know how to tie a tie? Yeah, hold on, I'll show you. After a quick lesson on how to tie a tie and they left. Volume 4 Quest 318 returned to Fuyakuza. Out at sea. Whoosh. Creek. Whoosh. Creek. Whoosh. Creek. There was a storm. Ha. Artemis sighs. This was too fast. I have heard of the problem Cirrus has while on ships, Malayan said. Currently in the room were Artemis, Malayan, and the kids. Cirrus and Ai were helping the crew with the storm. What problem? Haku asked. Your father has horrible luck while at sea, Artemis answered. How bad is it? Callisto said. One book I read said that the sea is unpredictable. Or was it a harsh mistress? 7 out of 10 times your father is out at sea. The ship runs into a storm. I would call it bad luck, but, well. Artemis knows how high Cirrus' luck stat is, but even then, he has remarkable luck to always find himself in a nasty storm. Do you think Haku and Kalai inherited their father's luck at sea? Malayan asked Artemis. Artemis looks at Callisto and then at Hakushika. Oh, my god. We never had a chance. It seems you will need to avoid sea travel, Retsu said. I mean, it's not that bad, right? Haku looked at his mother's. Right. Artemis sucked in her teeth. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Or pretty well. Malayan pointed it out. It was because of his luck that he met your Aunt Circe on her island. Auntie Circe has an island. Callisto said. Where is it? Why didn't anyone mention it before? Because it is very, very far away, Artemis said. And there is no reason to go back. Also, they do not know where it is. They ran into another storm and lost where the island was. Granted, I am curious how he lived those years on the island. Some days later in Yamato. Clop. 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 Wow. Said Kali, Haku and Retsu as they looked out at the snow-covered trees. Are you warm enough, Malayan? Said Cirrus, handing her a coat. I am fine. The insulation in this carriage is very good, and with 6 people in here, I'm plenty warm. She said it graciously. Well, when we arrive, it's best to put it on. The winters here are colder than what you expect, said Ai. Yes, the winters in Yamato, especially in Fuyakuza, are cold, given how far north it is. Said Artemis. I see then, I guess. She gets up and sits next to Cirrus. I would need to keep warm. She made a slight smile as she wrapped her arms around Cirrus. They continued to ride for a few more hours, finally arriving at Fuyakuza's gate. Yo! Cirrus said. I'm back. Tell Lord Susanoo and everyone I'll be at my home, and I'll come in tomorrow to look over the work needed. Yes, sir. The guard shouted as they let them pass. I thought you said you had no work. Haku said. Yeah, well, if I don't tell them they're going to come and get me, I might as well cut the time wasted. While riding through the city, the kids were amazed. Malayan, who was near the window, was amazed by how dazzling the city was. When compared to Orario, Fuyakuza was very modernized. Cirrus, did you build all of this? Malayan said this while still looking at the passing buildings. You really built this place, Dad? Kali said, looking at Cirrus with starry eyes. Ooh. So you run all of this? Haku said. Haku understood now why he told the guard that he would be coming to work tomorrow. Had he not, many would have come and bothered him to help run this massive beast of a city. More or less, I just funded the construction, helped with the city planning, and also managed just about everything. Oh hey, driver, take a right here and keep going. Yes, sir. Arriving at their home in Fuyakuza, the kids and Malayan were still amazed by the home. Wow! This is so pretty. Kali said, running around. Can we look around? Said Haku. Sure thing. Said Ai. Just try not to make a mess, alright? We won't, Lady Kyajano. Said Retsu as the 3 of them went off. It's been so long since we've been here. Said Artemis. I'll turn on the heater. I'll go get the rooms ready. Said Ai. Malayan, just rest. I need to go and check on the defensives. Said Cirrus. Alright, but you don't have to be so protective of me. Malayan goes and takes a seat. He was like that for us as well, said Ai. Yes, it is rather cute to see him so worried. Said Artemis. Cirrus took his leave. As everyone went off, Malayan got up and checked the kitchen. Let's see if the food is rotten. She opened the fridge to find it completely empty. Hecton, what happened to the food? Did he get rid of it when he left? A head popped from her shadow. Yes, Sir Cirrus cleaned it out. The only people who came here were members of the Susanoo familia to do basic cleaning. Allow me to restock the food. His hands shot out of her shadow with food. Is the food still good while in the shadow? Yes, but it has a more bland taste if eaten as is, but once cooked, it will regain more or less its taste. Hey? Neat. The day was spent cleaning the home and making dinner. The kids picked their own rooms, Retsu as well as he will be staying with them. Ai very much insisted on it. The next day. Ha ha ha. Said Susanoo as he picked Ai up. How are you doing, Ai? It's good to see you again, Lord Susanoo. Where is Lady Kushida? Ai looked around. She busy with your brother Akio dealing with some business. Susanoo puts her down. Ah. I wanted to meet her again. She will be back in a few days, don't you worry. How has life as a mother been, sweetie? Said Ai coming up to her with Akira right behind. And where are my grandkids? You didn't forget them, did you? Akira said. They both looked around. It's hard, Mom and Dad. I did not forget them. They are kids. AI shouted. Come over here. Running over in order of arrival were Retsu, Haku, and Kalai. Haku, Kalai, this is your grandma and grandpa, Artemis said. Hello, grandma. Grandpa. Haku and Kalai said. My, how adorable you all are. Ami came up to them and pinched their cheeks. Her eye fell on Retsu. And who are you? She said, looking at Retsu. I am a student from Hongs, Retsu said. Oh? Who is this lovely dark elf? Asked Akaru. I am Malayan Dog Zephyr, I am Sirius's third wife. Another to the family. Ami said happily. Our family has certainly been growing. She said, hugging the kids. Lord Susanoo, could we speak inside? Said Sirius. Of course. Going inside were Susanoo, Sirius, and Artemis. While inside the meeting room, Sirius put sound eaters everywhere. So Kalai was her name. Said Susanoo. It's short for Callisto. Said Artemis. Well, Callisto is a cute child. Tell me, how did you manage to hide her divinity? When you told me of Artemis having a child, I was rather hard-pressed. Truth be told, if you weren't a trustworthy god, I wouldn't let this fact escape a few people's lips. Said Sirius. And I am grateful for that, Sirius. Your an Artemis child is a miracle to the world and all gods. The moment I saw her, it was difficult not to see her as AI's daughter. I assume you created magic tools to make her hair match that of AI's, correct? Maybe a sort of glamour effect. He said, looking at Sirius. Yes, her natural hair is like art's, and her eyes are mine. Of course, the cherry on top was the fake fox ears. Hephaestus improved them so they're seamless. I also added a misdirection effect to the necklace where it makes one notice the white hair and fox ears before her physical appearance. It's all rolled into one package that's around her neck. I had it tied to myself and Artemis, so it will never run out of juice. And what if she wishes to be an adventurer? The risk of her losing the necklace rises drastically. Will you stop her? Should that day come, and it probably will, I already have something ready. Vesta. From his right shoulder, a wisp of fire came into being, forming a chibi Vesta. When the day comes, Sirius will introduce me to her, and when she comes into contact, I will forge a contract with her that will forcibly hide her godly heritage from being revealed. This form is already powerful enough to handle a young demigod like her with 2 spirits magic cores and Zeus's Bronte. Will it actually work? And has she even developed any abilities so to speak? I am 100% sure. Mostly because they don't know she is Nox's reincarnation. Her compatibility with White Knight surpasses Sirius. As for her abilities they will appear through her status. Artemis answered. But this is a first so, we do not know if she will develop godlike powers. But giving her a status has essentially worked as a sort of chain. Sirius said. And we hope any abilities that do come up will be through the status. From what Ace has told me of a Nephilim, having Artemis be the one to have Callisto's metaphorical leash will certainly rein in some troublesome abilities should they if or ever arise. Very well now. I actually have some other news to bring up regarding the fishing economy. Susanoo said, changing topics. What about it? Said Sirius. Is Poseidon's familia taking too much or what? No, nothing like that. The god of the sea knows it like the back of his hand in a bottle of rum, but, he said that lately the amount of fish he was catching has slowly been dwindling for unknown reasons. This is serious. When did it start? I don't know. Poseidon just entered the room and said to me what I had just said to you. His familia has been investigating it for a while, but nothing has been found yet. I even asked how serious it is, and he said it's nothing that will affect us anytime soon, but it will in the coming years. That's, we need to keep an eye out on that and start developing fish farms. Is there anything else I should know? That's about it, everything else I can handle, but there is some stuff that needs your input. Is it long? Nothing you can't knock out in a few days. Ha! This sucks. Sirius said dejected. I tried my best, but the paperwork never ends, Susanoo said, staring out into space. Endless string of words that slowly chip away at my sanity. Volume 4 Quest 319 Gal and Cal. The next day, Sirius left to go and quickly finish the work piling up. Haku and Retsu left with Artemis, while Kalai left with Ai, walking around the city. While they were out, Malayan stayed back at home. I know you're mad. Dad has worked, but he'll quickly get it done all right, Ai said to Kalai, who is being held firmly. Humph. He promised to spend more time with us. He knows that. Which is why he left early to get it done as fast as he could. Look, why don't I show you around the city? Your dad helped build it, after all. Fine. What was Dad's favorite place to go? That would be 3 places, our home, the top of the Emerald Pavilion where your dad is working. She points to a tall Japanese castle-like building with a bright green tile roof. And that last one? I'll show you. AI held her tight and ran on the rooftops and off to the northwest of the city, running along the paved roads on the side to Fuyuhama. The port town of Fuyuhama is Fuyakuza's port. Its creation was solely for more jobs, commerce, and just general space to live and work, with the ride to and from Fuyakuza being about 10 minutes. Oh, hello, Lady Kiajano, said a town person. Lady Kiajano, would you like some free samples? Said another. The people brightened up a bit as they walked through the town. Wow, they act like the people from Orario, but even more frequently, Callisto said, glancing around. Why wouldn't they? I am technically the owner of this place and most of the northern area of Yamato. So, technically I also. Oh, look at some takoyaki. AI goes over to the stand. Greetings. How much would you like, Lady Kiajano? And is this? The man looked at Callisto. She is the second oldest. Ah. I see. Is your oldest around or? He is with Artemis at the moment. 6, please. AI hands him the money. Here you go, young lady. He hands 3 to Callisto and 3 to AI. Callisto didn't understand why he made a solemn yet accepting expression. They ate them as they walked away. The town of Fuyuhama is to Fuyakuza what Melon is to Orario and vice versa, except that the best way to arrive to Fuyakuza is not through Fuyuhama but through Hinata for the common folk, as the waters around the country aren't worth the extra travel unless it's something valuable that needs the protection of the Poseidon familia, thus only very important people and or wealthy merchants pay for the escort. Cirrus does not do this, as with his luck at sea, it's very much not worth the extra money. There was also the fact that the less quickly they arrive at Fuyakuza, the more time he could not get dragged to work. If there was a port here, why did we go to that other one? Asked Kali. Your father doesn't like to announce his arrival, as then he would catch whatever people were doing while he was away, and he just likes to travel slowly and enjoy the view. Anyway, we are almost there. They walked through the Greek and Japanese-styled town to the port. AI went and sat on a bench overlooking the sea. Is this it? Kali said, looking around. Yup, this is where he would always go to empty his head and look at the sea. Can I sit on the bench? Of course, let me just clear out the snow. Sitting down, Kali leans back. Whoosh. 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 She looks at the cold sea with her mom next to her, keeping her warm from the frigid winter ocean breeze. It's kinda nice, can we? As she turned to her mother, someone else came along. So you returned, Lady AI? Said an Amazoness in revealing sailor attire. She had black hair and light purple eyes. At her hips were 2 swords, one with a red hilt and one that loosely hung on her belt. Ah, Gala. AI said, waving at her. How have you been? You turned 16 this year, right? I did, Lady AI. She came and stood before them. Is this your daughter? She looked at Callisto with an inspecting gaze. She's so cute. She said, kneeling to match her height. What's your name, little one? I'm Callisto Zephyr. Callisto said proudly. My name is Galalak and Zephyr. She turned to AI. Does that mean she's the second born? AI nodded. Her older brother is named Hakushika. It's a shame. I would like to see Fuyakuza under this cutie's rule. The city is what he gets. She shouted. Why? Just because he's older. That is how it works, sweetie, but you know he would have to do what your dad does. Do you want to do that? Maybe. Considering he cares more for fighting than stuff dad likes. I don't think the boss likes it as much as he has to do it. My old man said it was mind-numbing. He even let me help him one day, and I called it quits. I was not meant for paperwork, I was meant for action. Said Gala. And if your older brother is, as you say, he will probably hand down the right to be the heir to you. Then you should call me Callisto Kiajano Zephyr. Then, as the future boss, why don't I show you around? If that is all right with you, Lady AI. Not at all. But make sure everything is kid-friendly, all right. She glared at her. Gala nodded with a drop of sweat coming down the side of her head. I will do my best, ma'am. Good. I'll meet back with you at your familia home. I'll go around and check the town a bit. Very well. I'll keep her safe. AI goes off into town for some personal business and Gala carries Kali with her. Can I ask what your level is? Kali asks Gala. I'm level 3. I've been asking my dad if he would let me go to Orario, but he's a bit doting. I hope your dad isn't like that. No, he usually lets me go where I want. From their shadow, a pair of rainbow eyes glowed before fading into the shadow again. That's pretty, I'm not sure how to feel about it. You are rather young and you are the daughter of 2 very famous adventurers. My dad says it's best not to linger on it. Oh, what's that smell? Oh, our pastries. We have a lot of them here. They're good for long voyages out on the sea unless they're made with fruits and stuff. Can we get some? Sure thing. They bought some small pastries and continued the tour of the town. Gala showed her the shops, recreational buildings kids go to have fun, and last but not least, the harbor. So many ships. Hey, what's that big thing over there? She points to a folded collapsible bridge. Oh, that's just an extension for school district. What's that? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, considering you have a similar school back at Orario, the one run by Lady Quetzalcoatl. Oh yeah. But I'm homeschooled. And how is that? Well, my other mom, the goddess, teaches me and my brother various things like math, English, and history, while dad would every once in a while teach us moral ethics and philosophy. And what of AI? Usually how to fight and stuff. Oh, but our new mom, Malayan, teaches us art. And how is that? Are you a good painter? I'm not very good with color, I am good with sketch art though. Haku isn't that good either. He just does calligraphy. Ugh. I can't stand it. My arms get so stuff. Right. So. Callisto looked around the dock. Which ship are you on? Sorry, but it's gone. It went out for a job, so I'm just helping around. Is it because of your dad? Yeah, well, I'll show him one day. I'll beat him and find a good man. She finally showed that Amazonas blood. AI at the time. So, as you can see, the fish have started to get smaller and fewer. Said a fisherman. It's good you kept it recorded, AI said, reading through the ledger. AI and the fisherman are currently in a special room meant for one thing, analytics. The amount, on average, a haul of fish one could get from a range of ships. AI, Poseidon, and Cirrus made this system to tax people according to the maximum of what they can get, and should they haul in little fish, they won't get taxed. It also serves as a way to see the fish population and know when to stop fishing for the population to increase. Of course, the fishermen are compensated for the lack of work. What Lord Susanoo and Cirrus said was true, the number of fish is decreasing slightly, even their weight has dropped a slight bit over the past 3 years. We will need to find the reason soon. Thank you, sir. I'll send in a report to have a sum be exempt from this year's taxes, considering this situation. Thank you very much, my lady. Leaving the special room, 3 guards were in front of her. Has anyone but the fisherman entered before? No, no one of suspicion has entered, and we make sure to check the ledger ourselves with our own, said one of the guards. There have been no cases of fraud since the inception of this system, my lady. Said another. Good, I'll be sure to pay you 3 a bonus for your work. Thank you, my lady. They all said together. It may be extra, but you can't be too careful with stuff like this. AI looks at the sun as it's close to setting. Seems I need to head to Poseidon's Familia home. She quickly jumped from roof to roof, eventually arriving at their Familia home, which resembled their previous home but was bigger and more polished. I'm here. Where is my... AI watched as Callisto was listening to some of the Familia sailors' stories. And so there we were. Firing off cannonballs after cannonballs at the blasted monster. Lance and your old man ran across the water. Really? Dad can run on water? Callisto said, listening closely to the Poseidon Familia member. Well, he made these special boots that froze the water under him, now, Lance, he can actually walk on water. Ooh. That's cool. Gala, can you walk on water? Callisto turned to Gala. Afraid not, but I can walk on air. Ooh. Really? Yup. But it is a bit hard for me to get the hang of. So anyway, back to the story. They fought the disgusting beast off with all of their wits. But the beast was not so easily killed. The member saw that AI was there. Oh, I was just telling your girl about one of Cirrus' adventures. Everyone turned to see her. Hi, Mom. Callisto waved at AI. They were just telling me about that time Dad killed this sea monster. Oh, don't mind me going on. She said, walking over and picking Callie up onto her lap. Once you're done, do you mind if I tell another one? Of course. You want a drink before we resume? I could go for a drink. I want one too. Callisto raised her hand. All right, 1 rum and 1 glass of milk. Gala said, going to get the drinks. Ahem. So, as I was saying. They resumed telling stories. Volume 4 Quest 320 Yamato's Young Saint. While Cirrus goes to knock out some work that has piled up. AI takes Callie around while Artemis takes Haku and Retsu to the school that was in the farming area. This place seems pretty big for a school in such a location. Said Haku. The school was called Aki Middle School, one of 4 schools in Fuyakuza. The first where all children start is Fuya Kindergarten, then Aki Middle School, followed by Haru High School, and lastly Natsu University. Of course, the university is free and optional, along with all the other schools. Said Retsu, looking around at the surrounding farmland. Well, there is more here, but given that it's winter break, I can't show you it, but know that this place is for young students to come and learn. If you follow me, I'll show you the training ground. They followed her to the training ground, where they found a girl with messy black hair and dirty clothing swinging two wooden swords out in the cold. Snow even lightly piled on her head, telling how long she has been out in the cold. HOH, I'm surprised to see one still training here. Hey, you child. Where is your instructor? Artemis shouted as the girl who wasn't wearing anything to keep her warm. The girl turned around to spot Artemis with Haku and Retsu. Her hair was so long that it covered her young face. She slowly walked up to Artemis. I am sorry, Lady Goddess. She said, bowing her head. I have no instructor. I came here since they left wooden swords behind. Ah. Artemis finally understands who she is. You are an orphan, yes. The girl nods. Come with me. She follows along as the two kids walk along with her. Artemis opened the door to the school. She leads them to the teacher's lounge. What's your name? Asked Retsu. Musashi, she said. Well, here you go, Musashi. Artemis then hands her some new clothes and better shoes. Whoa. Are these mine? Musashi asked. They are. Put them on. Musashi began to get warmer from the new clothes and layers she put on. So, Musashi, are you hungry? Why yes. Her eyes widened with joy. She then took her to the cafeteria and made her a quick meal. Nom. 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 Musashi stuffed her face in the food. Wah, she's really eating. Thought Haku and Retsu. Is it good? There wasn't enough food left, but I hope it's good enough. Said Artemis, watching her eat. It's good. At the orphanage, all the other older kids eat before me. Is that true? That shouldn't be a problem. Who runs the orphanage? Lady Tsukuyomi. Musashi. Like speaking of the devil, she appeared. Lady Tsukuyomi was wearing a fairly well-kept dirty blue kimono, with her blue hair kept in a ponytail. Her divinity was a pale, soothing radiance. I was looking for you everywhere. She said, walking up to her. I apologize if she caused any trouble. Not at all. I was the one to give her the clothes and food. Can I ask how the orphanage came to that point? We built systems to make sure it fed everyone. My apologies, but who are you? I know you are a goddess, but... Oh, sorry, my name is Artemis. Tsukuyomi's eyes widen. The ruling goddess of Fuyakuza. I'm deeply sorry for not knowing you, but I have only heard of your name, and I just moved here 3 years ago after you had left. That is fine. Even so, what is the orphanage's situation? Children like Musashi shouldn't be starving and wearing rags. Well, I took over the orphanage after the last director left to retire, and I wasn't so good with so much paperwork in ages since Ami kicked me out of the capital hundreds of years ago. You three come along. We're going to fix this. They followed Artemis as she went into the city, and she walks into the Emerald Pavilion. The look on her face made everyone get out of her way. Tsukuyomi was nervous as she followed Artemis while Haku, Retsu, and Musashi follow along in amazement. Artemis arrives at the top floor and opened the door, there with 4 assistants at the side, and at the end of the room with the biggest desk hidden by a mountain of paperwork was Cirrus. Scribble. 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 The sounds of scribbling filled the room as the sounds of paper being flipped interrupted the scribbling. Artemis kept walking towards Cirrus. Cirrus. She said, walking to the side. We have a problem. What is it? He said while reading and signing papers. Tsukuyomi took over the orphanage 3 years ago and the children are starving. Scrib clack. Everyone working stopped and looked at Tsukuyomi. Cirrus stopped working and got up. Even with his height, the paperwork still hit him. He walked to the side to see the goddess. Is that true? That shouldn't be a thing. Aseo, Isako, Ainosuke, Keisuke. The 4 assistants stood up, 2 were male and the others female. Why is the orphanage not having enough food? Or even money? A goddess like her shouldn't be wearing stuff below her status. Sir, said Isako. Something must have slipped through the cracks of this paperwork, I suggest finding more talent to help. I agree with Miss Isako, said Inosuke. Since your departure, there have been people trying to take advantage of our city. Lord Susanoo was also too busy managing other stuff that it eventually fell through. And since we didn't know who would try and take more advantage, we didn't hire anyone new, said Asao. I see, very well, I assume you Keisuke have a list of prospects. I do, sir. We can begin the hiring and training as quickly as we can. Then begin it. Thank you for bringing this up, Art. I will be getting home a bit late. I'm sorry for piling up more work, Artemis said slightly glumly. It's fine, Lady Tsukuyomi. He looked to the goddess. Everything should be settled soon, but if things haven't changed, please talk to me, Lord Susanoo, or even Artemis again. I won't abide by and let this happen. Asao, Isako, Inosuke. Tell everyone in the building of this issue, I want whoever let a child fucking starve before me, groveling for mercy. His words were laced with anger. Yes, sir. The three assistants shouted as they left. I will start the hiring, sir, Keisuke said, leaving as well. So Dad, is this the business I am going to inherit? Haku said. If you want, there is still plenty of time before you are 18, so you know, no worries. Cirrus walked back to his desk and resumed working. Come along kids. Artemis said. I'll send AI to get you some food later. Cirrus waves as they leave. They then left the office and as they made it to the ground floor, they found everyone scrambling around, working even harder. I'm sorry, kids, but I couldn't let this keep going. Artemis apologized to Haku and Retsu. It's fine mom. There is nothing wrong with that. Retsu nodded. Lord Kyajano is very quick to act. Retsu looked around. The people are also very hard-working to match their lord. Lord Kyajano is rather scary when he's mad, Musashi said. Thank you, Lady Artemis. Tsukuyomi bowed profusely. You don't have to be so polite. Artemis waved her off. Just call me Artemis. Oh okay. So, should we get back to the school tour? Musashi, would you like to join? Lady Tsukuyomi. Musashi looked at her goddess. Of course. Oh do you think you can help me with the paperwork to have some of the kids from the orphanage to get into school? Of course. I'll help step by step. School grounds. She has potential Tsukuyomi, Artemis said, sitting next to her. Yes. Musashi has a great talent with the sword. Tsukuyomi has a handful of applications. They look at Haku, Retsu, and Musashi fighting one another in the snow. I am sure she would fit right in. Really? She said excitedly. Of course. She could even one day make a name for herself should she ever come to Orario. Maybe something like the Sword Saint. Isn't that a bit much? She said, flustered. Not at all. She points to the kids, and Musashi is beating Haku and Retsu easily. I think when she comes of age, she would give AI a good match. The Red Crown. Truly. Yup, the way she swings her swords around tells me she has the potential. Volume 4 Quest 321 New Year's. December 31st. After 2 weeks of non-stop work, Cirrus finally finished his work. Cirrus was reading through and translating the remaining books AI brought from her adventure, AI's side story. Being spirited away, even Artemis and Auranos don't know the full mechanics of such a phenomenon. How does one even come about it if it is not a deity's doing? Fate? Luck? What? Oof. Kalai jumps onto his lap. Dad, come play with us. She said, looking up from his lap. She isn't related by blood, but she sure got AI's habit. Alright, alright. He puts down the book, grabs Kalai by the side, and lifts her. How about this? He then holds her hands while lifting her with his feet. Ha 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 ha. She began laughing. No horseplay in the house. Shouted AI from the kitchen. Dad, can we play outside? Said Haku. Sure, Malayan, are you fine? I am fine, she said while in the kotetsu eating some tangerines. Go out and have some fun. Kids, make sure you bundle up. Shouted Artemis, also from the kitchen. Okay. They shouted. Cirrus puts Callisto down, she and her brother ran off to get their coats. While playing outside and making snowmen, Haku wanted to know something. Hey, Dad, remember when we played that game with Retsu? Retsu was staying with them, but he was in his room, settling in. What about it? You want another go? No, Well, can you show me how good you are with the spear? Mom said that was your weapon of choice, and we had never seen your weapon. Yeah, what is it, Dad? Asked Kalai. Is it back at home? The sailors of the Poseidon Familia mentioned you using a spear to fight this giant sea beast. Ah that, the Ico Turso. Ah, yeah, it's still up there. Up where? Callisto asked. Nothing, so do you really want to see it? Hum. Hum. They nod their heads. All right, stand back a bit. They stepped back, and he held his hand out. Vesta, dot. His magic circle appeared on the ground and a brilliant flame emerged from it. Cirrus thrust his hand and grabbed the flame. He spun it, revealing its black excellence. He didn't need to make it so dramatic, but he wanted to show off to his kids a bit. Whoa, cool. They said at the same time. That's the weapon that was in that locked room. Callisto thought. So it does belong to Dad. This is the weapon that I made, White Knight. It actually has someone very special. It has someone special. They said, confused. Whoosh. A wisp of fire left the red gem and formed. My name is Vesta, God aspect of fire, and guardian of the divine weapon. I judge those who are worthy to wield this blade. She looks at Kalai and winks at her. Kalai notices and understands. That's so cool. You can summon it whenever you wish. Haku said, very impressed by the sight. More or less, but because she's so strong, I only use her when the opponent is worthy. Which isn't many. She said, sitting on his shoulder. Am I worthy? Asked Haku. She gets up and floats up to him. You are his son, but not yet. Maybe when you are older, you could wield me. Can you show us a trick, Dad? Said Kalai. Sure, sure. He spins White Knight, and the handle grows into a long shaft. He spun it with such speed he was cutting the air. He spun faster and faster until he stopped with two hands on the shaft and a ting rang through the air. A slight blast of wind filled the backyard. Whoosh. An awe filled Haku and Kalai's eyes, seeing their father with something so refined. Dad, can you teach me how to use the spear? Kalai said with stars in her eyes. Of course, what about you, Haku? Cirrus said as he bends down and looks at his son. It was cool, but I think swords are cooler. Hey! Shouted Malayan. The dinner is ready. And everyone has just got here. Yay! The kids shouted, running back in. So of the two, who do you think is worthy to wield you besides me? Cirrus puts White Knight into his shadow. That would be the demigod. She holds vast potential that dwarfs your son, who has the talent to surpass his mother. And me. In a fair fight, highly likely, but not if you include your bag of tricks. After all, White Knight's ability to extend and shrink its handle is proof of how devious you are in combat. And that is why I'm number one. He says with a smile as he walks back inside. The dinner was filled with close family members and friends. They ate, laughed, and had a fun way into the night. Late at night. Mom. Haku said, waking his mom. AI groggily opened her eyes. What's the matter, sweetie? AI said drowsily. Can we talk somewhere else? Yeah. She gets up from bed and Haku grabs her hand and leads to downstairs. She sits down on a couch. Okay, what is it? She is still drowsy from a few drinks. I know we are leaving in a week, but do you think I can stay in Yamato and attend the school with Retsu and Musashi? AI's eyes widen, her stance changed and the energy in the room changed. Oh. I really want to stay here, Mom, and learn my way of swordsmanship. I know your father and I wish to give you the freedom to grow how you wish, but... He could see his mother struggling with what to do. Please, Mom. I want to stay here. I will discuss it with your father in the morning. For now, go to bed. Haku complies and heads back up. He looked to see his mother still in the same spot, thinking. That boy has his father's independence. But... he has made some friends who could grow to stand and even match him. The next day. Haku, go to your father's office. Said AI. He felt a bit scared as he stands up. Oh. You're in trouble. Said Kalai. Shut up. No, I'm not. Did you try to attack him in his sleep? Retsu said. Why would I do that? Retsu shrugs. Don't know, but I feel like you would do that. Yeah, you would do that to get a win off, Dad, Callisto said. That win would have no value. I'm leaving. Haku quickly walks away. He walks upstairs and heads into his father's office. He enters the room to find him looking out the window from his desk. The room itself was littered with books upon books. Several were in foreign languages, along with various blueprints and notes on projects he was working on. Dad. Your mom told me you want to stay here in Yamato. He says, swiveling his chair to face his son. Why yet? I want to stay here and go to the school here. Fine. Dad, what did you say? I said fine. Your mother was very conflicted about it, but we came down to an agreement. Until school starts, your mom will stay here. Ah really? Then I can stay. He said excitedly. Yeah, personally, I rather see you grow before my eyes, but I can't say I wasn't like you when I was your age. I will come back during the new year or at least try to. You know how things are. Thank you, Dad. Haku quickly runs up to him and hugs him tightly. Cirrus does the same, holding him firmly and patting his back. I also expect you to behave reasonably. Of course. Good, also no abuse of power. I will bring you back to Orario in an instant, understand? Got it. I'll be a normal person. That's my boy. Haku loosened his arms, as did Cirrus, and he quickly leaves. Ha! Cirrus spins around on his chair, leaning back. I'm gonna miss you too. Time went on and Cirrus, Artemis, Malayan and Kalai returned to Orario, and like what his father said, AI remained until school started. When spring came around, Haku was off to attend school for the first time. Okay, I'm off, Mom. Haku said with a backpack. Alright, take care. AI waved at him as he leaves. Clack. Haku closed the door and left with Retsu to Aki Middle School. Alright, time to get ready. AI smiles as she grabs her lunch and leaves through the back. Aki Middle School was located in the middle of the farmlands of Fuyakuza, and the number of students it can host was surprisingly high, given that there are classes built underground. It has as many floors as you could see on the surface. Alright everyone! Shouted the principal. All the students had gotten into the assembly, and they all lined up from their grades. There are so many people here. Said Retsu. Reminds me of the orphanage, said Musashi. So many kids. Haku said, looking around. Today is the start of a new school year. We have some new blood in these halls, and we even got a new sword instructor. There were many murmurs among the students. The school also taught several forms of martial arts as an extracurricular activity. They also have various sports and classes for specific professions the child would want. Hey Haku, you don't think? Said Retsu. What is it? Said Musashi. It couldn't be. She is very busy with work, Haku said as sweat began to drip down his head. Today I like to introduce to you all Yamato's finest swordsmen. Oh no, Haku said. Please welcome the Red Crown. Kyajano AI. From the sky, AI jumps down and lands before them dramatically. Ooh. Everyone looked on, impressed. AI walks up beside the principal and shows off her bright smile. Hello, all you young warriors and scholars. She catches Haku's eyes and smiles. Be sure to make you all shine brightly. Volume 4 Quest 321.5 Only Child and Mystery. A few days since they returned to Orario from Yamato. Hey Kushika and Callisto's room. Callisto was trying to push Haku's bed out of the room. Kalai, what are you doing? Artemis said. Oh hi, Mom. I was just cleaning out my room. By pushing out your brother's bed. He's not using it. Besides, it was his choice to stay in Yamato, so as the favorite child, I am now the default favorite. I want a bigger room. Put your brother's bed back, Kalai. Also, you know we don't have favorite children. Well, I don't see Haku around, so I am the favorite child. Kalai, don't make me repeat myself. Fine. I'll just find another room to move into. You are not moving. Just put your brother's bed back. We have archery in an hour. That is another thing. Callisto said it in a haughty tone. I don't want to do archery. What? Artemis raised an eyebrow. I want to learn spearmanship like Dad. Callisto's effort. What has gotten into you? Just because your brother remained in Yamato and pursued a school life doesn't give you the right to act up. Artemis said it firmly. Well, what you gonna do about it? Callisto's attitude remained Artemis, a lot like Nox's. I swear you are just like her, she said under her breath. Callisto, I am giving you a chance. Apologize for how you have been acting, and we will leave it at that. Trade offer. I get my own room, and it's water under the bridge. She smiled earnestly. 5 minutes later. Heek. Heek. Callisto was crying with a sore bottom. Stupid mom. She was pushing Haku's bed back. Knock. Knock. Hey, Cirrus pops his head in. So. I heard from Mom that you were, acting up. Dad, she hit me. She turned to him, her eyes bawling. No, she spanked you for acting up. I just wanted a bigger room. My own room. Well, you were pushing Haku's bed out the door, so, yet. Well, isn't Mama's baby gonna have their own room? Mama? Oh, Malayan. I see. But yes, they are, but that isn't the problem. If you wanted your own room, you could and should have asked me or your mom. Well, I thought since Haku isn't here, I thought what point is his bed being here taking up the space? He is still your brother, you should at least ask him. Callisto turned her head and kept pushing the bed. Calli, your mom is upset. My mom is in Yamato with my brother. Her voice had a tinge of bitterness. Artemis loves you just as much as Ai, even more so than you would think. Callisto stopped what she was doing and thought on her father's words. Between Ai and Artemis, Artemis was the one who showered her more than Ai. In a way she doesn't know she intuitively is more attached to Artemis. Is she still mad? A little. But it would make her feel better if you went to the archery range. You know, just so she knows you still love her. But Dad, she turned to meet his eyes. I want to learn how to use the spear like you. Do you not like archery? You're really good at it. It's fine, it's just, not fun. I pull the string, and I hit the target. Guess Artemis' daughter would be gifted at archery. And you want to learn other things? Yeah. Well. I'll talk with her, alright? But if you act the way you did with your mother, I will be the one to give you a punishment. Got it? No, you wouldn't, Dad. She said, confident in the validity of her words. You are too soft on me. Cirrus stares at her for a second. He was not gonna just let Callisto act how she pleases just because Cirrus is a bit more softer on her than Artemis. Alright. We'll see. He leaves, closing the door behind him. Callisto herself had a moment of clarity. Oh, fiddlesticks. Why am I so dumb? Callisto quickly went to get her dad. Dad. No wait, I'm sorry. She got her own room 2 weeks later but had to take archery lessons from Artemis, but she got her father to teach her how to use the spear. Time flew by within the blink of an eye. Keep your form in a T-shape, Artemis instructs her daughter. I am, the poundage is making keeping my form hard, my fingers are starting to hurt, Callisto said, pulling a 15-pound bow from her usual 10-pound bow. Normally, children could not draw that much weight from the bow, but because of Cirrus, both Haku and Calli were naturally physically strong and durable. Even their skin was a bit more resilient than average. Push through it. Pain is more mental than physical. My fingers say otherwise. Her fingers were turning even more red. If you can endure my lessons, then you can endure your father's. You wanna impress him, don't you? Days went by. Slowly. Cirrus slowly thrusts a spear. Callisto does the same, imitating her father's form using a wooden spear. Dad, is there a reason for this? Yes, to help build your muscles. Come on, Dad. Callisto began to swing and thrust the spear. I wanna do cool things like OOP. She swung, and it dug into the ground. With the force with which she was swinging, she lost hold of the spear, falling in the process. The thing about the spear, Calli, is that it can be considered the perfect weapon. It has far more versatility than just about any weapon. He swung it down, it was an inch above a blade of grass. You can swing it down like a sword. He then moved his hand to the neck of the spear and made a quick stab. If the shaft is broken, you can use it as a dagger. He stepped forward, moved his hand down, and thrust again. A staff. But most importantly, the best thing about a spear is its long range. He spun the spear into the air, spun himself, grabbed the spear, and threw it into the stone wall. I am telling you this because, with the spear, you must take into consideration the surrounding space. A simple mistake can get you killed. What if you were fighting a monster and you did what happened just now? I would be dead. Exactly. So pick up your spear and build your foundation. Sing, dot. It shoots back into Cirrus' hand. Now pick yourself up. It's better to fall when you are still a child. Because if you fall when you're older, you'd be more embarrassed about it. Callisto picks herself up and picks up her wooden spear. I'm ready. Then slowly. Days turned into weeks. Huff. 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 Callisto breathes heavily and leans on her wooden spear. Do you need to rest? Cirrus said, watching from the sidelines. I can keep going. Callisto had a fire in her eyes. She stood up on her 2 feet and held her wooden spear tightly in her slightly bloody hands. I'm ready, Mom. Artemis took 3 blunt arrows and fired each one consecutively. FSH. 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 The path to power was simple to Callisto. She saw it simply as just running with the spear, swinging and thrusting the spear until exhaustion took her. Clack. She blocks 1 arrow, but the other 2 got through. Thud. Thud. Gr. Callisto grits her teeth as she pushes through the pain. Come on, keep going. She softly muttered to herself. Find the center of gravity of the spear, Artemis said, taking out another 3 blunt arrows. It is far different from the bow. Economize your movement, Cirrus said. Then execute your intentions. I got it. Callisto shouted. I'm ready. Artemis draws her bow, notches her arrows. Phew, Callisto breathes out, calming herself and making herself focus. Her mother then fires the arrows one after the other. FSH. 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 Callisto moves her hands and blocks one arrow. Clack. She moves back to give herself enough space to move and block the second, but she still steps back for the third. Clack. Clack. And blocked it. A brief moment of silence, Callisto's eyes glitter like emeralds with a radiant shimmer. Yes. I did it. Callisto said proudly, jumping up and down. Can we get ice cream? Well. Cirrus looked to Artemis. I say she earned it. Fine, but only one scope. But as weeks turned into months, so did the family of 6 turned into a family of 7. Waiting outside in the waiting area were Cirrus, Artemis, Callisto, and the Hestia Familia. All right, Naza said. You can go in now. They all got up and went to the room. When they got in, they saw Malayan drenched in sweat with her child in hand. Cirrus walks forward. He stands next to Malayan as she looks up at him. Cirrus, say hello to your son, Oberon. She gently holds him out, and Cirrus slowly picks him up. Oberon. Oberon slowly opens his eyes to show emeralds. He looked at Cirrus and lightly smiled. Another precious memory, etched into his mind as a warmth filled his chest. Dad. Dad. Can I hold him? Callisto said. Cirrus turned to Malayan. It's fine. She nods. Cirrus bends down and gently handed him to Callisto. Make sure you hold his head. Callisto gently holds Oberon's head and body. Ooh. She was surprised by how light he was. Everyone soon crowds around to see Oberon. While they did that, Artemis came to Malayan's side. Art, Malayan said. Is AI on her way? She is but out on sea on board the Poseidon Familia's ship during a storm. Grab the rope. Lance shouted. Hard to starboard. Poseidon shouted. Why is it every time Cirrus is on board a ship it always gets hit with a storm or trouble? Now it passed on to his offspring. Ha ha ha. AI laughed, helping out. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We got hit by 3 storms? 3. The lad is more cursed than his old man. Back to Mayaga's clinic. She's coming. Artemis smiled. I see. Malayan leans back. Get some sleep. I am sure you are exhausted. I will, but can you do me a favor? Sure, what is it? I want you to, see if you can ask Ryuolion to come visit. Can I ask why? Lean in closer. Artemis leans in close to her lips. I firmly believe she will be the next wife. So I wish to give her motivation to hurry and build her courage and act. That is some rather bold words. But they are not false bravado. I am sure you have seen the slight glances she makes toward our husband. I have, and the choice is up to her. You are correct, but know that even now, she has my blessing. She does not need to prove herself to me, especially when I learned of her actions towards Evilus. She has my full respect and blessing. Then if she can muster the courage, I will give it to her. Anything else? Yes, if Hera comes, please, tell her, no. She closes her eyes and falls asleep. While Malayan sleeps, Artemis looks at Oberon and smiles. This family has certainly gotten bigger, and yet there is still more room. Volume 4 Quest 322 5 years later. 5th floor of the dungeon. Ha! Callisto's spear cuts through a swarm of killer ants. Faster! Sharper! Come on! Come on! Swish! 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 She did not relent, her swings and thrusts were as precise as they could be as with each one she steadily perfects her form. Huff! 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 Callisto looks behind her to see several magic stones and monster drops. Yes! She cheered in celebration. Callisto went and picked up all the magic stones and ant eyes. Nice! They're in good condition. And began to return back up the dungeon. Hum! 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 She hums up the stairway with some adventurers, humming along with this girl with white hair and fox ears. Her fairly long hair was sprinkled with monster blood, along with her armor, which had very little damage. Hum! 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 Even on the streets of Orario, everyone looks at the child as she goes about her day. But over the years they saw this child grow. She walked to the guild, where everyone glanced at her. Being stared at was a common occurrence for her. Here is everything I got, Antilagi. She hands her bag of magic stones and the drop items to the exchanger. Here you go, kid. They said, throwing in a few extra valis unbeknownst to her for knowing and remembering their name. Thank you. See you tomorrow. She then skipped away. As she skipped back home, she could hear faint whispers about her. That's the Heavenly's daughters. She's really inherited her parents' looks. I heard she already reached the 5th floor. Really? It's only been a month since she started. I guess she got more from her parents than just looks, hey. I wonder what's for dinner, she thought, skipping away, paying no more thought to their whispers. While skipping, she spotted a familiar set of white hair walking with an Amazoness with medium-length black hair with a strip of cloth around her chest. Uncle Bell! Auntie Tiona! She shouted, running up to them. Oh, Kali! Said Tiona with a big smile, picking her up. How was the dungeon? It was fun. I finished mapping out half of the 5th floor. What are you two doing? We were looking for books, said Belle. It's our day off, so we're book hunting. Has your dad gotten any new books? I'm willing to work and pay for them. Tiona said eagerly. Sorry, Auntie Tiona, but you know how much work he has. Speaking of Uncle Bell, when do you think you're going to marry Auntie Tiona, Hestia, and Seer? My dad said he married Mom at 18. You should be 22 now, right? Yeah, when? I heard from Ace you had Cirrus marry you guys in a private event, so when? Tiona said, eyeing Belle. Haha. Belle looked a bit nervous. WLI. I don't know, Cirrus has been busy, and well, I wanted everything to go well. Seer also said she is waiting for something but never mentioned what. These days, things have been hectic. Especially when Finn is spending time with Sis and your vice-captain's kids. I was surprised he convinced Sis to do it. Luckily for Lily, Cirrus was her guardian. When Tioni found out, she tore through everyone trying to calm her down. That was a very worrisome day. Ooh. I remember that. Callisto said. Dad had to jump out the window that day, and he came back with a bunch of wood chips in his clothes. Calli chuckled a bit. Ha. We had to buy a lot of new furniture that day, Belle said, looking a bit traumatized by the experience. Well, I need to get going. Alright. Tiona puts her down. Do you still want to go skateboarding on the weekend? Yup. I can't wait. Goodbye. Calli then runs off toward the Moonlight Tower. While she ran off, the two of them saw a slight movement in her shadow. Ha! I wonder if our little girl would be as cute as her. Tiona said, glancing at Belle. Belle felt shivers run down his back. Grandpa, having a harem is really hard. Moonlight Tower. How was the dungeon, Calli? Said Bree. It was good. I got a nice haul. Do you know what's for dinner? It should be stir-fry today, yes, I saw some bags of rice missing today. Yay! She said, running into the tower. Hey, was I ever like that when I was her age? Bree asked one guard. You were way more weird. Said the guard. Ha. I remember when Cirrus gave you those special boots, you would just jump off buildings and bounce back up. Ha. Do you remember when you jumped out of your room and cracked the bones in your legs because you forgot to put them on? Ha. The guards all started laughing together. I shouldn't have asked. And do you remember when she confessed to the captain? Ha. No. Be quiet. She shouted in embarrassment, covering her ears. Walking up the tower, Calli glances at the locked door and continues walking up. She arrived at her room. Her new room, which she picked, was one closer to her father's room. She wanted a room for herself since she wanted the space to practice her spearmanship in her own time. I need to ask Yofim for some maintenance on you. She said, looking at her 3-section spear. For now, I need to go and take a bath. She gets her things and heads to the 3rd tower. When she arrived, many of the familia were already there. This is so good. She stretched out her limbs and enjoyed the warm bath. As she enjoys her bath, she notices her necklace. A silver, intricately designed necklace with hieroglyphs. What's wrong? Is your necklace broken? Asked Phi, who was next to her. No. I was just looking at it. It's good it isn't broken or anything, you've had that since you were born. It would be a shame if anything happened to it. Don't worry, I always take care of it. Dad made it just for me. Then better hurry and get ready. Lady Artemis is updating the first 30 to get to the updating room. Callisto's eyes widen, and she stands straight up. Splash! I need to hurry. Calli quickly got out and rushed to dry herself and get changed. Ha. It's always fun to mess with her. She arrives at the updating room breathing heavily. Huff. Was I in the 30 range? She said. Calli, what are you talking about? Artemis said, reading a book while on a couch. I'm updating those who wish for it until dinner. Growling. Fie. She shouted at the top of her lungs. Seems she tricked you again, sweetie. She put down the book and took out a needle. Now hurry, dinner is coming up, and I want you to grow up to be big and strong. Kalai moved her hair and took off her leather jacket to show Artemis her bare back. The shirt she was wearing had its back exposed. She started wearing it when she saw Ace wearing one as well, and she liked its practicality. Drop. Kalai could feel a warmth fill her. She could see the light from her mother updating her status, and when the light glowed down, she knew it was done and, with it, her new status. Here you go, sweetie. Artemis hands her the updated status. Kalai grabs it and looks through it thoroughly. Callisto Zephyr. LV1. Strength, G279. F324 Endurance, E413. 487. Dexterity, C645. B700 Agility, A899. S948. Magic, S969. SS1000. Agroterra Velos, Aim, Fire. Super Short Chant. Sacred Magic. Yes. Look, Mom. Dad said I can do harder training with him now. Stars were in her eyes, brimming with joy, as she showed Artemis the paper. I know I was the one who updated. But... She looked at the paper again. Still no skills. She looked a bit disheartened. Artemis purposely left her skills out of the paper. One day, sweetie, for now, you have to take it one day at a time. Although I'm sure when Cirrus was her age, he already had a few skills. Oh, where is my little brother? Oberon. Kalai asked. He didn't come and greet me when I got back home. Oh, he's at the archery range with Malayan. It seems he has reached a breakthrough. You should see him at dinner. Okay. I'm going to go get Dad. Alright. Kalai put her shirt back on and ran up the tower. Arriving at Cirrus's office, she finds a small pile of papers, with her father leaning back and sleeping. She moved his swivel chair back, moved him in front of her, and jumped. Dad. Kalai said, jumping into his gut. Thud. Gah. He suddenly wakes up. Dinner time. Ugh. God damn it. Kalai, I told you to stop doing that to wake me up. But you're a heavy sleeper. The last time I didn't do that, it took me and Ron 10 minutes. Well, whatever. He picks Kalai up and gets up, putting her on his shoulders. Let's go eat some dinner. Yay. Arriving at the second tower, several familia members were eating. A majority of the familia is still female, with very few men in the familia since they married into the familia. Father. Said Oberon, running up to Cirrus. The youngest son of Cirrus, Oberon Doc Zephyr, currently, he is 4 years old, with hair as black as his mother's, emerald eyes, skin tanned like his mother's, and pointy ears. His usual attire is a bit more on the nicer end. Malayan dotes on him and spoils him a bit. Yet despite it, many would and will consider him a gentle soul. Obby. Cirrus picks him up. How was your day? I got 25 bullseyes today, Dad. That's great. Yes, he has a knack for it now that he has his own groove to it, Malayan said, walking up. That's good. I'm proud of you, Obby. Cirrus puts him down and pats his head. Thank you, father. He then turned to Callisto. Hey, big sis, how many monsters did you beat today? I beat 67. They talked about their day as Cirrus went over to where Malayan and Artemis were sitting and placed the kids in their seats. They all enjoyed their dinner as the hall broke out into cheering and celebration for another day well spent. Nighttime. Hey, Vesta, Kalai said, looking out the window of the locked room. Whoosh. Vesta formed out of a wisp of fire. What is it, Callisto? She said, sitting before her. Why do I see these scenes in my head when I touch you? Does it have to do with me being able to wield you? Something like that. You see, those memories belong to your father's best friend. She sacrificed her body to form this weapon. I know, but her memories. They're so full of her lying around, and I haven't seen Dad in any of them. In time, Callisto, I told you when you reached the end of the memories you would have full rights to wield me however you see fit to. Okay, but how much longer? It's boring watching memories of her eating, watching clouds, and walking around with a bunch of spirits. Trust me, you are close to a vital point in her life. Callisto holds onto the handle of White Knight, and she closes her eyes. Volume 4 Quest 322.5 First Light. When Nox next opened her eyes, she found herself under a dark, cloudy sky. A forest fire. Nox gets up to see the forest on fire and Vento running towards her, along with other spirits. Run! He shouted. Oniro. Whoosh! Whoosh! Powerful gusts of wind blow in the direction of the fire. Vento, what's going on? Nox quickly stands up. It's Zeus's heroes. We need to run. Where do you think you're going? Biam! The earth cracked, separating the two friends. Damn monsters! Shouted Vento, turning to face the spirit. Be quiet, heathen! Shouted the earth spirit. Master! These are the first generation. Good. I like a challenge. The ancient hero stomped his foot, creating more fissures. My fellow heroes! Cleanse the land of these stains. More and more heroes, with their spirits, could be seen running through the woods. Damn it! Nox, run! Save as many of our kind as you can. I'll hold them off. Oniro. He used his golden wind to blow all the other spirits over to where Nox was. Whoosh! Vento! We can't leave you behind. Whoosh! The fire began to grow closer to them, with a figure coming out of the fire. Well, look at this bunch of outdated spirits. Master, burn them! Said a fire spirit. Whoosh! Oniro! Whoosh! They curved the fire back into the tree line. I said go! Now! Vento shouted at the top of his lungs. Nox and the other spirits began to run and run and run. Huff! 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 They didn't dare look back, even if they could feel his wind touch their tear-stained cheeks as they slowly faded away, overtaken by the heat and the shaking of the earth. Grr! Keep running! Don't crack! Thunderstruck in front of her, with two people coming out. No running away, on my father Zeus's order, you all are to die, especially you child of Nyx, said the pale blonde thunder spirit. Master! Die! She raised her arms, and thunder shot out. Why you wretched bast! Arts! May the veil of my paradox flash and be gazed upon, cut through the cosmos, heaven will darken, earth will brighten. White Knight! Boom! Her attack sliced through the lightning and cut the hero of thunder in two. Ah! The hero said this as their bodies slid down their torsos and fell to the ground. Thud splat! Did I think I shall die so easily? Nox shouted, charging toward the spirit. You bastard! She charged at Nox. Crackle and boom! She chanted as lightning covered her. No god shall touch the night, I dance upon the stars, touch the stars. White Knight! She connected two stanzas of her chant, a luxury and privilege of the first generation with long chants. White Knight! Blink! Within half the time, one would blink. Nox stood behind Zeus' spirit with 4 blades of light stemming from her fingers. Spurt! They sliced the spirit into chunks. Everyone run! Nox shouted. They shan't murder us all. All the surrounding spirits had a fire of anger in their eyes as they roared. They pushed forward as more and more spirits came with their chosen hero. Die! Shouted a spirit. Keep moving. I shall handle them. Nox shouted. Nox blitzes and cuts down the spirits who came after them. One by one. Gah! Keep moving. Spirits around her fall. Kaie! Damn it! Yet the White Knight kept moving. Her fellow first-generation spirits took arms and went their way to allow the weaker ones or the ones who do not have the guts to fight and kill their kin. Hurry! Hurry! Ignore thy pain and press forward. Nox commanded, leading the slowly dwindling spirits within her group. Time blurred for Nox as she fought and killed to save her group and her people, yet in the end, she found only herself surrounded by Zeus spirits. Pitter-patter! 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 Huff! 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 All around her were Zeus thunder spirits, and worse of all, the rain was falling. You certainly live up to your title as a grand spirit, said a thunder spirit. But your creator should have minded her own business and left father to do as he pleased. Said another. Huff! Huff! Curse thy second-generation pawns! Nox smirks as she puts her hands together in a Buddhist prayer. I shall complete my purpose. She howled as she glowed. Mana in the air converged towards her. The amount she was taking was massive. It didn't even leave any for the spirits that surround her to regain any back. From the shadow of the night Genesis, a white light birthed. Nox began to chant. Do not let her finish her magic. They held their hands to strike her, yet Nox sped up her chant faster and faster, and before they could even shoot out a bolt of lightning, Nox had already finished her chant. Begone, children! My name is Candidus Nox, the beloved darling of the enigma of prophecy. White Knight. Flash. From a distance, many could see an orb of white, a second sun. On that day, the grand spirit of the White Knight finally made her name known during this time of blood and fear. Volume 4 Quest 323 Some Fatherly Training. Artemis Familia's Third Tower Training Room. Thrust. Swish. Swish. Ha. Ting. The spear reverberates from the force of stopping just an inch off the ground. Very good, Kali. Abi, let's see your archery, Cirrus said, watching his two children train. Okay. Oberon pulls back his bow and releases an arrow, hitting near the mark. Ah, man. I didn't hit the mark. Try again. This time, calm down and steady your arms. Do not rush it. He takes a deep breath and slowly pulls the string, and just before his arms shake, he releases the string, hitting the mark. I did it, Dad. Oberon said, jumping up in excitement. So, Dad, what do you think? Kali said, standing next to Oberon. You are both very skilled, but only time and practice will improve your skills. Kali, your moves are still a bit rough, and you waste energy stopping its spin. Abi, I can't blame you for this as you are still growing up, so simply keep eating and go to bed on time so you can grow big and strong. Why am I the only one getting reprimanded? Because you're not 5, you're 8 with a status, and Abi still hasn't gone into the dungeon yet. Dad, is there a way to build up my strength without going into the dungeon? Oberon asked. There is. Abi, do you want to do what I did to build up my muscles? Can I do it too? Callisto said, wanting to be part of it. Sure. Cirrus then gets on the ground and does a plank. That's it. Yes, do it for 10 minutes. But it's just. Can you count, Dad? Oberon said, already doing it. Already doing it when you started. Hold on. Let me start too. The three then planked. Oberon obviously couldn't last over 2 minutes, which was impressive to Cirrus, but Kali was keeping up. Huff. Huff. My arms are tired. She shouted. They're all shaking. Said Oberon, watching his sister and father. You will get used to it, Cirrus said as he lifts himself and began to do handstand push-ups. Whoa. Then we can do that too. Oberon said excitedly. Of course, it just needs time, practice, and a good sense of balance. Cirrus then pushes off the ground and back onto his feet. So, how about a little combat exercise? You two will have to eventually work together. Kali looks at Oberon, and they share a smile. They still wish to spend the day with their father. They both said. OOP. Kali's arms gave out. Oof. 10 minutes and 39 seconds. Cirrus helps her up. Good job. A bit later. Huff. 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 The two siblings lay on the ground, catching their breaths. That was pretty fun. We need to do that again some other time. Cirrus said without a drop of sweat on him, enjoying his time with the kids. Water. Said Kali, reaching out. Despite how full of energy Callisto is in her status, Cirrus training still pushed her to her limits. Please. My body hurts all over, said Oberon. While Oberon wasn't as good as Callisto, he was putting in the work. Of course. Cirrus takes out 2 cool, metal flasks of water from his shadow without the kids knowing and hands them to them. They saw the flasks hand above them, and they quickly grabbed them. Glug. 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 I feel alive again. Said Kali. I never felt better. Oberon said, cooling off. Cirrus looked at his kid's expression and couldn't help but smile a bit. Glad you two stuck it out, Cirrus said, acknowledging the work they put in. Yeah, but my body hurts all over, Callisto said, sprawled on the ground, sweat drenching her hair. Yeah, is there a way to not feel pain? Oberon asked as well, as he lay on the ground more drenched in sweat than Callisto. No, and yes, Cirrus said playfully. What does that mean? Is it a yes or a no, Dad? Asked Callisto. Well, here is a little lesson for you too. Pain comes in 2 forms. The exterior, which is caused by forces we can't control, and the interior, which we can, both can be managed through will. Callisto, you should know this. Artemis ingrained into you that pain is as much mental as it is physical. Yeah, but you say it with more like you say it with experience. Thank you, but you should keep that to yourself. Your mother will make sure you regret those words. Dad, so does it apply even if you're stabbed? Oberon asked, curious if it applies to more serious injuries. Yes. Even when you are stabbed, if you can manage your pain, it would feel like an ant bites you. Of course, it will scar you, but what pain doesn't? Whether it's exterior or interior, we all have a scar. But what if we numb the pain? You are only pushing it away and letting it fester. Pain must be worked through, be it physical or emotional. Cirrus takes a moment to find the words to say next. You have to go through it, and only then can you move on, having grown and learned from it to be a better you. But what if we don't want to move on? Callisto asked, looking at him in his eyes. Cirrus and Callisto look into one another's eyes for a minute or so. Callisto could see something in her father's eyes, but she doesn't know. She is far too young to know the look of regret and acceptance in his eyes. Then you will be consumed by that pain, and it will lead you down a path that you will regret. Keeping it bottled will lead to a terrible day. Ooh. Dad, can we grumble? Her stomach grumbled. It was already past lunchtime. It's almost 4. Do you guys want to get something to eat? It's our little secret from Mom, all right. He said it with one eye while putting his finger to his lips. Can we get to where Auntie Ryua works? Said Kalai, getting back up on her feet. If you want to, Abi, do you want to go? Yeah. But the black-haired cat person always makes me feel unsafe, Oberon said, also picking himself up. Cirrus needed to speak with Chloe privately if need be. Haha. Don't worry about it. Cirrus spoke with a serious voice. Now go clean up and let's get going. Hey Dad, it would be faster if you helped us. Said Kalai. No, you are old enough to bathe yourself. Cirrus knows Kalai would do anything to spend more time with him. Please, Dad. Come on. She said, grabbing his legs and giving him puppy dog eyes. On the one hand, he loves that his daughter loves him so much, but it is a bit concerning how much she does. Daylight is burning, better hurry. Come on, Kalai. Oberon said, pulling Kalai. No. Dad. She shouted as Cirrus pried her from his legs and Oberon took her away. Huff. She's so dramatic. Cirrus lets out a sigh of relief. Time sure flies by. He lightly smiles. Hat. I'm sure you would like her. Cirrus slowly walks. Knocks. Or maybe not. She is a bit loud and energetic. Once he was out of the tower, he went and sat in the front garden and simply looked high into the clouds. Hey Kushika, Callisto, and Oberon. Hat. He closes his eyes and reminisces. I didn't think I would have 3 kids by the age of 31. Oh fuck, I'm 31. When did I die before? I was about 20-something? Hey? Has it been that long? Cirrus tries to remember as far back as he can, but it feels so distant now. I don't remember my former age or any of the names from my previous life. My mom, dad, sister, uncles. I don't remember their names or faces. Ah. He opens his eyes in realization. I made myself sad. He looks down, a bit of the blues had hit him. Time has passed by him faster than he realized, he is now a father, and he is in his 30s. With his status as a level 9, the amount of fauna he took in has let him keep a youthful appearance, in fact, he still looks like he is in his early 20s. Now's not the time to cry, Cirrus. You can cry them out in the shower. He holds back his emotions for later. He closed his eyes and waited. After a couple of minutes, Kalai and Oberon came down. Kalai pulled on his clothes to get his attention. Hey, Dad, it isn't time to be sleeping. Callisto said. He opens his eyes to meet his daughter. You're right. Hub. He gets up. How about we go there in style? Kalai and Oberon's eyes turn starry-eyed. Whoosh. Whoosh. So cool. They both said. Hold on tight, we are here. He stops flapping, and they free fall. We. They both said while in their father's arms. Now when you are falling from a high place, you don't want to land on the heel, so you roll to spread out the force of the fall. Unless you have what I have. As they approach the ground, he flaps his wings once and lands on the ground, his armor fading away. Flap. Tap tap. He lets the kids back onto the ground. Kalai, why don't you go? And as Cirrus was stretching for a second, Oberon cut him off. Dad, she's left already. Oberon pointed it out. Cirrus looked around to find Kalai was already running to the hostess of fertility. God damn it. Luckily, it was still in the afternoon, and few people were passing by or within the pub. Bang. Kalai burst through the swinging doors. Can we get the usual Mamma Mia? Kalai said, jumping on the stool. How many times do I have to tell you to stop slamming my damn doors? Mia said, picking Kalai up from her forehead in a bear grip. Her hold was exquisite. It was tight enough to hold someone up but light enough not to cause them immediate pain. Gawk. Callisto spoke with pressure on her head, her feet dangling in the air. Unfortunately, Mia used a bit more force on Callisto for slamming her doors again. And stop jumping on my stools. Sorry about that, Cirrus said, entering and sitting down as well, with Oberon right next to him. Kali, the next time you do that, Mia is going to have you clean every inch of this floor. Nua. She said it with strain in her voice. Oh, I will. She tightened her grip. Gah. My head. Okay. Okay. She tapped her arm. I learned my lesson. But I was just so excited to taste your food again. Ha, you have your old man's tongue. But not enough. Next time, you're my new employee. She loosened her grip, and Callisto landed back on the floor. You're paying for the door, Cirrus. She said, going to place the order. I know. Callisto rubs her forehead. There weren't many in the pub at this time of day, but many enjoyed the sight of Cirrus with his kids. Naya, so is there anything else you want to order? Asked Anya. Yeah, tell Chol if she keeps looking at my son with those eyes, I'll put the blindfolds back on, Cirrus said, glancing towards the back, where a pair of black cat ears were popping up. I won't do it, sir. She shouted behind the wall. She quickly ran off. Sorry about her. Said Lunoir, coming up. You know how she gets. Oberon, don't worry, I'll keep her away from you, all right. She winked at Oberon. He had a slight blush before nodding his head. Well, Ryu should be coming with the food soon, in a minute or so. Lunoir nods and heads to the back. After a bit, Ryu came with the food. Here you go. She said, putting the food down. Auntie Ryu, are you going to eat with us? Said Kali with a fork in hand. Sorry, but I already had my break, but seeing as there isn't much business, I can keep some company. She said, sitting down. So, did you get the day off? You usually work from the morning to dusk. I can take a day off whenever I want. It's just that work piles up. My assistants are good, but work just piles up really fast, it's disheartening to see a pile of paperwork every day. Anyway, I just sort of made it the same way back in Yamato, and now I have the weekends off and spend them with these two. Cirrus then rubs Callisto and Oberon's heads. Say, what about your oldest kid? Asked Mia. Is he still in school along with AI? Yeah, he's making a lot of friends. Last I heard, he got tied for second in the fighting tournament. Who got first? Asked Ryu. With AI, I was sure he would get first place. Another of AI's students, she's very talented. Her name is Musashi, and I would keep an ear out for her in the future. If only you even had time to go and see your wife and kid, Mia said. With the paperwork and going on expeditions, you hardly see them. Not that I'm complaining about this one. Mia looks at Ryu. She has made back her debt and then some. Yeah. Hopefully, we can get together. Isn't that right, Oberon? He glances at Oberon and pats his shoulder. Oberon said. I wanted to spend more time with him. I also wanted to show him my new paintings. I also wanted to see how good his swordsmanship has. I am better. Callisto spoke boastfully. I'm prettier, cuter, and stronger. My spearmanship skills are also better than his. No one asked Kali. Oberon retorted. True, but it needed to be said, so it is fully ingrained in one's mind that I am the best sibling. Is that so? Mia has heard her boasting multiple times. She would have cut her short, but even Mia could see Callisto's talent. That, and she knew Cirrus and Artemis were doing their best to curve that from her. Anyway, it's best to eat your food before it gets cold. Here's a cold one. Mia hands Cirrus a cool drink. They ate their meal, conversing with one another. Watching from behind the wall was Seer. Phew. This year, I will finally push her to confess. Her eyes glinted silver before returning to a dull shade and walking to the back. After all, my plans for a double wedding would be amazing. I have pushed things back long enough. She had enough time to go at her own pace, but not this year. Freya had grown tired of edging Ryu toward confession. Now she will give her the push so she can have that double wedding with her. Oberon Docs Zephyr. LV1. Strength, I34 Endurance, I58. Dexterity, I56 Agility, I98. Magic, I24. Midsummer's Dream. Long Chant. Sacred Magic. Support/enchant magic. Spasmacher Puck. Increase growth in proportion when working with another. Blood of the Night Sky. Volume 4 Quest 324 Push, Part 1. Late at night at Mia's pub. Seer, Ryu, Chloe, and Lunoir are cleaning the dishes. So Ryu, when are you finally going to confess to Cirrus? Seer asked with a grin. What? Ryu heavily blushed. Yeah, when? Said Chol. It's been 8 years, you know. It's kind of obvious that you had feelings for him when, every time he comes in, you would make those eyes," said Lunoir. "If you're having troubles, I can lend you a hand," Seer said with a big smile. "I do have experience in such a field. I already know when I will confess. I appreciate your support over the years, Seer, but..." "Then when?" asked Lunoir, drying the dishes. "By this point, you're just putting it off." She has been putting it off for years, never really quite getting the courage or push she needed. Malayan did her best, but the step forward must be her own. That was before their patience thinned. "I planned on telling him when we recover the bodies back from the dungeon, but they're far deeper than I had expected. 8 years, and the furthest we reached was the 76th floor, but nothing. We methodically map everything, so they won't have an undiscovered passage to get past us, but it takes so much time." She had a downhearted expression. "I'm thinking we may never actually reach them." "Then do it at this year's goddess festival," Seer said, putting her hand on Ryuu's. "As your best friend, I don't want to keep seeing you languish for him. I don't want to keep seeing it, it's annoying. Besides, I personally don't see myself working here for much longer." "Oh, is Belle finally going to put a ring on that finger?" Joel said with a grin, helping dry the plates as well. "Seems he finally planned it out. I had to beat Hestia in a fair match for the spot, but all is fair in the hands of luck. Lucky. I thought by now I'd find myself a guy and live in a cozy little home." Lunoir looked down, disheartened. "Hey, Ryuu, if you don't go for it by the next goddess festival, you don't mind if I try to get in on that loving father?" Ryuu stared daggers at her. "Hey now, don't get mad. If you wanna lose out, you better get moving." "She is right," Seer said, glancing at Ryuu's eyes as a quick flicker of silver appeared and disappeared from her eyes. "You should try. These little pushes aren't enough to budge that mind of hers. A shove is more appropriate. From there, it'll just snowball." Freya thought, having watched her try to get Ryuu to confess or actively pursue her love. "Fine," Ryuu said, feeling a bit more emboldened. "I will ask him to the next goddess festival since you all keep pushing it." "Lies. They all said, having gone through this several times before. You know, I heard from the grapevines that if you want to get to him, you need to go through his wives. Maybe it would be rather easy. You and Malayan are on good terms." Ryuu thinks about it a bit. She gave a look that immediately told the others she was not going to go through with it. Seer/Freya grabbed Ryuu's shoulders with her wet hands. "Ryuu," she said, looking into her eyes. "Why yes." Ryuu said, a bit surprised by what Seer was doing. "Go through with this." Her eyes flashed pure silver. "You have waited long enough." Ryuu felt even more emboldened, she had a fire in her heart that she needed to satisfy. "Very well." She said it firmly. "Then, Seer, before you leave, can I ask you to cover for me?" "Of course. But who are you going for first?" "I will work my way up and start with Malayan." "You are right. She and I are good friends. She is also aware of my feelings, so, yes, I will start with her and work my way up." Ryuu thought about her approach. "You will need to take some time off for the biggest obstacle, AI, said Lunoir. She was the reason why it took Malayan 2 whole years. Her swordsmanship is no joke. Then I will need to prepare to travel." Ryuu stops washing the dishes and removes her apron. "I will start tomorrow." She then heads off to bed. "Phew, it seems our plan was a success, and the ball is rolling." Seer/Freya was in a good mood, a great mood, one in which she felt she could just dance for this occasion. "You're gonna help us with our love problem, right?" Lunoir replied to Seer. "Of course." Seer puts her hands together. "I've gotten to know some of the Artemis Familia, and they hold get-togethers. I'm sure you'll find someone there. The Artemis Familia holds special functions where people can meet and potentially become a couple." "Naya, I'm surprised they had them," Chloe said, astounded by the information. "They are rather private, so I had to pull a few strings. Considering a good majority of the members of the Artemis Familia are women, with few men joining. The men who join are married into the Familia and vetted by Artemis herself, who wishes for her children to find at least a partner, be it a man or wife, who will treat them with respect." The next day, Ryuu walks before the entrance to the Artemis Familia's home. "Miss," said the guards. "Do you have business here?" "Hello, I was hoping I could speak with Lady Artemis and Lady Malayan on a personal matter. And I'm here for her support," said Seer, next to her. The guard looks at them both. "Wait a moment." The guards left for their post station. Ryuu turned to Seer/Freya. "Seer, why did you come?" "I can do this on my own." "Ryuu, how long do you think I have known you?" She then grabbed her hands. "You have a good poker face, but your emotions show on your hands. I also needed to make sure you didn't chicken out. The amount I used, my charm on her wore off when she woke up. She's only here by miracle. Freya thought, making sure Ryuhu didn't back down. Ryuhu looks to find her own hands shaking. Don't worry, I'm by your side. You have the courage to do this. Her eyes flickered a pure silver before returning to their dull grey. Ryuhu didn't remember this, as a feeling of courage grew inside her. Her hands no longer shook and remained firm, as did the conviction she had to go through with this. She nods, giving a small smile. Yes. They're ready to see you now. 7th floor in the meeting room, said the guard, coming up to her. Thank you. Ryuhu let go of Seer's hand and walked ahead, with Seer herself following behind her. They enter the first tower. In the lobby, there were 3 elevators. They have added 2 more since its first construction. Ryuhu and Seer enter and go up. Ryuhu put a secret code into the elevator, and it took them to the 7th floor. The code was one where you input it to reach the floor it was associated with, a small security check in case of an event where the tower is infiltrated, or something along those lines. As they go up, Seer looks at the spiraling interior and the many familiar members going up and down it, and she sees Callisto and Oberon. Oh! Every time Freya looks at Callisto, she is always amazed by her soul. It held a radiance unlike any other. Next to her was another of similar brilliance. The young, half-dark elf's soul was like a small, deep shade of midnight with small shining specks of white sprinkled around that reminded Freya of his father's soul. Phew, I wonder what the oldest child looks like now. They reach the floor and walk into the meeting room. Lady Artemis, Lady Malayan, thank you for meeting with me, Ryuhu said, giving a bow. Don't mind me, I'll just wait outside. Seer walks back out while Artemis eyes her. As she left, she made a grin that Artemis caught. So Ryuhu, what brings you here? Artemis asked. Lady Artemis, she said, clenching her fists tightly. As you know, I worked with him, Cirrus, for a long time. We went through the great feud together. We're following, said Malayan. And it took me a while, but... I know I love him. The room fell silent, and the tension grew before it was easily eased by Malayan. Ha 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 ha. She laughed out loud with a smile on her face. About time, Ryuhu Lion. She had long waited for the elf to finally spill her guts. While Malayan was joyous, Artemis kept a composed demeanor. When exactly? Asked Artemis, probing a bit more. When he returned to Orario, he learned of our familia's deaths, and he hugged me. A hug? Artemis said, a bit taken by how innocent and childish it seemed, like a young girl falling in love with a young boy because he gave her a flower missing a few petals. Well, aren't you surprisingly pure? Malayan said, a bit surprised at how simple it was. I must preference it was only a crush until the Gnosis raid. She said it with a blushing face. When he bore his emotions out, his anger, his regret at not being there, I felt a deep sense of empathy for him. I felt he expressed how I was feeling, and there was the time on the 18th floor when he worried about me and we held hands. I love that. Holding hands, hey. How lewd, Artemis said jokingly. Elise, our former captain, once said to me that I should not let go of a man that could grab my hands. She made a sweet smile, one that charmed both Artemis and Malayan with how innocent it was. And he not only held my hands but even gave me an embrace that took a weight off my heart. So I wish to be by his side and help carry whatever weight is left. The earnest nature of her words deeply touched them. It was as if a pure maiden was pouring her heart out. You know I have no qualms with you, said Malayan. I heard of your deeds, and I find your emotions to be true. I told Artemis that you have my blessings since the day my son was born. That is one approval. Ryuhu, I have no issue with you becoming another of Cirrus's wives, but if you wish for my approval, you must get Ai's and then Cirrus's. Do you have an idea of what you are going to do? I planned on confronting you both first, and then Ai. From there, I will ask him out for the next goddess festival in 2 months. To be honest, I had originally planned to tell him once we collect our sisters' bodies, but the time for that was far longer than what she wished for or even expected. You know it has taken far longer than what I or even he expected. I see. Then I suggest you get a move on to Yamato, it takes a while to reach. Thank you. She bows her head once more. Ryuhu takes her leave, with Seer following behind. In the meeting room, Artemis and Malayan discuss with one another on the matter. Do you think Ai will accept her? Malayan asked Artemis. Highly possible. She knew her for a long time, so Ryuhu will have a better time than you. How lucky for her, if only I had come to Orario and helped. Well, no matter what is done. Artemis, how do you think Cirrus will take it? I'm sure he would accept her. It will be odd for him, but he will accept her love. Do you think Cirrus's taste will look good on her? In seriousness, Malayan, I am happy she is taking that step after so long. Even if Seer was the one who helped her take that step. I am too proud of her. Although she takes far longer than I expected, an elf's stubbornness is something else. What did you think of her words? They seemed very pure to me, blindly purer than my own. They are words that come from her heart. I would dare say they go past even my own to possibly even match or surpass AI's. Well, I look forward to calling her sister. By the way, Malayan. Do you ever think Seer is odd? A bit. There are times where I swear she has the eyes of a goddess with how she plays poker or any form of card game. There are times where she and Cirrus would talk privately. There is no sort of romance between the two but a rather friendship if I were to find a comparison to. Malayan tilts her head in thought. She begins to remember every encounter she had with her. Art, you gods have eyes that see the truth of the world, what do you see when you look at her? Abstractness. There is a vagueness to her, but I let it be. She is harmless enough and she has not joined a familia, unless Hestia gave her one. Nay, she comes and goes time to time. Yet there is a unique connection between her, Hestia, and Belle. Do you think we should pry it from Cirrus? Up to you, but as I see it, that is their business and it doesn't involve us. Why rock the boat, you know? True. Do you want to go hunt? I am in the mood to hunt now. Wanna make it a competition? Artemis smiles ear to ear. I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, if Ryuhu does manage to make it, Cirrus would have 3 wives to satisfy now. Malayan smirked. He would need to resume his training. Phew. Artemis also smirked. Swimming for 10 miles, 16 kilometers, 100 oysters while sitting in a barrel of pickle brine. Should we start saving up on the oysters and pickle brine? Of course. Cirrus is not gonna enjoy eating those oysters. Then I will serve it to him on my tongue instead of a platter. Oh. I didn't think to try that. Say try putting on some lipstick. Malayan nodded. Which color? He liked the blue and red on you. I think you should go for yellow to match yours eyes. Cirrus office. Cirrus suddenly felt his lower back ache. That isn't good. Volume 4 Quest 325 Push, Part 2. Taking time off to travel to Yamato, Ryuhu didn't realize how far it was. How long until we reach Hong's? Ryuhu asked. A few days off, are you heading there or Yamato? Responded the carriage driver. Yamato, is that particularly long? It depends on the weather and services you buy. I recommend heading to the harbor master's office. They should set you up with a good crew to get you there. It's not a scam, is it? I am a level 6. Ryuhu has gone up in levels over the years. Her alias, Gale, hasn't changed since technically she isn't in the guild records anymore. A level 6, huh? I feel safer already. Haha. Not to worry, it's a way to help organize the ships, the crews, and other logistics. Is the office big? Oh, no, the office is rather small. The actual work done is hidden somewhere in the city, and the person in the office is just the mouthpiece to receive and send back information. For that, there are several other locations near the port. That's a bit much, don't you think? Considering Hong's is a very, and I mean very, important port between the nations of Chiang and Yamato, its preservation is very important, and the goddess who runs it, Lady Chang'e took Lord Qiajiano, you know, the heavenly crown from Orario. Cirrus Zephyr. I know of him. Why does he have a different name? Well, the rumor was that the god who rules Yamato, Lady Amaterasu, tried to forcibly make the heavenly crown her subject, and in an attempt to not have him usurp her throne, she offered to him a family name and even the sole authority to disregard her authority if they found it not to their liking. I should ask him about that, that seems a bit too much for Cirrus. Maybe not if it was around the time he left Orario after the Great Feud. She would eventually arrive at Hong's and get a ship to Fuyuhama for a quicker way to Fuyakuza. It would take a collective time of 9 days for Ryuhu to step foot on Yamato. So this is a port town Cirrus helped make. She looked around the town of Fuyuhama. She finds it looks similar to Melon, aside from some clearer design choices such as sea breaks and most of the buildings being a couple of feet away from the sea aside from the ports. There were also a lot of drainage grates throughout the streets, with each one being about 10 feet from one other, along with other drainage methods in case of a flood. They really considered safety with the construction of the town. From what Chloe said, Melon has rather tepid weather with harsh rainy seasons now and again during the summer and spring. She walks around a bit more to see a shopkeeper selling fish. She didn't know where to go. Hello miss, I just got here, but do you know where Fuyakuza is? Why, it's 10 minutes that way. She points southeast. Just follow the path, and it should lead you to Fuyakuza unless they made another road I wasn't aware of. Thank you, ma'am. Ryuhu bows and heads in that direction. Walking by the road, the amount of traffic surprised her, coming and going like a non-stop line. It's a good thing Mamma Mia never asked Cirrus for advice. When she arrived in the city, it amazed her. The sight alone was enough to rival Orario. Whoa! I can see why Cirrus has no problem with funding the expeditions. She walked around the city a bit, taking in the sights. Looking at it, Ryu realized how much work Cirrus had done. I wonder how long it took him, she thought, marveling at the construction of stone and concrete. Each building is a work of art, with each one having a unique look and color. Cirrus made sure the city had not one piece of brutalist architecture. Each building looked and felt alive so that the common person could see it and want to enter it. Yet within the corner of Ryuu's eyes she saw a familiar sight of a beggar, a homeless person. Guess even in with how much work Cirrus puts in these things still happen. She breathed a heavy sigh and kept walking. As Ryuu walked away the homeless man she saw looked at her with a soft gaze. This is SB 414. They moved their hands to the side of the ear, pressing a magic device. An elf noticed me. A foreigner most likely, probably has a high level. She has short blonde hair, blue eyes, a fair build, just seen 30 seconds ago from my point. Little did she know the homeless within Fuyakuza had a home, in fact they were part of the organization Cirrus made to help him find spies, find corruption and ensure the city is safe from threats that enter it. The people in the organization are very well paid with tons of benefits for not just the member but their family as well to ensure a high, unwavering degree of loyalty towards Cirrus. Ryuho continued to walk around, taking in the sights, before realizing how late it had gotten. I should have found an inn. I thought I smelled a familiar scent. Ryuho turned to see AI. AI. Hello. She waved at her. I didn't expect to see you here. Did something happen? If something had happened, Cirrus would have contacted me. I came here to... Wait. Before that, do you want to stay at my place? There is plenty of room there, and you wouldn't have to sleep in an inn. Oh okay. Great. I still have some leftovers, in case you're hungry. She turned and walked away in a good mood. Ryuha followed along as AI led the way. Arriving at her home, she found it beautiful. It had a distinct look to it that set it apart from the city. Do you like it? Cirrus built it with Lady Aphrodite. It was a tradition in my village that the husband must build their home. It is beautiful. I can see you two really put a lot into it. Is the tradition still around? It is, but now they have to learn how to build a home so it won't collapse and stuff. The material is also free. Isn't that expensive? Not really. In return, the city gets a new construction worker. Do they want to be construction workers? No, but if they join the work, they will get paid for their services and the amount they would have made if they went to their actual job. The job is entirely optional. It's only mandatory if there is some emergency. Ryuhu didn't know where to ask or begin to ask. The social systems of Fuyakuza were entirely foreign. Mom! Can you spar with me again? Shouted Haku, walking from the side of the home. Haku, your aunt Ryuho came by to visit. Haku simply stared at Ryuho for a moment. Even you, hey? Mom, I'm going to train a bit longer. Retsu is meditating in the woods. Hey Kushika, don't be rude. Did I say something insulting? You could at least say hello. As the mother and son shouted at one another, Ryuho realized Haku must have seen the same sight as Malayan. If that's the case, then... he knows why I'm... Well, come on in. AI said, taking a deep breath. Sorry about Haku. He is growing up. You can finally tell me why you came all the way here. They go in, take their shoes off, and sit down in the living room. The scent of the food AI cooked still lingered in the room. AI. I came here to tell you something. What is it? I love Cirrus. About time. I'm sorry if... What? Ryuho was a bit taken aback as she looked at AI's calm expression. I know. I've known since he gave you that hug when we returned. I mean, you rarely let people touch you, so when he hugged you, I felt he was special to you. I kept it to myself since I figured you needed to work through whatever you were feeling and come to your own decision. Aren't you angry that I wish to be with him? Well, not really for Malayan, neither I nor Cirrus had ever met her before Olympia, and the first thing she wanted was Nox. You, on the other hand, had worked and fought with Cirrus during the Great Feud, so I have no real problem if you decide to pursue a romance and eventually become his fourth wife. In fact, I think you may be the only one I never had any problem with getting his affection. What of Lady Artemis? Well, I knew there was something there, but she used the whole moon incident to marry him, and if not for Aphrodite's help, I wouldn't even be married to him. I'm sure you heard how she fell for him, right? Simply rumors, but some adventures said it was during his slaying of the ancient monsters. It was his first hunt of the Nukkalavi. They met when Cirrus was investigating the village and one of the evil Us Familia used as a sacrifice. While exploring the dead village, Cirrus was actually shot by her. It seems she was also on the hunt and suspected Cirrus to be the cause. That is some first meeting. Reminds me of when I first met him during the war games. Hum. Hum. AI smiled brightly, remembering that moment. That was an excellent entrance. And one similar to how Cirrus captured the virgin goddess heart. So he saved her when she was about to die, hey. Well, more or less, that and the fact they traveled together for the rest of the monsters aside from the one near Telskyra. This came out better than she expected. Then you truly have no problems if I wish to be with him. Not at all. I hope things go well and you find a place in his heart so our family can grow bigger. Now, do you want some dinner? I'm sure you wish to return to Orario as fast as you can. She gets up and heads to the kitchen. Oh yes. If it's not too much. Not at all. As AI was in the kitchen heating the food, she pressed her clam earring. Hey Cirrus, do you think you can pop up here? Why? Did something happen? Something like that, just come over. Alright when you want me. The next morning. Hey. Why you can't be serious? I still have paperwork and... Now hurry. She said it in a serious tone. God fucking Fafner. We're heading out. You suck, AI. I love you too. She said warmly. Yup. I love you too. After getting the food for Ryuwu and leading her to her room, Ryuwu would wash up and head to bed early. Later that night. Hey, Ryuwu. Ryuwu opens her eyes and turns to see AI next to her in bed. Why are you in bed with me? Ryuwu was flustered and surprised to see her. I figured I would help you get used to it, you didn't think you would sleep with him alone, did you? She then got closer to her. I figured he would sleep with you separately. Her eyes darted around a bit, trying to find something to look at. That wasn't AI's calm indigo eyes. I thought that as well, but it's nicer to sleep together. It's very comforting. AI then got close enough to cuddle up next to her. Ryuho could feel her breath near her lips and the softness of her body. You're not going to try and do something lewd, are you? Would you want me to? I prefer Cirrus, but I'm fine with the other gender. Cirrus said that after our first night with Artemis, a part of me woke up that I never knew I had. Ryuho felt even more flustered as her heart was beating faster as the situation she found herself in had changed. It's fine. She grabbed her head and placed it on her chest. Ryuho could hear her heartbeat. It didn't slow or increase its pace, it was steady. Did you know his heart is like this? When he finally falls asleep, his heart beats at this pace. AI then softly strokes Ryuhu's hair gently. Isn't this nice? To feel safe and secure. To be in the embrace of another who loves you. Yes. Ryuhu slowly closes her eyes. Warm and soft. They lay there quietly, AI's strokes slowed down, and eventually, the two went to sleep. The next morning. Ryuhu opens her eyes and sits up. That was. I feel refreshed. She looks to find that AI isn't in bed. She could smell the scent of hibiscus on the sheets and even on her skin. Ryuhu gets up, gets changed, and heads down to the kitchen. AI, are you here? Ryuhu, quick, come in for breakfast. She shouted. As she entered, she found Haku and Retsu eating. Hello, ma'am. Retsu bowed his head. Morning, Haku said while eating. Good morning to you too, as well. She nods. Ryuhu, go and sit down. I'll bring yours soon. AI shouted. Ryuhu sits down with the two boys, eating next to each other. It was awkward. After a bit, AI brings her a light breakfast. Eat up. He should be arriving soon. Who? Boom. It seems he got here a bit early. AI then walks out. Ryuhu follows behind to their backyard to find a cloud of smoke. I'm here. A familiar voice cut through the smoke. As it fades, Ryuhu's eyes widen. See Cirrus. Ryuhu? What are you doing here? Cirrus said, looking at her. I called you here so you can help bring her back to Orario. You know how Mia gets. How did you get here so quickly? Ryuhu said, shocked. Fafner. Anyway, did you make breakfast? Cirrus walked inside, leaving his boots outside. I skipped sleep and breakfast to get here. I did. Haku and Retsu are already eating. As Cirrus enters the home, Ryuhu eyes AI. Why did you contact him? And how? She said quietly. AI merely places her fingers on her earring. It's pretty handy. She then walked up to Ryuhu. And I did this so you can ask him out to the goddess festival. I also contacted Artemis. AI walked back inside, leaving Ryuhu with no other option. After breakfast. Have a good day. Haku, try not to get into trouble. Shouted Cirrus. Worry not. I will try to help him. Shouted Retsu. I promise I won't get caught this time. Haku shouted back. Tell Kalai and Abi that I miss them and that I wish them well. Cirrus smiled as the two went to school. So shall we get going, Ryu? Why yes. Safe travels. AI leans over to Ryu's ear. And good fortunes to you as well. She patted her shoulder and gave her a wink. Well, I'm off as well. She goes over to Cirrus and hugs him. See ya, honey. She then runs off after Haku and Retsu. Well, let's get going. Thika Panoplia, Ethon. The armor covers Cirrus, and he kneels. Ryu gets on his back, and he flaps his wings, flying high into the sky and then again towards Orario. During the flight, Ryu was having second thoughts. Come on, ask him. AI set this up, so I need to. Can I ask why you're in Yamato? Asked Cirrus. This was the moment to go for it and take that step. Well, can we land first? Sure. They land in the middle of some woods. Ryu gets off and faces Cirrus with as much resolve as she has left. I came to Yamato to talk with AI about something. She clenched her fist, gathering the resolve for her next set of words. Oh? Then you don't have to. I love you. Her face flushed red with shaking hands. Cirrus was stunned. His mind was blank from her words. He could see the embarrassment on Ryuu's face. She had turned her head back, but he could tell she was blushing. Her ears were bright red, and she was messing with her fingers, tapping them quickly. Can you say that again? Cirrus felt he misheard her. I think I misheard something. I said I love you. She shouted again with embarrassment in her voice. Cirrus didn't need to see her face to know she was bright red. Caw. 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 Several birds fly away from her shout. Cirrus looks up into the morning sky and closes his eyes. He searches his mind and his heart for what to feel. Cirrus never felt a romantic interest in Ryu simply because, by that point, he was already in love with AI, and they didn't get along so well. Their relationship also didn't improve or grow for 7 years, and only when Cirrus returned did their relationship begin to improve over the loss of Elise and the others' deaths and subsequently the raid in the Gnosis. Ryu, I like you but, when he said that word she could feel her heart begin to break. More than any word, that 3-letter word was a prelude of pain to what comes next. I would need time to see you as a woman, so for now. Yet if she felt this way for him, he should at least attempt to reciprocate those feelings. Ryu turns to see Cirrus with his hand extended and a smile on his face. Let's take it one step at a time. I assume you already talked with Artemis and Malayan about this, right? All of those negative emotions were gone as quickly as they appeared. Tears fall from her eyes as she reaches out and holds his hand. Yes. The second she held his hand, she felt the world click into place. Volume 4 Quest 325.5 A New Gale. October 30th, the Elijah Festival. On the 18th floor, Ryu kneels before her familia's grave. So. In 2 days, I will be going on an actual date. We have gone on many dungeon dates, but this one. She places her hand over her heart. I feel this one would be different. Malayan was peeved herself that she had only one chance while I had many. I guess there is some favoritism. I have to make it up to her. Ryu takes out one of the several bottles she put into their graves and replaces it with full ones. I am sorry for talking about this to you all. Kaguya, I'm sure you and Elise would have yelled off Cirrus's head for aiming for me. I can hear it now. Ryu closes her eyes and imagines it. No. How could that damn cheater go for you and not me? I am far more beautiful. Elise said it dramatically. I'll fucking kill that fucker. He laid his hands on AI, and it still wasn't enough. Cirrus. Kaguya shouted, swinging her katana. Ha ha ha. Who bets he takes Kaguya in as well? Said Lyra, taking bets. Now calm down everyone. Said Astria, trying to calm them down. Lady Astria. Elise hugs her goddess. Could you share the bed with me to make me feel smack? Kaguya smacks her with her sheathed blade. You're just as bad as him. Kaguya shouted towards Elise. No worse. He never tried to hit on the Lady Astria out of respect. That hurts. Lion nurse, your magnificent captain. Elise then reached over to her. Ryu opens her eyes with a warm smile. That seems about right. She then gets up and cleans up the grave, putting all the bottles in her bag. Wish me luck, Elise, Kaguya, Lyra, Nise, Iska, Mariu, Noin, Asta, Rihanna, Selti, and I will bring your bodies back, Elise, Kaguya, Lyra, Nise, and Mariu. She left with a newfound resolve in her eyes. Even if by that point my hair grows grey and white, I will keep going and reach you. Volume 4 Quest 326 The Final Push. November 1st, the first day of the Goddess Festival. There. Everything is perfect, said Seer as she took a step back to see Ryu dressed in a green dress with a red flower clip in her hair. I don't look weird, right? She asked nervously. Of course not. You look adorable enough that I want to eat you. Ryu stands up and looks at herself in the mirror. Still, I'm not comfortable with this attire. Do you think he'll like it? I'm sure he will love it. If he doesn't, well, I doubt it. I mean, he has 3 wives, so he must have a near-godly sex drive to keep up with them. Seer. Ryu said, blushing. Phew, don't worry, I bought you these. Seer then takes out a bottle of pills. Take one just in case. She gave Ryu a wink with a pill in hand. You wouldn't want a shotgun wedding, do you? No. Ryu reaches for it and takes it. Gulp. Now hurry down for your date. I'm sure he'll be. Oi. Seer. Ryu. Shouted Lunoir. He's here. Coming down and heading out the back since the pub was full, Ryu walks out to see Cirrus in sharp attire. His hair was slicked back with a silver headband holding it back, and his suit was a spotless and sharp black suit with a green tie to match his eye. His clam earring wasn't on him as well as his rings, but in his hands was a bouquet. You look beautiful, Ryu, Cirrus said, handing her the flowers. Thank you. She bowed slightly with a slight blush while taking the flowers. Do you really like it? She could smell a light scent on him. She didn't know what he smelled like, but it was pleasant. Of course, why wouldn't I like something that matches you so well? Green suits you as pleasant as those sky blue eyes and golden hair. She used the flowers to cover her face from embarrassment. I can see how you charmed your wives. Just a simple observation. Well, consider this charm of mine for you alone this night. He made a slight smile toward her, extending his hand. Ryu takes his hand, and they lock arms as they walk together. Watching from the corner were Callisto and Oberon. Dad looks really nice, said Oberon. I guess that's why Dad has been going into the dungeon a lot more these past months, said Callisto. Calli, is she going to be our new mom? Oberon looks at his big sister. Probably. Why? Do you not want her to be our new mom? I'm worried he won't spend time with my mom. Don't worry. He won't forget about her. It was the same for Haku when your mom got with Dad. Oh, say they're gone. Calli turned to find that they were gone. Damn it. Let's hurry and... Now you two. They turned to see Seer behind them. The pretty waitress, said Oberon. How about you give them some privacy, okay? She made a gentle smile that held great intent, and they both nodded. Great. If you want, you can help around the pub. Why? Aren't you going on a date with Uncle Bell? Said Callisto. Phew, I have that tomorrow. Sorry, but Mom said she was going to take us around, right, Ron? Calli looked at Oberon. Why yet? Is that so? Well, better run off now. Come, let's hurry before they start looking. Seer watched as the two ran off in the direction of their home. Let's see if you can have your kid before I get mine. A flicker of silver shines in her eyes before she walks back into the pub. Southwest of Orario. They arrive at a restaurant called the Spoons Aqua, which over the years has gained a positive reputation for being popular with wealthy people and famous adventures. More famously, it was where Belle proposed to Ace. Since then, it has been a hot location. It's odd that no one has come, seeing how popular it is around this time. Asked Ryu as they were being led to their table on top of the ship. Oh, I bought the whole ship out for 3 hours, so it's just the two of us. Yeah. After they sat down, a waiter came and handed them the menu. They looked at the menu and picked out what they wanted. I will be right back with your orders. The waiter bowed and left. So, I forgot what talking points I had. Well, tell me a little about yourself. Like, how was your home forest? Well, my home forest, Ryamilua. It was nice and peaceful. My family, Lion, was a family that cared for and protected our forest's sacred tree. From a young age, I was trained along with my brothers and sisters. You have siblings? Yes, 8 brothers and 7 sisters, me included. Wow, that's surprising. I thought elves had low birth rates. My father had a special role within the forest. I would rather not speak on it if that is fine with you. Of course, say what you're comfortable with. Well, by the time I was 11, I left my home forest and made my way to Orario. Walking around, I met Lady Astria while I was looking for a place to stay. That's how you met, hey? How did you meet her? Didn't Kaguya and Lyra tell you? I am sure Elise would have. Ryu thinks about it. I remember the day of the war games. We were walking back, and Kagaya mentioned it. Was it that bad of a first meeting? Well, Lady Astria was still not as seasoned with justice as she is today. But over time, she learned more about people and the factors that contribute to their choices. She even did small things to get closer to me. Was that why she would always read a different book? She would be reading a book about philosophy, and the next a book on laws. Yet, she would ask me these questions now and again and then ponder on them before asking other questions. It was her way of understanding various things she, as a goddess, couldn't quite get a grasp on. I found it very respectable that she is reading up and asking questions to better her understanding, even going out and helping herself. Did she really need to read up on laws? She is the goddess of justice. Well, then that brings us back to the fundamental question of what is justice? Your favorite question? Cirrus lightly smirked. Ugh. Ryuo made a displeased face. Thinking of myself from then on, I was really stubborn. Still are. She glared at him for a second. Sorry, go on. As I was saying before, the Ryuo from back then wanted and needed the world to be simple. She had barely any experience or understanding of how grey the world is. Thinking back on it now, it was annoying to hear me constantly yap about justice, like I was the epitome of it. Look how that turned out. I fell so hard the moment I lost everything. Lashing out at the world over a mistake, I know with all of my heart that we, the Astria Familia, would repeat it if it meant we could save an innocent person. Even if you knew it would lead to everyone's deaths. Considering the people we went to save were all evil us members, probably not, but I feel Elise would have still led us there. If not us, some other familia would have been the victims. Before this topic, I just wanted to say that your thoughts on your younger self are a bit sad. Cirrus puts his elbow on the table and rests his head. There was a certain charm to you back then. Your optimistic views and goals were uplifting. Really? When I remember those days, I remember coming off as childish. Yes, but in those days, people like you who were altruistic were a gem. To this day, I still wish Artie was still around. Artie. The two sit in silence, remembering that kind girl whose kindness and smile rivaled or even outmatched AI's. Cirrus, can I ask what happened to Valletta? I noticed she was gone after the raid into the Gnosis. Ryuwu asked. Oh, that, I handed her off to Shakti and Thanatos, off to Ganesha. Then. Shakti avenged Artie. She did. Cirrus leaned back. After that day, Shakti looked as if a weight came off her shoulders. She does look lighter. Did I ever tell you about the time me and Seer went into a casino to save a girl at the request of her parents? Oh, did you? Yes, I have to thank Cranel for his help, or, well, luck. Ah yet, his luck is pretty impressive. So with his help, we got enough to go into the VIP lounge and challenge the owner, who was running an illegal business. So you kicked his ass, right? I can't see you exactly losing to some casino owner. Well, I, lost in poker. Well, that wasn't too bad. Did Seer come in and win it all? She did. How did you know? Me and a few others have a poker game every now and again. One time Belle couldn't make it, so Seer took his place. And did she clean you all out? Well, not me. I cut my losses before she took the clothes off my back. Luck means shit to Freya, the goddess of gold. How much did she take? Freya took everything that was bid or nailed to the ground. So what happened next? Cirrus kept the conversation on track. Did the guy lose his shit? Oh, yes, he did. After I gave chase, I rescued the girl he took and escaped with Seer. But the only obstacle left was Shakti. She did let us leave without an issue. Well, that certainly is something. I guess even then you still wish to help the people. Yes. I still do yearn for those days. Not the violence or chaotic nature, but... Ryuho closed her eyes, and her mind lingered back to the days when the Astria Familia were still active. Those days we spent shouting and yelling at one another over stupid things. She opened her eyes again. Do you yearn for those days? Not particularly. The only reason I would yearn for those days is to punch Kagaya in the face. Phew, Ryuho giggled. I am sure she would return one just as quickly. Sir, my lady, your order. The waiter puts down the dishes. I will be back shortly with the drinks. They quickly left. Well, shall we eat? Cirrus got his fork and knife. I never had such expensive food. She looked at her plate, and from a glance, she could tell it was an expensive meal from how the food was arranged and presented. Are you sure you don't want me to chip in? I feel guilty about how much you spend on me. Thinking about it, how much have you spent on me? Ryuho had pushed the thought away for so long, but this dinner it came back with a deep curiosity. How many zeros did Cirrus spend to let Ryuho go on expeditions from Mia? Don't worry about it. They were business expenditures. Cirrus cut a piece of his steak. Nom. He says, taking a bit and enjoying the food. But we are not even a couple or anything. Swallow. Well, think of it this way, if the night ends how you want it, they would be, how do I say it? Time bought to get close to you. Serious. Ryuho blushes a bit, both from embarrassment and guilt at how many zeros he dropped on her. You don't have something up your sleeves, do you? I feel like you are the type to buy a girl a gift while on a date. I guess the Gale thinks just as fast as she runs. Cirrus smiles. He then popped out of Alice. My sleeves always have something in them, like money. He holds it out to Ryuho. Oh, I thought you were going to buy me something, Ryuho said, a bit relieved. She didn't want Cirrus to keep spending so much on her. Well, you say that. He rolled the coin into his sleeve, and in his other hand, he had a small box. But I did get you a gift that I made with my own hands. Ryuho's heart skipped a beat at seeing that small box. Her mind raced to the obvious, but she kept herself calm enough to open it to find a necklace, one with a lion wrapped around emerald wines. This is a bit tacky, she said, making a chuckling smile. Well, I had an idea, and I went with it, but when it was finished, I thought, damn. What the fuck am I going to do with this, ... And so you decided to pawn it off to me. Ryuho leaned forward and rested her head on her right hand. Why is it a lion surrounded by the wind? It was inspired by you, a lion for your name and the wind for your alias. It's not my finest work, but, no, now I feel second-hand embarrassment with it. Now hand it back. No, I think I'll hold on to it. It's rude to hand a gift back. She made a smirk that enchanted Cirrus. Besides, you made it. Why wouldn't I keep it? Well, that's a smirk worth the world. After eating and drinking some wine, they walked around the city and enjoyed the games the stalls had. They laughed, danced, and cheered in joy, but Ryuho noticed from all of this fun that Cirrus had never once tried to sing. Say, I just realized, but you haven't sung in a long time. Is there a reason why? Well, I sort of lost interest in it since Nox. Since then, singing just reminds me of her. He had a look of pain and acceptance. He knew the only time he would sing again would be for her return. That is a shame. I really loved your singing. Did you? Yes. Whenever you sing, I feel the emotions within your words. When you sing a melancholic song, I would feel blue. When you sing a lively song for a party, I feel like I could dance the night away. Thank you. But without my muse, my Eurydice, I do not wish to sing. Eurydice? Who is that? Ah, it's a long-forgotten story. Do you want to hear it? You would be the only one in the world to have heard it besides me. I would love to. Ryuho linked her arm with Cirrus, and they walked close together. So the story starts at a wedding. A wedding. Yes, the groom was named Orpheus, the greatest of all poets and musicians. The bride, Eurydice, was an elf. From a look, onlookers could tell the couple were in love. Cirrus, of course, had modified the story a bit. Alright, then what? Then suddenly Eurydice stumbles and falls. By the time Orpheus reached her side, she was dead. Oh, that took a sudden turn. What killed her? It was a snake. By the time they found out, the snake was already gone, slithering away. At Eurydice's funeral, Orpheus drowned in a feeling of sorrow that the world has never seen, so he journeyed to the land of the dead, heaven, where no mortal has ever returned. Ryuho was paying close attention to the story. So he went on a journey, traveling to lands far and wide, until eventually, he found his way to Heaven's Gate. Guarding it was a three-headed dog named Cerberus. There he played his lyre so beautifully that the dog laid down and went to sleep. With the gatekeeper asleep, Orpheus walked into heaven. What did he do next? Did he look for his bride? No, heaven is boundless. It would take infinity to find her on his own. Thus he went to find a god. Which god was it? He just so happened to find a god of the dead. Orpheus stood before the god along with his wife and kneeled. He sang of his love for Eurydice and said she was taken away too soon. Since all things returned to heaven, giving her a few more years on Gakai wasn't a big problem. The moment he finished, all of heaven stood still as all the gods of heaven wept. Ooh, then what? The god and his wife granted him his plea, but on one condition. As he walked back down from heaven, he could not turn around to see if Eurydice was following behind him. If he did, she would return to heaven forever. A simple thing. You just keep looking forward. Well, not everything is so simple. As Orpheus walked down the stairs from heaven, he worried more and more if she was behind him. He heard nothing. Where were her footsteps? He thought. That curiosity grew with every step he took and didn't hear. Finally, he was one step off the stairway and back onto Gakai. He gave in to his worry and looked back. He saw Eurydice just as she was ripped away from his sight and back into heaven. Oh! Ryuo made a solemn expression. Did he try to go back? He did, but they refused him entry. Separated from her, Orpheus swore to never love another woman again. Instead, he remained in a grove, singing the songs of lovers. He sang so well that it peered into the inside of the gods. Yet despite how much he sang of love to a group of women, it was not enough. They could not bear the thought that one who sang so beautifully of love would not love them. In a fit of jealousy, they killed him. That. I was not expecting that. The birds and nature singers mourned his death along with the rivers. While the world wept, Orpheus was reunited with his other half in heaven. They say to this day they walk side by side, enjoying looking at one another as much as they want. That is a bittersweet story, Cirrus. Yes, there are plenty of more stories like it, albeit there are more tragic ones than good ones. Maybe one day you can say them. One day. The two get closer as they walk to a special place. A while later, they arrived. This place is... yeah, the old Familia home, the Stardust Garden. They stood before the old Astria Familia home before it was dilapidated, but now its greenery was brought back beyond its past splendors, and the home was fixed up back to its prime. Ryuo enters first through the wooden gate to find the ground filled with star flowers. They got their name from their 5-petal formation and the 5 colors they could come in red, orange, yellow, white, and blue. This is beautiful. I'm glad you like it. This took a while to pull off. I asked Persephone of the Demeter Familia if she could grow these here while I took some time off work to fix the Familia home back up. They enter the Familia home. Ryuo walked around in amazement, taking in the soft scent of the flowers, and opened the door to the place she had long ago called home. Memories of her time there flooded her, the sofa, the fireplace, and the bundles of dried flowers on the walls that filled the air with pleasant smells. It all felt just like yesterday when they were with her. She walks up to her room to find it the same as when she left. The dust had piled up. Walking in, she finds her mirror, she could see herself in the dress Seer picked for her, and tears swelled up. Sob. 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 She sat down on her bed and wept over how many things had changed within the blink of an eye. How the place she once called home changed, how the city changed, how even she changed. I was surprised by how intact the furnishing was. Cirrus slowly walked in. I asked Asfi and Shakti about it, and they said their familia made sure no one would touch it, even the guild wouldn't let anyone buy it, both in honor of the familia and for you cleaning out evilus from the streets of Orario. Ryuo covered her face as more tears began to fall from her face. Cirrus slowly walks over and places his hand on her shoulder. She grabs his hand tightly and grips his fingers between her own. He sat down next to her and rubbed her back. She got closer to him, wrapped her right arm around him, and buried her face in his chest. He could hear a muffled voice. Thank you. Cirrus lets go of her hand and hugs her, and she hugs him with their free arms. It's all right, take as much time as you need. Cirrus comforted her as she gets out all that was weighing on her. They stay there in each other's embrace for a while. She could hear his steady heart. It had the same beat as Ai's, but it had a strength to it. His chest wasn't as soft as Ai's, but as hard as an adventurer would have. She finally understood what he smelled like. He smelled like lilies. The scent slowly clung to her clothing in their embrace. She removed her face from his chest and looked into his mismatched eyes. She gently placed her hand on his left cheek and went in for a kiss. Kiss. Their lips met, and the soft, pillowy lips of Ryuo ran through Cirrus, and the soft, tender lips of Cirrus shot through her body like a bullet through the air. The new sensation filled Ryuo with more and more emotion, and she kissed him more passionately. The moment their lips parted, a hot breath of their saliva hit the other. Huff. 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 Ryuo didn't think this kind of lewd scent was possible, but she didn't have time to think about it before her mind could register the smell as she kissed him again. She removed Cirrus's jacket, and he began to remove her dress. Ah! A passionate fire lit in the inexperienced elf, a fire that consumed him wholeheartedly under the roof and on the bed. She slept on it as a teen and once again as an adult. Heaven! And so the last child will be born soon, Nyx said. Métis, have you gotten what I said down? Nyx turned to see a beautiful goddess with bright red hair and eyes as red as Hera's. Yeah, I do, but there is so much traveling I have to do. Métis rubs her head at how much Nyx is making her remember. This is important. I trust you to do the job. You can count on me, but it's still like 4 years away on Gakkai? Can't we take breaks? You have a lot on your plate. You can be lazy in 4 years, so come on, you're having the honor of greeting them first. Yeah, when they're in Gakkai. Still, what if Aranos finds out? With my veil, he won't know shit. Besides, this will help him as well. Métis looked at Nyx for a second. Your daughter influenced you, hey. What about it? You still understand what I am saying, right? Yeah, but it's weird you're saying it with regal, traditional clothes, you know. You're not getting my cake. Come on. You're the only one with those recipes. It's not fair. Cirrus and Nox came to your domain. Volume 4 Quest 326.5 The morning after. The next morning. Ryu opens her eyes to find Cirrus in bed with her. She gently gets on top of him, still under the covers. You do have a lovely face when you sleep. She thought to herself, looking at him as he slept. He is a rather heavy sleeper. Even with her weight on him, he still slept comfortably. She smiles as she cuddles in closer and once again hears his heartbeat. I love you. She said it softly, letting his scent stain and cling to her snow-white skin. His arms move and wrap around her. She was surprised. She looked at him, but his eyes were still closed. His heartbeat increased slightly. I love you, too. He said it in a muttering tone. Phew. She smiled warmly, knowing that even in sleep, he tries to comfort her. A little longer. She kissed his lightly scarred chest and closed her eyes. The two slept a little bit longer. An hour or so later, Cirrus woke up. He opens his eyes to find Ryu sleeping on his chest. He found the sight cute, ephemeral, and a bit prideful that he could see this calm and gentle look on her. He also found that his arms were wrapped around her. I guess I did it subconsciously. It wasn't the first time Cirrus had done this. He would always have someone or something in his arms to help him sleep. She is very cute when she sleeps like AI. Ryu. He said it softly, gently tapping her back. She slowly wakes up, rolling off his chest to his side and looks at him. Good morning. She smiles with a rosy blush, radiating a positive air. Is it time? Seeing her under the morning light, Cirrus couldn't and wouldn't just let her slip through his fingers. He has to put a ring on that finger. Yeah, it's morning. Can we stay like this a bit longer? She said it in a soft, sultry voice as she rests her head on her arms. I want this moment to last a bit longer. Cirrus was not one to deny the length of this moment. He enjoyed basking in the afterglow of a good night. He would always do this with his wives and simply comforting one another, stroking one's hair or skin. Sure. He leaned his head back on the pillow and closed his eyes. You are more upfront what you want now. He pointed out. Well. She gets closer to him, close enough to feel his body heat on her skin and soak deep in. I want to spend time with you before I have to share you with the others. You know we have a schedule, right? Is that why I see you with one of them a day? Yup. Say, do you plan on letting your hair grow out? She gives it some thought. Do you like long hair? I have no preference about that, I just thought you look good with how you have it. He reaches over and gently combs through her golden hair through his fingers. Then I guess I don't have plans on letting it grow out anytime soon. The two spent more time with one another. They do some light banter and conversation. 30 minutes later. Did you ever think we would reach this point? Cirrus asked Ryu while she was still in bed close to him. Ryu has her head on his chest, both are still naked under the sheets. No, she lightly shakes her head. I wouldn't have fathomed I would be with another, but... She moved on top of him, pressing her naked body onto his and fully soaking in his body heat. I am happy I could share this with the one I can touch so softly and roughly. She moved her hands and wrapped them around his head. Oh. I feel extremely honored then. He then intentionally wraps his arms around her waist. Do you wanna go again? She said, flustered. I am, but before that. He sits up, and she lands on his lap, rubbing against his member. I have an exchange. An exchange? Yes, that embarrassing necklace for this. Cirrus then holds in his hands another small box. He opens it to reveal a matching pair of sky blue and emerald rings. They were similar in appearance to Cirrus's other rings, which matched the bride's eyes, with the sole exception being Artemis, whose eyes were already green. I say it's a good deal. What do you say? Ryu picks up one ring and holds it up. The light hits it and shimmers. A smile streaks across her face as she slowly puts it on. You are really a cunning man, Cirrus. I'm glad you like it. Say, where did you pull that out from? Ryu looked around him. Well, from my shadow. He reached under the covers and pulled out a glass bottle of water. He opens it and takes a drink. You can store things in your shadow? I thought only Hecton and Fafnir were the only things in your shadow. Nah. Hey. That explains a lot. You want some? He hands her the bottle of water. We can go another round before noon if you want. Ryu takes the bottle and drinks some of the water. Ah, she hands it back to him. Are you sure you don't have any other business? Cirrus takes another drink before sealing it. I do, but I can make it there on time. I think you're selling yourself short. You kept at it well into the night. She makes another smirk. Well, Aren't you confident after your first night? Why shouldn't I be? I am in the arms of the one I love. She smiled lightly as she leaned forward and kissed his lips. At noon, Ryu returns to the hostess of fertility. So. How did it go? Said all the employees of the pub gathered around Ryu. I was right on the money, right? Seer said, looking at Ryu intensely. Yes. Ryu lifted her finger to show the ring. Kai. The whole pub erupted in cheering. Say Ryu. Seer grabbed her hand. How about we do a double wedding? At Hestia Familia's home. Achoo. Belle sneezed. Are you getting a cold? Said Welf. I don't feel sick. Then someone must be talking about you. Said Haruheim. It could be Freya. She said she planned something special for today. Moonlight Tower, Cirrus returned and resumed his work in his office. Achoo. Oh man, who's talking about me? Cirrus touches his forehead. How was the date? Malayan said by his side as he works. Did she claim a space in your heart? It went well, Cirrus said, working on some papers. And? Yes. She did. How wonderful. Seeing an elf break from their upbringing and embrace one who isn't of their kind is a joyous day. I never asked, but did you and Ryu have a similar upbringing? All elves were raised similarly to never let impure things touch us. She walked behind him, wrapped her hands around his neck, and rested her head against his. So, when did you break from your upbringing? I would say, when I touched a man's body, to get better at painting men. Interesting. Was that why you are feeling up my back? I love your back, the muscles are just perfect. She leaned into his ear. Besides, you also like backs and even midriffs, hips, and thighs. She said it in a sultry, seductive voice. Ha. Fuck. What do you want? I want to make a painting while we have sex. Using our bodies as the paintbrush for our date. Tomorrow. Fine by me. But Art will join us, so no more sex until tomorrow's date. She unwrapped her hands and walked with a sway to her hips. I'll get everything ready for tomorrow. She walked out of Cirrus's office, waving him off. Cirrus sits in his office, tapping his fingers. Hecton, Fafnir, do you think if AI was here, this wouldn't happen? The two of them appeared from his shadow. Given Lady AI's personality, I am sure it would have been worse, Hecton said. It's true. Lady AI has more appetite than all your wives, master. Including Lady Ryu. Fafnir said. Fafnir, Hecton, where are Kali and Abi? In the third tower training area, Fafnir said. They should slam the door open within 10 minutes right about now, Hecton said. I guess I'll spend this day with the kids. Tomorrow I will be too busy. Lady Callisto will be ecstatic, along with young Master Oberon, Fafnir said, slowly blending back into the shadows. Yeah, can you tell Malayan and Artemis what I'm going to do today? Hecton, do you mind helping me with all this paperwork? As you wish. Fafnir left through the shadows. Shall I go all out, sir? Hecton said as several arms slowly emerged from the shadows of the room. Yeah, better to get as much done today. The assistants are off for the goddess festival. They quickly began to go through and sign the papers to get through the pile. Just as Hecton predicted, Callisto burst through the doors with Oberon right behind her. He helped finish enough that he disappeared before Callisto could burst in. Slam. The doors are slammed open. Dad. Callisto shouted, rushing up to him. Dad said to stop slamming the door, Kali. Oberon shouted, slowly closing the doors. Dad. Dad. Is Auntie Ryua going to be our new mom? Callisto said, eagerly looking up at her father. Cirrus finishes his last paper and leans back. He takes a deep breath while Oberon comes up to him. Kids, today, do you want to spend the goddess festival with me? But. Let's go, Dad. Callisto turned Cirrus around and pulled him up onto his feet. Come on, Abi. He would tell them the truth later that night. Volume 4 Quest 327 Summer Days. Yamato, a land with 4 seasons, cherry blossoms in the spring, blaring cicadas in the summer, the vividness of the autumn leaves in the fall, and the pure snow of winter. Every summer, they celebrate the solar festival in honor of their head goddess, Amaterasu. Zing 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 zing. The cicadas blare off in the distance. I'm so bored, Haku says lazily, lying down. You could have Bam. Bam. Gone with your mother to the wedding. Retsu said, hitting a practice dummy with his fists. I personally would be happy to have such a large family, Musashi said while doing push-ups with her fingers. Don't you already have a big family? I mean, you have several little brothers and sisters at the orphanage. True, nonetheless, Having such a large family is great, you are surrounded by love. It's not that it's just. Well, I knew my dad's new wife as my aunt, so it's hard for me to get used to, you know. I do not, Musashi said. Maybe it is simply an adult thing. Retsu added. That's what my uncle said, and his wife said. Haku gets up, scratching his head. Hey, do you guys want to go to the solar festival? No, I think I will train. Yes, your mom was very insistent that you keep working hard, Musashi said, getting back on her feet. We have the summer tournaments in 3 weeks, and Lady Ai was not happy you decided not to go to the wedding. She began to do stretches. Come on, it's just for 1 day. You should take breaks to rest your body. Also, I can just make it up to her and I guess my new mom later. As your very strict and skilled mother said, a day's worth of training is 2 days longer you live. Retsu glances at Haku. Besides, I know my body well enough to know when it requires rest. Same, Musashi added. You know she just ripped that off from what my dad says, right? Haku rests his head. That doesn't mean it doesn't hold some weight, Musashi said, now doing handstand push-ups. Fine, I'll go myself. Haku goes inside while Musashi and Retsu train. He goes and picks out his clothes, which were a blue and black jinbei. He goes and takes a bath. After getting himself ready, he leaves his home and heads to the solar festival in Fuyakuza. Chatter. 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 Stalls littered the once booming streets with delicious food and games. Haku bought a Hayatoko to hide who he is as if he didn't, they would give him special treatment. At the school, most wouldn't spar with him simply because he was the heir to the Kyajano family. Hey, how much for some yakisoba? 20 valis. Here you go. He pays for the food and continues to walk around. I should attend Haru High School. They always have some fun stuff, like the sparring matches. Walking to the east of the city was where Haru High School was located for ages 14 to 18. The school is where the students of the city of Fuyakuza go to learn what they wish to pursue in life at Natsu University, where they will be fully taught. The high school was built like a Japanese school. There were several people inside, with crowds of people all lined up for something different. Damn, I guess I have to go around. While walking around the side of the school to go to another entrance, he sees a bunch of men in black suits escorting a girl with straight black hair kept up by an elegant pin. Oh? Have I never seen her before? She wore a blue kimono with koi on it. She turned around and spotted Haku, and he realized she had an eye patch over her right eye. It was a shame she did not have it, as Haku could see the most beautiful shade of blue in that one eye that shimmered like a gem. She turned back and kept walking, leaving Haku stunned for a moment. She's new, huh? Why is my heart racing? Tisk. Whatever. He continued to walk ahead, entering the school and going around. Haunted houses, maid cafes. This isn't very fun. Hey, did you hear they are having demonstration matches in the sword gym? No way. Do you think Date Shigezane will be showing off with Kami Izumi, Yagyu, Ito, or even Toda? Probably. You know how those sword nuts are. I heard they were already scouted to join Lady Amaterasu's court. No way. Overhearing them, Haku decided to head there. Sounds interesting. Arriving at the gym, there were a fair number of people. Haku slipped through the crowd and arrived at the demonstration. Ha! Clack! Several people were demonstrating. Wow! So cool! Did you see their swordsmanship? So amazing! Everyone was fawning over their performance, all but 2 people. What boring swordsmanship! Thought Haku, watching. She has the skill, but compared to what his mother could do, it was like day and night, especially if they would even dare to compare it to his father's skill with the spear. One would think it's unfair to compare mere students to his own parents, but that is how he makes comparisons. Cirrus and Ai are his gold standard which everyone is compared to in his mind. Alright, does anyone want to try their hand? Said one student. I want to. Everyone looked at the same girl he saw a while ago with the eye patch as she walked up to the fighting area. Miss Date, please. Said one of her guards. No. I wish to partake as well. Meru. An older boy with similar features walked into the ring. Shigezane, I want to have a match as well. The two had similar features, in particular, but they also seemed to know one another by first name. You are far too young, go and enjoy the festivities. Koba, take her. Oh. She's a noble? Had. She looked around desperately to see everyone looking at her when she locked eyes with Haku. Oh, shit. Luck shines on him this day. You, boy. She shouted, pointing at Haku. Come down here and duel me. Everyone then looked at Haku with his mask still on. I don't wanna. He said. His voice filled the silenced gym. What are you, a coward? Are you afraid a little girl could beat you? I know what she's doing. Does she think I don't understand provocation? No, I just wanna. As Haku was going to walk away, she shouted. Fine. Go and run with your tail tucked between your legs. He stopped in his tracks and gave her a sharp glare. Ha! Much like his mother, he has a competitive spirit. She could feel a slight chill run down her back. He briskly walked over, grabbed 2 bamboo swords, and stood on one side of the ring. Pick it up. He tosses one of the bamboo swords at her. Hey! You're not going to fight my little sister. Shigezane walks aggressively toward Haku. Do you bam? Haku strikes him on the chin, knocking him out without even looking. Many were stunned at this feat, while several swordsmen were in awe of its elegance. Pick it up. Anyone who gets in the way, I'll fucking knock your old ass down. Meru picked it up and walked up to him with a big smile on her face. Thanks for getting rid of my big brother. Why don't you tell me your name so we can get introductions out of the way? He gets into a nonchalant stance. My name is Date Meru, and I shall win. She charges at him, and he meets her strike. Clack. Good strength, but... He then slightly slants his bamboo sword while moving forward. He then stopped as he reached her midsection. It wasn't even a minute, and he already took the win. There, are you happy? I'm leaving. As he turned, Meru shouted once more. Rematch. Get me another bamboo sword. Haku turns around to see her with 2 swords in hand. Oh. Is she like Musashi? Musashi herself is one hell of a battle junkie. Out of every student in Aki Middle School, Musashi has dueled AI and just about everyone at the school. You have more spirit than I gave you credit for. Fight me. She came at him again with 2 overhead strikes. Haku evaded this time, and she quickly sidestepped away, but Haku wouldn't let her grow the distance. Far too inexperienced to use those swords efficiently. Ha! She used both of her bamboo swords in a horizontal slash. Haku dropped like a sinking stone to evade her strikes. He then swiped her legs, causing her to fall. Kia! Thud! Haku gets up again. You wanna try again, girl? He points his bamboo sword at her. My name is... She gets back up. Date Meru. Hand me another sword. They kept going, and with each defeat, she added another sword until, eventually, she had 6, 3 in between her fingers. With every sword added, it seems her skills improve each time, but when she got all 6, her skill was something Haku took great interest in. Clack! 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 The sounds of bamboo striking quieted the gym as these 2 prodigies of the blade clashed with one another. This is fun. Very, very fun. Under his mask, Haku was smiling ear to ear, as was Meru in this bout, and they kept going until they both were exhausted. Huff! 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 They look at each other once more before her older brother comes through, now having regained consciousness. You have some gall to hit me. Do you know who I am? And what my family belongs to? Huff! Huff! I don't really care. His face grew angry. Take off that mask now. Or I'll have you beaten for hitting the Date clan heirs. Haku walks up to him. Do you think you have any actual power in this city? Who the fuck do you think a kid like you who isn't even the strongest in their clan can order me around? And who are you, child? Some simple street rat. Ha, he says, looking around, and everyone wants to know as well. The guards had gone and blocked the way out. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you also deaf? I said, take off that mask this instant. How annoying. Haku wished to knock him out again, but seeing as he was already tired, he didn't want to run. Haku slowly reaches for his mask and removes it, tossing it to the ground. Clack! Clack! Immediately, the room fell silent. Everyone quickly prostrated themselves and shouted. Our deepest apologies, young lord. Shigezane and Meru were confused by this sight. Oh? So I fell for your provocations, Meru. Haku said, walking away. Why you? Who are you? Shouted Shigezane, scared. My name is Kyujano Hakushika. They could feel their blood run cold. They may be from a clan, but they were nothing when compared to one of the 9 noble families, especially the Kyujano. Their clan was not in Fuyakuza but more in the southeast. Welp, goodbye, I still have places to head to. He simply walked away, saying nothing else. Cirrus made sure of one thing, that no image of his children circulated. He has his people make sure to purge any images of them to give them a layer of safety and anonymity. The only people who know who they are the people of Fuyakuza. Volume 4 Quest 328 New. The next day. Tap. 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 Meru and a guard named Koba were walking to the Kiajano's residence. What do you think he will do? Meru asked, nervous about how it would go. I do not know, miss, if his father was here or even his mother, they would certainly have come to the head and straightened things out immediately, Koba said. Have you seen or met them? In my youth, back then, we were still waging war with one another. They came and crushed everyone. It was to be expected when everyone was at least at level 2, at best. What can they even do when faced with level 6 and 8 adventures? We were. They remember the olden days of war. My, how naive we were. That bad. At the time we thought a bunch of level 4s could defeat a level 5 if there were enough of them. And in that thought process we figured even more would be able to topple a level 8. Little did we know that our years of isolationism had warped our perspective that adventurers of Orario are built different. Their overall status contributing to make a unstoppable force of nature. But if they're not in Yamato, why not take over when they are gone? Surely they can't be at two places at once. A foolish thought you should never entertain. I am surprised you said it at all. Koba shakes their head. Lady Meru, their power and might extend even here. Simply go and apologize, and all is forgiven. From what I have heard from the people of Fuyakuza, the young master is a kind boy who doesn't wish to start any trouble if he could help it. You seem to know a lot given how unknown the heir to the damn Kiajano family look like. Meru was angry that despite how famous and powerful the Kiajano were, their heir had the barest of bones of a description to identify them. He is the son of Yamato's most is the son of the strongest people in the world. Like how? Barely anyone knows of him. The best description of him was that he has fox ears. 7 out of 10 people here are Renards, and 3 out of 10 are half Renards while the last are human. The young lord doesn't like to draw attention. The shadows of the Kiajano made sure they kept his appearance private. All we know from the public is that he was a boy, and he was half Renard. Shadows? Do they employ the Gajanos? Possibly. Word is that because Fuyakuza and, by extension, Fuyuhima are corrupt-free, the Gojounos have their hands busy with people who wish to try and get their hands on this treasure trove of an economy. Was that why father sold his most valuable items and heirlooms to move us here? Between you and my lady. It was a bit of both, but he wished that you and your brother received an education here. Along with a free education that will allow you to do many great things. Like to help run the clan? The cost to move here wasn't cheap, was it? No. We actually only arrived here because the Kiajanos needed specialized help on certain things. Seems our ties to other Western nations helped, hey. Very. We even received a letter from the head of the Kiajanos long ago. And? What did it say? To shorten it up, he said that he hopes our clan will help foster more cultural development of art, architecture, and the like. Your mother went on ahead and took this with pride. So as I was told by father. She left to foster more ties with other Western nations. She loves you very much. Koba smiles and nods. I hope you know that. She sends me a letter every year on my birthday, so yes, I know. Their walk came to sudden stop as Koba stopped. Ah, we are here. They arrive at the home with a cloud on the gate. Meru gazed at the gate of the strongest family in Yamato and technically the world. It's pretty big. They like their privacy. He walks up and knocks on the door. After a bit, the door opened. Who is it? Said a maid, a member of Suzanu's familia. My apologies, ma'am, but Lady Meru of the Date clan came to apologize for yesterday's events. Oh, is that so? Come in. Walking in, they looked around the amazing home. Its style was a marvel to look at as its architecture was unique even within the Fuyakuza where every building is unique special on their own. Wow! Meru said, impressed. They walk around to the back to see Haku, Retsu, and Musashi fighting with one another. Thud. Swish. Swish swish. Thud thud thud. Swish. Swish. A heated exchange of blows and swings came down hard enough that the sound of meat being hit rang through the backyard. Hey Kushika, you have visitors. Haku stopped and turned to look toward them. Oh, it's you Smack. Retsu struck Haku in his face. Do not lose focus. Said Retsu. Ha ha ha. You are always so bam. Musashi was also struck. You also lost Smack. Got you. You lost focus too. It will not happen again. They returned to fighting one another. Meru was shocked to see them all having fun fighting one another, especially considering Haku's position. Haku. Do not make me repeat myself, Retsu. Musashi. Go and meditate for now. The maid shouted. The three stopped and straightened up. Why yes Maka. As Retsu and Musashi go to meditate, Haku comes up to them. Sorry about that, so, oh, it's you again. Why yes I came to apologize for yesterday. Oh, that. Tell me, who do you think I was? Your reaction at the time told me you didn't know who I was. I assumed you were a thief or some beggar. Haku looked at her for a second. There were beggars within the streets of Fuyakuza and Fuyuhama, but he never really paid them mind. I should ask Dad why that is that we have them. He got mad at what happened to the orphanage. I doubt he wouldn't do something to help the homeless people around the city. Well, apology taken. Truthfully, the city had no beggars, they were a kind of secret task force. Created under Cirrus to keep the city safe and ensure no rats infest the city and corrupt it somehow. They established it after the whole Tsukuyomi orphanage incident. It is also under Suzanu's command, adhering to a very strict code of conduct and procedures, making them more restricted than the actual police force within the city. They are also very well paid, with all the benefits one wishes they could have for themselves and their families to remove any possible influence of them turning on them. Thank you, young lord. As she bows, Haku speaks up. On the condition that you continue to have more spars with me, he says with a slight smile, and she slightly blushes. Is that fine with you? I enjoyed our little spar. I've never seen someone wield more than 2 swords with both of their hands. Why yes. She bows again. I would like to have more spars with you as well, young. You can just call me Hakushika or Haku if you like. I don't like to be referred to as young lord or master. Well, go on and pick up your swords. That's fine with you, Maka. Haku looked up at the maid. Maka is a member of the Suzano familia, and she has known Ai since she first joined the familia. That is your choice. She said. Koba. Meru looked at her guard. Go on, have fun. He nods. Her eyes lit up. She turned to Haku. Very well. Another spar. The two engaged in another spar and Musashi and Retsu came back and joined in as well. Later that night, outside. You know Haku, you have your father's face. Said Maka, sitting next to Haku. Both of them were drinking tea and looking at the moon. What do you mean about that? Haku says this with a cup of tea in hand. Your father would always make that face when he was with your mother. That charming smile always made her blush. What are you getting at? He said, looking intensely at her. A youth, so innocent and plain to see. If Kushida or your grandma were here, they would have sat you down and had you tell them everything. Haku's face begins to turn red from embarrassment. Don't worry, I'll keep it from Ai and everyone else. I really don't know what you're talking about. Haku looked away, his eyes darting and his ears perking up. Look at that. You even have the way your mom blushes as well, ears twitching. It's really adorable. She smirked, filling her cup with tea and drinking it. Haku looks away. I now know why Auntie Kushida sent you as the caretaker. Perhaps. You are lucky your grandparents are busy people. Yeah, but grandma and grandpa don't burn the food. Yes, but they won't give you shit when you stay late at night reading. She takes off her tea. Or yell at you for leaving your clothes around like some slop. Fair enough. I am glad you are here to watch over me and Retsu. Wonderful. We are getting along swimmingly. By the way, you should hide your dirty books in better places, preferably hidden behind some wall or something. Haku's face turned red as he looked away. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. You know you have similar tastes too. Have you read the story of the sailor lost at sea? Haku changed topics. He does not want to know what she was going to say. No, what's it about? Maka went along with the new topic, she made her point. He certainly has his father's taste. I can see a bit of Ai in that one-eyed girl. Date Clan's home. Meru lays in her futon with her eye open. She reaches out and gently touches her missing eye. If only I had 2 eyes. She thinks of the fun she had today and the expressions Haku made. She grinned with a slight blush. Maybe he likes girls with 1 eye. Heaven in. Thank you again, Nyx says in an empty realm. I am not looking forward to him arriving here. Said an omnipresent voice. Your request is accepted. Now leave. Or do you wish for Anant to see through your veil? I am leaving. Thank you again for your time. Nyx then disappeared. Her veil is remarkably strong. I did not notice her until she was already here. The presence returned to silence. Volume 4 Quest 329 4 years later. Chaos Desert, 27 years ago. So. Do you have a birthday, Nox? Cirrus says to her while they're looking at the passing sea of sand. Well, it's been so long that I really don't remember when I was born, or, well, created, I should say. Nox said in her owl form, sitting on his lap and watching as well. That's a bit sad. I'm sure everyone has something they consider their day, you know. For mortals like you and every other race, I'm sure it's nice, but for spirits like me, we really don't age. The concept of a birthday grows meaningless as time goes on. But now that you brought this up, I remember the day I was born. And when was it? May 29th, the day we met, and you released me. She turns to him. Thank you again for saving me. She hugs him with her wings. I'm not oh okay. He said it awkwardly as he hugged her as well. Cirrus closes his eyes, and the two listen to the ship as it sails through the desert sand. Present. When Cirrus opens his eyes from his dream, he finds himself in bed. Ah, a dream. A couple of tears ran down his face. When are you going to come back, Nox? He sits up and wipes away the tears. He looks at the clock to see that it's 9:48. He also looks at the calendar, which says May 15th. Ah, that's why you came to me, Nox, it's my... Slam. His children slammed the door open. Happy birthday, Dad! Shouted Callisto, who is now 11. Happy birthday, Dad! Shouted Oberon, 8 years old. Coming from behind them was a 3-year-old little girl with golden blonde hair, emerald eyes and pointy ears. Happy birthday, Dad! She said, coming up to him and climbing up onto the bed. Callisto and Oberon jump onto the bed while Cirrus picks up his half-elf daughter. Thank you for the warm welcome. Where are your moms? He looked at his youngest daughter. Elise. Cirrus puts Elise on his lap. Mom is helping on patrol, Elise said. My mom is helping with the cooking, said Calli. Mine is out getting things for the party, said Oberon. Hey, don't tell Dad. Elise scolded the two. Elise wishes to keep the surprise party a secret. Dad already knows. They do this every year, Callisto said. Elise looked at her elder sister with a mean glare. It's fine, Elise. Cirrus pats her head. I am a good enough actor. But seeing as they already got a start on their days, hey? Well, I can't fall behind. Where are you going to go, Dad? Asked Oberon. I'll probably take a quick shower and go see Aunt Lenoa and some others. Can I come, Dad? Said Elise. Of course you can, little mountain goat. Cirrus pinches Elise's cheek a bit. She got that nickname when she got out of her crib several times, along with climbing up on her parents' clothes. Like the rest of Cirrus kids, she, too, was noticeably stronger and smarter than kids her age. Hee. Alice giggles a bit. No fair, I wanted to come too, said Callisto jealously. Pinch my cheeks too. They're chubby too. Last time I said you had chubby cheeks, you punched my arm, Oberon said. That was then, and this is now. She responded. Oberon rolled his eyes. Enough with the arguing, Cirrus said. If you want to, Calli, Obby, do you want to come? He nods his head. All right, I'll be down in a minute. Cirrus puts down Elise. I'll be done before you three know it. He lightly smiles. Don't take too long, Dad. Callisto said, leaving. I'll make sure she doesn't try anything. Oberon said, following his sister. I'll also help. Elise said, holding Oberon's hand. The three leave the room. Cirrus lets out a sigh. Thank God they are smart. But my God, am I not looking forward to their puberty? A feeling of dread clutches his chest. Ugh, dark days are ahead of me. Cirrus heads into the bathroom and takes a shower. He quickly cleans himself and gets out. As he wipes the condensation from the mirror, he looks at himself. I'm 35, how weird. I never expected to live to be this old. In my last life, I died in what? When was it? It seems time has affected me. The only thing that came to mind was my mid to late 20s, and now I am actually in my mid-30s and have 4 kids. A smile grows across his face. Ha 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 ha. He smiles from ear to ear. Time sure has come and passed. He walks out dressed in a blue long-sleeved shirt and a black, light coat with black pants and brown adamantite toe boots. Going down the elevator, the sight of what he accomplished still amazed Cirrus. He could see members of his familia going up and down, waving at him. He arrives at the bottom, where his kids are waiting for him. He felt joy rise in him when he saw them wave at him. Time sure has passed, hey. While walking to the west section of the city, many could see the city's strongest adventurer walking with his kids. It was a sight for many to watch his kids run around with his youngest on his shoulders, standing as if she had conquered a mountain. Chime chime. Cirrus opened the door to Lenoa's shop. Aunt Len. Aunt Circe. We're here. Callisto said, running in. Don't run around. Remember the last time Aunt Len got angry because you broke a potion? Shouted Oberon. Cirrus walks in with Elise in hand to find Lenoa reading as usual, but he now realizes how old she has gotten. A feeling of dread ran through his heart. "Hi, Auntie." Elise greeted her, waving. "Hey, Lenoa," he said, walking up to her. "Oh, Cirrus, sorry, my ears aren't what they used to be. Where are the hearing aids I made you?" "Oh, wait." She reaches for a cupboard, gets them out, and puts them on. "Ah, now I can hear. Sorry, I have them in the cupboard since I wanted some peace and quiet." "Oh? Is Circe making noise?" "No, it's general construction. It seems that with more people, the influx of people are settling in the ruins of the west section." "Is that so? I guess the times really change, hey." "They sure have. Anyway, come here so I can hug you, Cirrus." "Can I get one too?" Elise said, smiling ear to ear. "Of course, anything for my cute granddaughter." She holds out her arms, and Cirrus comes in and hugs her. Elise, while still in her father's arms, hugs Lenoa. "Thanks, Lenoa." "Kihi hi hi. How old are you now, boy?" 35. 35. Kihi hi hi. "You're so old. You're one to talk." "Kihi hi hi. I'll always be younger than you." Cirrus walks to the back room to find Callisto and Oberon looking on as Circe is making some magic tools. MMMM. Her focus was intense as she slowly welded the metal. "It seems we got her at the wrong time." Cirrus finds a seat and sits down. "Dad, can we buy some potato snacks?" said Oberon. "Yeah, here." He hands him some money. "Let's hurry. Maybe when we get back, Auntie Circe will be finished," said Callisto. The two then run off. "Dad, I'm sleepy," Elise said, rubbing her eyes. "That's fine. Go on." Elise gets comfortable in his arms and falls asleep. After a couple of minutes, Circe let out a breath of relief. "Phew. Finally. Done." "Wah." She jumps up, scared. "Cirrus. When did you get here?" "A while ago, you even put Elise to sleep." "My bad, but I've been working on duplicating that phone AI brought back from another world." "Slow progress." "Slow is putting it mildly. The technology is far, far more advanced than one would realize to get around not using magic stones. Don't worry, in time, it'll all come together." "Speaking of time." She walks over and hugs him. "Happy birthday, Cirrus. You're another year older. I would feel insulted if I didn't look like I was in my early 20s. That's foul enough for you. Well, I need to get going. I simply wanted to see you all." "Oh? You have more people to meet?" "Just Eupheme, Fels and Auranos." "Are you going to bring your kid?" "Well, the other two ran off to get some potato snacks, so they're not coming back. Kalai is probably looking for a stand that sells potato snacks with meat in them. Abi is probably trying to get her to pick so they can come back. Phew. She is an avid lover of meat." "Well, I can take care of Elise if you want." "That's fine. I'm sure Fels would like to see her again." "You sure?" Fels is still a bit hesitant to show themselves to the kids. They didn't want them to figure out they're just a skeleton till they're older. I guess that's their choice in the matter, but they could at least visit every now and again outside of their infancy. You know they have work, seeing as the Xeno is in a good place to be more flexible. Fels has been going and inspecting all the guilds on the continent. "Well, I have been working on that magic tool you made them, and it's coming along very well. Just needs some more touches." "That's good, but in any case, I'll get going." He stands back up. "Oh, and if Kalai and Abi come by, tell them I'll be sure to make it to the party." Cirrus heads out through the back and opens up the secret passage with Elise still sleeping in his arms. "Room of prayer." "So Fels." Auranos spoke. "Are they active?" Fels lowered their head, clenching their fists. "Yes. Had word not reached us from the others' guilds this could have gotten underneath your gaze." Then. He leans back on his solemn throne of stone. "The black beasts are back. And so does the three great quests truly return to 3. Fels said with regret in their voice. "How terrible." Volume 4 Quest 330 Killing Time. Room of Prayer. Cirrus reaches the end and opens it to find Auranos and Fels discussing something. "Hey-oh. Am I interrupting something?" Cirrus looks at them both. "Yes, but it can wait for today," Auranos said. "Are you sure, Lord Auranos?" "It is. It's fine for today, but tomorrow will be a whole new story," Auranos said, cutting Fels off. "Very well." Fels nods their head. Today was not the day. For just a bit longer, they wish to give him one more day before he must return to work. Okay? Well, I'm here just to talk with you two since it's my birthday." "Oh, how could I forget?" said Fels, coming up to them. Fels came over to hug Cirrus. You are 35 now, Cirrus, time truly has passed by. Yeah, it feels weird. I'm this old, you know. We wouldn't know, Fels said, looking at Elise. May I hold her? It has been ages since I met with her. They tapped their magic tool, and they gained their flesh back. Fels slowly picks Elise up and holds her in their arms. Oh, Circe said she's working on making a better version of that magic tool, Fels. Is she? That's wonderful. Maybe with that, I can actually produce warmth. She parts her hair and then hands her back to Cirrus. Are you sure you don't want to hold her for longer? No, she will wake if suddenly there is no warmth next to her or a heartbeat. Well. How about you, Auranos? I hope you realized I have never held another being in time immemorial. Really? Are you sure? You didn't have one you loved in heaven. It's fucking Gaia, come on. Auranos closes his eyes and thinks before opening them again. Ah, there was one. Those memories seem so far away now. I'm sure right now she is helping heaven manage the influx of souls. I see, he said, walking up to the throne and placing her on his lap. Don't drop her. He looks down at Elise. She opens her eyes to meet his azure blue eyes. She turns to see her father and Fels. Who are you? And why do you have pretty eyes like my mom? My name is Auranos. I am the god that watches over the world. Her eyes light up. Are really? And who is that? She points towards Fels. That is your grandpa/ma Fels. They work for Auranos, so everything goes well, said Cirrus. Wow. She slowly gets off Auranos's lap, and he helps her get down and slowly walks down to Fels. My name is Elise. My mom named me after her best friend. Fels knelt down to meet her. That is wonderful, but we have already met. When you were born, I was there as well. But you never come around. I am very busy with work, my apologies. Can I get a hug? I will. At the moment, I have some dirty clothes and hands. Elise looks at Fels, her eyes darting around them. They could feel her sharp gaze on them. Okay. A beaming smile shone through her, believing Fels' excuse. After some more talking, Cirrus picks her up, and they leave through the secret passage heading to Eupheme's workshop. Remember to keep this meeting between us, okay? Got it. It's a secret we share. Exactly. But, can I get a cloak like what Grandpa/Ma Fels has? Oh, a bribe, hey. He could see a smirk similar to Lyra's. Well, here you go. He reached into his coat and pulled out a black scarf. He wrapped around her, and she smiled brightly. Now the deal is sealed. A person is only as good as their word. Got it, Elise. I won't say anything. Especially since not even Kali or Abi know, so this is even more special. Her eyes glittered like a sea of stars. She would not leak this information to her older siblings. Seeing this as a bond shared between her and her father. Arriving at Eupheme's workshop, he finds her reading some books. Yo! How's it going, Euph? Oh, Cirrus. She turns to see him. What luck you didn't catch me working. She got up and walked to him. And I didn't forget it was your birthday. She then hugs him, and he returns the hug. And I didn't forget you, little Elise. She pinches her cheeks. Hee hee. Elise giggles. Your hands aren't dirty, right? Eupheme looks at her hands and makes an expression. Again. Elise shouted, rubbing her cheeks. I'm joking. She lightly grins. It's always nice to see you make sour expressions. Elise will remember this, along with all the other times. So are you just here for my hug? Eupheme looked at Cirrus. No, I came by to see how you were doing. I'm doing fine since being able to be Lady Hephaestus's co-captain business has been stable, albeit many are still trying to reach your feats. And how many are close? With me and Tsubaki, there are about 5? Welf is almost there. That's good. Say, when is your oldest son coming back? When he was 12, from what AI had said, he made some friends who wished to come along. Oh, is that so? Dad, what is he like? Elise said. Haku hadn't had the time to go and see Elise. The only time they met was when Elise was born. Every other time, the schedules and times never aligned. Well, he's a bit like me and his mom. So smart and a bit aggressive. Said Eupheme, smirking. That seems about right. What time is it, Dad? Elise asked, looking around. It is. He looks at the clock in her workshop. About 3:21, why? No reason. It's the part, isn't it? No. Yeah, it's the party, Eupheme said. Nuh-uh. Elise was resolute in the charade. Say, do wanna play with Jersemi? Her mood changed, and she smiled like her father. I do. Some time later, they arrive at the Hestia Familia home. This place is really big, Elise said, looking around. Do you think Jersemi is in? Probably. They go up and knock on the door, and after a few minutes, a familiar face was seen. Oh, Cirrus, said Belle, now at age 26. What brings you here? His appearance is more manly in that he has long lost some of his boyish charms, but some remain. Oh, Elise wanted to play with. Cirrus looks down at Belle's leg. Jersemi. By Belle's legs was a white-haired girl around Elise's age with violet eyes. Oh, really? Yeah, we just popped by to kill some time. Hey Elise, would you like to play around with your friend? Elise walked up to Jersemi, and Jersemi did the same. Do you want to play tag again? Jersemi said, smiling. She had her father's smile but her mother's confidence. This terrified Cirrus with such a lethal combination. 1, 2, 3, not it. Elise said, running off inside. Not fair. Jersemi runs off, chasing after Elise. Hey, Belle, you don't mind if I crash here for a bit of a nap? Oh sure. Your family is planning another birthday party, aren't they? They sure are. Belle let Cirrus into his home, much like every other time his birthday came along. Volume 4 Quest 330.5 A Love Goddess's Treasure. 4 years ago, 2 days after the double wedding of Cyr and Belle, Ryu and Cirrus. Clack. 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 Arriving at the secret underground laboratory, the doors opened to find Myac, Dionysus, Philvis, and Cirrus. I'm back. Freya was in a good mood, with Otter following behind her. Did you bring the material? Dionysus said, looking unpleased from asking. I brought it, don't worry. She took out a black-colored bottle and handed it to him. He grabs it with gloves. So how was your wedding night, Cirrus? Freya looks at him with a grin. About as good as yours. Let's get this done quickly. Cirrus gets up and walks to the other side of the lab, where 2 Tesla coils with magic stones in them are. Freya herself walks towards the device, and a pod opens for her. The pod was created to help Freya take a piece of her soul and implant it into the artificial womb. Philvis comes in, helps her in, and hooks everything up. Lady Freya, I shall wait outside. I won't let anyone intervene. Thank you, Otter. She nods her head as he walks out and closes the door. The door seals tightly behind him. All right, I'll begin. Sing. Cirrus begins to power up the device in the center, and more lights fill the laboratory. With it staring up, the device opens up to reveal a clump of pluripotent cells. Initializing construction of the womb, Dionysus said as he injected one of Freya's eggs into the clump of cells. As they met, they began to assimilate and change to match the new cell. I'm ready on my part, said Philvis, having finished hooking Freya up to several things. Then begin the second stage, shouted Myac. Philvis presses a button, and the pod Freya is in closes. The device in the center then injects a silver color into the tube. Dionysus then puts in the contents of the bottle Freya brought. As the silver was absorbed into the womb, it made the sperm cells unable to fertilize the eggs. Come on, let's make this work, Cirrus shouted. Cirrus then put in more magic power and electricity to cover the sperm cells enough for them to do their job, but only one could succeed. Half of Elpis once again did another miracle. Grr. Cirrus felt his soul get tugged. It was a disorienting feeling but he pressed forward. When that happened, the womb glowed with a bright light. In the pod, Freya had gone into a meditative state. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back in heaven. This place. Freya looked around. It's home. She stood in a field of countless flowers with a gentle fall of snow. She looked behind her to see her home, a massive and beautiful log cabin. It's wonderful, isn't it? Freya turns to see Cyr. But with her discerning eyes, she could see who they were. Ah. I see, so this is my mind. Yet you look very much like Horn? Ah. You are. Horn does not answer her. Are you really going this far to have a child? To be honest, I am surprised you are going this far for a child. Of course. I have the help of 2 skilled gods and a mortal. Ah yes, them. Why not ask Cirrus to give you a child? You know he is capable of that. I do not wish for his child. I want one of my Otter, Freya said sternly. Do you even think you deserve a child after what you did with your other child, Horn? Freya's eyes turned to a lethal edge. I have given Horn all the chances to leave the Familia's jail, yet she never relents on her beliefs. Maybe she was doing it for your own sake. I know what I want. For the first time in my enteral life, I know with all of my heart what I truly want, and it is within the grasp of my fingers and a few months away. Tell me, Horn. Horn shudders. Guess even your discerning eyes work here, hey. Seer's appearance vanished in a quick flicker of static, and what remained was a woman with long grey hair. I am sorry, my child. Freya bows her head toward her. Even if I did it to protect my Audr, keeping you caged was. She clenched her fists tightly. Unforgivable. Then make it up to me. Freya looked up to her eye, her long hair covered the other. You only need to give. Give? Give what exactly? One of your authorities. Freya was surprised. Only one? How do you know this? A dream. Horn closes her eyes. The field of flowers turned to green, cloud-shaped flowers. I dreamt of a paradise so wonderful that I wish to see it again. Knowledge dripped into me like droplets dripping down a faucet down the drain. Freya looked around, and she could even smell the flowers. Petrichor. I trust you, Freya said softly. Then which one are you? Take whatever you want. She said it without hesitation. Horn was wide-eyed but smiled. I guess you are desperate. She walked up to Freya. A mother will always protect her child, Freya said with a noble smile. That you will. She then thrust her fists into her chest. Freya could feel her lungs grow heavy. She could feel her soul slowly getting ripped apart. Oh, and I am not taking your authority. Your child cannot support such strength, but they can get scrapes from it. Freya, with gritted teeth and a big smile, shouted. Then give our child our authority of gold, magic, and war. Our child will be given the tools to fight the world and live her life. Neither man nor god shall dare touch the daughter of Freya. Freya shouted with a warrior's pride. This will be what we wanted, right? You, Horn, wished to be, and I wished for a child. Horn shudders at her words, yet something is still holding her back. Freya gently touched Horn's face. This pain, this suffering, is little of what I should feel for ensuring the safety of my Audr, Belle. Sweat dripped down Freya's skin, a first for Horn to see their goddess sweat so much. Even now, Horn still couldn't let go. This has been her problem since the day Freya found her Audr. Tisk. Why did you change? Why? You were perfect. I don't understand. You really are a thick-headed daughter. Even after all this talk, you still can't let go. Very well, I tell you once more. I was never perfect, nor was I a woman, a mere object to pray and hope they would sleep with those who prayed. I, who was only loved for my beauty and body, never grew as an individual. That is why I will live my life as a human, as the town girl, Seer Fleva. Freya is not something I wish to let anyone be. To be Freya is to seek satisfaction from a greedy heart that exhausts endless effort to satisfy the need without ever reaching satisfaction. Is that so wrong? You are immortal. The planet would turn to dust before there was even the conception of a wrinkle on you. Then let me ask you a question. Why must love always fade? What? The question confounded her. For many, it was a simple answer, but for Horn, she couldn't understand it. Horn's own love for the image of Freya was unshakable even if evidence appeared before her eyes disproving her. The answer I found is this. A love that fades was never true love. True love is something that endures and stands like an old stone building that has stood for centuries. I do not understand. Of course, you don't. I have failed you in this life, but I will not fail you in the next. So I welcome you as my daughter, blood and all. For my treatment of you and your imprisonment within my familia home, I will make sure you, my daughter Jersemi, will shine. That is a promise, no, a contract. And what if I am a failure? What if I am not enough? Horn shouted. What if I am not even a girl in the next life? Tears came down her cheeks, tears that Freya wiped. No matter what, you and I are connected. Our fates entwined. But do not fear, Sirius will make sure you and his children are not locked into those pesky strings. I will be the best mother the world has ever seen, I will shower you with love. Otter and the familia would wish they were breastfed by me. Do not be Freya, do not limit yourself to a foolish goddess. Be greater than her. That is the blessing and curse of a parent. Horn could feel her feelings flood into her, so much love and affection, it was nauseating. Yet it proved she was dead serious. Fine. I'll be your child. But I better not fall short of her. That daughter of the moon, Callisto. I assure you, your past words are not for show. Then grit those teeth. Horn then scrapped Freya's soul, taking the authorities she offered. The pain was like the scratching of one's heart and cornea, not so much as to kill you but enough to bring you down to your knees and beg for relief. Grr. Freya gritted her teeth, her face washed in ecstasy. This pain was nothing to her for what she was getting. Outside, the pod began to glow, and a visage of Horn appeared in a white dress. Divinity. Philvis said. Myaik and Dionysus could tell this was another separate soul, another person who was connected to Freya. That was the only plausible reason they appeared here and now. Seer walks into the tube and is melted into the womb. The tube then emitted a brilliant silver. Dionysus. Myaik. Check everything. Do we have a life signature? Shouted Cirrus. Are right. They both shouted. They all checked everything while Philvis went to look at Freya. She could tell that whatever happened took a lot out of her. My lords. Lady Freya seems to be exhausted. Take her out. Shouted Myaik. Everything is good. We have a stable life signature. He had a big smile on his face. Philvis opens up the pod, and the scent of blood and sweat hits her. She quickly grabbed her. Quick! Get the potions. As the process was highly complicated and dangerous for Freya. Myaik, Dionysus and Cirrus worked incredibly hard to make it as safe as possible, working closely with one another and Freya to lay down the magical foundations of the unholy hybrid of alchemic science and magic to not let anything slip out of that laboratory. Freya had done something unthinkable. Her drive for a child had led her to pioneer this process, which they called Novellus Vita, or young life. They would keep this process secret for a long, long time from the public's eye. Freya opens her eyes to see everyone around her. Did it go well? Of course, Dionysus said. It's a success. Let us pray we are not discovered, Myaik said. Help me, up. She said, tired. Philvis and Cirrus help her up, and she looks at her child growing in that tube. You will have to come in and get back in the pod to help keep it warm, Dionysus said in quotations. The child still needs the fuel of their mother's soul. Of course. Cirrus. She looked at him. Did you make the tools? I did, Cirrus said, having made tools to help Freya fake her pregnancy. 9 months later, the child was born, and the first to hold her was Freya herself. The whole ordeal had caused her to seal several of her children, including Falna, as it drastically drained her of her arcanum. But as she held her child in her arms, a feeling only Artemis knew filled her heart. I give you the name Gersemi, my precious little treasure. And a treasure she was. Everyone involved was sworn to secrecy, and the Freya familia would treat her on equal terms with Freya herself. There was, however, one other person who found this pleasant or would have. So, she was the soul used. Hey! Cirrus said, looking at Freya with Vesta floating next to him and Horn's empty body in bed. Yes. It seems we were far more connected than I had imagined, and her desires were far more intense than I had realized, Freya said, looking at Horn's body with her silver eyes, trying to find out if her soul truly left. In a way, I went and fulfilled my deal with her. The deal that allowed you two to take on the role of the city girl named Seer. Said Vesta. I must admit this human's desire to be you truly is remarkable. I didn't think one would give up on their life to be reborn as half a god. So, how is her soul? Is it the same as before? Asked Cirrus. No. Having been exposed to my arcanum for 9 months was like putting metal in a forge, not to mention having been mixed with some of my attributes. What came out was entirely different. So what do you want to do with this body? Just keep it here or something? I plan on having it persevered. Who knows, maybe this body will be of use one day. She looked at Cirrus and Vesta, who had disgruntled looks on their faces. I know, but she still has my Falna, so she is still my child, so I will keep her safe. That's fine. Cirrus stands up. I will be in contact if anything occurs involving this matter. Cirrus walks to the door. You know Cirrus. Freya's words stop him. Now that I have a child of my blood, I hope she and Callisto will get along well. I can't make her friends with your child. I know, but she can have some play dates with your youngest child? Ryuhu told me she's pregnant. I am sure when they are born our kids will get along as much as you and Ryuhu. Cirrus opens the door and as he takes a step Freya speaks up. Thank you. She said sincerely. Thank you so much, my friend. No problem. Cirrus walks out the door. Volume 4 Quest 330.6 Hearth's Yearning. Hestia Familia Home. After Freya gave up 3 of her authorities for Gersemi, she informed Belle. In the living room were Freya, Belle, Hestia, Ace, and Haruheim. The rest of the familia were off doing their own business. Are really? Belle said, surprised. Yes. You should know what I did, Freya said in Seer's appearance for precaution. Freya. You should have told us before you went and did this. Hestia shouted. And to do what you did is a crime against the gods. Even if Dionysus and Myaik were compliant with this abomination. Then there is Cirrus. How would Artemis even react to this? This was my reward for helping Cirrus and Dionysus with a project. Freya crossed her legs. And since we are sisters-in-laws, I won't snap back at what you called my child, Hestia. Freya's eyes were as sharp as a knife. "K. Hestia mauled around it for a bit before calming herself. "Ha! Freya! Whatever. What is done is done. Though it's hard to believe there are two demigods in Thud." Ace quickly bonked Hestia's head. "Hestia!" Haruheim said. "Sorry." Ace said regretfully. Freya grinned a bit. "No need to hide it, Cirrus told me long ago when I saw the child with my own eyes when she was brought to Orario. I must appreciate the length of time you kept that between you all." She nods her head. "Frey, I am." Bell was rubbing the back of his head. "I am sorry we didn't tell you." Cirrus told a very small number of people to help ensure her heritage is never known. He also never mentioned anyone that knew, Hestia added. "Yes, a month after I became a mother," Ace said. "Bell and Cirrus told me of Callisto's origins. I knew why he didn't say anything. If anything, I was surprised Bell kept it a secret for so long." "Phew, Haruheim said. "Yes, Bell isn't very good at keeping secrets." "That and Cirrus's threats," Hestia said. "I've never seen such scary eyes since, well, Hera. Well, rest assured, me and him are not just accomplices but good friends of the best kind." Freya smiles from ear to ear. "My, it has been a while since I could call someone, and I almost forgot the name." "But Freya." Hestia was fidgeting with her fingers a bit. "I know I lambasted you a bit about how you went about it, but, I am sorry, Hestia, but unlike me, you do not have a disguise to fool the other gods." Hestia clenches her fists. "But, talk with Cirrus and Dionysus." Freya smiled. "I am sure there will be a time when you will be able to have a child with the one you love. Come on, Bell." Hestia stands straight up. "Let's go." Hestia quickly runs off. "Hestia! Wait." Bell chases after her. "Why are you faster than me?" While the two of them left, Haruheim came and sat before her. "So Frey," Haruheim said. "Have you thought up some names if they are a boy or a girl?" "I only have a name for them if she is a girl. Bell will have to pick a name for them if they are boys. But the name I chose for them is Gersemi, treasure. It's similar in naming to Artemis naming her daughter Callisto," Ace said. "Yes, and I understand fully why she gave her the name that means most beautiful, for when the child is born, they will be my treasure." Moonlight Tower a while later. "So," Hestia said to Cirrus. "About Freya." Cirrus was currently working in his office. "You want to use the same process as Freya, right?" Cirrus said, doing some paperwork. If it's too much, we under." "It's not." "Bell." Cirrus said, looking up at him and Hestia. "Well, that's a lie. It takes a considerable amount of resources. Plus, how would you explain this to a kid who looks like your biological child? Freya has her disguise as seer to make it work, but you, Hestia." "Okay. You're not wrong," Hestia said. "But couldn't you make a magic tool like a mask to hide their appearance?" "Look." Cirrus puts his pen down. "First of all, I can, but then I would be giving her some dysmorphia on her face. Can you wake up one morning and not see yourself?" "Very fair point. Having Callisto's hair be white and with some fox ears is still a bit determinantal in my opinion, but she still has her natural face. At most, it would be like dyeing your hair for years with a certain color, and then one day it's back to normal. Still a bit freaky, but nothing one can't get over with time. 2. I am not going to say no to you too, alright? The only thing stopping this process is, well, the gods of Orario. Also, maybe the sin of stepping into God's territory, but, hey. If you ask Dionysus and get him on board, then the day when Callisto's or even Freya's child is revealed, you guys can have your love child." "Really?" Hestia said, smiling. "Yes. But it will probably be years or so. I would preferably like to hide Callisto's lineage for as long as I can. You understand this, right?" "Of course. We can wait, right, Bell?" Hestia looked at him, holding his hand. Bell could see the happiest expression on Hestia that he had ever seen. Of course. Hestia. That's nice." Cirrus cut into their moment. "Unless you two want to help me, can you guys leave? I need to finish this so I can spend some time with my own kids and wives." Volume 4 Quest 331 Surprise. Hestia Familia Home. "Sorry for barging in all of a sudden," Cirrus said, laying on their couch. "That's fine, but what brought you here?" asked Bell. "Marital problems," Hestia said with a smirk. "I doubt one such as he will have such problems," said Karen Morris, a level 4 in the Familia. "One such as the Great Lord of the Night is truly perfection," said Clarice Boyd, a level 3 tamer in the Familia. "Boyd, even after so many years, I find your words hard to bear," said Enoch, a level 5 in the familia. Sir, would you like something to drink? I can ask Haruheim to make her wonderful tea. No, I'm just here to kill time, and speaking of it, are most of your children in the dungeon? Well, yeah, but if you're talking about the actual kids, Vento and Hippolyta are in the dungeon with their moms, while Natsun is reading with her mom, said Hestia. And seeing as Jursemi isn't by Belle's side, she's off with your kid. Well, that's nice. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a book. I'll be gone in a bit. I'm just here to kill time for them to finish preparing my surprise party. Oh, it is your birthday today, said Hestia. I was curious why you weren't working today. Yeah, it's pretty nice not working during the weekday. Oh, have you met with the Xeno? He glanced at Belle. Yes, I visited them 2 days ago. They seem a bit on edge for some reason. Even Astrias was concerned about this. Even him, hey. Does it have to do with what Aranos and Fels were discussing before I came? It seems you know something, said Hestia. No, just some theories, that's all. Cirrus simply read his book until it was time, which was when Elise came barging in. Dad! We need to hurry home! She shouted. All right. He gets back up. Did you have fun? She nods. Cirrus picks her up and waves the Hestia Familia farewell. Arriving back at the entrance to the Moonlight Tower, Cirrus found it very bare bones. Welcome back, Captain, said one guard. Thank you. He nods at them while walking in. He could feel a familiar feeling, and he put Elise down. Is something wrong, Dad? Elise asked. I feel AI is around. Cirrus looks around. You just miss her, Dad. Come on, let's go in. Elise tugged at his pants. All right, I'm coming. He then opened the doors to find it dark. He took a step before the light turned on. Happy birthday! Several people shouted. Cirrus! Gah! AI headbutts him to the ground. Happy birthday, Cirrus! She said with her bright smile on top of him. I just barely got here. Haku, come over and hug your father as well. AI! We are too old to keep doing this. Nonsense! She gets up and extends her hand. You still look pretty young to me. Cirrus grabs her hand and gets back up. He saw Haku, 11 years old, walk up to him. Happy birthday, Dad. I tried to tell Mom not to do that, but then she just blitzed towards you. It's the thought that matters. Cirrus patted Haku's head. Oh, have you seen your little sister? Elise looked up at Haku, and he gazed at her. Oh, it has been a while since we met. Haku bent his knee. Do you remember me? A little, Elise remembered him vaguely when she was born. Well, I am Hakushika, your older brother. By like a minute. Callisto shouted. Shut up. He turned his head towards Callisto. That doesn't lessen the fact that I am older than you. Well, why don't you two get to know one another? Cirrus said. The night is long, so have some fun. Cirrus looked out to see a lot of familiar faces. I hope the damages are very minimal. With that, the party began. The party began, and many of the friends Cirrus made were there, from Jane to even Captain William, who brought him to Yamato. Ha ha ha. So he threatened you? William said. He had a spear to my throat. But look at me now. Jane said. So how goes your business? Said Ban. Last I heard, you were vying against the Poseidon Familia. We still are. Yup. Said Poseidon. Gotta say he is a hell of a sailor. Bahaha. Even back from Telskyra, along with some of the Amazonas Callie brought with her. It was a festive day with tons of food and drinks, and there were even kids running around having fun. Kahaha. Callie laughed while drinking some alcohol. Then he sent her flying. Ha ha ha. Lance laughed. Was that why you wanted to know if he was with us when we returned? Lance looked at Argana. No. Shut up. She said, embarrassed. Oi. Back, were you gonna try to get in with him? They looked at Back, who was looking away. And not really. His wives are really scary. They looked at the wives, and each one was fearsome in their ways. But they have heard what Malayan had to do and sort of just let her pursuit of Cirrus go. Was that why you went and had a kid with another guy? Argana raised an eyebrow. He is a sweet guy. Oh? Then were you the one to name your child MMPH? No. No. Back covered Kali's mouth. During the party, Cirrus took a moment to take in the moment. He could see friends of old friends and friends from foreign lands. He smiled warmly, having been surrounded by so much happiness. It has been a long journey, hasn't it, Cirrus? Said Hermes, coming up to him. It has. The two lean against the wall in the corner with a drink in hand. You know, I still remember the day I first met you. Hermes closes his eyes and remembers that day in the room of prayer. Your eyes were like a cold edge, but now. He glances at Cirrus' eyes. Well, they're warmer now. He makes a soft smile. Really? He rose an eyebrow. Very. Said Astria, coming to his side. I still remember those cold, fierce eyes behind that dear mask of yours. I asked myself, how much have you seen for such a young boy to have those eyes? It's nice you have so much warmth around you now. She smiled at him as a mother would at their child's progress. Yet. I like this. He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. I feel normal. Far better than those days, but there was one person to make it better. He opens them up again and looks at all the people at his birthday party. Yes, her. Astria and Hermes nod. I'm sure she will return one day. Astria puts her hand on Cirrus' shoulder. She did always say you two were bonded together. Dad. Callisto comes up to Cirrus and grabs his hand. Come. Come. We've got you something. She pulled Cirrus from his conversation. Callisto now being a level 3 was considerably stronger now. Her parents and just those who know her heritage fear how strong she will be as she matures. Callisto's base stats were already absurd and now added with foulness she is shaping up to surpass Belle and her father. Alright, I'm coming. He follows along. Lead the way. He stops himself from being pulled and looks to the two gods. Sorry, Lord Hermes, Lady Astria, you know how children get. Of course. Hermes nods. I raised my fair share of children, it's rough. You go spend time with your daughter. Astria nods. We can wait, time isn't very much a problem for us. Cirrus bows and goes where Callisto was dragging him to. Astria looks at Callisto as the father and daughter leave. Hermes, you don't think she's... Who knows? He shrugs his shoulders. But seeing as she isn't turning into an owl or having the same or even similar aura to her, she isn't Nox. But what if the same thing happened to her as it did to Cirrus? She has the other half of Elpis. Then we really don't know. When the time comes, she will come to his side. You don't think, you know, that she would like her father as much as we thought she would. Yeah, that was surprising, but hey, wouldn't be the first surprise we gotten, hey? After all, you took her place as heaven's 3 great virgin goddesses. I didn't take it, I got it by default. Going up to one room, Cirrus opens it to find Oberon and Elise with a small box. Haku was also in the room with a larger box than his siblings. I'll go first, Haku said, walking up to his father. So He fidgets a bit. I didn't know what to get you, so I got you this. He holds up his gift, a fairly sized wrapped box. Oh? You got this for me. Cirrus takes the gift. Yeah, I hope you like it. Cirrus opens the box to see a pair of brown boots. From a glance he could tell they were of high quality. Oh, boots. Cirrus smiled, happy at the gift his son gave him. He walked over to a chair and sat down to take a better look at them. I asked Mom what you would like, but she listed too many things, so I thought you would want something pracked. Thud. Cirrus took off his boots. You're going to wear them now? Haku said, surprised. Yeah, why wouldn't I use the gift you gave me? He took off his boots and put on the ones Haku gave him. Oh. They fit like a glove. It's our turn. Said Callisto. Go on, said Oberon gently pushing Elise up. Elise walks up and hands him the wrapped box. The box was far smaller than the box Haku gave. You 3 got me a gift, hey. Cirrus gets the box and see that the box had their names on it. It took us a while, but we spent a lot of time and money on this, said Callisto. Thankfully, the people we got really got their money's worth. Even Haku chipped in. I told them to say who their parents were so they wouldn't try to scam them, Haku added. Nunha. You didn't say that. Callisto rebutted. He did, Oberon said. Yup. Elise backed him up. I remember it was his suggestion, I even have the letters. The only reason this was done so well was because we told them who our family is in the familia. Whatever, just open the box, Dad. Callisto ignores everything else and just wants her father to open the gift. Cirrus opens his gift to find a pendant. He picks it up and opens it to find a masterful drawing of his family. It has Ai, Artemis, Malayan, Ryuu, Haku, Callisto, Oberon, and Elise all in a portrait. His eyes widen, and tears fall. Seeing them all swelled his heart with joy, happiness, and various other synonyms for being happy. Dad, are you all right? Elise said, concerned. Dad! Shouted Callisto and Oberon as well. All of his kids stand before him a bit worried. This was the first time they saw their father cry. He, of course, taught them that there is no shame in crying, the ability to cry is there for a reason to express and process emotions. Be it sadness, anger, or joy, crying is as natural as breathing is. I'm fine. He had a sweet smile, wiping the tears from his eyes. Sniff. Thank you. He opened up his arms and hugged all four of them. Dad, said Oberon. Are you okay? Haku said. He hugs them tightly in his arms. He wanted to know that he truly loved the gift, that he loved them all as much as a father could love. I love you kids. His voice was soft, almost breaking from the joy that wished to break out. Thank you. They looked at one another, and knew without a single word said what to do. This was a moment they also wished to remember fondly. Love you too, Dad, Haku said, hugging him tightly. I love you more, Dad. Callisto boldly said, hugging him tightly. I love you, Dad. Oberon said, hugging him firmly. Happy birthday, Dad. Elise said, hugging him as tightly as she could. They remained there for a while. They didn't speak or anything of the sort. They just let this moment last as long as it could. Cirrus soaks all of this in as if to remember this scene by searing it into his mind and body. A bit later, when the party died down. Haku, Elise said to her older brother. What's up, Elise? How long are you gonna stay in Orario? Ah well, about one more day, I have school and well, yet. My ride is the Poseidon Familia, so. Then can I sleep in your room? Her proposition didn't really surprise him. They are family. Of course. He nods. Anything for my little sister. Her eyes shone brightly. Can Kali and Abi join too? I want us all to sleep together. He remembers how small his bed was here. I don't think my bed is big enough. Haku also remembers the early days when he and Callisto shared a bed. She was rough. Don't worry about that. Kali. Abi. Elise rushed to get her siblings. Welp, guess that happened. Haku looked over to his mom, who linked her arms with his father. Mom said she would be staying the week with Dad. Thank you for making her day, Ryuhu said, coming up beside him. She has been talking about this to me for weeks. Oh, hello, Auntie, what are they calling you? Or do you want me to call you Mom? Haku looked at Ryuhu. Sorry about not going to your wedding. Callisto called me Liam. After my surname, Lion. Yet. Haku nods. Callisto has a unique naming style. As for the wedding, it's fine, Haku, I know you had stuff to do. Haku felt pretty bad for not going. Sorry again. But the name Kali gave you isn't that good. Considering Artemis is Mama, Ai is Fam, and Malign is Mama, mine is. She leaned over to him. It can be better. I'm sure she will get better with naming. She does. She keeps thinking of better names. Personally, Mama and Mama are really good. They are good. A question surfaced at the top of Haku's head. Hey Liam, can I ask you something? Of course, ask away. Ryuhu nods. Has Mama kept treating Callisto like her child? He turns to Ryuhu's face. This was a question that he has been in the back of his mind. You know Artemis has a shine for her. I know, but we are twins pretty much. Yet Mama spends more time with Callisto than what Fam does? Like does Fam like me more than Callisto, or is it that Dad and Fam kinda like, you know, gave Callisto to Mama as like her child to raise? Ryuho could see the intelligence behind Haku's eyes, the shine the same as his father's. More so than any other of the siblings, but time will tell how much they inherited from their parents. A preference. She smiles and nods slightly. I would know, I have several older siblings myself. I was not the favorite. So you guys do have favorites? Haku pointed at her. She could see the childlike expression on Haku's face. Even with his intelligence he is still a child in heart and mind. Between you and me, Haku. Ryuho got in close. We like our children the most, and since Artemis can have any, she picked Callisto to dote on and nurture. She leaned back. He understood why Artemis cared for Callisto so much. So he asked another question. So who is Dad's favorite? He doesn't have any. He loves you all very deeply. But he does like some specific traits from you four. Like what? He loves your independence and maturity. With you around, he knows your siblings will be fine. He loves Callisto's love for him, but it is also something he doesn't like as it becomes overbearing at times. He worries about her future. I can see that. He loves Oberon's empathy and his art. He is happy with whatever path he takes in life, but is worried that his soft nature will come back to bite him one day. He loves Elisa's energy, she moves around so much it's a bit dizzying at times. Haku nods. Can I also ask you why you and Dad are so serious about the expeditions? Ryuhu took a moment to phrase her words. Because our fellow sisters in arms are down there. Haku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Haku, even after marrying your father, I still did not convert. I take a week off so I can go and meet with my goddess, Lady Astrea. Many years ago, your father was also part of the Astrea familia but left for your mother's homeland. While he was away, the whole familia was killed, with me as the sole survivor of that incident. Haku's lips fell. I am sorry. He couldn't imagine it. He knows that the bonds made within a familia are that as deep as blood as he couldn't imagine his own siblings killed. But now thinking on it his blood began to boil, his body tensed slightly at the thought. You must have been angry. Ryu nods as for a brief moment Haku saw in her eyes a deep grief, anger, and darkness. But just as brief as it came so did it disappearing with a calm and composed eyes. To this day, we are working to go and get their bodies. But shouldn't they have been? Haku. Ryu cut him off. She put her hand on his shoulder. There will be a time when you will learn more of this. Today is not that day. A secret as to why the familia goes on expeditions so much. Fine. I'll just have to bide my time so I can help you guys. Room of prayer, 6 days later. Lord Auranos. Royman said it with a solemn expression. Auranos' expression darkened. Is it as we feared? Yes. He lowers his head. We have confirmation from the other guilds around the continent. The black beast, the behemoth, has returned with a purple dark flame. Auranos closed his eyes and focused. I wished this was just old age. With his arcanum and duty as the watcher of Gakkai, he fine-tuned his senses to detect 3 great powers radiating into Gakkai. The powers were refined and growing, yet they did not give off a wave that would cause rifts to form. They gave off the same feeling as humans when in a large group. There was only one explanation of how. The flame has survived and mutated, evolved to escape the gods, my notice, from its previous defeat, and given life to that which humanity disdains. Give word to all other guild locations to monitor the behemoth. We will need to send people to the sea off the shores of Yamato. And what of the black dragon? Sweat dripped down the elf's face to form a pool under him. It most likely has been emboldened by the flame. Get ready Royman, the city will soon wake up to this. The strings of fate have strummed their chords. The hero must take to the stage and put on a show no one will forget. Volume 4 Quest 332 Rekindled Flames. The next day, down in the room of prayer. How was your birthday, Cirrus? Asked Auranos. It was good. My kids gave me a precious gift, and I spent some time with my wives. Those maid and bunny outfits they really know my tastes. That's good, but now we must tell you some not good news. Said Fels. Auranos and Fels felt bad about having to ruin his good mood. And that is what, exactly? Do you remember when you faced and killed Epimetheus? Said Auranos. Yeah? Is this about Olympia? Do they need help or something? It stemmed from that whole event. The primordial flame, or the corrupted flame that Epimetheus used against you. Auranos made a strained expression. It is still around. The color in Cirrus' face drained. What? Cirrus was beyond shocked. How is that possible? From what I have determined, it was most likely because of the wind carrying the embers and the very nature of the flames themselves. Since Epimetheus died, the embers needed to find new hosts that had deep hatred, and unfortunately, they found 3 hosts, Fels said regretfully. One of which Royman has confirmed with 2 others in the air. 3. Are they on Epimetheus's level of strength? Cirrus said, wanting some clarity on the situation. They are, and even more so as these are the 3 great quests. Fels' words were hard to swallow and hear. See come again? I'm sorry, I think age has caught up to me or you decided to pick up some jokes. What do you mean by 3 great quests? It means that the flame and its restorative properties have managed to go and bring back the behemoth and the leviathan. The black dragon, from what Lord Auranos could only assume, is being healed, along with a boost in strength. Are you fucking shitting me? I need to go and... Cirrus. Auranos' voice boomed through the room and even outside it. We didn't inform you, as it wasn't until recently that I was able to detect them, and with absolute confirmation of the validity of this information. The corrupted flame has grown to hide itself and is steadily growing in strength, evolving. Cirrus's hands were shaking a bit, but he rolled them up into a fist. Fear can wait until he is dead. Then what now? Cirrus said, looking between Auranos and Fels, his heart beating fast. Do we go and hunt them down? And what of the biggest elephant in the room? That being is still in the north. Said Fels. But the other 2 have started to finally move. We recently got word that ships have been disappearing from Yamato and Chiang. Fuck. Cirrus's fist tightened even more. We have people investigating that for years and nothing. The lives lost anger Cirrus even more. A massive dust storm of poisonous winds are making people evacuate in mass, northeast of Israfan. TCH. What hasn't this spread? His fist tightened even more. We have blocked the information. We did not want the world to panic. Doing so will only make these black beasts stronger. Fuck. Vesta. A wisp of fire emerged. What is it? It's the corrupted portion of the primordial flame. It still exists in Gakkai and has found hosts in the behemoth, Leviathan, and Black Dragon. The news shot through her. What? She looked at Aranos, and he nodded. Why, you can't be serious. I was sure they were, the cinders. The flame must have adapted to be detected. It seems we have a bit more to clean up. He held out his hand, and a broken white and red weapon came into his hand from his shadow. Sorry, but could you once act as a forge? For this, of course. Cirrus, Aranos said. He turned to see him. Yes. Make them as strong as you can, create weapons that will put the smithing god's creations to shame. But I want them returned when the hunt ends. This I will allow solely for this grand emergency. I understand, Aranos. The weapons will return here under your eyes. Cirrus turned and left. His footsteps sounded heavy as they echoed through the room. Leaving the room of prayer, Vesta confronts him about his fate. Cirrus. You know what this means? Yet. I know. He walks through those dark corridors that spread through Orario like arteries. Contemplating that each step he takes will be his final one. Well. Cirrus gave a wry smile. Let us shine upon the world in dazzling brilliance. His gaze into the darkness grew with resolve. Yes, Vesta said, with pain in her heart. The brightest start must go out with a bang. Sir/Master. Hecton and Fafnir emerged next to him. We will stand with you to the very end, Hecton said. Yes. We will support you till the very end, Fafnir said. Thank you both. Whatever happens, I will not go into the night so easily. Cirrus knows what he has to do, and he has faith that his own luck will pull through and save him from this fate. At least he hopes he does. That is all he has left. Desert of black ash. Rumble. 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 The earth quaked from the beast's steps. Even the sand couldn't soften this creature's weight. Its twisting horns and dark purplish skin emitted a faint poison. Its 4 eyes were a moonless night in the desert, its spiked tail, however, was aflame with a light purple fire, which only made the beast more intimidating, being illuminated from behind. Its roar shook the land and sky, causing the clouds to form together. The wind blew past its scales, carrying the poison. It seemed as if it could command nature itself with a simple roar. Deep under the sea. Swish. 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 As it swam, whole ocean currents changed, and volumes upon volumes of water were pushed aside by this serpent. Sea life became unable to survive. The pressure and existence of this creature made all die from stress. Its 3 eyes were like the darkest depths of the sea, but the 3rd eye on its forehead had a deep purple fire glowing from its iris. Its rough scales were a dark shade of blue, they resembled those of koi, and a malevolent beauty could be seen from them. All of its features were made to make this monster a terror of the sea, as it cuts through the water as if it were air. Act case. A serpent-like shout reverberated through the ocean's water. Up above, the sea began to turn and shift, causing a spinning whirlpool of tsunamis. Dragon Valley. Down and deep in the Dragon's Valley, the one-eyed black dragon opens its eyes. Its damaged eye was a dark flame to match its equally dark scales. RRRRRRR. Immediately, every other dragon in the valley covered their king's cave, making them all blanket the entrance with 13 layers of monsters. Volume 4 Quest 333 Preparing for the 3. Later that day. Cirrus' workshop is in the eastern section of the city. Cirrus I went and brought Artemis, Loki, Freya, Ganesha, Hermes, Hephaestus, and Hestia. Said Circe. Clang. Clang. Thank you. Cirrus was hammering away at a weapon. You can let them in. Sing, dot. Crackle. Crackle. Electricity coursed through and changed the metal. The doors open, and the gods enter. They enter to see Cirrus sweating and hammering away. What brought about this nice sight, said Freya, admiring Cirrus's body. I asked you all here to PSSHHH. He quenched the blade. Tell you that the behemoth and Leviathan are back. Everyone didn't make a face. If you called us all the way here for a joke, it's not a very good one, Loki said. I am not joking. Aranos has detected that the cinders of the corrupted flame of heaven have found their way to suitable hosts. Nonsense. Said Hestia. If the flame was still around, I would feel it. And Aranos would have informed you and the guild of it far sooner. Said Freya. Yes, it is hard to believe Aranos, who is the watcher of Gakkai, did not notice this, said Ganesha. It is because of the very nature of the flame that he found it hard to detect until recently. Said Vesta, appearing from the forge. Before it was purified, the corrupted flame was a mass of hatred and evil of humanity. Now, after its champion was slain, it evolved, mutated to hide away, and grew. For Auranos, he had to actively search and fine-tune his detection to even feel them. Then the beasts are back, said Hephaestus. Is that why you are getting back into smithing shape? I am, and I plan on making weapons out of that. He points to a table where they went and saw the broken fragments of Ethon. This is a divine weapon. Cirrus, where did you get it? Shouted Hestia. From the former wielder, Epimetheus. I broke it with mine, and I took it with me as a prize. He took it in case he might have to use it as material one day, and leaving it behind was something I was highly against. Said Vesta. How many can you make? Asked Artemis. They may well enough for the strongest in Orario, but they will be mixed in with other metals. Then I shall go and send out hunting party. Coordinate with the guild. Cirrus added. They have been sitting on this for a while. Artemis nods. I'll also contact Susanoo, Poseidon, and Chang'e. We will need the ships of their respective countries to try and find the Leviathan. For the Leviathan speak to Auranos on the finer details. The Poseidon familia have been unknowingly looking for it for years. Artemis' eyes widen. It's near Yamato. Artemis takes a deep breath. I will speak with Auranos more on tracking that beast in particular. Then what of the most dangerous one? You know the Black Dragon. Shouted Hestia. Who knows, but I would like contact with the other cities in the world. I will do that, Hermes said, stepping up. There is a box of Oculus over there. Cirrus points to a crate. They will connect to the one at the main guild here in Orario. I made so many as to create a web of connectivity. Given the nature of this, I quickly dropped all my work and finished it, so there may be some kinks in it that Asvi may fix. I'll be off then. Hermes quickly left, taking the box and handing one to the gods in attendance. Oh, before you guys leave, I want to ask you all about getting some extra hands. Who? Hermes stopped right as he was gonna leave. The Xeno. This will be the greatest opportunity for them to make their first mark on history. What exactly are you thinking? Freya asked. A reissuing of the 3 great quests. The Xeno's contributions will give them a reputation that no one can deny. They would gain the recognition of heroes. The god's eyes flickered with amazement. A new era. Hermes grinned. One where man and Xeno coexist, Hephaestus said. A world of more possibilities, Loki said. Ha ha ha. Ganesha laughed boldly. As Neo Ganesha, I will be sure to make all happy. We will go and call Adinatus, Hestia said. We will get the other gods on board. I will leave that up to you guys, Hermes said, walking away. The world will need to know. Hermes briskly walked away. I'll be off as well, Cirrus, Artemis said. I'll be sure to send someone for food and water, Artemis said, leaving after Hermes. Shall we inform our familias? Asked Loki. Yes, have your children prepare, whether it be finally achieving that feat to level up or just raising basic stats. Now is the time. That goes for you, Hestia, and Freya. Ganesha, I actually want your familia to work with Hephaestus to improve the city's defenses. The last thing we want is for the city to be in trouble. We will get it done. If my name isn't Neo Ganesha. He shouted without doing a pose and simply left with a stride in his step. I will go and inform the other smithing familias of this, Hephaestus said, taking her leave as well. I'll be going as well to inform my familia, Loki and Hestia. I'll also be asking the medicinal familia for potions. Said Freya. Then I'll have mine go and get material. Shrimp, what do you plan on doing? Loki looked at Hestia. I will first go and inform my familia and go to Auranos. Hestia said. I want to see if I can't find the black dragon now that it has the flame. From there, I will call Adinatus and have my children help your children with gathering material for the medicinal familias. Now you sound like a competent goddess. Loki said in a mocking tone. Of course. If I didn't get better, I would shame my children. As the 3 goddesses left, Cirrus spoke up. Loki. She turned around. Tell Ace to meet me here. He glanced at her, and she nodded. I have something for her. All right. Loki nods and leaves. With all of them gone, Circe remained. I should go. I have potions to make, Circe said. Before you go, I have a request for you. Cirrus glanced at her. What is it? I want you to. A while later, Ace came to his workshop. Cirrus. She burst through the door. Is it true? Having known Ace since she was 9 years old, she had grown up to be a great beauty and, eventually, a mother as well. It is true, Cirrus said, taking out a weapon from the forge. Then is that a? It's not a divine weapon, it's a normal iron sword. I'm merely getting back into form. She goes to take a seat. Ethan caught her eye. This, you're going to use his weapon. She turns to Cirrus. I am, but as you can see, it is fairly big, but it's not enough for everyone, so only a few will have divine weapons. She grabs her sword, desperate, and the one Cirrus made for her when he left Orario. She held both out. Then can you use these as material for a divine blade? Cirrus could see the look in her eyes. They were fully ready to fight to the death. I don't like that look you have on. I know you wish to kill it, but know that you have a family now, a child of your own blood. Her expression changed, and she lowered her swords. I'm sorry. I was blinded by the thought of, you know? After everything, my goal, my purpose, is right before my eyes. That's fine, but I think it's good you are sending off these weapons. A weapon with the name of Desperate, well, that's not a name fit for a person who is going to kill that one-eyed fuck. He said with a smile. Put them over there. I'll make you your weapon first. Thank you. But, you should say sorry to the guy who made you desperate. I will be destroying and making it. She nods. Oh, and tell Belle to come here as well. I have to tell him something. I understand. She nods again. Another while later, Belle showed up. Ooh. Belle looked around, amazed. Is this your workshop? It is, Cirrus said, taking a break. Belle, I asked you here to tell you something. Okay? Is it about the 3 great quests being reissued? Yes, but mostly about the plan with the Xenos. What about them? He took a seat. Well, you are going to be the one to be their hero. Belle, it's time for you to step forward as a hero. But really? Belle said, nervous and flustered. Yes, what is going to happen is that the Xeno will need someone to vouch for them. You are the captain of the Hestia Familia, a rescue-type familia that has saved countless people. You will be the Xeno's ambassador. I don't know what to say. Belle felt a pressure on his shoulder unlike any he had ever felt, the weight of an entire race. You will be fine. Unless you want me to actually kick your ass again. Cirrus took a bite of his food. No, I'm fine. You sure? I can help you reach level 9, you know. Well. He scratched his head. Can I ask why you aren't going to do it? You have more fame than me. Because, Belle, I have faith that you would do a better job than me. Besides, I feel like I won't be around for long. Belle immediately spoke up. Offended by the thought. Don't say that. I have seen you do great things. I appreciate your faith in me, but I will be facing the Black Dragon. But you won't be going against it alone. Cirrus took a moment to think about the situation and its possibilities. Given my luck, I would probably have to face the Black Dragon. Depending on how everything goes, I am not sure. His words reminded Belle of the time he was turned into a boy. He had an underlying tone of defeatism. Do you think you're gonna die? Silence filled the room. Yes, Cirrus said bluntly. I expect that I will die. Anger built in Belle. You will not die. A sternness fueled his words. I won't let that happen. I would love to see you do that. But, the bells are tolling in the distance, the clock ticks closer to the 12th hour. Do not say that, you have. Belle understood why he wanted him to be the Xeno's ambassador. Do you want me to take over for you? You finally caught on. Cirrus smiled. Belle, I have known you have a skill that boosts your growth. Belle shudders. How, when did you know? When I returned to Orario after 7 years, Royman, the guild head. He forcibly took your guild advisor's records on your level up model. Your growth is insane, but you really wasted those early levels. I chalk that up to your goddess and your inability to keep a secret. Belle acknowledges that fact about himself. So, have you been sitting on this for years? More or less. I informed the guild that they needed to nurture and grow you to be able to match me. Hence why you and your familia have progressively been getting harder and harder quests. So? Have I lived up to your expectations? Somewhat. Truthfully, Belle, you are not suited to be an adventurer. His words stung Belle deeply as if a dagger had struck his heart. After so many years, he still saw Cirrus as a figure to look up to. I am sorry I'm not finished talking. You are not suited to be an adventurer but far more suited to be a hero. In an instant, his words purged the painful stings from his heart. You think I am suited to be a hero? Really? He said with stars in his eyes. Yes. I knew this back when I came to the village. You are a kind and pure soul. The life of an adventurer doesn't fit you. You should be traveling and saving lives, rescuing people from danger, and making the world peaceful one day at a time. That is what I see in you. Belle couldn't help but feel proud. Noticed by one, he looks up to see that he is capable of being the hero he so wished to be. But that doesn't excuse his belief in his death. Cirrus, promise me. Belle spoke boldly. Promise me that you will live, not for yourself but for your wives and kids. A sense of seriousness washes over Cirrus. Belle knew that, as a father and husband, Cirrus would not make his loved ones cry. You have some fucking balls to say that. Belle walked over to one of Cirrus' shelves and grabbed a dagger. Promise me. Belle walked up to Cirrus, and he cut his own palm. Grandpa told me that spirits make contracts through blood, even if I am not a spirit, you know the significance of a contract. So promise me. Cirrus looked at him before smiling. Ha ha ha. Cirrus chuckled a bit. You certainly have matured, Belle. Cirrus took the dagger, cleaned it off, and cut his own palm. Very well, I Cirrus Zephyr. Promise that I will live for my wives and kids. And I promise to be the hero you see in me. The two clasp hands, making a contract with one another. Good, I will inform you of the plan for how this is going to go down. Cirrus told Belle how he wanted this ordeal to go down, and Belle agreed to it. Volume 4 Quest 334 The Calm Before. 1 week later. Where is Dad? Shouted Callisto. And where is Mom? Shouted Elise. Why are they gone? Shouted Oberon. The kids were asking where their parents were. Now they have a sudden emergency. Said Astria. Even my children are working hard. But what happened? I'm an adventurer too. Calli shouted. I'm a level 3, so I'm more helpful than the majority of Orario. And I'm almost able to get to level 2. Shouted Oberon. I just miss Mom and Dad. Said Elise. Look you three, I know you miss them, but they have things to do, so how about this? Astria made a light-hearted smile. You can come with me and deliver your father food and water, but you have to be careful not to touch anything, got it? Got it. They all nodded. They went to the second tower and got the food basket for Cirrus. As they walked to the east section, they could see the city being highly active, and when they went by the blacksmithing district, they could hear the clanging of their hammers. Clang. 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 It's really noisy here, Oberon said, covering his ears. Don't worry, we'll get to your father's old workshop. Said Astria. They walked for a bit more, and they arrived before the workshop. It's weirdly quiet, said Callisto, listening close to the workshop. Is Dad in there? Asked Elise. He is. Just keep your hands to your ears because it's louder than the whole district. Astria opens the door, and a thundering sound quickly fills the streets. Crackle. 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 They quickly cover their ears as they enter and close the door. They could see their father shirtless with welding goggles, sweating intensely with thunder and lightning, sparking off whatever he was doing. He struck the metal with unfathomable strength and precision. Grumble. The electricity then cuts off. He puts whatever he was forging to quench in special oil. TSSSSSS. It seems your stomach knows when the food is here. Astria walks towards Cirrus with the kids right behind her. Ah, thanks, Lady Astria. Cirrus removed his goggles and turned to her. You brought the kids. He walked over to them. Sorry, I haven't been around much, but I have been busy. Here is the food. Astria hands him the basket. Shall we talk in the kitchen? There is more room to sit. Cirrus nods. Yeah, follow along kids. He takes the basket and heads over to the kitchen. They follow him as he enters the kitchen. The kids made sure to examine every last detail of the workshop as they entered the kitchen and examined the room as the one before. They normally wouldn't be this curious, but given the situation and the discovery that their father had a special place like this hidden greatly intrigued them to be as attentive as a detective. Cirrus takes a seat and opens the basket, then eats. Dad, what are you doing? Asked Callisto, also taking a seat, glancing around while speaking to Ger father. I'm making weapons for something. Cirrus answered while eating his food like it was his first meal in days. It probably was. Then why can't I join? She shot her eyes at her father. I wanna help too. She made her eyes as big as she can. It was the same trick AI does to get things from Cirrus. Because this is a very dangerous quest, kids shouldn't be on it. Cirrus was too focused on his food to notice Callisto's puppy dog look to notice. How dangerous could it be if we were with you? Asked Oberon. You are the strongest person in Orario. I am, and it's very dangerous, Obby. He put down his food and drank some of his drink before looking at each one of his kids straight in the eyes. Now, I never was one to be a strict parent, but this will be the only time I tell you. His voice grew stern and serious. Do not, under any circumstance, join or sneak onto the quest, understood? Their father's voice was the strictest they'd ever heard. They have heard all of their mothers scold them at least once but never their father. Even Callisto, who sticks to her father like glue, never heard him speak with such a tone. Why yes. They said softly, not wanting to know what his voice would sound like. Furious. Say it again. Yes. Again, I want you three to mean it. Say it with your chest. Yes. They shouted with their chest. Good. He scarfs down the food, stuffing it in his mouth like a chipmunk, drinks water to wash it down, finishes eating, and gets up. I still have a few more to make, so you can stay here if you want, but I won't be able to give you attention. I want to stay, said Elise, wishing to stay with her father longer. I think I'll just go into the dungeon, said Callisto, oddly not wishing to stay with her father. Odd. Everyone in the room thought. There's no point if I'm not getting attention. Callisto pouted. Oberon, come with me. Oh okay. Seeing an opportunity to improve himself, he took it. I want to get better at archery. I have some weapons if you wish to take them off my hands, Cirrus said, walking out of the room. I was just gonna give them to the guild or sell, but I rather not bother with that. Really? The sister and brother were surprised and excited for a weapon crafted by their father. Yup. He nods. Follow along, my little ducklings. You guys go on, I'll clean this kitchen up a bit. Astria said. The plates have piled up a bit. Has any of my daughters-in-laws not done the dishes? They were busy with other stuff, so no time. Cirrus shouted, hiding the fact that his wives spent the time with some intimacy with their husband. Sorry about that, you really don't have to do that. It's no issue for me. Just go spend some time with the kids. She nods as she goes over to the sink. Thank you again. Really? They followed him down into the basement, where they saw a bunch of materials, from metal to monster drops to even wood and sap from various elven forests. The siblings once again took in the room, studying it like a book. Over there. He points to the back, where they saw several kinds of weapons. Whoa! Callisto and Oberon said, amazed by the wide variety of weapons and even armor. Daggers, swords, shields, bows, arrows, spears, axes, gauntlets, whips, throwing knives, pole arms, great swords, long swords, crossbows, etc. They were all made with masterful skill and care. Had the siblings been trained in smithing, they could tell upon closer inspection that the weapons were all high-grade second-class weapons made from materials such as low-purity iron, adamantite, and even low-quality wood. But there are some polished diamonds in this display of gems. See, can we really? They both said, excited to look through the armory. Sure, I was going to sell them anyway. He looked to his youngest. Elise, do you want something? He saw her turning her head left and right with gleaming eyes. You're not old enough to actually use them, but... Can I get that one? She said, pointing at a fairly small weapon that is part axe and hammer. She had good eyes. Cirrus made a light smile. She picked the one weapon I used some better quality material. Sure. He nods and pats her head. I'll be back working. Can I watch you work? Elise said excitedly with the weapon she picked in her hands. Had Elise been a normal child, the weapon would have been impossible to lift, let alone carry, yet for Elise, who did gain not only Hecton's intelligence like the other siblings but also his strength, something no other sibling had. By all means, you want to learn some smithing too? She nods her head. Here. He held out a pair of goggles and earmuffs. Wear these, okay? You should wear them until you leave the workshop. Don't want your eyes and hearing to go bad. Elise puts the weapon by her side and puts on the goggles and earmuffs. He picks up her weapon up again. Dad, do you think you can put on a strap on Lacerate Levigate? She said, handing him the weapon she named Lacerate Levigate. Sure thing. Lacerate Levigate? You named it. He picks her up into his arms. She nods. It's a good name. It has good alliteration, Lacerate Levigate. What Levi-gate? He asked his bright daughter. Crush. Ah. Should have known from context clues. Did you learn it from one of the books in the Familia Library? Uh-huh. She nodded her head again. They go up together while Callisto and Oberon stay down, looking at the stuff their father made. They also put on the earmuffs. Hey Calli, why didn't you want to stay with Dad? You always stay with him. Oberon asked. Callisto turned to him and smiled. Because we are going to keep fighting in the dungeon until we can level up. A look of concern slowly began to be painted on Oberon. But Mama is away. How are we going to update our statue? We can ask Lady Astria. She can do it for us. There is this item called a status snitch where we can update our statuses. But things like level, magic, or skills couldn't be updated. I don't think we should do that, he said, a bit concerned. I mean, Dad told us not to, and he made us say we wouldn't join. Man. We can. No crack. He shouts just as Cirrus gets back to work. Dad was serious. Yeah but. No buts Calai. This is serious. Oberon takes the bow he was eyeing, along with 2 quivers of arrows, and walks back up. Wait crack. She shouts, only for it to be drowned out by her father's thunder. She grabbed the spear she was eyeing and went after him. Outside, Astria waits, having finished cleaning the kitchen. Not very much to clean, she said to herself. The last one here was Ryu, but one plate was half clean. When Oberon comes out, followed by Callisto in a hurry. She could see the angry expression Oberon had and the worried look on Callisto's face. What's the matter, you two? She asked briskly, following behind. Nothing. I'm going home to practice. Oberon said, taking his earmuffs off. I'm sorry, okay. Don't be mad, Ron. Callisto shouted, taking hers off as well. She followed along, listening to them. Yamato, Fuyakuza. Is it me, or is the number of people here rather low, don't you think? Said Haku. I have heard they all went to sea, said Musashi. Oi my, did you hear anything? I heard from my father and brother that Lady Amaterasu made a truce with Lady Izanami for an emergency quest given out by the guild and your father. Said Meru. Even Chiong began to send people to sea. What is the quest? Asked Retsu. Well. It's supposedly the 3 great quests. What? They both said. Guess that explains why the Poseidon Familia immediately left after dropping me off, Haku said. Yes, by the way, I need to go as well, Meru said. I need to help my clan with its logistics. This is big. Even the Izanami Familia is helping with this endeavor. Not one resource is going to waste. Back in Orario, later at night, Cirrus gets a visitor. You sir. Said Cassandra, coming in. I was wondering when you would come in, Cirrus said, examining one of the blades he just made. You have been waiting by the door for a while. I wanted to talk to you when, you weren't busy. She slowly walked up to him. Are you here to tell me my prophecy? He stopped what he was doing and looked at her. Yes. She said it glumly. She couldn't even meet his eyes. I have been using the magic tool you made for me, the Delphi. How bad is it? Her expression and mood dropped. Sir, I do not wish to tell you. She began to shake, some tears streamed down. If I did, I fear they would be true. I see. Cirrus stands up. Understanding what his fate will be even before Cassandra got her prophecy, Vesta told him what would happen should the flames escape. Do not cry, Cassandra, I understand. Yes sir. She shouted, looking into his eyes. I do not wish you to die. Please never fight with just your shadows. The one-eyed king shall crumble the mountain. Bring your shadow out into the light. The twilight will not be able to save you. But do I at least kill it? The one-eyed king. Why yes, but you will. That is enough. Cirrus walks up to her and hugs her. That is all I need. Yes sir. Please. I do not wish for you to die. To Cassandra, Cirrus was the only person she could truly trust. That he would not turn around and dismiss her words. He was the only one who could understand her. He was to her a best friend, despite how little they personally knew of one another, that was how Cassandra felt towards him. We all die one day, Cassandra. He said softly. A star can only shine so bright before it eventually leaves the night sky. But. She slowly wraps her arms around him. You mean so much to the world. The world will do fine without me. It was here before I was born, and it will be here long after. Do not beat yourself for this, Cassandra. Sir. Cassandra cried on him. She wished she could find a way to escape, but it seemed his fate was written in stone. After Cassandra leaves, Cirrus stands in the middle of his workshop. Vesta, you can rest now. The fire from Cirrus' forge snuffed out. Whoosh. Vesta appeared on Cirrus' shoulder. Are you okay? About as fine as a person getting diagnosed with a deadly illness or cancer. Do you want us to get you anything? Hecton spoke up from the shadows. Maybe ask one of your wives to comfort you in bed. Fafnir said. No, I just wanna sleep. Sing. He uses his electricity to quickly get rid of the sweat off himself, giving him the scent of a crisp early spring. He turns and walks up to the bedroom. Wake me up in 3 hours. Very well. They all said, disappearing. Walking up to the bedroom of the workshop, he saw Elise still asleep. Zzz. Tap. Tap. Cirrus walked quietly. She had remained, watching him work at the forge. She got tired, so he let her sleep in his bed. He leans over and softly brushes her hair. Please come back, Nox. He said softly as tears rolled down his cheeks. He wiped the tears and slowly got into bed. He holds his daughter in his arms. She curls up into a ball, getting closer to her father. The father and daughter sleep comfortably in each other's warmth. Moonlight Tower, Nox's room. Are you ready? Vesta said. Let's go. Callisto said. But when will they stop chasing her? In time, now hold White Knight. Time is running out for us. Volume 4 Quest 335 The Storm. 1 week later. Everyone was gathered around Babel. The tower in the center of the city was sealed shut. Clatter. 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 A large number of adventurers were talking amongst themselves. Wow, Callisto said, looking around at the large gathering. There are a lot of people, Oberon said. Mom, why is everyone here? Elise said while being held by her mother. The gods have finished their Denatus, Ryuhu said. Depending on their conclusion, we will go to do our responsibility, Malign said behind Oberon. Responsibility? What is it? Callisto asked. Our responsibility is to complete the 3 great quests, AI said next to Callisto. We are to slay the Behemoth, Leviathan, and Black Dragon. I thought you would have known this, Calli. Said Malign, glancing at Callisto. I kind of just tone out the chatter. They always talk about me and how I'm Dad's daughter. Oh. I thought you knew. Oberon said. I would have told you sooner. When did you know? Mom told me when I first became an adventurer. No one told me. Callisto looked to AI. Mom, why didn't you tell me? AI turned to her. I thought you read it. Your father and Artemis told me you read half of the library. I schemed. Also, is Dad coming? Your father is coming, Ryuhu said. He is just busy at the moment at the forge. They waited longer before the voices of the gods rang through the city. People of Orario. The voice that rang through the city wasn't a sole god, but all of them speaking at once. This was done through the use of 2 abilities, one similar to Divine Mirror called Divine Voice, something that Aranos uses to permit the use of Arcanum. The second is called Union Decree. It simply allows more than one god to speak as an amalgamation, and its purpose is mostly for show. We, the gods of Orario, declare the reissuing of the 3 great quests. Everyone stood as nobly as they could as fear crawled up their legs. Though you all may feel fear of this declaration, fear not. This city has given birth to mighty warriors, now there are heroes that you can rely on. Many of the adventures turned out to be the strongest adventures in the city, which were from the Loki, Freya, and Artemis Familia. They will be the pillars that will support them. They even have a level 9. The only doubt that hung over the city was the Black Dragon. It has killed a level 9 before. Who's saying it will do it again? That the apple fell close to the tree. Everyone looked to find that Cirrus wasn't around, and neither was the blacksmithing familias. For this great task laid before the city, we believe the next age is before us. A seed is planted within the city. Creak. The sound of Babel's doors slowly opened up, and the first to step through into the light was Ween. Tap. Tap. All the adventurers around the base of Babel looked at her, and they immediately moved back. She was dressed in a fine red dress made of salamander wool. It wasn't too decorative, but a simple dress that gave her a look of civility. Her hair was even braided back to show her competency. She moved her hand elegantly as everyone drew their weapons. Ween then bowed as elegantly as she could and then spoke. I am Ween. She glanced up at the adventurers, who pointed their blades at her with widened eyes. Spokesperson of the Xeno. Her words were cool and precise, and her tone was calm and soft. Kalian spent time with Ween to be able to speak as fluidly as he did. A monster, talked. Said a single adventurer. A feeling of unrest shot through the crowd as they murmured to one another. A volatile tension grew. For the next age, humanity has a choice to make. The Xeno wish to live on the surface and feel the sun upon their skin and the wind through their hair, scales, or feathers. They do not expect to be given anything but the things they work for, be it a home for helping purge the city of the fragments of Evilus along with the Loki and Artemis Familia, or even now, where they stepped forward to help in facing the 3 great quests. The city was still greatly hesitant, but knowing they worked with 2 of the strongest familias gave them some credibility, yet it also cast a harsh dark light on the 2 named familias. What the gods say is true. Ween shouted. She needed to take command of the crowd. We do not expect you all to immediately see us in a better light. No. We know full well that you have great disdain for monsters that are well within reason. The more Ween spoke, the more everyone began to even question what they had been doing. The city began to slowly develop an existential crisis that, if not guided, would explode. Do you have a heart? Everyone turned to the person who said it. The White Crown, Bell Cranel, said an adventurer. Bell slowly walked to Ween with his weapon sheathed. I have two hearts. One that pumps blood through my veins and one that centers my existence, a magic stone. Ween spoke confidently. Of course, the two have planned for this. They rehearsed this moment several times beforehand. Yes. This was a performance, a play they needed to put on to give the Xeno those precious steps into the light. Then do you feel what we feel? Hunger, sadness, happiness, love. We do. She proclaimed. We eat to live another day. We are heartbroken when one of our breathers are slain. We feel happiness knowing that we are alive and free from the dungeon's influence. We even love one another as a family. Right now, I am in love. I love that I can stand here as my people's representative. Their pride. Here under the sun. She raised her arms and looked at the sky. Ah, the blessing to have such warmth kiss my skin. She then returned her gaze to Bell, who was a few feet away. How far are you willing to go? He shouted with his hand on his dagger. Everyone waited with bated breath. Ween looked at him with conviction. What she was going to do next was one she had never practiced for the sole purpose of one thing. She held her arm out, and her nails slowly grew longer and sharper. I will show you. Grr. With her strength, she ripped her nail from the root. Gah! Tears streamed down her face in pain. Yet she did not stop. Grr. She pulled another. Gah! And another until she had no nails left to pull. Everyone looked at the red blood around her as sweat covered her. Her red dress looked unstained, but if one looked close enough, one could see her dress stained by her blood. If that is not enough, she said it with gritted teeth. Then here. She placed her bloody hands on her chest and pulled. Grrrrrr. She tore her skin as she pulled to show her magic stone. If there are any who do not believe in my words, then come and kill me. She stood there defenseless, laying herself bare to them all. Bell stepped forward, his hands off his dagger. He reached to his side and pulled out a potion. I have faith in you. Ween smiled, reaching out and taking the potion. Thank you. She bowed her head. Bell turned to the large crowd. What do you all say? His voice shoots through the crowd. This little girl bared herself to all of us. Mutilating herself to show how far she is willing to go to be accepted. But she is a monster. A lone voice squeaked out. Did you not hear what she said? She is no monster. She is a Xeno. If no one will stand with them, then I will. He moved in front of her and stood nobly. Bell is a highly respected adventurer within the city and even outside of it. He has personally saved a good number of the adventurers present when they were just starting, even just a week ago he was saving people. Immediately, the Hestia Familia walked up to their captain and stood by him. Even his own kids stood by him. That was just the amount of respect and faith they had in the man, Bell Cranel. Slowly, a few adventurers began to walk and stand by Bell, having faith and trust in him. The Freya Familia even moved and stood by Bell. Otter! Shouted an adventurer. Even you stand by the monster! Shouted another. Why would I not? He said bluntly. She has shown more bravery than most adventurers. I would gladly fight for one of such convictions. Then the Loki and Ganesha familias moved to stand with them. You did a good job, Bell, Ace said softly. You looked like a hero, Argonaut. Tiona said as well. Everyone then looked to the Artemis familia. Callisto looked at AI. Callisto, AI said, looking forward. Oberon, Malayan said. Elise, Ryuhu said. This is a question I want you to answer, AI said. Do you stand with the Xeno known as Ween? Malayan said. Or do you wish to see her dead? Ryuhu said. The three could see the seriousness on their mothers' faces. I mean, she never did anything to me, Callisto answered. Monsters attack instinctually, so she isn't one. Plus, I actively go into the dungeon, so it's my fault that I would put my own life in danger. It's like saying, you hate wolves because they keep attacking you when you go into their territory. That was Oberon's answer. I never saw or fought a monster. So how can I hate them? Elise gave her answer. Their answers warmed their hearts. They knew they would turn out as their father wished for them. It seems we raised you well, Malayan said. We are proud you gave such answers, AI said. Are we gonna stand with them? Elise said. We are waiting for your father, Ryuhu said. We will always follow where he leads. Whoosh. A breeze passes by. Sniff. Sniff. AI glances back. He is on his way. Clatter. Hey? What's that? Said an adventurer. Everyone could see off in the distance a large group of people. They all looked to see the smiths of Orario coming towards Babel. Leading them was Cirrus. They all had large boxes on their backs. Their footsteps resonate through the streets. Their boxes rattled with the sound of metal. Clatter. 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 What a large crowd! Said Eupheme, drenched in sweat and grim from weeks of work. It seems everything went well, Welf said. Ah, I wanna sleep so bad. Keep your head up, Tsubaki said. This is the proudest moment of us smiths, one many would cry in envy. As they arrived at the center of the city, the people and adventurers looked at Cirrus and asked him. Heavenly crown! Shouted an adventurer. Do you side with the monsters? Cirrus looked at the adventurer and sighed. What monster? Cirrus raised an eyebrow. Belle stood aside as Ween walked forward. Hello, I am Ween, a Xeno. She elegantly bowed again. She had drunk the potion Belle gave her to heal her wounds and stop the bleeding. What's the problem? She seems like a new demi-human to me. Everyone shuddered. Demi-human? They shouted. I mean, she has extra features and different skin color? Plus, she can speak our language. She has a magic stone. Shouted an adventurer. So? They have an extra body part. What about it? Oh, our ancestors. They killed them. And I'm sure your ancestors killed a few people as well. Does that mean we should kill you as well? Well, and not but. Well, I guess you just answered your question then, hey. Cirrus countered them as easily as he breathed. Besides, don't you want all the help you can get? The Artemis Familia will stand by them. Tap. 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 The Artemis Familia then proceeded to walk beside Ween. There were still a good number of people left. For those who stayed where you were, that is fine. The gods spoke. Those who stand with the Xeno, are you sure you wish to let the Xeno fight by your side? Yes. Otter shouted. We are. Does he speak for you all? Yes. Everyone shouted. Then, upon this day, the 3 great quests have been fully reissued. Adventurers of Orario. Take up arms to save the world and bring harmony. Let the raids begin upon the great terrestrial lord, Behemoth. Overlord of the sea, Leviathan. And lastly, the apocalypse, the black dragon. Every adventurer roared, shaking the city with their ferocity. Well, then, come adventurers. Cirrus shouted, slamming his box against himself. I have readied your armament to slay the beasts. Cirrus popped the top. Sing. From his box, several weapons flew out. They all could see the regality and quality of the weapons from a single glance. Cirrus snapped his fingers, and the weapons flew to those Cirrus made, who were the strongest adventurers of the city. He also made weapons for the Xeno. Well, come here and get a weapon and set of armor made by your smiths. All made in collaboration with all the smithing familias of Orario. Tsubaki shouted, slamming her box. Paid for by the guild and heavenly crown. The people participating all rushed to get their new weapons and armor. Clatter. 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 In the rush, Ace came up to Cirrus. Cirrus. She said, holding a beautiful purple blade with a purple magic stone in it. This stone, is it Wu's? It is. I made it, especially for you, so if the possibility exists that we don't kill that one-eyed fuck, you can at least make sure they will die. Ace's eyes get watery. Thank you. She bows to him with gratitude. Not at all. He nods. I need to get going, I am very sleepy and... Dead. Cirrus. Thud. Gah. Both AI and Callisto had butted him into the ground. Dad, are you done with work? Callisto said excitedly. Come on, it's been days. AI said, picking him up. I want sleep, he spoke lethargically as he let his body ragdoll. I will take him back, Ryuhu said. AI, Callisto, let him sleep for a while. I'll help as well, kids get his legs, Malayan said. AI, can you lock up my workshop? Cirrus asked. And make sure I didn't forget anything. Fine. But I'll be back really quick. AI rushed off to his workshop. Go. Go. Before she comes back. The family quickly moved. Watching his family carry him away, Ace holds close to the sword Cirrus made her. Mother. I'm almost there. Volume 4 Quest 335.5 Worry of Tomorrow. Moonlight Tower. Zzz Cirrus was sleeping comfortably in his bed. Come kids, let your father sleep, Malayan said with Callisto in her arms. But wouldn't he sleep better with his kids? Callisto said to make Malayan and Ryu reconsider letting her go. No. Now come along and let him sleep in peace. Come on, Kali, Oberon said. Don't you want to talk to the Xeno? Yeah, but if you cared about Dad, you would let him sleep. Elise said. Okay. Callisto couldn't refute her claim. Fine. She said defeated. Come on, before AI comes back, Ryu said. They leave, closing the door. The family went down to go back to Babel. Do you think Mama is done with the Donatus? Asked Elise. Most likely, Malayan said. Should we get food when she comes back? Oberon asked. And also food for Dad when he wakes up. A lovely idea, Ryu said. We can Ryu turned her gaze north. Malayan, you can hear it too, right? Yes, it would seem Art is coming, Malayan said. I know those gallops anywhere. Hey? She is. Callisto said. Listen closely, and you can hear her. The kids closed their eyes and listened closely. Clop clop. Clop clop. The faint sounds of a horse clopping rang in their ears. A horse. Oberon said. I can't hear anything, Elise said, as her status was sealed. It sounds heavy. Callisto said. Step back a bit, Malayan said, gently pushing them back. Clop clop. Clop clop. The sound gets louder and louder. Clop clop. Clop clop. They soon identified the sound. Hush. They look up to see a black figure high in the sky. Thud. Rumble. The figure lands before kicking up the dust. HOH, you guys left before I could arrive. The dust settled to reveal Artemis riding on a bicorn. Ooh. Callisto was awestruck by her mother. Kids, this is Kalian. Hello. He spoke eloquently. I am Kalian, a Xeno. I have known your family for a long time. You have? Oberon said. Yes, I have, Oberon, Callisto, and Elise. He walked up to them. He is a close family friend. Artemis said. Kalian, can you put me down? Kalian lowers himself for Artemis to get off. Can I get on? Callisto said excitedly. Of course. Do the rest of you wish for a ride? Kalian looked to Oberon and Elise. Yes. They both shouted. The kids all got into the saddle. Ooh. We're so high up. Callisto said. They rode around the familia's home. So is Cirrus sleeping? Artemis asked Malayan and Ryu. He is. AI is over at his workshop making sure it doesn't burn down, Ryu said. And to let Cirrus sleep, Malayan added. It would seem there will be more restless nights for him. Yet. Malayan. Artemis looked at her. How do you feel about redoing the 3 great quests? I am fine, but when it comes to the Black Dragon. Her expression darkened. She looked at her hands and found them shaking violently. I am horrified. Scared down to my core. She clenched her fists as tightly as she could. That nightmare. Malayan. Ryu places her hand on her shoulder. I understand how you feel. Even I am afraid. But you do not have to go if you don't want to. I am fine with going. It is just the Black Dragon that heeds me in my tracks. I have also hit a roadblock in my growth. I have been on the same level as the day I fought that monster. We just have to have faith that everything will be alright, Artemis said, holding Malayan's hand. Thank you, but I can't shake this feeling off me. Then why don't we go and get a drink? Ryu suggested. I am sure with the city abuzz, we can get some nice seats. Very. Malayan caught a white figure in her peripheral vision. AI. She shouted towards the 3rd tower. K. AI said, climbing up the 3rd tower. Get down here. Artemis shouted. She is trying to sneak into the bedroom. Ryu shouted. Kids. Kalian. Malayan shouted. Stop your mother from reaching your father. Seeing them move quickly, AI climbed through the window and ran as quickly as she could up the tower. Damn. I thought I could get past them. Ugh. Me and Cirrus always sleep together after his forging is done. AI said, rushing. It's not fair that only Ryuo got the chance to do it. While they were doing that, the city was getting to know the Xeno. So, even you are attacked by monsters? Asked an adventurer to Ween. Yes. So do not hesitate to save your own life. Ween said. I see, said another adventurer. So, how many of you are there? Asked another. Well, not that much. We have about 50. 50. With the help of the Loki, Ganesha, and Artemis Familia, they have slowly grown in numbers and even strength. Yes. I should tell you that there is one Xeno in particular that is highly aggressive. How aggressive? Well, he doesn't really spend time with the rest of us and mostly spends his time in the deep floors fighting and getting stronger. In fact, the only reason he agreed to help is because we told him he would be able to fight powerful monsters. How strong is he? From our guess, he is about a level 8. We, will avoid him. What does he look like? A black minotaur. You really can't miss him. How are the rest of the Xeno? Really nice. Belle was a bit surprised by how they took to Ween. Granted, she made a striking first impression. I guess having the backing of the city's strongest familia really put the people's minds at ease. Belle glanced around to find a group of people disgusted at the thought. Well, we expected a lot more people to hate me and everyone, but, this amount was more than I am happy with. Over the days, Ween would introduce the people to one Xeno after the other. Of course, the very last Xeno to appear was Astrias. Whoa! Many adventurers looked afar upon this hulking creature. He stood 2 meters tall with jet black hide, red horns, and boulder-like muscles, and wears full plate armor made for him by Cirrus. Also made by Cirrus was a red salamander wool scarf that adorns his neck. Bell. He looked at him, ready to fight. When do we part? He had a calm yet stoic tone to him. In a few days, if you have an itch to fight, I can show you to the Colosseum and sate it. He began to smile as much as a minotaur could. Lead the way. Astrias. Ween shouted. You promised not to fight until it was time. A warrior must always see if those they fight alongside will not weigh them down. It's fine, Ween, Belle assured her. This will be what? Our 7 match. Yes, this will be our tiebreaker. I look forward to standing above you and facing Cirrus. Long ago, he and Cirrus met, and it went as one would expect from a person who loves battle. Astrias suffered a humiliating defeat and threw himself into growing stronger. Originally, Astrias wanted to fight Belle every chance he got, but Cirrus persuaded him. 10 years ago. Why not train till you and him are at your peaks? Cirrus said, sitting down on a sliced rock. Our peaks. Astrias said slowly, getting up, bloody and beaten. Yeah, it's not really fun if you guys aren't at your 100% best, right? Plus, if you guys kill one another, then what would you strive for? You. He said it, glaring at him. Well, I'm very flattered, but Astrias, Belle also want to stand where I am. He shudders. Truly. Yeah, can you imagine it? Cirrus grinned. The special joy of reaching your prime and giving it your all. Not having to worry about dying. Live or die, it doesn't matter. What matters is the fight. The force of his strikes vibrated through your weapon and into your arms. The feeling of punching him into the walls. All of it knowing this was the end. Don't you want that? Astrias smiled, salivating at the thought. Yes. He proclaimed. Then feast. Also, if you see any signs of spirits, make sure to inform the other Xeno, you can do that, right? I will pass along anything I find of interest to them. He said, back onto his feet. Wonderful. And here. Cirrus reached into his sleeve and threw Astrias a bag. What is this? Astrias catches it. Magic stones from the 60th floor and below. Go on, eat, you are the Xeno's champion. Do not regret what you have done today, Cirrus. Astrias opens the bag and eats all the magic stones. I am sure when the day comes, I will not have any regrets. That I will smile knowing I have done all that I could. Spoiler. Cirrus Zephyr. LV9. Strength, C647 Endurance, E423. Dexterity, S977 Agility, SS1006. Magic, SS1097 Mage, S. Immunity, A Martial Arts, C. Crush, D. Blacksmith, B. Chain Attack, E. Luck, C. Sacred, H. Auranios Chrysomelos, Theka Panoplia. Super Short Chant. Enchant Type. Sacred Magic. Kalosinif Sano, Lycopho_SS Phlegome. No Chant. Summoning Magic. Transformation/Enhance Magic. Astery Dicasty_S, Sing. Short Chant. Enchant Type. Sacred Magic. Auranios Asteranthos. Increase speed of growth. Recovers user's stamina radically under the sky or stars. Passive. Pain tolerance is increased. Strength of effect is dependent on user's endurance stat. Grants the user the development abilities strong body, strong defense. Strength of effect is proportional to user's level and when wearing magic armor. When on the border of life and death user's basic parameters are multiplied by user's level. Blessed by nature, sky, and stars. Lycopho_SS Phlegome. A pact forged with the spirit of witchcraft, bounded through mind, body, and blood. They can now truly share one being. A pact forged with the flame god, bounded through body and soul with the divine weapon White Knight. They can work as one. Grants new creations. Grants immunity to fire and heat. Only when White Knight is held. Grants user development ability spirit healing and magic resistance. Strength of effect is proportional to user's level. Katagata Samail. When in or around sand, wind, poison, cursed, or electricity all physical stats are increased. Effect stackable. Increased resistance to heat, strong wings, poisons, and curses. Effect strengths depends on endurance stat. Orion Elpis. When playing or singing all will feel your soul. Grants shadow storage. Able to summon the versatility of the Hecatonkires, Hecton, and the six-winged black dragon spirit, Fafnir. When engaged in battle user thoughts will be accelerated. Reaction speed has been increased while in danger or in darkness. Grants user development ability metalworking, mixing, and mystery. Strength is proportional to user's level. Their essence empower you. Half of Elpis endows you. Shirakusa AI. LV8. Strength, SS1078 Endurance, A836. Dexterity, A809 Agility, SSS1108. Magic, E431 Hunter, E. Immunity, F Swordsman, B. Initiative, F Chain Attack, F. Strong Body, E Magic Resistance, I. Mirakumagari. Enchant Magic. Yanbai Kogo. Enhance/Transformation Magic. Ishin. When focusing intensely strength, dexterity, and agility will increase drastically. Yorimitsu. When fighting any monster all stats are drastically increased. Nerea, A. Great cutting power will be released upon the last second. Atalanta. Growth is increased in proportion to loved one. Running and drawing speed are improved. Caledonian Kainiji. Grants development abilities spirit healing, healing power when using Yanbai Kogo. Strength is proportional to agility and endurance. Malayan Doknita, Zephyr. LV8. Strength, SS1084 Endurance, A802. Dexterity, SS1080 Agility, SS1089. Magic, S999 Hunter, D. Immunity, E Archer, D. Spirit Healing, G Magic Resistance, H. Crush, H. Rock V. Enhance Magic. Short Chant. Catocti_SI_. Sword Magic. Short Chant. Starcad Fable. Archer Magic. Ivory Kinney_SI_. Increases precision and attack power after each slain enemy. Stackable. Ebony Glypta Key. Boosts strength stat the longer the user stays in place. When leaving said place user's dexterity and agility are drastically improved. Ryuo Lion, Zephyr. LV7. Strength, D589 Endurance, H173. Dexterity, A891 Agility, S960. Magic, C648 Hunter, E. Immunity, F Magic Resistance, F. Crush, H Initiative, I. Luminous Wind. AoE Magic. Long Chant. Noah Heal. Healing Magic. Stamina Magic. Fairy Serenade. Increases the effects of magic. Effect rises at night. Mind Load. Increases power stat when attacking by using mind. Active Trigger. Arrow Mana. Increases attack power the faster the user is running. Vila Song. Increases all stats when enraged. Grants development ability strong body when enraged, strength is dependent on user's level. Increases exhaustion recovery rate. Increase stealth capabilities. Callisto Zephyr. LV3. Strength, SS1099 Endurance, E488. Dexterity, A876 Agility, SSS1197. Magic, X1235 Luck, E. Immunity, H. Agroterra Velos, Aim, Fire. Super Short Chant. Sacred Magic. Artemis Agnos, Bless Me, Mother. Super Short Chant. Sacred Magic. Enchanting Type. Dia Techno. Growth in increased when under the sky or in darkness. Blood of the Celestial. Agape_TOS Mana. Magic power is drastically powerful and efficient when half of magic is used. Oberon Doc Zephyr. LV1. Strength, SSS 1168 Endurance, S998. Dexterity, SSS 1171 Agility, XX 1347. Magic, A889. Midsummer's Dream. Long Chant. Sacred Magic. Support/enchant magic. Spasmacher Puck. Increase growth in proportion when working with another. Blood of the Night Sky. Elise Lion Zephyr. LV1, Sealed. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0. Magic, I5. Zephyr Forma, Cover Me. Super Short Chant. Sacred Magic. Enchant Type. Favonius Enmity. Increases growth when around the wind. Blood of the Night Sky. Collapse. Volume 4 Quest 336 Departure. Day of the Departure. Loki Familia. Don't get into trouble, Vento, said her son. It's Loki's fault, said Vento, who had his mother's golden hair and his father's ruby eyes. The kid is lying, Ace Tan, said Loki. I wonder where he got that from, said Riveria. Ace, we need to get going. Take care. We will come back. She kissed him on the forehead and left. You take care, all right, Penthesilea, said Dione. I will, said Penthesilea, an Amazoness and daughter of Tione and Finn. That's a good girl. I'll be back as quickly as I can. She also kissed her forehead and ruffled her hair before leaving. Loki and some of the weaker Familia stayed behind, waving off their members. Hestia Familia. I'll be back before you know it, said Tiona. You'll tell me how the fight went, right? Said Hippolyta, daughter of Tiona and Belle. Of course. I'll even try and bring you back a souvenir. Thanks, Mom. She went up and hugged her. Mom, please be careful, said Natsun, who had her father's white hair but her mother's green eyes. She also has a pair of fox ears. Mom, will you be okay as well? Said Seton Tat, a Palam with chestnut hair and blue eyes. Don't worry, I won't be on the front lines, besides, I have your father and Belle to protect me, Lily said. I'll be sure to keep them safe, said Belle. Lady Hestia, we will be back, all of us. I know you will, Belle, but remember to be extremely careful. She said it in a serious tone of voice. I want you all to take this literally, as your life depends on it. Am I understood? Yes. They all shouted in unison. I'm so glad I had Artemis give me pointers in leadership. Freya Familia. My goddess, we are off, said Otter. Otter, you have my permission to use whatever force you deem necessary, said Freya. Return back to me. I will, as will the rest of the Familia. Promise us, said Jersemi. Promise Mom and my uncle Otter. We promise, kid, Alan said. Who do you think we are? One of Orario's strongest Familias. Damn right, so wait for us to come back. They watch as the strongest of their Familia leaves for the raid. Mom, will everything really be okay? Yes, your uncle and father will be there, Freya said, looking at her child. Let's go back inside unless you wish to train. I want to train. Artemis Familia. Keep safe, you hear, Cirrus said to Raiwu, Malayan, Rethusa, and several other huntresses and hunters. No worries. I fought with the beast before, said Malayan. And these weapons you made are finer than the ones we used. That's good to hear, said Rethusa. I was a bit on edge, given that you and Cirrus aren't coming along. You are plenty strong, Rethusa, said Raiwu. Besides, it is Cirrus and Ai who will be facing the Leviathan on their own. Knight of Knights, Lance, may or may not be joining, said Ai. Don't worry though, me and Cirrus are very well experienced fighting on the sea. Even school district came over to Fuyuhama to help. Do you mean at sea and school district? Said Bree. And I thought the captain hated school district. Maritime Academic Institution's Special District, or simply School District for short, is a large ship named Ringhorny and is a world power. Its purpose originally was to help in the subjugation of the Leviathan, but since its death, the ship has been repurposed into a school to foster and nurture talent and send them to Orario. Lefia was one of their students who, before she arrived in Orario and joined the Loki Familia, she was a level 2. In fact, the school sends their students to deal with international conflict when the need arises to allow them to grow stronger. Truthfully, Cirrus never cared for school district as he saw it as a private school. Fels wanted to have Cirrus join but denied it as he saw them as a bunch of privileged kids who got in due to money. He also didn't want people to see his face, and seeing as kids are curious, he was sure they would find out his heritage. It wasn't until later when the Poseidon Familia came to Fuyakuza and helped build Fuyuhama to be another port for the ship to dock, that he learned that the students were picked up from all around the world. He still didn't like them. He found their goals well-intentioned, but he disliked the idea of just fostering those with talent. Thus he put time and money into the schools of Fuyakuza and then in Orario to raise and polish the rocks on the side of the road. His actions subsequently affected school district as the number of applicants dropped significantly. Along with his actions within Yamato and Chiang, the eastern seaboard has more or less been rather peaceful. I do, Cirrus said. Bunch of seafaring, pretentious assholes. Are you still mad they offered free education to Haku and Kali? I said. It was basically them saying that we couldn't do a good job. Ha. I should have sunk their fucking boat ages ago. Now, Artemis said. They are kind people. They aren't very nice to the untalented. They have high criteria for their students, there is nothing wrong with that. Aside from excluding those they see as having zero talent and potential. Okay, you have a point there, but they still do put out good into the world. Fine. Cirrus looked at his familia. They should get going. Artemis nodded. What do we say? Cirrus shouted loudly. Fight on! Fight on! Fight on! They stomped their feet on the ground, and the earth shook a bit from it. That's what I like to hear, my children! Shouted Artemis. Let the hunt begin. Gnosis. So, are you guys ready? Said Lyd. We are facing the behemoth. I don't think we can be more ready than we are now. Said Kalian. Actually, now he would be more excited than us. They look up ahead to see the Xeno champion, asked Rias. Let's hurry. I don't want to miss this battle. Asked Rias said, with a smile full of excitement, held the axe Cirrus had made for him. You have a charming smile, as always. Said Ray. That is why Ween is the face of the Xeno. Asked Rias gets up. Now if you all are finished, let's move. The first step to coexistence lies in battle. Xeno. Kalian shouted. Let us bathe under the sun and fight for our rights. They all roared. Several of the strongest adventurers of Orario left for the raid that would subjugate the behemoth. Volume 4 Quest 337 The Raid, Terrestrial Tyrant Part 1, Desert Town of Jobi. In the Didin Desert, which is a region north of Orario and far northwest of the county of Israfan, lies one of many towns that functions the same way Akara does but for the Empire. Several mountains block the desert's poisonous sand and wind from entering Israfan and the whole Chaos Desert. Any merchant wanting to cut a massive amount of time off their travels to the west should go to the Didin Desert through here at the risk of death if you loosen your guard and breathe in the toxic air or if any of their food or water is contaminated. Unlike the Chaos Desert, this region doesn't have any country or ruler besides Jobi which was under the Empire's control, and, thus, safer travel routes from other people. Arriving at the town in a fleet of desert ships, many of the adventurers found the following. Whoa, this place is rather empty. Belle said, looking around. That is because we had them all evacuate to the Empire. Said Rethusa. Whistle. Her whistle flowed through the empty streets, and several members of the Artemis Familia came out. Rethusa, you're finally here. Said Kale. We evacuated everyone and began to settle in. Good. Are the others still tracking the behemoth? She nods. We found its projected path to be this town in 2 days. Then we have time, Finn and Lily. I'll leave the battle plans for you two. The rest of us are going to prep the town for battle. Understood, said Finn. The Artemis then scattered around the town and began work. The members of the Hephaestus and Goibnita families helped as well. Many of the familia went and stayed in inns and the like, with the mayor's office being the headquarters of the operation. 1 day later. It's still a bit strange to walk down a town with no civilians around, Belle said to Welf. Yet, even with all the adventures that came with the raid, it still wasn't quite enough to see that this town has life. Around them, they could see many adventurers and Xeno walking around, going from place to place, particularly a bar. Wanna head in? Belle asked. I thought you weren't a drinker. Well, this is a special occasion, since tomorrow we may not see many of the people here. They enter the bar to find several people drinking with some of the Xeno and having a good time. Another round on me. Shouted Let, a goblin with a red cap. Yet. Everyone cheered. Come on, sing another song. Shouted an adventurer. Please. They said. Fine, but this is the last one. My throat is getting sore. Said another siren, Xeno. Watching them all, Welf turned to Belle. You know they got along really fast, hey. I believe it is due to both fear and faith in the ones who lead us, Belle said. Those are really good motivations. They began to drink and have a good time with one another before the next day came. On top of the highest building, Ace watches the barren desert. She takes out the divine weapon Cirrus made her, she looks at the spine of the sword to find a name in hieroglyphs. Sunrise. Is that the name of that sword? Said Diona, sitting beside her. I wonder if these gauntlets have one as well. She checked them out. Diona. Do you think tomorrow will be alright? Sure. We have these weapons and Orario's strongest adventures, along with the Xeno. Yes, but, even from the records left by the Zeus and Hera Familia, they lost members during that fight. It wasn't until Zald ate the monster's flesh and killed it with its own strength added to his own. So, are you afraid you won't be able to kill it? Somewhat. Well, I'm sure we'll kill it. After all, the black dragon is still alive, and we can't die before we finally kill it. Ace looked at her sword once more. I guess that is why he named you Sunrise. Are you going to go down and have a drink? Might as well have a good fun night before heading off into battle. I'm coming. East side of the town. And so that's the plan. Said Lily. Are you guys able to do that? Not at all, said LYD. We will deal with most of the monsters along with the weaker adventures. Thank you, and for your champion, he's... Where is he? Lily looked around. He is on the outskirts of the city, meditating. Said Grow. He always meditates before an important battle, ever since he lost to Fellsboy. He also gave him some tips. Well, tell him he's going to be in the vanguard, and if he gets too injured, he will join the mob clearing to regain strength from the magic stones. Very well. Say, can I ask you guys something? What is it, Lilyki? Said LYD. Do you guys feel scared? I mean, facing the behemoth is something terrifying. More or less. Our instincts are screaming at us to run or obey it. But we aren't Xeno for a reason. If we can't even fight our instincts of fear, then we can't move forward. Said Ray. Yes, and the progress we made is very satisfying. Even old man Gryua was grinning ear to ear. Said LYD. So we will do our part tomorrow. Said Grow. Fighting alongside humanity against a common enemy. Well, this certainly isn't something we would have thought would happen all those years ago. Outskirts of the town. You're not going to drink? You damn bull, said Bet. Astrise turns to see the werewolf. I am clearing my mind, wolf. He said as he returned to look at his divine great axe. A warrior must have a clear, sound mind and body for the soul to settle. Huh? That's fucking weird coming from a battle junkie like you. For this monster, I must not let my own temptations sway me. It will be where our kind will take their step out of the shadows of the dungeon and into the light of the surface. He grips the weapon tightly, and a disturbing smile grows on his face. And I can't wait to fight. I find it weird that I like you better with that creepy smile of yours. And I prefer you away from me. Other establishments in town. How long has it been since we had a drink, Otter? Gareth said with a drink in hand. Many years ago. The last time I remember clearly was the day Zald left with his familia to slay the behemoth. Otter said, taking a drink. The bar had only the two of them. Ah yes, that takes me back. Gareth takes a drink as well. Do you remember when you first met Zald? I do. I came up to him as a level 1, and he beat me till I couldn't stand up. Ha ha ha. It sounds like my first time as well. He then splashed you with a potion and took you out for drinks, right? He did. Then Maxim would come, and it turned into a party. That sounds about right. Gareth. Otter takes another drink. He glances at him. Do you remember the first time you met Nephili? How could I forget? She was so young and a rookie. Yes, then one day she let Hera guide her. I have never seen such growth, it was terrifying how strong she grew. Even Ace was not that merciless. It was even worse after her 1-year disappearance. And now we know why. A mother's fury knows no bounds. But we are partially to blame. Back then, it was cutthroat. Loki had to pull every trick in the book for us to survive that environment. Yes, even Freya had to bow her head a few times to Hera. Scary times. I once remembered her fighting against Maxim and the other executives of the Zeus Familia. Ah, that. I remember the 18th floor being totaled. What happened? You know the Zeus Familia, they were drinking a bit too much, and it pissed her off. Sounds about right. Do you remember when you first fought against the Goliath? Ha ha ha. Another fun day. The two began to go back and forth, reminiscing about their youth. Some other part of town. Ryua was walking around the city with Malayan. And that was how we finished it, said Malayan. Zald, that damn gluttonous fool. Did you know he once ate sand? From what I heard, he ate far worse, didn't he? He did, especially when we were delving down into the dungeon. Ah, those times seem so far away now. I figured you never had to fight such a creature again, right? Yes, what luck. When I left for the frontier, I had expected my life to simply be that of a vagabond looking around in search of the perfect wight to finally kill that damn one-eyed lizard. How powerful was it? Dreadful. Its wings could knock down buildings under the pressure of the wind. Its breath could turn the land into a molten sea. Even its scales were hard enough to block our strongest attacks. I only survived due to me being in the back lines and especially because Maxim and Nephili got their attention. I see. They kept walking down an alley filled with old posters when one caught Malayan's eye. Well, this is interesting. She stops and looks at the wall full of old posters. What is it? Is it one of my bounties? No, it's Cirrus. She holds up an old bounty poster of Cirrus with 50 million valis. They knew it was old as it still had the golden horned demon Zephyr on it. 50 mil, hey? Haha. He must really piss those evil guys off. Did you ever get a bounty? Ryu said while looking at the poster. I did, but it wasn't this big. It goes to show how much power and wealth they have amassed since we failed to kill the Black Dragon. Did you get one? I did. It was 80 million. That's right. I sometimes forget that you had that dog in you with how cute you are sometimes. Dog in me. It's something Zeus said from time to time. Ah. Malayan comes in and wraps her arm around Ryu. How about I buy you a drink? I always wished to share a drink with the Gale. Did you know your name even reached pretty far lands? Ryu blushed. Really? I did not think they would. Well, let me buy you a drink. Or all of them. I'm happy to have a fine elven warrior as a fellow sister wife. They went to a bar nearby and got a few drinks. Far over the horizon of the desert, the behemoth slowly advances with poisonous black wines. Volume 4 Quest 338 The Raid, Terrestrial Tyrant Part 2, The Beast and Black Wines. The next day, everyone looked tense as they just waited. Oi, is that monster getting near? Asked a random adventurer to a Xeno. Yes. They show them their hands. It was shaking violently. It's coming. They wait a couple of minutes before. Thum. 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 The land quaked. Everyone! Shouted Malayan at the top of her lungs. At the ready. The most veteran of adventurers readied themselves. This feeling. Said Finn. It's the same as back then. Said Gareth. But this time we're playing a more active role. Said Riveria. Prepare for battle. Finn shouted. The movement in the city grew more active. Finn jumped onto a building to send out commands. Everyone onto the ships. Shouted Finn. Mages will bombard it from afar, and vanguards will attack from the sides. Those who remain on the ships bombard the behemoth with cannon fire. Ace, you will be on wind neutralization. Everyone quickly mobilized. The mages sailed off first, followed by the vanguard, and then everyone else. Whoosh! 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 Get your masks on! Shouted Malayan as she put on her mask. Everyone puts one on as they approach the behemoth, and purplish-black wines skim across the air. With each grain of sand, they sail across, the wines begin to get stronger and stronger, the clouds all block the sky, and they have a massive view of a dust devil. Within the storming dust, they could see the visages of the behemoth. Its roar could be felt and heard from miles away. It saw us! Shouted Malayan. Prepare to engage. The wines intensified, and smaller dust devils began to come at them. And so it begins. Ace! Shouted Finn. Asked Rias. Shouted Ace. Ray! Asked Rias, with Ace in the flat of his axe, launches her high into the air. Awaken, Tempest! Hoosh! Hoosh! She flew high into the air and started a chant. If you beheld them, your affections become tender, Ariel. Hoosh! A massive encasing wall of wind created a lull in the desert, revealing the monster's form under the vicious wind and dust. Those grueling lectures from Circe and Riveria and those training sessions from Cirrus to increase my magic so much. Whoosh! They could see the behemoth open their mouth, a ball of purple flame began to form. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! It was growing more and more. Everyone move! Finn commanded. It has a new move. I got it! Bell shouted, jumping out in front. Everyone move! Bell held out his hand, and a large cathedral bell rang. Dong! Fire! Whoosh! His red flame turned to orange. Dong! Whoosh! Then jumping from orange to yellow-white. Dong! Whoosh! Before turning blue. Dong! Whoosh! Melt! 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 The stone in the area melted, and anything nearby caught on fire. The behemoth then roared. And they fired its breath attack. Whoosh. Bell widened his stance and shouted. Bolt. Whoosh. The blue flame shot forth to clash with the dark purple flame, resulting in a lavender explosion. Boom. Whoosh. The fire shot has been fired, and the area where the explosion took place has left only a vast field of glass. Phew, Bell breathed out. He looked at his arm to see it with third-degree burns. Gr. Bell, Haruheim said, coming up to him briskly. Bell held his hand out, and she poured a high-grade potion on it. TSSS. The burns were instantly healed. Mages! Shouted Riveria. Attack! Haruheim stepped forward, raised her staff, and chanted. Kokin. 9 bright golden tails sprout out, large enough to shadow the buildings nearby. Beloved snow. Beloved crimson. Beloved white light. Please let me be beside you, this love I have found at the end of 2000 nights. My name is Magic Fox. Former destroyer. My name is Ancient Song. Former dreamer. For you who beat your wings like a bird, I shall allow the 9 spirits to dwell in me. Echo, Song of Gold, Sacred Poem of Tamamo. White Face, Golden Fur, King of 9 Tails. Oh, tails of the auspicious beast, consume all, grant all wishes grow. That power in that vessel. Breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion grow. Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. She has chanted this so much that it is ingrained in her mind and her voice. It was as second nature to her as breathing, for this was her only trump card that could overturn any bad situation. Uchide no Kojuchi. Flash. Her tails dissipated and shot around, hitting everyone but the Xeno. They have no status. Flash 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 flash. Flash 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 flash. Flash 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 flash. All the adventures were bathed in light, and in doing so, their levels jumped up, along with the strength of their magic. Boom. 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 Mages bombarded the behemoth with magic, which caused the behemoth to be temporarily halted by the attacks. The vanguard climbed up its massive frame while the others dealt with the smaller monster it produced. The vanguard then attacked as they climbed up. Ray! Otter slashes away, steadily making his way to the behemoth. Haa! Shouted Alan, cutting away and tearing through the battlefield. Ah! Shouted Bell, blasting through to face the beats. It's so big. I find it hard to believe something this big can be killed. Bell thought. As they attack it, the behemoth simply stands still, taking the attacks and with a mighty roar. The fire at the end of its tail began to spread around its body. Behind you, said a familiar voice. Bell turned to see the fire coming. Everyone jump! He shouts. They turn to look at Bell, and he points at the fire. They then jump off. The flame engulfed the behemoth in an exoskeleton made of the flames. Well, it seems it got some new stuff from the corrupted flame, Malian said as she fired at the monsters. Everyone! Finn shouted. Do not let fear grip you now. Back off and let the stronger adventurers handle it. Deal with the smaller ones. Yes, sir. They all shouted. From up above, Ace could see the corrupted flame cover the behemoth in an armor. TCH. The wind around her stops, and she free falls toward the beast. Whoosh! 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 She draws Sunset and holds it tightly. You won't hide behind that armor. Tempest! The wind wrapped around her sword, activating it. Shing! The core of Wu shined brightly as the purple blade gained a radiant gold appearance, with purple veins running through and along the edge of the blade. Haa! Whoosh! With her wind, she created a space for her to pierce the monster. You won't be armoring yourself. An opening. A voice rang in her ear, but she couldn't lose focus now. Tempest Avenger. Nizzle. Whoosh. The thick armor began to be blown away into small pieces at a time as the blade fully reached inside and the poison spread. Carried by the black winds, Ace, with all of her strength, begins to tear up the armor and spread more of the poison. It screamed out in pain. It stomped on the sand like a child throwing a tantrum. Rumble. 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 The weaker adventurers realized something from its stomping, their bodies felt heavier. My body," said one. Swish. I cut down in one slash. said another. Thud. I miss my mark. Malayan shot a few more times, adjusting each time, but they all missed where she wanted. But regardless, she still killed the monsters around and understood what was happening. Gravity. Oi! Lily! Tell them the damn beast is using gravity magic. Malayan shouted towards Lily. She heard this and quickly used a magic tool to amplify her voice. It's gravity magic. It's weighing you all down. Hearing this, Finn gave out an order. All second-class adventurers go help with the mob clearing. All first-class uses everything to kill the behemoth quickly. As everyone charged on, a blonde-haired Renard finished her chant with 9 glowing fox tails. Grow. Uchide no Koshuchi. Beams of light struck the strongest of the first-class adventurers. Instead of covering a wide area, she focused her magic on a select few and reapplied her magic. You really are something, said Beta as he looked at the Haruheim. Come on, you fucking bastards. We can't let a fucking support mage carry our asses. He said, taking out the magic tool that allows werewolves to use their beastification. The moment he gave himself the shot, everyone else used whatever they had. Otter's muscles became perfect with his beastification. Alan's silver spear shone ever more silver. Bell's appearance was similar to that of Nox, aside from his ruby eyes and the toll of a grand bell. Boom! They lit up the behemoth's right side with powerful magic. Gareth's magic was enough to break the earth beneath its front right leg, causing it to stumble a bit from all the attacks. Foam! Bell, Otter, and Astrias. The 3 of them run through the explosions, charging forth even through the corrupted fire. Leading them on was a voice. Go! I will not let the corrupted fire hurt you. Bell heads right towards the wound Ace gave the beast. Otter and Astrias head left towards the beast's neck. Ace! Get away! Bell shouted. Dong! In his hands was the divine weapon, covered in particles of gold and white with a brilliant flame. She quickly used her wind to get away. Bell plunged the sword into the wound and shouted. Firebolt! 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 Back at the base of the behemoth's neck. Bull! Shouted Otter as he had his divine weapon ready to swing down. Boar! Shouted Astrias with his own in a similar manner. Ruhuhuhu! Otter's divine weapon glowed in silver, while Astrias's glowed a thundering yellow. My! Kill! Swish! At that moment, the combined attacks of these 3 brought the behemoth fully to the ground. Rumble! Bell's flame surged through the monster's weak insides, punching through it with a fiery explosion. Boom! Whoosh! Boom! Whoosh! Boom! Whoosh! Otter and Astrias came down on the neck with all of their strengths, as if it were a pair of scissors. Ah! They shouted as they swung down. Slash! Thud! Its head fell to the earth in a thunderous drop. Do not let the flames escape again. Vesta's voice echoed within Ace. Awaken, Tempest! A massive amount of wind surrounded the area, making it a land where no wind could be made. The weapons then drew the corrupted flame in. Moonlight Tower! Thank you for the hard work, said Vesta, as the remaining corrupted flames are being passively absorbed by the weapons. Vesta turns to see Callisto going through the usual routine of going through the memories. A bit more quickly, our time together is shortening. White Knight glowed a bit more brightly, and Callisto. She feels her head hurt a bit more. Soon you will awaken from picking up the memories your body has retained. The raid lasted approximately 20 minutes because of the strengths of the adventures and the use of divine weapons. Raid results. Injured/poisoned, 233. Kia, 17. The Behemoth being subjected. Volume 4 Quest 339 all on board. 2 days before the Behemoth was slain. Late at night. I see, so you found it deep southeast of Yamato, hey? Said Cirrus, holding a communication magic tool. Yup, the moment we found it, we immediately retreated, say, for a single ship to track it, said Poseidon. Oh, and school district is waiting for you to come. Currently, we are getting their ship ready since it was built to fight the Leviathan. Then we will come as soon as possible. We'll be ready when you get here. Cirrus hangs up the call and looks out at the city. Phew, he lets out a breath as he clenches his fists. AI get ready. We're leaving as soon as possible. AI sits up from bed. She gets up quietly, not wanting to wake Artemis, and goes over to Cirrus, sitting by the open balcony. I'll take a quick bath. Do you want to join? She walks to Cirrus and wraps her arms around him, sitting on his lap. You're also sweaty. It's mostly your sweat, you know. Is that why you smell so great? She said, putting her cheek next to Cirrus. Probably, but we need to get going. He wraps his left arm around her waist and picks her up. This would be our last bath together in a while. Then let's hurry and get in. They look up to see Artemis looking at them from bed. It's a chilly night, so can you pick me up, too? She said it with her arms out. Fine, Cirrus said, picking her up. I have doted way too much on these two over the years. It is nice to see them this cute. The next day at noon on top of the Moonlight Tower. Are you really leaving now? Said Callisto. We are. Sorry, we're leaving so suddenly, sweetie. Cirrus pats her head. But we'll finish up as quickly as we can. But why aren't you riding by horse or tamed monster? Asked Oberon. Because I'm faster. Thika Panoplia, Ethon. His armor covers him as AI walks over and jumps on his back. Make sure not to cause trouble for Artemis and Astrea, AI said. Don't worry, just come back okay, Astrea said. The faster you come back, the better, so get going, Artemis said. Well, see you later, kids. Cirrus bends his legs and, boom. Shoots high into the sky beyond the clouds. Boom. And they're gone, Artemis said. How do you know, Mom? Asked Calli. Because when you break the sound barrier, it makes that boom sound, so they're already outside of Orario. Ooh. That's pretty cool. Flying above the clouds, Fafnir comes out of the shadow Cirrus was producing onto the clouds. He disengages his armor, and they both land on Fafnir. Fafnir, you know the deal. On it. Cirrus holds his hand out with his magic circle, appearing before Fafnir. Thika Panoplia, Ethon. Fafnir flies through it, and the armor is equipped onto her. Sing. Then electricity covers her, strengthening her. She flaps her 8 wings, and they fly even faster. Boom. She cuts through the air, traveling at speeds that would kill a normal person from the G-force alone. She disturbed the sea of clouds as a divide grew across the sky. 6 hours later. Thud. Cirrus lands back onto the soil of Yamato in the town of Fuyuhama. They walked through the town, with many of the residents stepping aside to let Cirrus and AI through. They arrive at the port where Poseidon was speaking with another god, Baldur. He had a gentle appearance, with long blonde hair. Lord Poseidon! Cirrus shouted. The two gods turned to him. Ah! Kid! Mrs. Kid! Poseidon greets Cirrus and AI. It is nice to finally meet you, Heavenly Crown. Baldur nodded at him. The Hringhorny is fully stocked and fixed. We can leave it to your discretion. Cirrus looks off into the distance to see their ship. It was massive 700 meters in diameter with a scale only comparable to a large city. It also incorporated the drop item of the Leviathan, with its blue fins giving it a majestic look. It also wards away monsters, just like the scales of the Black Dragon. Cirrus had to admit it was a spectacle to see, a marvel in engineering. Lord Poseidon, Lord Baldur, are you sure my son hasn't snuck in? Cirrus asked. Knowing him, I am sure he found a way inside, AI said. We informed Susanoo and the whole city is abiding by your concern, Poseidon said. And? Cirrus raised an eyebrow. Your son is a very clever child, Baldur added. I haven't seen my students work so hard to keep him and his friends from getting in. Cirrus nodded. Well, let's get going. Lord Poseidon, are you going on your own ship? Nay, I'm the helmsman for the Hringhorny. Just like when me and my familia helped kill that long snake. All my familia is on board. Poseidon said brazenly. Oh, by the way, Baldur, I should mention we are gonna run into a storm. Are you sure? He looked up at the sky. But it's clear out? There isn't even a cloud in the sky. Not with Cirrus on board. Poseidon walked to the Hringhorny. The kid is cursed. I'll tell you, yet. He and the sea do not mix. What does he mean? Baldur looked at Cirrus and AI. Oh, every time Cirrus is out at sea, a storm always hits, AI said, walking towards the ship. Is that true? He looked at Cirrus. It's true, unfortunately. Cirrus walked past him. Well. Baldur followed behind. By the way, Cirrus said. Did you evacuate the students on board? We wish, but with how massive the ship is, we need their help. Said Baldur. Don't you have a crew to handle the ship's needs? We have 10,000, and that is barely enough. Well, you have special areas where they would be safe. We do, Baldur said. We have been fixing them and making more. That's good. Oh, Lord Poseidon. AI said. Do you know where Haku is? Probably in Fuyakuza. You sound uncertain. Well, we kept him and his friends from sneaking on. Other than that, only the Susanoo familia will know. Well, just in case. AI turned to the people of Fuyuhama. To you all! She shouted, and everyone looked at her. Tell my son that we wished to meet him before we left. And that we love him. But we must get going to slay the Leviathan. Everyone nodded. We will pass on the message to the young lord, said one citizen. They all crossed the bridge named Briablik. Across the end, Cirrus could see Lance and a young-looking man with blonde hair and blue eyes. They noticed them coming up to them. Ah! Cirrus! AI! You're here! Lance said. Let me introduce you to my... I am Leon Vardenberg. He bows elegantly. I am known as Chevalier Blanc, level 7. Level 7, hey! Cirrus said, looking at him up and down. That's pretty impressive, considering I haven't seen you around Orario. Well, the world is a big place, sir. He lightly smiled. I would have liked to have seen you while we docked in Fuyuhama, but you were always busy building and running the city, or also when we docked in Melon, but you were still also very busy managing the entertainment district. Truth be told, Cirrus actively avoided any contract with school district as a whole and let the Quetzalcoatl Familia handle their graduates. Ah well, I'm sure you know how it is running such a large-scale operation. Very well, by the way, I happen to have met your son. Cirrus had two expectations for where he was going with this. He is a very bright boy, clever, and cunning. He once tried to board the ship using sheep. Sheep. He stopped to look at Leon. Are you sure? Yes, he had sheared the sheep's wool. Leon stopped as well to meet Cirrus' eyes. Made it into a wrapping, covered himself, and latched onto a sheep intended for some of our students who wish to be farmers. Cirrus looked to AI. Don't look at me. AI responded. He gets that from you. Well, that was all I wanted to say. Leon resumed walking. I was also going to ask if you wish to send your son to school district. Nah, he's good where he is, Cirrus said bluntly as he resumed walking as well. I am sure he is, but would you not like it if he grew his status? A status is a crutch. AI stepped in. To improve one's skill, one must hone and build a foundation. From there, they will build upon it. This was also done for Callisto, Oberon, and Elise. Callisto was naturally talented in archery and had the dedication to learn the spear. Oberon was thoroughly trained by Malion and Artemis in archery as well as CQC, in which he was naturally gifted, but his gentle personality gets in the way. Elise still hasn't begun her training. Unlike her other siblings, who were taught early on by their mothers, Ryua raised her with no intention of raising her to be an adventurer. If she asked to be trained, Ryua would be more than happy to oblige, but she never has. Well, how am I to question a parent's judgment, especially from ones as well regarded as you two? He bows once more. Follow me, I will show you to your room in the life layer. As they were being shown to their room, the ship embarked from the port, and a student went into a storage facility. They walked to a large crate of vegetables. The student knocked 3 times. Knock knock knock. The top of the lid opens up slightly. Are we in the green? Haku said. We just left port. They looked around. I'll come again later tonight. I'll also lock the door when I come back so you guys can use the restroom. Thanks again. No problem, you're still going to hold up your end of the bargain. Of course, I'll make sure to put in a good word for you with the Artemis Familia. If there is a human, then there will always be a flaw in a perfect defense. Volume 4 Quest 340 School District. When night came, the student returned and gave them the green light. All right, we are far enough away that returning would be a waste of time. Thank you once again for smuggling us in, Haku said. We will make sure we are not caught, said Retsu. I doubt it, the students said. If Leon could find some students who ditched class in the belly of the ship, then I doubt your presence would remain hidden from your father. They looked at Haku. Or your mother. All 4 shuddered. Is sensei really here? Musashi spoke, frightened. We are stuck here, Meru said, shaking. Do you think we can take a boat off this ship? Retsu said, trying to remain calm. Not at this distance, plus, do any of you guys know how to sail or navigate? The student asked. I know how to sail. Haku said. But not navigate. Well, guess you're stuck here. In the shadows, a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes looks at the group and disappears. AI in Cirrus' room. Master, Fafnir speaks, popping her head above Cirrus and AI from the ceiling. Fafnir, Cirrus said with AI in his arms. Did you find something? AI said, placing her head on Cirrus' chest. Lord Hakushika had bribed one of the students to let him and his friends on board. Like I said, Cirrus, he gets it from you, AI said, tracing her fingers on his chest. He gets his sneakiness from you. He said, glancing up at Fafnir. Fafnir, show me where they are. Can't you get him in the morning? Cirrus tilts his head left and right. I guess so. Kinda don't wanna get out of bed. He would remain in the location for a while now. Waiting until morning will do nothing. Fafnir said. I see, then you can do as you wish, Fafnir. Thank you, master. She returned into the shadows and left. Say, Cirrus, do you want to go again? I'd rather not, you know Art could tell. But that makes it all the better. As I said, Haku gets his sneakiness from you. The next morning. Haku looks around the corner. We're good. Musashi, Meru, and Retsu followed him. They moved with swiftness and caution. So, where are we headed? Asked Meru. Anywhere but here, Haku said. I suggest somewhere loud, Musashi said. We should also look into getting new clothes to better blend into the area. Why didn't you suggest it when the student Haku bribed was here? Retsu said. I was more worried about sensei being here to think about other stuff. Fair enough. Yes, she is pretty scary, Cirrus said. Especially with her sword, Meru said. If we aren't quiet, she will. Haku heard a familiar voice. He turned around to see his father behind them. Hello, Cirrus said, waving at his son. The others slowly turned to see him as well. Hello, sir. Meru said, having never met Cirrus in person. I have to say I am very proud you found a way to sneak in. Cirrus nodded. Thank you, Dad. Haku nodded as well. But also fucking livid. Anger laced his words. His eyes have a painful gaze to them. Well, you can think of your excuses on our way to the headmaster's office. Cirrus turned to walk towards the center tower of the ship. Come along. I don't want to have to drag you along. They all slowly followed along, looking down at the ground. Baldur's office. Pat. 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 Cirrus was tapping his foot, his eyes on his son and his friends. So. He said. What is the best excuse you can come up with? Cirrus tilts his head. You well, we wanted a tour of the school. Haku spoke unassuringly. A tour. Cirrus looked at the others beside him. Does he speak for all of you? Why yes sir. Meru shouted. Retsu and Musashi nodded. A fucking amazing, Cirrus said, tilting his head again, his eyes growing intense enough that Haku, Meru, Musashi and Retsu swore they would begin to swirl. Well, Lord Baldur. Cirrus looked to the god who runs school district. Why didn't you say you had tours of the school? Cirrus wasn't actually that angry, he just needed to put on a show. But he would be lying if he wasn't a bit pissed and proud that he did this. Ugh. Baldur didn't like the piercing glare Cirrus was giving off. It reminded him too much of Freya, Odin, and Loki. We Baldur looked at the kids, and they were sweating bullets. We do, but, given the situation at hand, we denied anything of the sort. So answer me this, Poseidon said. How did you get in? I promised I would not say. Haku said it with a forced smile. Answer, Cirrus said. He made a mistake. The way he phrased it implied that someone was involved. You said a man is only as good as their word. Haku managed to say out loud. If I say then I would be scum. He quite liked how Haku was adapting. But as a father, he wanted to use the belt on his son for using his own words against him. He's fucking lucky I don't have Chan-Clas. Cirrus thought. Lord Poseidon, Lord Baldur. Would it be possible to take them back? Of course, but we would be wasting time, Baldur said. The Leviathan would and will move through the entire sea, so the faster we get to it, the less damage it will do. Said Poseidon. Cirrus also knew this. To be honest, he is confident that he will be fine. Fafnir was in his shadow to keep him safe, along with his friends. A reason why he let him remain on board was for the chance to show up in front of his son, whom he hadn't seen much of. Dad, where is Mom? Haku asked. Do you think your mom will be any easier on you if she was here? Cirrus looked back at his son with a piercing gaze. Gulp. They all made an audible gulp. Lord Baldur, are there any chores or jobs that the students of this establishment don't want to do? There is the cleaning duty and the janitorial work, Baldur said. Dad, please don't make. They will do it after some lessons with AI in the training area. Training area. Musashi said. Yes, a rather large one for the students to regularly train. Oh, by the way, he said, looking back to Baldur. Since they won't give up the person he promised who snuck them in, I suggest every student participate in AI's lessons. Haku realized where he went wrong. Shit. Very well. I see no problem in them getting some hands-on lessons from the Red Crown. Well, seems your day is gonna be hell. Cirrus smiled. Ugh! The kids groaned. Later on in the day, Cirrus was lying in the grass on the back end of the ship. They are fighting the behemoth, you know. Vesta said. And how goes the raid? Cirrus says, staring at the clouds. Good. Their might is easily able to cut through whatever the behemoth has. In fact, I should be dead soon. How soon exactly? Right now. I am absorbing as much of the corrupted flame as I can. And how fucked am I? You will be fine. It is with the Leviathan that you will begin to feel something as White Knight hits its limit. Cool. He closes his eyes as a heavy feeling overcomes his body. 1 foot in the grave. He softly spoke to himself. Rumble. Off in the distance, Cirrus could see dark clouds coming. The air smelled a bit more salty. Why am I cursed by the sea? Volume 4 Quest 341 Through the Storm. The next day. Crack. 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 Much like what Poseidon said, school district came into a storm. Very well, Leon said. While you and AI deal with it, the rest of us will provide covering fire. Luckily, the ship was built to go through the roughest of waters. Even with powerful waves crashing into the side of the ship, not a single tremor could be felt on board. And in case anything happens here, Cirrus puts down a pair of boots. They will create a sheet of ice to allow you to walk on water. Is this what you are going to use to fight the Leviathan? Don't underestimate it, Lance said. He used them before, and it works just as well as my skill. Still. Cirrus, are you sure you don't want Lance to go with you? Leon asked. I'm sure. From what I gathered on the Leviathan, me and AI will be enough for it. I made those magic boots that I used to walk on water for her, and they're better than those from that time. You don't have Nox to bail you out like you did with that mountain-sized monster, Lance added. You are too old to be doing reckless things. I know, but I have grown far stronger than that time, Lance. Hell, my magic was even enough to match Alphea's. I remember you telling Lord Poseidon that, but still, she couldn't have finished off the Leviathan without the help of my and several other naval familias. You forget I'm one achievement shy of reaching level 10, Lance. That and I have my kid with me, so I can't show him his old man got danced on by a fucking fish. Well, they say fathers are ordinary men turned by love into heroes, adventurers, storytellers, and singers of song, Leon said. I doubt I am anything but ordinary, Cirrus said. No doubt about that. Also, when do you think this storm will let up? Leon looked out the windows to see it raining cats and dogs. Days, Lance said. And with his kid on board, it'll probably be even longer. Are you sure you're not cursed? Leon looked at Cirrus. Very. Going back to his room, he used his magic to dry himself. Ha! Cirrus sits down on the bed and lays back. Whoosh! Vesta appeared next to him, leaning against his head. How are you feeling? She asked. Heavy. Sluggish. Everything I do requires effort. What do you think will happen to me when the flame from the Leviathan is taken? I believe your life would become unbearable. Your bones could be as fragile as glass, and your skin could be as delicate as paper. Death would be a mercy. Sir/Master. Hecton and Fafnir pop out. Your mindscape, the place where we reside, Hecton said. The sky is cloudy, rain pours down heavily, Fafnir said. We have been observing it since Vesta took in the corrupted flame from the behemoth. And from what we observed, it hasn't risen the water level of the sea. How fortunate, Cirrus said, taking a deep breath. It's annoying that I'm getting scared. It is perfectly fine to be scared. I kept telling myself, making promises to myself, that I would face my fate, but now that I am here, I am getting cold feet. Your past words still hold up. That is true, sir, Hecton said. You are here, to begin with. Yet, you are not running away, just taking your time getting there, Fafnir added. I think I'll sleep for now. Cirrus slowly falls asleep as Hecton and Fafnir return to the shadow, and Vesta disappears in a wisp of fire. Later in the afternoon. Whew! AI enters the room, drenched from the rain. She walks in to see Cirrus sleeping. She walks closer to him and then flops on him. Ack! Cirrus wakes up from the sudden cold wetness around him. Hey there, sleepyhead. AI wraps around his head. You wanna take a bath? We are pretty wet. Her tail wagged left and right. Sure. He then wrapped his arms around her neck. Help me up. AI helps him up, and the two take off their clothes and go into the bath. The two sit as the bath fills with warm water. How were the lessons? Cirrus asked her, resting his head on hers. It was fun. The students here are pretty tough. But they don't have the stamina to keep up with my students. AI spoke comfortably. Hey, doesn't this remind you of our time when you lived in your workshop? We would always bathe together like this. We still do this. The warm water is halfway full. Yet, but it brings back memories. Did they get Haku and his friends some rooms? They are right next to us. Separated between boys and girls, of course. I see. I love you, you know. Where is this coming from? She turned her head, letting their foreheads against one another. She could see his eyes were closed. Can't I say to my wife of 17 years that I love her? Normally yes, but given this situation, I am concerned. Well, I would be lying if all of this wasn't getting on my nerves. That's right. You have that labor with Aranos. I have forgotten. It's been years since I thought about it. The last time resulted in Haku and Callisto, A&D. She gently touched his right eye. Don't worry. Cirrus opens his eyes. He parted her hair. We will be all right. I am your, Art, Malayan, Ryu, Haku, Kalai, Abi, and Elisa's hero. That's right. She inches closer to her face. The water filled up. Sing, dot. The knob turns to shut the water off. I won't let you die, my love. She pressed her lips against his. I feel safer already. His warm smile brightened Ai's mood. Wanna do it? I am always shocked at how easily you ruin a nice moment. You were thinking it, too. I can feel it with my tail. She smirked. Ha. You are going to have to do that work. Oh? Can I do what I want? She raised an eyebrow. Yeah, go ahead. What do you want? The next day. So how far are we till the Leviathan? Cirrus asked with a turtleneck. About 2 days from here, Poseidon said, looking out at the sea. I have been through these storms before. It's the Leviathan's doing. These waves, these winds, it's her. He has his hands out as if to greet God's messengers. Okay. Cirrus looks at Lance, Leon, and Baldur. You guys have known him longer than me. Is he okay? You know how sailors are, Lance said, reading a book. The Leviathan was what did you say she was to you? He looked up from his book at his god. She was the Moby Dick to my Ahab. Moriarty to my Holmes. Zenigata to my Lupin. Well, in this case it's the other way around. Okay, I get it. Cirrus thought hearing him. I have the students help keep a lookout for the Leviathan, Leon said. They are taking shifts, so no injuries or casualties occur. Sorry about Ai. She likes to really drill in her lessons, Cirrus said. No worries, Baldur said. I heard from the other teachers that they are growing pretty well. Especially their endurance. Well, I'll be in the blacksmithing area. Cirrus walked to the door. Lance, you left unfading light in there, right? I did. He glanced back at Cirrus. By the way, if you swing by the teacher's lounge, we have some drinks. I'm sure you want to relax without your wife around. I'll have to swing by then. Don't listen to him. Poseidon turned to Cirrus as he was halfway through the door. Show off the scars of love your wife gave ye. Cirrus moves his turtleneck to show his neck. Are you sure about that? They look to see very visible bite marks along with hickeys. They all said. I wanted to heal it, but well, if I did, she would just do it again, so, He removed his hand from his turtleneck. I'll be seeing you at the teacher's lounge. Cirrus closes the door and leaves. You know I. No, everyone said, stopping Poseidon. Volume 4 Quest 342 The Raid, Ruler of the Seas Part 1, The Deluge. For 2 days, they sailed through the storm and arrived in the eye. Clatter 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 clatter. Clatter 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 clatter. Clatter 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 clatter. Clatter 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 clatter. The entirety of school district moved with life. Hurry up to the safety shelters! Shouted some students. Several of the non-competitive students rushed to designated safe areas. I am really regretting this, Haku said within a safe area. Remind me to punch you when we get back to land, Retsu said nervously. If we even make it back, Meru said. With Sensei and Lord Kyajano, I am sure we will make it, Musashi said. Where are they, exactly? Asked Retsu. They're up on the central tower, Haku said. On the central tower of the Ringhorny, Cirrus, Ai, Leon, and Lance stood. You have your earpieces. Cirrus spoke with a magic tool developed by Asvi of his and Fel's magic tools. The device works by holding it with your finger. They fit well, Leon said. Lord Baldur, Lord Poseidon, can you hear me? We can hear you loud and clear, Baldur said. Poseidon said. The helm's room is well equipped to ensure this ship won't go down without a fight. Our weaponry are state-of-the-art with magic cannons at the ready and improved propulsion devices that will allow us to quickly avoid the beast. The staff must be at the ready, Lance said. I can feel the Leviathan lurking around. He glanced around the sea. His weapon, unfading light, was in hand. Maybe I should have commissioned you for a long sword. Leon looked at Cirrus. Your long sword is already well made. Cirrus looked at Leon's weapon. In either case, shall we begin the hunt? AI nods. Cirrus, go and draw it out. Cirrus walks to the edge of the tower. Everyone, get ready. Thika Panoplia, Ethon. His armor adorns him as he walks off the edge and soars into the sky and the dark clouds. You heard him, Leon said. Prepare for battle. Roger that. Everyone begins the raid. Poseidon commanded. The ship's arsenal bore its fangs. The combat students and staff were ready for the weapons, and the non-combative students were at their stations, ready to fix or get the ship moving. Do we have a reading on the beast? Poseidon shouted. We have detected something about 600 meters east, at a depth of 587 meters. Shouted a student, looking at a radar to detect monsters. Keep an eye out. Cirrus, you got that. Clear as crystal. I'm heading over now. Brace for impact, I am gonna get its attention. Everyone looked out at the reinforced window to see the dark grey clouds swirl. Lightning courses through the clouds like keys on a piano. Then a flash of light, along with a crack. Flash. Crack. Followed by a thunderous boom that falls from the heavens. Boom. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The waves crashed into the ship, rocking it slightly. Ooh. Many were in awe of how powerful it was. The attack then slowly dwindles, leaving behind a large hole in the stormy sky that enlarges the eye of the storm. Gotta say, if I didn't know it was Cirrus, I would have the mind that it was Zeus, Poseidon said. Sir. The reading is getting closer to the surface. Shouted a student. Depth 500. 400. 350. 100. Everyone looked at the whirlpool that formed from Cirrus's attack as a massive, deadly, spear-like head shot out of the sea and into the surface. Splash. Act case. It roars, announcing itself as the Lord of the Sea. Its three eyes, trained on Cirrus and its third eye on its forehead, were ablaze with a purple-black flame. Well, you're rather big. Lance and Poseidon looked at the beast to see it was not the same beast, the flame had mutated it and enhanced its ability, size, and strength. Its scales held a black, purple luster to them, and its fins were like ungodly sharp blades that cut through the sky as it does the sea. The Leviathan was big enough to bite half of School District. Lance, Poseidon said solemnly. I understand. Leon, do not hesitate. Lance said over the earpiece. Understood. Those within the control tower could see Lance and Leon jumping toward the Leviathan. School District. Attack with everything. Poseidon ordered. Roger. Fire at will. Shouted a student, giving out the order. The magic cannons all trained on the ever-expanding Leviathan and opened fire. Boom. 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 Watching them, AI looks as the Leviathan goes in to bite Cirrus. It could reach the clouds, yet its body was still in the sea. Even the cannon fire did nothing but leave a light, barely visible scratch. Phew, she gets into her stance. Up within the clouds, Cirrus is flying high, with the Leviathan glaring at him intently. Did I strike a nerve with you? Cirrus said. Its roar deafened Cirrus' ears. Jesus fucking Christ, it's like you have, right, the flame. It would seem the flame has a particular bias towards you. Vesta said. Well, it should have fucking stayed with its former champion. Wake up, Nox. White Knight activated, and Cirrus and his armor were bleached white. Instead of flying up, Cirrus flew down. Whoosh. He reeled his arms and thrust White Knight to the very point of the Leviathan's spear-like nose. Clay. Whoosh. The attack sent out a shockwave, halting the Leviathan's pursuit. The Leviathan began to be dragged back to the sea by gravity. It glares at Cirrus through its flaming eye bursts. Whoosh! Covering its body in a flame-like liquid. It roared once more as it tried to impale Cirrus. It can fly now. Cirrus reported that he flew out of its attack and past its eyes, falling down. Vesta. Suck out as much as you can. Cirrus then thrust White Knight into the Leviathan through its liquid and scales. Puncture. Phew. The Leviathan bellows in pain and fury. The fire-like liquid substance slowly thinned while Lance and Leon attacked from below. Erendite. Lance shouted with unfading light draped in water. He swung his arms as fast and as powerfully as he could, sending out a pressurized slash that broke through the thinning fire and broke the scales. Sekis. Leon shouted as his long silver blade had an edge of light. He swung his arm downward, using the work Lance did, and cut into the body. The Leviathan dived into the sea as quickly as it could. Splash! It dove into the sea, and Cirrus hung on as White Knight drained the corrupted flame. Vesta. How much left? Hush. Halfway. Keep holding on. The Leviathan slowly grew smaller. I am. Cough. Bubble. Cirrus coughed. Cur. Sing. Crackle. 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 Electricity rampages through the monster's massive, slowly shrinking body. Yet it is strong enough to begin to slam Cirrus into the ground and move at even faster speeds under the water. Vesta. I am running out of breath. My arms are even more heavy. My eyes are straining, I need air. I got 96% of it. Go back, and then we can get it again. Cirrus lets go of White Knight. Vesta. He shouted underwater while swimming up as White Knight appeared in his hand, deactivated. The Leviathan noticed Cirrus had let go and turned back to get him. Its speed easily allowed it to catch Cirrus. Hecton. Fafnir. Cirrus shouted again as air bubbles left his mouth. From the darkness of the ocean, Hecton emerged. His arm brute forced its way through the water to grab the Leviathan, which was just big enough that Hecton couldn't wrap his arms around it, but it didn't matter. HRRRRRRRRN. With his veins popping and bursting from the strain, Hecton began to swing the Leviathan around as if it were a whip. Up above, they could see a whirlpool beginning to quickly form. It's starting to drag us in, sir. Shouted a student. Start up the propulsion devices. Baldr order. Lance. Make the whirlpool even stronger. The Leviathan is not gonna get out of this easily. Poseidon ordered. Get every kid to help power the propulsion. While Lance heads to the center of the whirlpool and uses his magic, Leon returns to the ship. Ready to move again when the Leviathan resurfaces. Huff. Huff. Leon was catching his breath. My heavenly crown, you sure are scary. He looked as if the whirlpool was getting bigger and stronger. Splash. Gasp. Leon looks to the side to see Cirrus on the side of the ship. Ugh. Cirrus gets onto flat ground. Fuck. He was drenched in water, exhausted. Are you fine? Leon asked. You try being slammed underwater and nearly drowning. Under the surface of the water, the Leviathan emerged once more. Well, it certainly looks weaker. Catch your breath and drink some potions to regain your mana. Leon kicked off towards the Leviathan. Boom. 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 The cannons of the ship fire on it. It roared out again as Lance and Leon go deal with it. Ugh. Cirrus slowly picks himself up as Hecton and Fafnir return to his shadow. Huff. 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 His arms felt heavy, even more so now, as if lead was pumping through his veins. Vesta, dot. White knight formed in his hand from his shadow. Extend. The weapon grew to help him stand back on his feet. Whoosh. Vesta appeared next to him. How are you feeling? You don't look so well. I cough. 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 He covered his cough. Ah. He looks at his hand to see his blood is blackish, and some red remains. Cirrus, Vesta said. Fafnir opened one of her eyes to see his blood. Master. Fafnir formed her mouth. Your mind palace has changed once more. Hecton is investigating it. This is bullshit. Cirrus softly says this, looking at the Leviathan. He turns back to see AI still on top of the tower. Fafnir, Hecton, Vesta, no one will know about this. Understood. They all said. Volume 4 Quest 343 The Raid, Ruler of the Seas Part 2, lol. The ship, Hringhorny, sailed around the whirlpool. Whoosh. 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 Lance and Leon slowly chip away at the Leviathan. Clang. Whoosh. Sheeing. Slash. Clang. It does little to bother the Leviathan. Its gaze and target were and will always be Cirrus. Fire! Shouted Poseidon. Boom. 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 It roared in pain and frustration. The Leviathan wanted to go after Cirrus, but Lance, Leon, and the Hringhorny were impeding its pursuit, especially AI up on top of the tower. The Leviathan could feel her sharp glare. It had enough of this. Whoosh. Its flaming third eye grows larger before spreading across the entire body and beginning to reform the Leviathan. It saw the Hringhorny and lifted its arsenal. Cheek 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 cheek. Its scales rose to reveal its cylindrical, organic weapon's form. Oh, shit! Everyone thought. Everyone get down! Shouted Baldur on the speakers. They saw a black glow from the cannons and then fired. PSH 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 PSH. It fired off black bullets of water. Lance and Leon ducked into the water. Splash! Splash! Cirrus donned his base armor to both cover and heal himself. Thud! 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 The ship, however, was riddled with water bullets. Pleek 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 pleek. Pleek 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 pleek. Its bullets go through the exterior of the ship and some buildings. The tower was not damaged at all, its material was far more durable. Inside the tower. Sir, we have reports of injuries. Shouted one student. Take them to the infirmary. Lance, Leon, and Cirrus. You need to kill it before it fires off something even more deadly. Poseidon ordered. AI. You mind doing something? Cirrus, turn the ship around, AI said. Around? Why in the world would you want that? Ah, you want to impale the Leviathan with the Briablichay. Cirrus said, getting what she said. Do it if it kills the Leviathan quicker. Baldur shouted. Lance, Leon, make a wound so we can fully exploit it, AI said. Then I will finish it off. On it. Leon, do not fall behind. Lance shouted. Says the man who was just complaining about his back. Leon replied. AI could see the two of them moving quickly. Cirrus ran into school district where he could see several student and staff injuries. All of you head to the center of the ship. Cirrus shouted. I can heal you all there. They all listened to him and rushed to the center, as that was where Cirrus needed to go to fully rotate the ship. Huff. 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 Each breath was painful. The steps he took felt as if his feet had fractures. Cirrus pushed through the pain and arrived at the center of the ship, at the base of the central tower. Gather up! Cirrus shouted. Dad! Haku shouted, with Retsu and Musashi following behind him. Something is spreading in Meru. He looked to see the concern on his face. Ugh! She gritted her teeth in pain. Looking at Meru, he could see what he assumed to be purple poison crawling up her arm. He looked at the others, and they also showed the same purple. Get in the center. We need to deal with this quickly. They did get in with everyone, as Haku carried Meru. With all of them gathered, Cirrus held his hand out. Thika Panoplia. His magic circle formed under the students as a large, beautiful hooded cloak with a rainbow pearlescence wrapped them all into a ball. Soon enough, they all quickly recovered. The injuries they sustained were gone as the armor faded. Gah! The amount he needed to heal them, along with the corrupted flame that was plaguing him, was sapping him faster and faster. He took out several full restores and chugged them one after the other. Ah! He bellowed. Dad, are you gonna go and fight that? Haku shouted. He could see all the students matching his son's expression. I am, now watch. Your mother is about to move. Sing. Slam. He slammed his hand into the ground, and his magic circle formed again, but far larger. HRRRR. Crackle. 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 Electricity runs through the streets and throughout the ship. Creak. Hey 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 hey. Cirrus moved his hand, and the ship slowly began to move. Creak 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 creak. No way! Shouted a student. The ship must weigh at least hundreds of tons. Shouted a staff member. Burst. They could see one of Cirrus' veins burst. God damn it! Hey 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 hey! Cirrus kept pushing and pushing. More and more veins appeared on Cirrus' arms as electricity flickered around him. He noticed his body had grown fragile. Spurt. 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 More veins burst as he moved the ship 180 degrees. You're good, Cirrus. AI said. Thika Panoplia. His armor quickly covered him, healing his injuries immediately. Ha! Cirrus breathes a sigh of relief as the armor fades. You better fucking kill that bastard, Lance and Leon. You guys ready? We need a second. The Leviathan is a. Lord Poseidon, Lord Baldur, full steam ahead, AI said, interrupting Leon. Cirrus will go on and finish taking the corrupt flame. Leon, Lance, I will expand that cut you guys made. Cirrus walks towards the Briablick with heavy steps. Understood. We will keep on it until you arrive, Lance said. Phew. Cirrus lets out another breath. Dad. Haku came up to him. Are you okay? You just burst into blood. Cirrus could see the concerned look on his face. I am fine. Cirrus pats his head. Just watch and see. He holds out his hand. Vesta, dot. Whoosh. His divine weapon appeared in his hand. Wake up, Nox, dot. It dyed him white, along with White Knight. Ooh, the student and staff look at the divine-like being before them. Swish. He swings White Knight as it grows into a spear. I'll be back. Cirrus puts his hand to his face. Thika Panoplia, Serenian, sing, dot. His Serenian armor wrapped around him quickly, as did the electricity. Vesta, Extermino. Whoosh. Cirrus was covered in a blue geometric flame. Whackle. 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 Cirrus took a step and rushed forward. Thud. 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 He left flaming imprints on the ground with a trail of fading, cindering sparks. Thud. 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 Cirrus makes it to the Briablik and leaps into the air. Whoosh. Whoosh. Many could see the azure flame in the sky. His armor fades away. Thika Panoplia, Chimera. His armor covers him, and blazing chains fire off toward the Leviathan. Move. Cirrus shouted as some chains wrapped around the handle of White Knight. He spots where Lance and Leon were and the cut they made as he throws it towards them. They move out of the way as it finds its mark on the Leviathan's underbelly. Thud. He throws it in with deadly accuracy. Rattle. Case. The Leviathan roared again, and Cirrus's chains wrapped around the Leviathan. Grab and hold it down. Cirrus shouted, flying up. Vesta. Take it all. Lance and Leon grabbed the chains and pulled the Leviathan as if it were a raging bull. Grey. They shouted. Vesta quickly began to take in all the corrupted flames. Grr. Cirrus' body strains and his armor heals him just barely enough to not burst, but the more Vesta took in the corrupted flame, the more it weakened Cirrus. Done. Vesta told him. Just as she said that, the Leviathan grew lethargic and sapped of stamina. It roared weakly. It was so weak, in fact, Lance and Leon held it in place. Now. Lance called it in. Hoosh. Hoosh. The ship came cutting through the current of the whirlpool with all of its propulsion devices fired off. Shunk. Thud rumble. The impalement rocked the entire ship. Case. It screams out in pain. AI finally makes her move. Rage. 80,000 men cannot quench my thirst. 2 arrows pierce my ribs and throat, 1 swing of the blade. Today I will live, tomorrow I will not lose my life. I shall save myself, lament. Tamamo no me. Yanbai Kogo. She quickly chanted her magic, and she was quickly dyed red. When the bell tolls 108 times, gather the 8 serpents. No offerings of sacrifice to the earth, wind, fire, water, thunder, poison, light, and darkness. I offer you steel and the clear sky. The wind gathered into her sheath, and she kicked off. Boom. She landed on one of the buildings and kicked off again. Boom. She jumped even more in speed and strength. Many could see this red streak. This comet burst through the ship and was high above the Leviathan. Mirakumagari. She unsheathed her blade, and she spun down at the Leviathan like a Beyblade, at ludicrous speeds, slicing through its spear-like nose and through its teeth, into its mouth, and then into its throat. Swish whoosh. 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 Then she burst through the underbelly, and Akira slid across the bridge drenched in blood. Clink. AI sheathed her blade, and her transformation wore off. Few AI breathed an air of relief as she walked away. Spurt. 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 The Leviathan burst into chunks, with its head landing right behind AI. Thud. Oi. AI pressed her hand on the communicator. It's done. Let's take our prize and go back to Fuyuhama. Roger that. Poseidon said. A few seconds later. The Leviathan has been slain. Those with able bodies go to the Briablik and dismantle it. Cirrus returned to the ship and leaned against a wall. Huff. 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 He was struggling to breathe. He took long, deep breaths, but his body wanted to die. Master here. Hecton popped a hand out and injected Cirrus into his neck. Gah. Gr. Cirrus tightened his fists. Is that the high antidote pen? Cirrus rubbed his neck. It was. You made it for emergencies, and this was one. I have more, Fafnir said, popping her head. Master, the world is infested with these flaming creatures. Me and Hecton sealed them up, but they are slowly growing. Cirrus began to walk to his room. We need to talk about this in private. Vesta appeared right next to him. Cirrus. I am looking at your current health status at the moment. From what you have seen, how bad is it? It's not good, Cirrus. She said it lowly. Ha. And just when I impressed my son. The step Cirrus took. He gritted his teeth under his fake smile. Raid results. Injured/poisoned, 768. Kia, N/A. The Leviathan subjected. Volume 4 Quest 344 Orion's Fate. After the Leviathan was slain by AI, the whole school district went to help with processing the Leviathan's body. AI took the magic stone, and, to their surprise, it didn't turn to dust. Seems the body is the reward, hey, Cirrus. Poseidon looked at him. Yeah. Cirrus nodded. If you need my help, just knock on my door. Cirrus turns and leaves. Sure thing. I'll send you the most valuable material. I'm sure you could make a good armor or weapon or two. Also, come by later. We're all going to have a party. Hooray! The whole of school district roared. I'll see. I'll be inside. The fight took a lot out of me. Of course. Poseidon nods with a big smile. I'll also be in soon, honey. AI said. I'll just help with some cutting, and we should be good to return to Fuyuhama. Cirrus waves as he walks away. Cirrus walks back to his room and sees his son and his friends. They were all starry-eyed, looking at him. That was amazing, sir! Shouted Retsu. You were so cool, my lord! Meru shouted. You and Sensei were so powerful. Musashi said. You were really cool, Dad. Haku said. The blue, sharp flames were really amazing. Cirrus's heart swelled 3 times its size, seeing his son and his friends smiling so happily. Thank you. He nods at them. But I am a bit tired. He walks past them, patting their heads. Sorry, kids, but I need a little nap. Sure thing, sir. Retsu said. Got it, Dad. The kids went over to help with the Leviathan. Cirrus went to his room on the ship and collapsed on the floor. Thud. Huff. 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 Grr. He barely manages to get on all fours. Fuck. 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 It was frustrating for Cirrus. He never felt so restrained or so powerless. Every moment was torture for him. Sir. Hecton came out and helped him onto the bed. Rest now, and please drink. He holds several more potions and antidotes. If you can't, we can just inject it into you. Just lay me on the bed and pour it down. I'd rather not get more shots. Hecton helps Cirrus to his bed, and Cirrus opens his mouth wide open. Hecton pours potion after potion and antidote after antidote into Cirrus to try and curb the poison. Master. Said Fafnir, appearing. Should you not inform Circe of this? She could make something to lessen your conditions. No, I've given her an extremely important task right now. He leans his head back. And that is? She's keeping watch over the Black Dragon, which currently resides in Dragon Valley. Said Vesta, appearing. The moment it makes any moves, Cirrus will intercept it. I know of the plan, but... Fafnir clenches her fists. Master, I don't think you could fight it long enough for the other to come and finish it off. With all due respect, Master, but what if that human girl was lying about those visions she saw in her dream? Fafnir, do you know why I trust those visions? Cirrus looks at them with his eyes half closed. It's because her skill makes it, so no one believes her. A way for her skill to be balanced out. A double-edged sword, if you will, Fuff. Said Hecton. Still, wheel. She looks down, and a few tears run down her face. Be separated. Fafnir, I know this is hard, but it's either me or everyone else. I still have my promise with Art, AI, Malayan, Ryu, and even Bell. To be a hero, Vesta said, placing her hand on Cirrus's forehead. And to fight to live with your family. Can't you or even Hestia cure him? Fafnir asked. I have said so before, but neither I nor Hestia can do that. We have even discussed Prometheus and Hephaestus or any god of flame, but the situation has changed drastically. The poison is as much of him as his skin is. The flame has him wrapped around its metaphorical finger, his soul being the finger. Any attempts at purifying it will result in Cirrus dying. His fate has been sealed, as I said on that day he put to rest Epimetheus. TCH. Fafnir clenched her fists tightly. Then why isn't it affecting me and Hecton? As I said after Epimetheus's death, the flame prefers humans over monsters. The last of its divine will, even after so much corruption, still prefer anything over monsters. Emboldening those 3 black beasts must have been some way for it to find a suitable host to be its champion, or at the very least, kill the one who slew its previous one. What utter bullshit! It went into the behemoth and Leviathan. So what of me and Hecton? We can handle it. I am sure you both could, but the fact remains that Cirrus is the linchpin that connects you all, and from my understanding, the connection goes only one way to benefit Cirrus. As for the monsters you mention, I assume the corrupted flame had some grudge against Cirrus after killing its champion. Enough arguing, Cirrus said as he slowly closed his eyes. I'm tired. Sorry. Vesta and Fafnir said. You know, Art wanted to call me Orion as a pet name. Vesta made a bitter smile. What luck that you're dying of poison, hey. Well, it's better than getting shot by my wife. Well, shot and killed. Say, what should I call this poison? Orion's fate was always the same. He always dies in the end. Either by Artemis' hand or by Gaia sending a scorpion. Even the mighty Heracles died from the poison from the tainted blood of the centaur Nessus after he was shot and killed by one of Heracles' hydra poison-laced arrows. Maliciae Scorpius. How, on, point. Cirrus then falls asleep. Vesta removed her hand and looked at Hecton and Fafnir. Try and keep those vestiges in check. And where are you going, Vesti? Fafnir looked at her with a bit of anger. There is another matter I need to attend to quickly. Excuse me. She then disappeared in a flicker of fire. Back in the locked room in the Moonlight Tower, a flicker of fire appeared. Vesta! Shouted Callisto. Hold on a second. She takes a deep breath with her hands out. Catch it. Whoosh. White Knight appeared from thin air. It was only possible with the help of the sheath Hephaestus, Tsubaki and Eupheme made. Callisto quickly grabbed White Knight from the air. My apologies, Calli, but your father just got done with dealing with the Leviathan. Then is he coming back soon? She said, with eyes full of anticipation. Not for a while, so let's resume where we left off, shall we? But it's that we were. I know. Vesta places her hands on her cheeks. I know it's hard, but you must bear with it like she did for those years within that tomb of darkness. You are almost there. Can you do that for me and your father? Callisto takes a deep breath and opens her eyes. Let's get this done. North of the continent, deep within Dragon Valley. Rumble. Rumble. Several dragons fly around from the rumbling. From afar, on the outskirts of the valley, a pinkish blue hawk watches. Please don't wake up. Just keep sleeping, you calamity. Somewhere within the lands of Chiang. Boom. A pillar of night shoots down from heaven. Phew, walking out of the pillar was a goddess with bright red hair and eyes. It's nice to breathe in the air of Gakai again. She smiled. Well, that's enough enjoyment. It's time to get that old bastard, Zeus. I can't wait to get to Hestia's. She then immediately walked in a direction with confidence. Volume 4 Quest 344.5 Favor. Along the way back to Fuyuhama, Cirrus was looking at AI, instructing the students. Clatter. 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 Cirrus could see the students all swinging their swords while AI looked over their forms. I'm so tired. His body feels like lead. Even after a good night's rest, he still feels like shit. Hello sir. Cirrus turned to see Meru. Oh. Haku's friend. Why yes. She said it nervously. My name is Date Meru. Oh, the heiress to the Date clan, hey. I am honored you know such a small clan such as ours. She bows her head. Yet. He leans over, resting his head on the railing. Sorry if I'm lethargic. I'm still a bit tired. I won't take up any more of your time, sir. I just came here to say I am sorry for letting Haku, your son, get on board. It's whatever. He was sure to get along in some form or fashion. Besides, I bet you felt you couldn't go against him, right? With his position and all. He glanced at Meru. A little. She looked away. Well, how about this? As the first head and lord of the Kiajano family and as his father, I give you this order. Watch over my son and make sure he doesn't screw himself over. Can you do that? Why yes. She said it, a bit flustered. Good. Now you better go down for instructions or hide. I will soon get her hands on you. Yes sir. I will make sure to follow your orders. She said it graciously. Run along then. Meru bows and walks away. Cirrus leans back and lays across the arena seats. It sucks that I need another nap. He closes his eyes and falls asleep under the warm sun's rays. I feel more like a lizard, needing an external source of heat. Volume 4 Quest 345 Hey Kushika and Cirrus. After returning to Fuyakuza, the city erupted in celebration. They filled the streets and sidewalks with dancing, drinking, eating, and all the above. The students of school district all went into the city and celebrated. Walking through the streets were Cirrus and Haku. Haku was leading Cirrus through the city to a small shop tucked away within the city. Here it is, Dad. Cirrus looks at the small, a bit run-down building. It's... In an alleyway, he could see a homeless man leaning against the wall. Well, it's small and a bit run-down. Yeah, but the food is delicious. Just like that restaurant you took me to when I was a kid. Then I'll take your word on it. They walk in and are greeted by the owner. Hello and... Lord Kiajano. It shocked the shop owner to see Cirrus. Young Master Haku, you never informed me your father was coming. Oh, my, hold on for a second. I'll go get things ready. Take your time, Cirrus said, taking a seat. I don't want something rushed. You're so very kind, my lord. I'll go get you the menu, and then... I'll just have your best dish, Haku. You're a regular here, right? So he knows what you like, right? Yup. He said, taking a seat to the left of his father. Don't be so nervous, Shokumatsu. Oh, and bring 2 cups of sake while you're at it, along with your best bottle. Haku looked at his dad. Dad, why? What the fuck do you think I'm doing? Cirrus looked at his son and smiled. I'm sharing a drink with my oldest son. Now don't be a little narc and tell your mom, okay? This is between us. He smiled, ear to ear. Not a word. Shokumatsu brought out the food and drinks. Cirrus could tell how delicious it was from the smell alone. It filled the small restaurant with deliciousness. Cirrus then poured Haku a small amount of sake into his cup, which he filled to the brim. Why do you get more? Cause I paid for it, and I doubt you can hold your liquor like me just yet, so he gently pushes the cup that's barely even a quarter full to him. Baby steps before you can run. He then downed his drink in a single gulp. Ah. Haku looks at his drink and downs it as well. Ah. It tastes awful. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. You get used to it. Cirrus pours him another with the same amount as before, and then he fills his back up. They would continue to eat and drink, but Haku only sipped his. Haku asked him a question while his father had a few more drinks. Hey Dad, am I your heir? You are the oldest, so technically, yeah, you are the first in line to inherit the Kiajano family. But, what if I don't want it? He looks down at his almost eaten food, a bit sad. Then you won't get it. I won't force anything onto you, but if Callisto, Oberon and Elise want it, then they could inherit and run the Kiajano family. Really? Haku looked at his father with starry eyes. Of course. Gulp. He downs another cup of sake. But now that you've asked a question, it's only fair if you answer one of mine. Cirrus glances at him with his emerald eye. Okay, ask away. Ha. I bet it's something like, how are you in school? Or something. That girl, Date Meru, a smirk grows on his face. You have a crush on her, don't you? PFFFFFFFFFFFT. Haku spat out his food as his face turned red. What? No? That's gross. Don't be that way, Haku, Cirrus said, swirling his sake. You'll hit puberty, and then you'll find the opposite sex very much, not gross. Isn't that right, owner? Indeed, many boys are like you, young master, but once they reach that age, there is always a girl on the mind. Grr. No. I don't want to end up like you or Uncle Bell. Tough titties Haku, you're going to have to grow up and shed your adolescence one day. Wait, have you yet? I hit mine when I was 10. His face was beet red. You know, from what I saw, she has the same toughness as your mom. So. What about it? Just saying tough girls could be your type, I know it's mine, and this kind of stuff more or less is also true to the children. So what? Are you saying I'm going to be hopelessly attracted to tough girls? Ridicules. Who knows Haku? But know that if you wish to pursue a relationship with her, you have my blessing. She's a smart kid, from what I got from her while we sailed back. I can't really say that about your mother when she was, actually, she may have been? I was gone when she was around that age. Dad, my head is a bit fuzzy. Ah, it seems 3 half-quart cups are your limit. Oi. Keep the change. Cirrus handed him a bag full of valise. Thank you for the patronage, sir. Cirrus picks his son up in his arms and leaves the shop. As he walks out, he walks up to a homeless man across the way in a dark alleyway. Here. Cirrus tosses them a large bag of valises from his sleeves. Thank you for your hard work. You can take a break and have fun. The homeless man looks up at his boss and nods. Thank you, sir. He gets up and disappears into the darkness. Carrying Haku in his arms, Cirrus rubs his back gently as well as his head. I wish I could share more drinks when you are older, but, well, today was a good day, hey? Haku. He smiled a bit bitterly under the celebratory lights and fireworks of his city. As he walked home with Haku in his arms, Cirrus quickly used his magic to get rid of the smell of alcohol from Haku. When he arrived back home, AI was none the wiser. Cirrus, why did Haku have the scent of alcohol on his breath? AI's sense of smell was as sharp as her blade. Some spilled in his mouth when we were walking home. Some guy accidentally spilled some from way on top. Cirrus. She said it with a bit of anger in her tone of voice. Fuck. Well, almost. Volume 4 Quest 346 Callisto and Cirrus. After the whole celebration, Cirrus and AI returned to Orario as quickly as they could. By the time they arrived, the other group hadn't returned yet. Since they still had time, Cirrus decided to spend the day with his daughter. Hum. She said, walking with a pep in her step as she was shopping with her father. Ooh. Can we go in there? She points to a clothing store. Kali, that's the third one today, do you really? He could see it in her eyes. Damn, she even has Artemis's look when she spots her prey. Alright, let's go in. It's not like I'm already carrying your stuff. They enter another clothes shop. The father and daughter look around while Callisto picks clothes to try on. She doesn't even like shopping. Artemis always picks out her clothes. Cirrus thought to himself. Time passes by and as Callisto tries on different clothes, Cirrus catches a glimpse of a pure white from the corner of his eyes. Cirrus turned his head quickly like his life depended on it, and it does. He turned to see Nox sitting and drinking at the cafe they went to when they arrived back in Orario. His eyes watered up, close to crying. Cough. Cough. He looked at his hand stained from corruption, and his heart was filled with hope. He calmed himself before walking up to the employee. Excuse me, miss. He takes out a piece of cloth to wipe the stain and promptly puts it away. Could you perhaps keep watch over my daughter? I'll be back in a second. Of course, sir. The lady nodded. Thank you, I will be just outside for a moment. Cirrus briskly walked away. He left the shop and made a beeline towards Nox, but the second he walked outside and looked at the cafe, she was gone. Ah. Pain. Heartache. Haa. He sighed deeply. A tear welled up, and he quickly wiped it and composed himself. All right. I guess I can wallow in some nostalgia. Cirrus goes over and gets himself a cup of coffee and sits down where he and Nox once sat. Sitting by himself, Cirrus' mind was empty. He took sips of his coffee while letting himself drown in the sounds of the passerbys. He closes his eyes and thinks back on his life. Knees. Memories of the spirits still stuck in the dungeon made his heart heavy. This will be a regret he will always hold in his heart. A handful of minutes later. Hey, Dad, what do you think of this one? Callisto came out in a red and white dress. She turned her head left and right in search of her father. Dad. But he was nowhere to be seen. Sorry, miss, the employee came up to her. Your father went out for a bit, he said he is just outside. Callisto walks to the front window of the store to see if she can still find her father, only to see him drinking a cup of coffee outside by the store's outside tables. His eyes were close and he looks to be in thought. Here. Callisto hands the lady the money for the clothes. I'm wearing it out. You can keep the change. Thank you for the patronage. The employee waves her goodbye. Callisto gets her stuff and goes outside to meet up with her dad. Dad, where did you go? Look, I'm carrying all the stuff. She holds up all the clothes she bought up to show to her father. He turned to see her peeved. He also saw that she bought all the clothes. Sorry. Sorry. Hey, that's a very lovely dress you bought, it matches your hair well. No matter what, it was always easy for Cirrus to make his daughter smile. You look lovely, my moonbeam. Thank you. She said with a smug smile, happy at her father's words of praise. Is there anywhere you wish to go so I can make it up to you? Preferably no more cloth stores. She nods. I know a place. Mama, would take me every now and again. This place is. She looked at the shop and shrugged. It's okay, but not the best. Cirrus only smiled. I guess so. But it has a special spot for me. What is it? It's nothing much, just something special I shared with another. Cirrus drinks his coffee and stands back up. Lead the way. He puts down the money on the table. Today is your day, sweetie. A light smile later, Callisto forgot whatever it was he said. Follow me. Oh, can you carry my stuff? Sure, sure. Callisto leads him to a quaint little cafe off the East Main Road. Hello, Sai. Calli waved to the owner. Ah. Welcome back, Miss Callisto. Ah, you even brought your father. Yup. Can I get the usual? Oh, and what do you? As she sat down in her seat, Callisto was surprised by her father. Can I get 2 slices and some chamomile with a slice of lemon inside and some honey in there? Right away, sir. As Cirrus turned to look at Callisto for a brief moment, he could have sworn to see Nox. No. It seems my mind is playing tricks on me. He goes and sits across from his daughter. If she was her. No, leave the thought. It's the flame. Yeah. It's that. What's wrong? You seem a bit out of it, Dad. Are you pale because after everything is all settled, you have to go back to the paperwork? Something like that. Oh, how is Haku? Has his swordsmanship gotten better? Your brother is doing fine, you know he's got a crush. Huh? Seriously? Ha 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 ha. What's she like? Or is it a he? Is it Retsu? They are rather close. Just because they are doesn't mean they are an item, Calli. They can just be close friends. But are they really? She raised an eyebrow. Tell that to your brother and see what happens. I'm joking. She leaned back on her chair. So what are they like? This possible sister-in-law. Smart, headstrong, responsible, everything you would expect from an heiress to a clan in Yamato. What does she look like? Straight black hair, human, one blue eye patch. One eye? Hat, maybe he has the same tastes as mom. What is that? They are into people with a single colored eye. She made a smirk. You know AI was into me before my right eye turned silver, right? Of course. Green is the best color. Oh, by the way, did you know Lord Anansi is making a book about you? Is he? That's pretty neat. Yup. I commissioned it. You what? Why actually never mind, that seems like something you would do. She nods her head. At first I had to pay for the collection of information, but after a while, he started doing it for free. He said he could see a good redemption story when he got some stories from the Chaos Desert. Cirrus's heart slowly begins to drop. Oh. He doesn't want her to know that dark piece of his history. As much as he accepted his actions at that time, he didn't want his daughter to know. He doesn't want her view of him to change. Did you read some early drafts of it? I did. His heart sank, and his blood ran cold. Oh. What do you think? Well, it starts off kinda weird. It starts with you as some demon that was birthed by the sands of chaos, and you kill all the evil people of the desert, even misbehaved children. Then the demon meets his holy familiar, a white owl. When they met the demon, Zephyr changed his ways and went on to liberate the town of Zolingen. Anansi changed the order. Did he do this to make me more heroic? More fantastical? Cirrus was on the fence about it. He didn't want his actions to be forgotten, nor did he wish for them to live on in some manipulated story. Is that it? So far, yes. I don't know why he added that first part, you weren't born in the desert. Callisto. Cirrus has passed on to her his strength, mastery, and everything he could to give his daughter the tools to survive. Yet there was something he had yet to pass on to her, his weakness. Those stories of me in the desert. Yeah, they're made up, right? They are the truth. I know they, She looked him in the eyes. Sai came and brought the slices of cake and tea. I'll leave you two be. He walked back to his counter. Callisto looked at her father as he picked up the cup of tea and sipped from it. Dad, I know I joked about Haku, but this. I am not joking. I committed atrocities. Vile, horrible things. Callisto looked at her dad in a new, darker light. They deserved it, right? Personally, a little. They had all the chances to leave. Then it's not your fault. You shouldn't feel bad about killing them. I do. Callisto, I was Oberon's age when I did it. Callisto froze. Ron's age. She couldn't imagine a boy around Oberon's age killing men, women, and children. She herself has killed and hunted animals with Artemis, but the thought of killing another person never crossed her mind. As a father, I have endowed you with knowledge but not wisdom. I have raised you and all your siblings with a sense of empathy for those less fortunate than you. I did this so you will not repeat the sins that still gnaw at me from time to time. This was the first time she saw such a look on her father's face. It was a seriousness that she had never seen, and it hurt her. To see her father in anything but the light of a hero stung her terribly. Why? She softly spoke out. You could have lied to me. It would have been much better that way. Does it change how you see me? A little. She looked away. A bit of Cirrus broke. Callisto, look at me. I don't wanna. Look at me. Callisto looks back at his mismatched eyes, and they are filled with pain and regret. I am telling you because this was my weakness, my failure, and my folly that has defined my view of the world. As your father, who is supposed to help you navigate this world, you must know so you will not repeat my sin. Does Haku know? No. Aside from my close friends, none of your siblings know. Then why tell me? You are my special little girl. Out of all my children, I fear for you the most. Because I'm your favorite. Because, Callisto, I see a lot of myself and your mother in you. Callisto was every bit as reckless as Cirrus and Artemis. It was something that both parents tried to polish off in her to think before she acts, but she just barrels through, just like her father, and acts before thinking of the consequences like her mother. Oh. Callisto, I killed men, women, and children all so I could weaken the Vritra familia, a familia that was part of Evilus. A nasty group that wishes to bring chaos to the world. I strung, impaled, and mutilated every nasty thing to get to them and chip away at their will to fight. I bathed in their blood with their intestines hanging off my armor. I was as bloodthirsty as they were. It got to the point where I loved it, not because I enjoyed it but because I needed to. If not, I would have broken, shattered, and been lost in those sands that I stupidly walked into. And did you? Did you ever break? I did. I lost an important piece of myself back then. That day in Bokhara, I had reached my breaking point. I had enough of the desert, I had enough of this violence, yet I must keep going. A fire grew in his eyes. You could have stopped? Rested. There was no time to rest. He shook his head. The second I rested, I would have drowned in my self-loathing. If I drowned, then the people, innocent people I could have saved would have died, and Evilus would be committing more violence. Memories of the Astria familia flooded in. His lips drooped lightly with pain and grief. I couldn't stop, not now after all that I did. That is my responsibility as an adventurer of Orario. I needed to keep pushing forward. Regret. Regret tinged his voice from recollection of the familia who would still be alive today had he remained in Orario. This was my job as a first-class adventurer. My punishment for spilling blood. Then, will I have to kill people? I am telling you this so you can learn from my mistakes. Draw a line for yourself. A line that you will never cross, no matter what. You possess great strength and power. I do not want you to follow in my bloody footsteps. Never. In her father's eyes she saw a strong conviction. They were the first time she saw them like that. Okay. She said it softly. Callisto, I love you. His eyes softened, a light blush on his cheeks, a earnest and loving smile only a father would give. I always will. No matter what, I will always be there for you. I love you too, Dad. She looked at him with watery eyes. I didn't want to know this about you. You would have learned of it eventually. I might as well tell you myself. Out of all my kids, you are the most attached to me, thus, this information would have hurt the most. It does. It's like my hero is no longer a hero anymore. I never wanted to be a hero, Callisto. Never. All a hero gets, in the end, is a tragedy. Especially the kind that I am. What kind? Those whose legacy is my capacity to kill. In each and every one of my stories, the people know I am killing something. I do not just want people to know of my capacity to take a life, I also want them to know of my other qualities. I want them to see me as a human, flawed just like everyone else, and learn from them. There by window, highlighted by the afternoon sun, she saw a whole new person. Callisto saw her father even more beautifully. He shined like a tree in the middle of the desert, weathering the harsh sun beating down on it and enduring roughest of conditions to remain strong and standing. But that does not mean it is not without scars that tell of the experiences it had. Those imperfections. Callisto thought on. They make him even more amazing, more human. In her own way, despite not knowing of her divine heritage, Callisto learned the beauty that all the gods saw in Gakai. Promise me. Cirrus looked deep into her focused eyes. Promise me you will be better than me and your mother. That you will not cross that line in the sand. Callisto didn't hesitate to give her answer. Dad. I promise you I will be better than you. She looked at him with a firm gaze. That I will not repeat your mistakes. Cirrus loved that look in her eyes. She has Artemis eyes. Firm in her convictions. Cirrus smiled ear to ear. I will hold it for you. My moonbeam. So, should we eat? The cake and tea are getting cold. Ah, you are right. The two began to eat and drink, their bond stronger than before. A while later. So, speaking of crushes, albeit a bit late for it now, do you have any? Cirrus asked his daughter while cutting a piece of the cake. No, I'm not really interested in anyone. She takes a sip of her tea. Should I? Not at all, that's fine. Artemis, it seems our daughter inherited some of your traits as well. But, if I had a type. She began to trace her cup with her fingers. Fuck, please no, Kali, I regret asking. Cirrus covered his ears and looked away. Kali leaned in and took some of the cake. Phew phew. Nom. Cirrus glanced back to see her leaning back with food in her mouth. Hey. That's mine. You weren't looking. The two would bicker back and talk with one another. Psy watched on, enjoying this sight. Ah, this reminds me of his time here with Miss Knox. Volume 4 Quest 347 Oberon and Cirrus. The next day, out in the forests near the Demeter Familia farmland. The father and son were walking through nature, having a nice snack. So, do you always come here? Cirrus said. Sometimes when I finish early, Oberon said next to his father. I'm surprised you help out the Demeter Familia. Do you do it just to get out into nature? Sometimes, but also for the pocket change. Does your mom know you do this? She introduced me. She said elves should occasionally go into nature. Plus, the food is really good. Lady Demeter always makes it with love. I'm sure she does. Cirrus takes a bite of the food Demeter has prepared. So, he says, wiping the crumbs from his mouth. Do you want to just walk around? It would be a waste to just sit here on a nice day. Yet. He said, beaming with a smile like moonlight. Can I get on your shoulders? Sure thing. Cirrus picks his son up onto his shoulders. Come on, lift him up. Cirrus got him on his shoulders with some effort. Ooh. He said, impressed by the height. Dad, do you think I will grow up to be as big as you? Well, since your mother is taller than me, probably. Cirrus gets up on his feet. His strength was enough for him to carry his son on his shoulder. Come on, not today. Cirrus said to himself. They continue to walk through the wilderness, enjoying the greenery and beauty of the woods. And what's this flora? Cirrus said, pointing at a mushroom. That's a blue-ringed cap, it's very poisonous. Oh? And what of that yellow flower? That's a sunny dahlia. Why is it called that? They only bloom during the summer on sunny days. They were also discovered by Dahlia Summers, so, yet. Do you want to discover a flower one day? Maybe. But most of the flora has already been discovered. What about the frontier? Maybe I'll go there one day like Mom did and just explore. Maybe I'll find something amazing. I'm sure you would. They went by the riverside. Do you know this fish, Obby? No, but do you know? Yes, this one is called. He swipes his hand into the water, grabbing the fish. A white scale trout. You can see the single white scale on its forehead. He shows it to his son. Wow. Why does it have one white scale? Cirrus tosses it back into the river. It's to help discern which is male and which is female. They have special eyes that let them see color more accurately. Really? How do you know that? Lord Poseidon told me. Do you think you can teach me? Maybe, but how about I teach you some camping skills? Unless your mother taught you? Has she? No. He blurted out, not wanting the day to end with his father. Can you teach me, father? Of course. Now the first thing we need to do is make camp so we can sleep. But we have nowhere to sleep. Obby. Oberon looked at his father as a magic circle appeared. Theka Panoplia, Cretan. A thick coat covered Cirrus. Whoa. His eyes were starry-eyed. That looks so warm. It is, so let's enjoy the day. They continued to walk through nature until the stars came out. Oh. Oberon looked at the stars, amazed by their splendor. Nice out here, huh? No light pollution to stop us from watching the stars. Light pollution. Oberon said, confused by the term. Has Artemis or Malayan ever said that term? Not really. I didn't even know it had a term. So light pollution is what? Ah well, it's just an excessive or misdirected amount of artificial light that messes with natural darkness. So all those lights in the city mess with the lights of the stars. I get it. Say, while we are on the topic of stars and light, do you know that the stars we are looking up at right now could already be dead? What? How? They are still shining. Well, yeah, but that is because of how light works. Think of a light, like sound in a cave. When you speak, it echoes through it right all the way through until it loses energy. So light works in the same way, except it will keep going until something stops it. I think that's how it works. It's been a long time since I read up on or thought about physics or astronomy. Wow. His son's eye flickered with awe. So we are looking at a star in the past, right? That is what you mean. Yeah. Cirrus smiled. He made some connections with the dots to make a line. Exactly. So if you happen to find a planet out in space, you will be seeing their past and not their present. Cirrus taught Oberon how to start a fire and even how to hunt. The last thing he taught him was how to properly prepare a hunted prey, from skinning it to deboning fish. As the food cooked over the campfire, Oberon sat with his father in his armor. Hey, Dad, can I ask how you and Mom got together? You two don't seem to have very much in common. Well, you're right, but we got together through a dungeon date. We are surprisingly similar in how we fight. Especially when we get in the heat of the moment in the volcanic floors. Oh, how her skin glistened with sweat. Dad, can you teach me how to fight without any weapons? Oh, some martial arts? Well, AI is better at it than me, but sure, I can show you a few tricks before bed. Can we do it now? Well, you do have energy. After we eat, we can do it. Later at night. Good. Good. Keep your form up. A moment's hesitation can end your life. Remember that. Cirrus said shirtless, with not a speck of sweat on him. Huff. 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 This is fun. But I'm a bit tired and sweaty. Oberon said, also with his shirt off. Go and take a bath, I'll go prepare the camp. Here. He tosses him a dagger. Just for extra security. Got it. He then runs off. As Oberon runs off, Cirrus heads back to camp. Cough. 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 Cirrus slams into a tree in a coughing fit. Sir. Hecton appeared, grabbing Cirrus. You know you can't do any more strenuous exercise. Your body is already nearing its limit. Huff. 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 If I can't play around with my kid, then fucking kill me now. Cirrus forcibly gets up, with help from Hecton. I want my children to have one last good memory of me before the black dragon wakes up. Sir. Hecton says nothing more and takes out several more potions. You are running out soon. How much is left? 2, maybe 3 days more if you don't push it. First, let me see how far the condition has spread. Cirrus touches his belt buckle to reveal a magic stone. Once he presses it, a very thin sheet of magic wears off, revealing his true body. His body, which was already heavily riddled with scars, was now covered in black veins and bruises from when he played with his son. He was also drenched in sweat. It's progressed a bit more. Fafnir, can you collect herbs? Fafnir quickly left his shadow and went through the night to collect herbs, to make more potions, and prolong his condition as much as they could. A while later, after everything was done, the father and son are huddled together in the dead of night. Oberon sits on his father's lap, he leans his head on his shoulder as well. Cirrus was using his Cretan armor to keep Oberon warm and secured as he wrapped him. Hey Dad, can I ask you another question? Oberon asked, looking up at his father. Of course. What is it? Well, I was wondering, you are a hero, right? Cirrus rose an eyebrow. What brought this out? Well, Mom mentioned the moment she fell in love with you. She said it was the day you became a hero. Cirrus nods. He remembers that day as well. Well. I am. You know your Aunt Circe is a spirit, right? Yeah. He nods. What about it? Well, you see, more than 1,000 years ago, before the gods descended to Kakai, the gods sent down spirits like your Aunt Circe to help people. Those spirits would find people and make a contract with them to gain their respected magic from the contracted spirit. But none of your magic is like Aunt Circe. You have the armor, the lightning, and Do you have a third magic? I do. It to let me summon your aunt wherever I am. Oh, but Aunt Circe's magic doesn't do that. You are right. You see, that is because of the fauna, our status that are on our backs kinda changes stuff around. But that is besides the point I am getting to. You see, when a spirit makes a contract, they in turn have chosen their hero who they would work for. Your auntie's title is the unique spirit of witchcraft, and so as a hero I would be known as the hero of witchcraft. So that is what you are called? The hero of witchcraft? No. He shook his head and his lips curled into a warm and affectionate smile as he remembers Nox. I made another contract with a spirit by the name of Nox. Nox? I haven't heard of her. Where is she? She died saving me. Oh. A gloomy expression stains him. It explained why he never brought her up. I am sorry. Don't be. She died with a smile on her face. It was her title that I took on. I became Cirrus Zephyr, hero of the White Knight. Ooh. Oberon liked the title, it sounded so grand, so impressive, so unique. So would I also be able to be a hero if I make a contract with a spirit? He said with a big smile. Who knows? He shrugged his shoulder. Spirits like Nox and Circe are pretty much extinct, hunted down or died over the years. Oh oh. His smile left him just as quickly as it came. Don't be sad, you can still be a hero like your Uncle Bell. Yeah but... He looked his father in the eyes. But I wanna be a hero like you, Dad. Cirrus' heart grew 10 sizes, a warmth ran through his body as joy quickly showed itself on Cirrus' face. Thank you, Oberon. Cirrus had the biggest smile he ever had. Oberon seeing his smile also smiled. So what do I need to do to be a hero like you, Dad? Ah well. Cirrus gives it some thought and figured he could at least see how Oberon views being a hero. Obby, tell me, what is a hero to you? Well, a hero should be able to save a lot of people, kill monsters, and be a beacon of justice. Then let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a hero and a coward? Oberon messed with his hair thinking on the question. I don't know, what? There is no difference, inside they're both exactly alike. Both are scared of dying or getting hurt. But it's what the hero does that makes him a hero, it's what the other guy doesn't do what makes them a coward. Oberon thoroughly chewed and digested this. To him this was a clear difference of knowledge and experience. Oberon. His father spoke up. If you wish to be a hero that is fine, perfectly. But I don't want you to be like me. Why not? You are the best hero I know. You are the strongest adventurer in the whole world. Why? Because as a father I want you to be better than me. I asked you this question because I wished to know what your headspace was on being a hero. There are many kinds of heroes, Oberon. I am a hero that has only one thing reason to be kept around. Oberon didn't want to ask but his curiosity begged to be satiated. He was learning so much about his father that he must keep pushing. What's the reason? To kill the Black Dragon. Cirrus said it with such boldness, such assuredness, and just everything Cirrus had came out of those words of how serious he was. Oberon shuddered at how firm his father was on this. No words could deter him from his answer. Is that really all? Yes. He nods. I am but a relic of a long, long bygone era that has already come and gone long before I was even born, yet I find myself a product of it. So as a father I say this, I do mean with this complete sincerity, but to be a hero like me is to know that your end will be that of a tragedy. A tragedy? Why do you say that? Cirrus takes a deep breath and holds his son close. It's getting late, Obby. I am getting up in years, I don't have the energy I used to. He puts on a big smile. Okay, Dad. Good night, Oberon. Cirrus kisses his son on the forehead. Night, Dad. Oberon slowly goes to sleep in his father's hold. He felt a foreboding feeling from his father's last words. He does not wish for his father to have a tragedy, he doesn't want anything bad to happen to him, period. Yet his words hold weight in his mind, weight that no matter how much he tries he can't lighten. Back in Orario. Artemis is looking through the closet. Are you looking for something? I asked. I am looking for the invisibility cloak. I want to surprise Cirrus when he gets back. I thought you said using it lessens your skills in hiding. Well, I want to surprise him. Is it that so bad? No. Fine, I'll help look. It should be in here. I looked around. Volume 4 Quest 347.5 A Fairy in the Woods. Clop. 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 Riding on a donkey through the woods was a young elf with messy black hair. I'm so tired, water, food. Her donkey would continue to ride when the light of the moon hit her eye. She opens her pink eyes to see the surface of the water reflecting the moon's light. She desperately gets off her donkey and jumps into the water. Splash! And began to drink it. Glug! 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 Ah! She pops up from the lake, feeling refreshed. I feel alive again. She turns to see her ride, drinking some of the water as well. I bet that tastes great, right, Nick? She said to her donkey. Brr. I need to get out. I don't want to get sick before I reach Orario. As she gets out, she hears splashing a bit off in the distance. Is it other people? Bandits maybe. She gets up, gets her club off of Nick, and slowly goes to investigate. She slowly walks, listening to the splashing all the while, making sure not to make any noise. When she gets close enough, she moves some bushes away to see a fairy. Her eyes widen as she looks at a boy with light, dark skin and hair as black as her own. He turned to show his face, revealing a great beauty. Instantly, she was enamored by this fairytale she had walked into. So beauty. Suddenly, she was pulled back by her ragged clothes, and her mouth closed shut with porcelain hands. Shhhhh. Quiet now, said the quiet yet smooth voice. The elf looked up to see a woman wearing heavily tinted sunglasses and hair as black as ink that seemed to blend seamlessly with the darkness. Who are you? She said with a muffled voice full of fear of what was going to happen to her. I am this boy's guardian, and you are a stranger. Tell me, why are you here? I can't talk with you covering my mouth. She said, muffled. Tisk. Fine. Before the elf could speak her muffled words, her eyes became a blur for a brief moment before blinking and finding herself by her donkey. The woman released her, and the elf quickly turned to face the woman with ink-black hair with her club in hand. Who are you? The woman quickly grabbed the girl's mouth again to stop her from shouting. Quiet. If you should yell, I will forcibly make you quiet. Understand? Not if you understand. The elf nods feverishly. Good, now what is your business here? She lets go of her mouth. I am just traveling to Orario. I want to be an adventurer. I see, your name. Ortlinda Phasalt. I'm from the Salt Forests in the east, and I'm currently 10 years old. I see, I see. Well, be done with what you were doing before you looked upon my master's son and leave. She turned, but as she was about to leave, Ortlinda spoke up a bit. Wait. What is your name? She said this as she turned to face her. My name is Fafnir, and if you are looking to join a familia, then here. She tosses her a small bag of Valis. Now goodbye. Try not to get scammed. This should last you a while. Fafnir then, with a single leap, jumps into the darkness of the woods, disappearing completely. Ortlinda couldn't say a word. Her speed was something her eyes couldn't perceive. She looked at the bag and then back at the lake. Maybe I'll see you in Orario. She then gets back on her donkey and rides off. Volume 4 Quest 348 No Happy Hero. The next day, Cirrus and Oberon make it back home. He then goes to Elisa's room and tells her he is going to spend the day with her now. Really? Elise said, smiling ear to ear. Yeah, I am, so get ready. Yay! She jumped up in celebration. Auntie, can you help me? Of course. Astria nods. She will be out in a minute. Her face is filled with excitement as she goes to get ready. Cirrus, it's nice and all you're spending time with the kids, but, don't you think it's a bit of a jinx to do it right before fighting, it? Said AI. Nonsense, Cirrus says, turning to her. Nothing is going to happen. Besides, can't I spend some days with my kids? She squints her eyes towards Cirrus, examining him up and down before walking up to him. Sniff. Sniff. She looks at him again before walking away. Fine, but make sure you clean off the bandit's blood, or whatever it is you killed. It has a really foul stench like they had some disease that makes their blood spoil when it touches air. I'll do that. Say, where is Art? She disappeared somewhere. I am sure she is around. AI smirked. AI leaves the room, and Cirrus smells himself. Don't know what she means about that, but I can't even smell too. Hecton, make sure to tell me if anyone is coming while I take a quick shower. Understood, sir. Cirrus picks the clothes he was going to wear and goes to take a quick shower. He removes his clothes one at a time, and when he removes his belt to reveal his actual body, he hears a gasp. Gasp. He quickly turned to see a cloak of invisibility fall to reveal his goddess. Wanting to surprise him after a long trip, she found her husband poisoned. Arte. Cirrus. She quickly runs up and grabs him. What happened? How did? Sir. Hecton swung open the door to see Artemis. Sir, I have fail. It's fine, Hecton. If she didn't find out, I'd be concerned. Go back and make sure no one else comes in. Yes, sir. He then closes the door again. Cirrus then looks back at Artemis to see her full of concern and worry. Her grip was tight. Cirrus, why how? Her voice was quiet, and tears ran down her face. The corrupted flame, Cirrus says, removing her grip from his and finishing taking his clothes off. You mind telling me why you wore that invisibility cloak? You were never fans of it. I wanted to surprise you. She said worriedly. The corrupted flame. But why is it doing this to you? Why didn't you tell me or any? For this reason. He gets in the shower. The flame is poisoning me from the malice of humanity. Since Vesta is contracted to me, we have a connection that allows that corruption to leak into me as a spare container. He turns on the shower with warm water. But Vesta should be able to keep it contained. More or less, Hecton and Fafnir are keeping the malice from gnawing away at my mind. Vesta, or more accurately, White Knight, is currently full. The weapon I forged is already at capacity to house any more arcanum, so some of it leaked out. There is no cure. Vesta said that any form of purification or curing would result in my death. It's an actual poisonous cancer that attached itself to my soul. Artemis reached out and touched his arm. Her face scrunched up in pain at hearing his words. How much does it hurt? She said, looking down. A lot. I can't even get up without a struggle, my breath is a lot shorter, and any injury I get leaves a bruise. He touches his abdomen, where Oberon landed a hit. I have to say Abi has a good left hook. Cirrus. You. Do not say another word. Cirrus' tone was harsh. I know what lays before me. There is only one reason Cirrus did not tell his loved ones of his condition, he was weak. Weak in his will, if any of his wives or children told him to stop for them, he would break down. The time to turn back was long gone. All that keeps Cirrus moving is one thing, to leave behind the last warmest memories before the end. He must keep going. Through the pain of his condition and guilt, knowing these times will hurt his loved ones after it is all over. Artemis moves her fingers across his skin. See, I know. He cuts her off with an even harsh tone. She stops and looks at him. Anger rose in her, not for his tone towards her but because he knew he was heading toward the edge of death and not stopping. You know? Then why are you? Because it is either me or the world. He looked into her eyes. If you wish to know more, talk to Cassandra of the Myaik Familia. I am sorry, but I don't have the energy to explain it fully to you. She looked him in the eye, and it held a weariness. He was already exhausted from this talk alone. Fine. She said with a pained, low voice. Even talking for this long is a chore, even for you now, she leaves with a pained expression. I am sorry, Art. She leaves in silent contemplation and with a strong drive to find out the full details of this discovery. Cirrus turns the knob, and warm water trickles down. I feel like, he closes his eyes for a second. Bubble and he found himself at the bottom of the sea, slowly being crushed by the pressure. I'm drowning. Artemis quickly goes down the tower and makes her way over to Myaika's clinic. Where is your child, Cassandra? Artemis asked Myaik. Did she do something wrong, Artemis? No, I just want to talk to her. Well, that is going to be a problem. She's been in her room for weeks now. She's eaten here and there, but I really don't know what got into her. Daphne has talked with her, and she says she is fine, just that she is working through some stuff. I see well. She gets close to him. I want to talk to her. Artemis arrives at the Familia home, which is behind the clinic, and knocks on Cassandra's door. Cassandra. It's Artemis. Open up. I know already. I want to. She could hear quick footsteps running to the door, and the door quickly opened up. Lady Artemis. Cassandra spoke with tear-stained eyes and dirty clothes. Her long hair was completely messy. Artemis could see and smell. She was in horrible condition. Cassandra. Can I come in? It's a bit messy, but if you wish. She enters to find the room a complete mess. She could see bottles of sleeping pills everywhere, with the circlet right next to her bed. So, Cassandra. I know about Cirrus's condition. See condition? She said, a bit surprised. What condition? Did he contract something? With her surprised look, one didn't need to be a god to know she was telling the truth. It is the corrupted flame, it's poisoning him. Cassandra's face grew pale. Oh. So his end is nearing. Her face grew more worried. Tell me, Cassandra, why is he doing this? The room was silent. Cassandra looked away from Artemis, and tears came down her face. Because I told him my vision. I have said before that I have visions of the future, but no one believed me but him. She gets up and walks to a circlet, putting her hand on it. He was the only one who always believed in me. Bell would occasionally listen, but he too would, he would mostly not believe me but Cirrus. He was the only one who I felt understood this, curse. Curse? What do you mean, Cassandra? I have a skill that Lord Myaik named 5-Dimension Troya. Its name is unknown. Even in the status, it is encrypted. No one within the Familia truly understood what it did before Cirrus determined it was linked to my visions, and he gave it a name. Do you know what he called it? She looked towards Artemis, and she shook her head. He named it Unbelievable Truths. The first cursed skill in the world of Gakai. I can see the future, but the curse makes it so no one would believe me. Such a cruel skill gained by a person. You know the future, but you can't change it, for no one believes it to be true. Then, what you saw is Cirrus dying to thee. Lady Artemis. She turned her head toward her once more. I have begged him not to go through with it. He is a precious existence to the world. His actions have influenced the world beyond anything any mortal or even God has done. I see him as my best friend, even if that feeling is one-sided. Now, he is trading his life for the world. Was that what your visions showed you? Artemis gets up. It showed me 2 outcomes and 2 constants. 1. Should he not go and fight the Black Dragon, the world will once again return to the Age of Heroes, with monsters returning to the surface and him dying pitifully around his family. And, the other. He shall go alone to face the calamity, fighting it off with his whole existence on the line. In the end, he would not be able to kill it, but his efforts would be enough for the other to arrive and finally kill it. So. He is only a stopgap for the others to arrive and finish the job. Anger seeped into her words. I'm afraid so. Her face grew maces. She walks to the bed and takes the circlet. Cirrus made this for me. They made it to help me sort out my vision and make it cleaner. Lady Artemis, I have gone over and over and over and over it, but, nothing. He only has two choices laid before him, one he dooms the world, or two. He dies a hero. Artemis clenches her fists tightly. There is no hero who was happy. She clenches her fists tighter, her fingernails dig into her palm in anger and sadness at the gravity of her selfless promise that night. But, what if he changes it? He has the strength to change his fate. If he does, I do not know. Fate, as Cirrus puts it, will always get what they want, one way or another. Damn it. As she walks back home, Artemis spots Cirrus with Elise on his shoulders. She could see the smile on her face, and as she looked below her, she could see a smile on Cirrus's face. She couldn't help but see his poisoned, weakened body and bruises. The pain and fatigue he is hiding just to bring a smile to his daughter's face. Artemis didn't go up to them, she simply saw them and then returned home. She went to the archery range and fired arrow after arrow to clear her burdened mind. Fuck, just like with the heavenly flame. She did not even consider telling the others. For one, how would she even bring it up? She knows all three would vehemently wish for him to stay and gather all of Orario to kill the black dragon, but they are not strong enough. Malayan, especially, would not want him to go alone. To this day, the only time anyone has seen him at full strength was during Olympia. Even then, Artemis and the rest who saw the fight had no doubts that Cirrus was holding back somewhat for their sake. Fuck. Artemis lowers her bow and arrow. Fuck. She crumbles to the ground as tears drip from her face. Volume 4 Quest 349 Elise and Cirrus. After the shower, Hecton helped Cirrus dress, and he went down to meet his daughter. You look lovely, my little flower. Elise was wearing a nice green dress to match her eyes and elven heritage. She was like a little ray of sunshine to him. Do elves just look good in green automatically? Thanks, Dad. She smiled brightly, she had her mother's smile that rejuvenated Cirrus. Is there a plan for the day? Astria asked. Nope. Cirrus looked at Elise. So where do you want to go? Me? Elise said, a bit surprised. Yes. Today is your day, so where do you want to go first? Her eyes lit up, and she raised her hands. Can you pick me up? Cirrus picks her up onto her shoulder. All right, where else do you want to go? Even despite how light Elise was, it felt like Cirrus was holding up a boulder. Can we go to Lady Quetzalcoatl's district? But no matter how much it strains him, he will make this day with his daughter worth it. Of course. Take care. Astria said. Bye, Lady Astria. Elise waved goodbye as the father and daughter left. They begin by going to Quetzalcoatl's district. They get an assortment of stall snacks and go to a play they are putting on. I am not Anderson. I am Jefferson. His twin brother. Said the actor. No. Said the woman. It can't be. The actress said, shocked. Yes. I played you all. Now. He removes his shirt dramatically. I'm going to wrestle you. Hey. Oof. It was an experience, to say the least, combining theater with wrestling. This is a really good dad, Elise said quietly. Yeah, it's pretty good, Cirrus said with a wry smile. Maybe I should have tried my hand at screenwriting. I could have really made a killing. Ah. Maria. My love. What have I done? If only I never did the super German helix twist. Maybe I should have done it when I was younger when the memories were still relatively fresh. Cirrus didn't really pay attention to the play. Instead, he simply glanced at his daughter. He could see how similar she looked, a bit like Ryu and even a bit like himself. He smiles, seeing his daughter smile and laugh. He leans back in his chair, takes a deep breath, and sighs. I really don't want to die. This thought echoed through his mind as he looked at his daughter. He couldn't kill the thought, and before he realized it, he felt a small hand on his. Dad, are you cold? Elise looked at him. Why yes, I am a bit. Are you cold? Kinda. Then let me. Cirrus removed his coat and put it over her. Thanks. Her warm smile warmed his heart. But won't you be more cold now? Not at all. A dad never gets cold for their daughter. Once the play was over, they left to go get some food at a restaurant. Dad, do you think I'll grow up to be as tall as you? Elise said on his shoulders. I hope not. I would always want to carry you around like this, he said with a warm smile while tickling her. He. Stop that, Dad. They continued to walk towards the restaurant, talking about the play they just watched. He didn't realize Artemis had spotted them and had left. After eating, the two would walk around until finally sitting down south of Orario on the walls. Hey, Dad, why do you go into the dungeon for so long? Elise said on Sirius's lap and wrapped in his arms. Well, because of a promise and a responsibility that me and your mom have to fulfill. What is it? That is not for you to know or inherit. Why not? Because it's not yours to fulfill, and you shouldn't feel responsible. When do you think you can finish it? Whoosh. A breeze brushed past them. I don't know. Probably years. Can't you just stop and quit? We cannot. There are things in this world we cannot run from. You simply have to face it down. That's kinda stupid. You can run from anything if you try. When you get older, you will see that there are things you can't run from. They stayed in silence for a few minutes. I wish I could see the stars, Dad. Elise broke the silence. Yeah, the light pollution of the city kind of ruins the view. Can we go camping like what you did with Oberon? Sure, one day with the whole family. How does that sound? That sounds great. Whoosh. Whoosh. A cool spring breeze blows past them. Sirius looked at her, and he could see she was getting tired. Say, Elise. Do you want to go to the beach? She quickly turns her head up. Really? Are you saying the truth? Her eyes were full of energy once more, just like at the start of the day. I am. I'm sure being a little late for bedtime is fine for one day. I want to spend more time with you. Then let's go. Alright, hold on tight. Thika Panoplia, Serenian, ... As Sirius dons his gilded armor, he holds Elise tight and quickly runs off. Elise, held in a princess carry, looked up at how her father looked in the armor. Dad, you really look like a wild hero. Do I? Huff. Huff. I hope I'm a dashing one. After a few minutes of running, they made it to Melon. Sirius jumped over the rooftops and quickly landed on the coast of the beach. Wow, the beach. It's so pretty at night. Elise jumped up and down in excitement. It is. Sirius could see the vast expanse of the sea. The lights of Melon weren't enough to drown out the light of the stars, which made it look even more beautiful. Ha! I'm tired. This fucking six. I don't want to feel this fragile. Sirius goes and sits on a bench and takes off his boots and socks. What are you doing? I'm taking my shoes off so I won't get sand in them and so I can feel the sand between my toes. Oh. I'll do it too. Alright, but don't go into the water. It's freezing, and I don't want you to get sick. She sits on the ground and takes off her sandals. Sirius takes them and puts them in his boots to carry them. They walk hand in hand along the beach. This feels so good between my toes. Yup, it's a nice feeling, Sirius said softly. The cool sea breeze and warm. Ha 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 ha. She lets go of his hand and runs off ahead, laughing. Kids. He smiled softly. Sirius continues to walk, keeping an eye on her. He was lost in thought when the tide touched his foot. He looked down at his feet, and he followed the tide back out to sea. The blackness of the sea reminded him of the Ikuturso and Leviathan, and from that, a odd thought returned to him. You're going to die. Sirius's face softens up, and he looks toward Elise. The thought lingered in his mind like a fly around some food. She's going to be fatherless, and it's your fault. You will never get to see her grow up. Stop it, he softly said to himself. He took another step. Splash. He looks down and sees only blood. Sirius looked around to find he was no longer on the beach. This. No. Around him were bodies, littering the area in a pool of blood that choked the sands with its abundance. What about Haku? Or Oberon? What of Callisto? What of your wives? Shut up, he said a bit louder. He closed his eyes, and the imagery burned into his retinas, reminding him of his actions. AI is going to cry herself to sleep for years. Thump thump. Shut up. The thoughts grow colder, crueler. They were twisting a knife that was quickly beginning to crumble Sirius. Artemis won't meet you in heaven with Callisto still in Gakai. What if her heritage is known to the world? You won't be able to protect her against the hundreds of gods who would want the sole demigod. Thump thump. Thump thump. KHH. Sirius covers his ears tightly. Malayan, where would she go? She is a drifter who stayed only for you. What if she takes Oberon away from his siblings? Shut up. What of Ryuhu? Are you also going to leave her? You still haven't gotten their bodies yet, and yet you are going to. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Shut up! He yells out loudly, making Elise turn to see her father on his knees. Dad! She quickly runs over to him. Dad, are you all right? Gah! Grr! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Cyrus was holding his head down and covering his ears. Inside the mind palace that Hecton and Fafnir shared, the two quickly spun into action. Fafnir! Check the world! Quickly! Hecton shouted. I'm on it! Fafnir turned into her dragon form and quickly searched the world. Hecton then left to check on Cyrus. When he pops up, he sees Elise worried about her father so much, she didn't see Hecton emerge from her father's shadow. Miss, step aside. He said, kneeling to check on Cyrus. Who are you? Elise said this with some tears running down her face and snot slightly running down her nose. I am your father's, assistant. Is Dad going to be alright? She said this with more tears running down her face as well as snot. He is going to be alright. Just take a few steps back, okay? Can you do that? She nods and takes a few steps back. Hecton gets in close to hear the mumbled words Cyrus is saying. Shut up, 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 shut up. Damn it. He picks Cyrus up over his shoulder. All right, miss, can you get the shoes and follow along? We are going to one of your father's homes here in town. Oh okay. She picked up the shoes and followed Hecton. They moved through the streets with ease and arrived at the home that Hero left for Cyrus. Elise couldn't stop to see the quaintness of the home as Hecton went through the doors, taking her father to the master bedroom. Okay, now stay here and watch over him, okay? I will be back with something to make him feel better. Is Daddy going to be okay? Of course he is. Hecton knelt and wiped the tears and snot from her face with his clothes. Everything is going to be okay. Just stay and hold your father's hand, okay? Can you do that for me? Why yes. Good. I'll be back as quickly as I can. Hecton quickly leaves the room and returns to Cyrus's mindscape. Fafnir. Did you find the source? His voice reverberated through the world. From the sea, Fafnir came out. Those fuckers dug their way out. They even started to change. Damn it. Hecton walks over to the hole to see the visages still trying to climb out. You piece of shit. Shut the fuck up. He grew back to his multi-limbed form and punched them down even deeper and deeper until he saw the hole that was blocked by it. Fafnir. Use your fire to glass them in. Get the fuckers that got out. Back to Cyrus and Elise. A few minutes have passed. Cyrus opens his eyes to see his daughter crying while holding his hand. Guilt struck his heart when he saw this. Dad. Dad. Please be okay. I love you. She was crying, with snot coming out. Cyrus extends his hand and gently strokes her hair. I'm fine, Elise. He says it quietly. He was not fine. He felt miserable, causing his daughter this pain and this fear. She looks up and jumps into him. Dad. Dad. She buries her face into his chest. I was. I'm sorry, sweetie. He holds her tight in his arms. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They stayed in one another's embrace. Cyrus continued to comfort her, but she continued to cry. Cyrus's mind raced to find a way to stop her crying when his mouth opened. Asterisk twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Up above, the world so high. Like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Cyrus lifts her face, and she looks him in his eyes as he sings to his daughter the song he sang to her when she was born, the song all of her siblings listened to in their sleep. Asterisk when the blazing sun is gone. When he nothing shines upon. Then you show your little light. Twinkle, twinkle, all the night. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Her tears stopped as she listened to him sing a song that echoed in her mind. The song brought up the warmest of feelings in her heart, even if she does not understand the language. Asterisk then the traveler in the dark. Thank you for your tiny spark. He could not see which way to go. If you did not twinkle so. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Her eyes get heavy, and warmth enters her from her heart. It was her father's emotions. The words he sang to her were from his heart and his soul. Asterisk in the dark blue sky you keep. And often through my curtains peep. For you never shut your eye. Till the sun is in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. She closes her eyes, and Cirrus gently lays her head on the pillow. Asterisk as your bright and tiny spark lights the traveler in the dark. Though I know not what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Elise falls asleep. Cirrus parted her hair and kissed her forehead. Good night, my precious little mountain goat. Cirrus would continue to sing to her well into the night while stroking her hair and hugging her in his arms as a parent, trying to protect the child from the cold world. Dragon Valley. Circe opened her eyes to the sound of a massive roar. She could see several dragons flying high in the sky. She carefully went over to the edge to see down into the valley. She could see several dragons flying in, but none came out. No. 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 Please. Another louder roar shook the earth and Circe to her core. See Cirrus. She ran away as fast as her wings could take her. It's waking up. Circe then disappeared in a poof of twilight smoke. She reappeared before Cirrus. Circe. Thank you. He said this, holding Elise in his arms. Cirrus. She lands at the feet of the bed. How long do you think it will wake up? I'd say within 24 hours. Okay. Rest. I wish to make sure Elise sleeps comfortably. Cirrus brings Elise in closer, still holding her delicately. I will sleep in your shadow, Cirrus. This will be your last sleep before. Circe. Sleep. Worrying anymore will do neither of us any good. Right, she slowly walks and drops into his shadow. May we rest our minds and bodies in the end. Moonlight Tower. Just a bit more, Vesta says, looking at Callisto. Just a bit more, and she will be back. Volume 4 Quest 350 Labor. The next morning, Cirrus is wide awake with a tear-stained face. He looks at his shaking hands and clutches them as tightly as he can. Vesta, are you ready for the final fight? Whoosh. Yes. She said it behind him while looking at a sleeping Elise. This will be the last. Have you gathered as much strength as you can? I have. I am strong enough to get those last embers from that fucking lizard. Circe, can you take Elise back home? Circe appears from his shadow, and she picks Elise up gently. I will, but... Cirrus, are you really? Circe, don't question my resolve. It's already brittle as is. He didn't look at her, he only looked forward. We have been over this multiple times. I'm sorry. She then took her leave with a sorrowful expression. The house was quiet. The only sounds were Circe's footsteps and the squeaks of the boards of the floor, but even that was now gone. Underscore 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 underscore. Squeak. Cirrus gets out of bed. Hecton. Fafnir. As he walks through the home, Hecton and Fafnir put Cirrus' armor on. It has been years since Cirrus has worn metal armor. Clack. Clack. He used fells, magic eaters, some metal on his joints, and special woven clothes imbued with the powers of modern-day spirits, Salamander, Undine, Gnome, Shade, Tony Truss, Lux, and Sylphs. He had it made during his 7 years away from Orario. It was only possible to find and get their help in making such a fabric due to Nox's status and a massive amount of money in whatever village or city they call home. The name that was given was Spirit Blessing, of course, Nox herself added to it. I never thought I would use this. He looked at his clothing. It pains me. In short, the fabric is highly resistant to just about anything, shy of overwhelming physical attacks. Nox is watching you back, Vesta said. Long have these clothes lingered within your mindscape, Hecton said. They will get you through this ordeal. I wanted to ask why these clothes were placed deep within the island, Fafnir said, adjusting Cirrus's clothes. Nox always had my back. Today should be no different. He reached into a shadow and pulled out a red cape. Today the hero of the White Knight goes off to war. He walks outside and closes the door. Removing his clam earring, he placed it by the window of the home. He hesitates leaving it there, but he walks away from it. Walking into the garden and looks at its condition. The Njord Familia has done a good job of maintaining the garden. He walks over and picks some fruit. He grabs an apple and bites it. Chew 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 swallow. He could barely taste the taste of the apple, its light sweetness was dull on the tongue. I wonder what that apple tasted like? The one that Eve bit into, the one Adam also tasted. You're not going to say some philosophical-esque thing now, are you? Vesta spoke. Asterisk did you know? He spoke in English, walking over and plucking a pomegranate from its deciduous shrubs. Asterisk that in the Bible they did not specify that the fruit that Adam and Eve ate was an apple? It was simply referred to as the fruit of the tree. Oranges, lemons, grapefruits, bananas, mangoes, avocados, peaches, plums, and pineapples. Any of them could have been the fruit that they ate. Asterisk pineapples would be a bit hard to eat, no. Fafnir said. Asterisk oh, how is my English, master? She said, taking a pomegranate and eating it whole. Asterisk it's good. Have you been practicing it? Asterisk with me, of course, Hecton said, plucking some watercress and avocado and eating them. Asterisk but it is hard to get the tone down. I would have liked it if we could speak more in this tongue. Asterisk you can say it's a weird language. Asterisk weird? It makes no sense at times, the whole, I, before, e, except after, c. Examples like neighbor, foreign, slays, weight, height, even weird. Asterisk. Look, dude, I was not an English major, alright. He splits open the pomegranate and puts it in his shadow as he walks to the backyard. Asterisk I forgot you majored in history, Vesta said. Asterisk can you tell me an interesting fact? Asterisk I thought you guys could look into my memories. Asterisk we can master, but looking through so many years of memories is laborious, Fafnir said. Vesta could feel her blight. Going through Nox's memories was a pain in the ass. Her time sealed had jumbled her memories, which bled into one another. Asterisk and we would like to hear it from you, Hecton added. Asterisk fine. He walks through the backyard and into the woods. Asterisk let's see, Asterisk come on, put that degree to work. Vesta smirked. Asterisk it's been a long time. I forget I got one. Did you know the sport lacrosse originated from Native Americans? Asterisk what the hell is lacrosse? Fafnir said. Asterisk is it like volleyball or football? Did they have moves like the devil bat ghost? Asterisk I'm afraid not. As he walks, he looks up at the sky. Asterisk hey. He had nothing, he couldn't think of one fact on the spot. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Asterisk farewell, everyone. Fafnir. She struck through his shadow, getting him on her back, and with a flap of her wings, she flew north at high speeds. Down in the room of prayer, Aranos sheds a tear. He touches his face in confusion. Why am I crying? Fafnir soars through the skies, going just under the speed of sound. They travel far away from Orario almost immediately. Cirrus holds his hands, and he equips his armor onto her, and she then surpasses the speed of lightning itself. Crack boom. The sound barriers broke one after the other and could be heard by nearby towns, villages, and even cities. Back at Orario an hour later. Here you go. Sorry to give you more work, Circe said, handing Elise to Bree. Not at all, but... Circe! Shouted Artemis. Where is Cirrus? She said angrily. She looked away from her. I need to go. Circe quickly walked away. Circe, come here. She sounded far stricter than she had ever sounded before, and many of the members were a bit shocked. I need to. Circe. Cirrus. I am sorry. Circe then runs away, covering her face. Come back here. She chased after her. Circe ran and ran and ran and ran. Huff. 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 She knew if she turned into a hawk, Artemis could easily shoot her down, so she relied on her knowledge of the streets. Unfortunately, Artemis was the goddess of the hunt for a reason. Thud. Artemis jumps down from above and lands before an exhausted Circe. No more running. Artemis walks up to Circe. Circe. Where is he? I need to talk to him now. He's gone all right. She shouted from the depths of her soul. Artemis felt a hole grow in her heart. Is that what you wanted me to say? He's gone. Tears fall from her face. Thud. What's going on? Who is gone? Said AI, jumping down. They said you were chasing Circe. Did something happen? Circe looks at AI and then quickly runs away in tears. AI walks towards Artemis, who fell to her knees while gripping her heart. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Her heart felt as if it would beat out of her chest. It stings terribly. Art, what's going on? AI was getting worried. Did you and Circe get into a fight or something? AI. Artemis looks into her eyes. AI could see the despair in her. Go and find Cirrus. She shouted out in desperation. He has to be either in Orario or Ormelin. Wait, what's going? AI, please go. Now. Oh okay. AI then quickly left to find Cirrus. Huff. 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 Artemis shakenly gets up and heads back home. She touches the clam earring to see if he will pick up, but nothing. Damn it. She stops and clenches her fists. Damn it. She reeled her arm back. Damn it. She punched the nearby brick wall. When Artemis arrived, she ordered her whole familia to go and find Cirrus. She returned to her room, clutching her heart. Cirrus, Please no, please. She cries, her thoughts are a mess of the worst possibilities. Callisto and Oberon peeked in to see her crying. What do you think Dad did? Oberon spoke softly. Maybe we should ask Elise. She was last with him. They go to Elise's room to find her still sleeping despite all the hustle and bustle of the home. Hey, Elise. Wake up. Oberon moved her. Mm. I'm still sleepy. She said groggily. Get up. Where is Dad? Callisto shouted. Dad he. Her eyes shot open, and she looked around desperately. Dad. Dad. Where are you? She gets up and looks around. When she didn't see her father, she got up and left her room to run up the tower, calling out for him. Wait. Elise. Her siblings shouted. They chased after her. Dad. Are you in here? She opened the door to her parents' room to find Artemis crying. Mom, do you know where Dad went? Last night he screamed, and his bald assistant came to help him. Artemis looked at her and wiped away her tears. Come here, sweetie, Artemis said with a tear-stained face. Elise walks up to Artemis while her siblings come right after her. Artemis picks her up onto her lap. Mom, why are you crying? Oh it's nothing. Tell me what happened last night. Well. Dad took me to the beach, and I ran ahead for a bit when he shouted, saying shut up. Artemis's expression remained the same, but underneath that hole in her chest, it grew. Okay, and then what? Well then, Dad's assistant came out. He wore a really nice suit, and he was bald and gray. Go on. Well, he took Dad to his house in Melon. Dad has a house in Melon. The kids shouted. Not now, Artemis said in a stern voice that silenced them. Go on. And then he left. After a while, Dad woke up, and then he sang a song in this different language. I see. Artemis's expression faltered a bit. He sang. He hasn't done that in years. Dad can sing. Said Callisto. I never heard him sing. That is because he made himself a promise, Calli. A promise to his old friend and older sister Nox that he will never sing until she has returned. Nox. A sudden feeling in the heart rose in Callisto, along with a headache. The headache quickly left, like a pinch. Calli, are you fine? Artemis asked with concern. Why yet? I'm just going to go to my room. Callisto then left, heading to the locked room. When she entered, she found Vesta already formed. Child, I am sorry, but we will need to speed up the pro. Who is Nox actually, Vesta? Callisto, we do not. Answer me. Her hair faintly glowed. The arduous process is almost done. I need to speed it up. Your question will be answered when the process is finished, but you must do it now or your father will truly lose a precious person who was family to him. Callisto looked full of emotions, but she didn't want to make her father sad or cause any more problems than what had just occurred. Fine. She walked over and grabbed White Knight's handle. I must warn you that this will just get it over with. Very well. The weapon glowed, and the memories of Nox began to forcibly flood in. Days become weeks, weeks turn into months, and months become years. Her head got headaches, but she could bear the pain until a memory of a young boy in a dark room with emerald eyes and broken arms reached her. Dad. She muttered softly. So you finally reached their first meeting, please, Cirrus, do not reach it before I am finished. Vesta helped Callisto along now that she had sped up to where Nox finally met Cirrus. Volume 4 Quest 350.5 Messenger. Sitting down on a rock, Cirrus looks out to the horizon and sees dragons in the distance. How many potions do we have, Hecton? Cirrus kept his gaze on the horizon. You have 1 day's worth, sir, Hecton said behind Cirrus. It seems I will need to ration it well. We can't ask Circe, she's already on the edge, Fafnir said, looking at the horizon. She will need time to get her footing. I hoped she wouldn't have to make it again, but here we are. Fafnir, Hecton, can you both gather material? Cirrus reached into his shadow and pulled out a bowl full of pomegranate seeds. Cirrus took one and ate it. Got it. Hecton then left, while Fafnir stayed behind. Master, I loved your song. I had hoped you would have sung more in the last couple of years. Maybe I'll sing one last time, my swan song. A swan song. Fafnir walks to the edge of the cliff. Master, I will take care of him, so do not worry. I know you will, Fafnir. Fafnir then takes her leave, jumping down the cliffside. Cirrus takes in the air for a while, finding peace within himself again. Whoosh. Whoosh. A breeze brushes past Cirrus and, along with it, a voice. Well, it's nice to finally meet you. He turned to see a hooded figure. Who are you? He placed his hand on Graham's pommel. What are you doing here? Me. She removed her hood to reveal a beautiful woman with red hair and ruby eyes. My name is Métis, Nyx sent me down. Métis? You're a goddess? Why did you come here? Cirrus looked around to find no one else around. No familia. I'm here for a special reason, and one of them is hey. Get out here. Her sudden shouting startled Cirrus and was enough for Fafnir and Hecton to come back. Master. Sir. Come on. I don't wanna oh. Cirrus and Hecton's eyes both widened. Coming out of the shrubbery was a familiar face. Zeus. Oh, hey there kid. He rubs his neck and scratches his head. He looks at Cirrus from top to bottom and grimaces. You look like shit, Zeus said, looking as good as a guy on the run can be. Hecton, Fafnir, go back to what you were doing. Very well, Hecton said. Fafnir glared at Zeus before leaving. So, what brings you here? Cirrus said, returning to his previous site. He eats another pomegranate seed. I didn't come here because I wanted to. Métis forced me. I found him and brought him here. Despite being a playboy, he knows how to survive well in the wilderness. Albeit, he tried to eat a few poisonous mushrooms here and there. Métis said. I know enough to get by. Zeus said, trying to make himself seem tough and knowledgeable. I'm surprised Hera hasn't found you yet. You know she took up a place in my story using Aphrodite's connections to look for you. Ha! She'll never find me. I've known her for eons. She'll. Anyway. Métis cuts Zeus off. I came here to simply meet you and to shake your hand. Métis walked up to Cirrus. Oh. Cirrus glances back. A handshake? Is that true? Of course. She has her hand out. You know something I don't, Métis. Cirrus turns his head, and his gaze sharpens. Nyx told you what was going to happen, didn't she? Zeus looked at Métis, and she held a strong poker face. She smiles. I don't know what you could possibly mean. Cirrus grunts. What of the string of fate Ananke put on me? None at all. She continues with a smile. Zeus remained quiet, looking at the horizon. If she has her strings on you. I am afraid. I know that. Odin and everyone I talked to about these strings of hers. Cirrus' expression sours. I want to know the full details of it. Well, that is not my job. Métis said, still smiling. He extended his arm and shook her hand. Is this all you wanted? Yup. Now I'll see you later. She turned and walked away. Come, Zeus, or else I'll go to Hera. I know. I know. He said, coming up to Cirrus. Kid, some last words of advice. You must not fear. Fear is the killer of the mind. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. They don't sound like your words, Zeus. Read it in a book. Haha. He chuckled a bit. Anyway, sorry, I could not give you better words or any new information you sought. Had. I would like it better if it came from yourself, and. I still have hope that Nox comes and bails me out. Then how about this? Every moment free from fear makes a man immortal. I said that to one of my kids when they went into battle, and you shouldn't wait on a girl to save you, that is a hero's job, your. He put his hand on his shoulder. Job. I see. I'll keep that in mind. Cirrus nods. Come on, Zeus, let's get going, Métis said. Zeus followed Métis. See ya, kid. Oh, and remember what Nyx said. Head westward. Good luck. Cirrus watched as they walked away. Fate. TCH. He takes another pomegranate seed and eats it. Westward? Why? There is nothing westward of here. He looks west to see nothing but a sea of trees. He reached into his shirt and pulled out the locket his kids gave him and the charm AI made him years ago. The locket and charm were tied together. I'm sorry. While walking away, Métis spoke slightly. Heaven cannot have two sons, nor the earth two masters. Yes. We will soon see the earth's master. Zeus said. Can I ask, will it be a tragedy? Zeus's voice was low and a bit painful. The stage is set. The actor just needs to get on set, so the final act begins. Métis. This isn't a. I know Zeus. But can you not say that is what he is? Until the strings are snipped burned, shall I say he has no choice but to play the role he was given? Zeus stops for a moment and looks behind back. I hope your luck pulls through, kid. Volume 4.